The impoverished young man Li Feng, abandoned by his vanity-seeking girlfriend, unexpectedly finds himself added to a WeChat group. Initially believing it to be a gathering of eccentric individuals, he soon discovers it is a congregation of deities. From that moment on, with the support of these celestial beings, Li Feng embarks on a journey to transcend his earthly existence. Chapter 1. A Letter from a Little Ghost. At Lingnan University, noon signals the end of classes. A young man clad in a down jacket and sporting a short haircut hurriedly exits the lecture hall as the bell tolls. In his hand, he clutches a pristine white phone, a gift for his girlfriend. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encounters his girlfriend, a girl with flowing hair. However, she greets him with evident impatience. Li Feng, didn't I tell you not to call me anymore? With a smile, Li Feng responds, Xiaoqin, I understand you're upset because I didn't buy you a new phone. Please don't be angry anymore. The scholarship has come through, and I got you a new phone. He presents the device, saying, Look, it's the latest Huawei, specially chosen for you, both functional and aesthetically pleasing. A flicker of disdain crosses by Xiaoqin's eyes as she snatches the phone from his hands and hurls it to the ground without hesitation. Do you think this piece of junk can make me happy? Li Feng, you really don't understand me at all. I want the latest iPhone 8. I have no interest in this trash. Watching the phone shatter on the floor, Li Feng feels a stab of pain in his heart. This was a purchase made with all his scholarship funds, worth over 3,000. To me, Li Feng, you're nothing but a pathetic pauper, completely unworthy of me. Isaac's tone turns icy. Honestly, I found a better boyfriend last week. He's already gifted me the new iPhone. You can keep your broken phone. With a disdainful glance, she turns and walks away, leaving Li Feng with a bitter expression. In the dormitory, only his roommate Ku Zhenyi is eating. Noticing Li Feng's troubled demeanor, he inquires, Haven't eaten yet? What's wrong? I have no appetite. Li Feng replies despondently. I broke up with Xiaoqin. Ku Zhenyi, filled with righteous indignation, exclaims, Good riddance. I've never liked her. Always applying for hardship assistance, doing nothing herself while expecting you to buy her iPads and cosmetics. And she's still unsatisfied with your gifts. After a moment of contemplation, Ku Zhenyi continues, Last week, I saw Feng Shuilin from the Fine Arts Academy with her. He's notorious for being a playboy. She's so materialistic that she's with him now. She's truly greedy and heartless. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Li Feng asks, his voice heavy. Ku Zhenyi shrugs. You were too infatuated with her. I was afraid that if I told you, we wouldn't even be friends anymore. Li Feng falls silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. He has been so devoted to Bai Xiaoqin that even his roommates hesitated to criticize her. With a sigh, he removes his shoes and lies down on his bed. He pulls out the phone he had specifically bought for her. She thinks I'm unworthy of her. She's the one who sold herself for a bit of vanitouches, the one unworthy of me. I will forge a better life with my own hands, and one day she will regret her decision today. The phone, surprisingly resilient, remains intact despite the fall. He connects to Wi-Fi, eager to test the device's speed, only to find a new chat group on WeChat filled with eclectic names. Great Boss Sitagarba, Manager Tenyama Kings, Judge Chui Fu Jun, Ghost Catcher Zhong Kui, Black and White Impermanence, along with the dashing Oxhead and Horseface. The names are a curious blend. The chat is bustling. Sitagarba writes, Let us learn advanced management methods and usher in a new era for the underworld. Henceforth, please communicate through this WeChat group and refrain from using the audio feature. Casually remember to protect personal privacy. Tenyama King Qin Guang agrees. Indeed, traditional communication methods have many shortcomings. Handsome Brother Nyo declares, Every time I'm intimate with my wife, I'm startled by sudden audio messages, almost making me disabled. She's quite displeased. You people are truly amusing. It seems you have too much time on your hands. Li Feng thinks as he scrolls through the chat history. Just then, he receives a friend request, little ghost request to add. His heart races, and he clicks the accept button. Once added, a message quickly follows. Hello, big brother. I just saw you join the group. I'm a little ghost under Meng Pa, known as the All-Knowing. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. This overly flattering introduction leaves Li Feng feeling bewildered. He frowns, pondering if these individuals might be con artists. Why is the big brother so distrustful? It's truly worth so much. The other party seems anxious. After a brief silence, they send, In that case, I can only offer all my savings for you to verify its authenticity. Behold, my 3 drops of treasure liquid. A flash of light crosses the phone screen, revealing an image of 3 droplets in his mind. Li Feng stands dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, does nothing to dispel this bizarre vision. Finally, trembling, he types, "Is this truly the legendary concoction?" "Absolutely. This is one of the rewards I received while serving my master." The voice on the other end exudes pride. Feng is profoundly shaken. Regardless of the truth, the existence of these mysterious potions is undeniable. Is what you offer indeed settled in ghost money? Deciding to give a try, he figures there's nothing to lose. He rises and leaves the dormitory to buy paper money in the city, writing the name as instructed and burning it. While dining out, after a few drinks, everyone begins to engross themselves in their phones. At that moment, he receives a message from the little ghost. "Brother, I've received the items. I am immensely grateful. Should you require anything, merely think of it to summon its power." Mind power activation? Is it truly this miraculous? Chapter 1, Section 1. Kujani raises his glass exuberantly, declaring, "Let us not leave until we are all intoxicated." Though Feng harbors lingering doubts, he is swept up by the joyous atmosphere and raises his glass to drink with everyone. After several rounds, the revelry is at its peak when suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps from outside shatters the merriment. Feng instinctively sets down his glass and gazes toward the door. Chapter 2. You have no right to scold me. At the break of dawn the following day, several young men lay sprawled on their beds in the dormitory, each exhibiting the telltale signs of a hangover, their voices barely above a whisper. "What time is it?" "It's already 8:15. "Oh no." Kujani suddenly bolted upright. "Are we going to be late?" "I remember we have gym class this morning." Their physical education teacher was notoriously temperamental. Any student who skipped class without a valid excuse would surely face his wrath, unless one had a legitimate reason to be absent. Passing by the end of the term would be a near impossibility. Even a few minutes of tardiness could result in severe penalties, with a single minute late requiring a lap around the track. They were expected to arrive by 8:30. The urgency was palpable. Oh my gosh. The four boys' faces paled in an instant as they scrambled to dress and rushed out the door. Upon arriving at the playground, they found their classmates already lined up, with the physical education teacher at the front, frowning as he regarded the four latecomers who reeked of alcohol. "Are you boys looking for trouble?" he bellowed, pointing at Feng and his friends. "Students like you, who lack seriousness, are the most infuriating. You still aspire to study medicine? You've arrived half an hour late. Just wait. Your final grades will undoubtedly reflect your negligence." "Teacher, please, have mercy and spare us this time," Kujani pleaded, his head bowed. "It was just that we ate something bad yesterday that delayed us today. It was not intentional." Dogsy chimed in hastily. "Stop with your useless excuses," the teacher retorted sternly. "Regardless, you're late now. Prepare for punishment." After delivering his admonition, he turned to the gathering crowd, who began to murmur and cast glances at the four boys. In the adjacent class too, Bai Xiaoqin happened to be present and, upon witnessing the scene, smirked knowingly. "Serves you right." The other classmates in Feng's class secretly relished the spectacle, hoping that this misstep would lead to Feng, a strong contender for the scholarship, failing. Kujani and his brothers felt a pang of guilt for Feng. They could care less about their own fates, but they could not bear to drag such an outstanding friend down with them. "Brother, we've let you down, and we're truly sorry. Please, can we ask the teacher to show you leniency? He is always the top scholar with a full scholarship. We're the ones who brought him down. Punish us instead. Please don't target Feng." Old Bao was nearly in tears with anxiety. With no other choice, the physical education teacher waved his hand, uninterested in hearing any further justifications. "I don't care if you're a top student. Rules are rules in my class. The consequences are yours to bear. Now get in line and stop dawdling." Despite knowing that being late was indeed wrong, Feng felt a discomfort from the teacher's harsh demeanor. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar elixirs that floated in his mind. Why not give it a try? He silently recited, "Let us have the teacher sample a drop." A barely visible beam of light shot into the teacher's head, causing the stern man to freeze in place. His eyes became vacant, and he turned away, muttering to himself, "Who am I? What am I doing? Where is this? Punishment? Am I crazy? Don't bother me. I'm not teaching today. What am I supposed to do? How did I end up here?" As he wandered further away, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. Feng, however, remained coldly indifferent, refusing to acknowledge him. Bai Xiaoqin, having concluded her running exercises, approached Feng with a few of her close friends. Feng was taken aback by her arrival, especially after witnessing her being reprimanded moments ago. "You really look pathetic just now," she began with a mocking tone. Feng furrowed his brow. "Does being scolded equate to being useless? It seems your values are quite skewed. Think what you will. It's none of your business." Bai Xiaoqin retorted, rolling her eyes. "Let me tell you, Feng, I'm publicly announcing something today. From now on, we have no relationship. I'm now with Feng Shuilin." Everyone, Please remember that. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the class turned toward them. Bai Xiaoqin strutted back to her classmates, her demeanor exuding an air of triumph. What a troublesome woman, Ku Zhenyi complained. She's just flaunting her connection with some rich playboy, acting as if she's accomplished something grand. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't let her get away with such arrogance, Dogsy chimed in. It's outrageous. She doesn't deserve my brother. Old Bao shouted at her retreating figure. Li Feng had long grown accustomed to such pretentiousness and paid no mind to it. Chapter 3. Talking about spirit money? No hard feelings with Bai Xiaoqin gone, Li Feng and his friends basked in the sun on the grass, feeling at ease. Li Feng pondered the earlier incident with the forgetfulness elixir, his curiosity piqued by such a miraculous substance. He concealed his thoughts while taking out his phone to take several screenshots of the group's QR code, saving them to his personal email. Li Feng, why don't you get up and move around? Lying here, are you still upset? Two female classmates approached him. The girl speaking was Wang Ku, widely regarded as the beauty of Class 1. She had a good rapport with Li Feng, primarily because she often relied on him for answers during exams due to her own lackluster performance. Noticing Li Feng's pensive expression, she had come over to check on him. He had come to a realization. Ku Zhenyi was right. Parting ways amicably with Bai Xiaoqin would be best for everyone. Wang Ku chuckled lightly and sat beside him. Ku Zhenyi and the others began to tease, whistling. Brothers, let us give our single nobleman Ruizi and the class flower a little space to develop their feelings. Ku Zhenyi led his friends away, taking Wang Ku's companions with him. Thus, the grassy expanse was left with only Wang Ku and Li Feng. Wang Ku, feeling slightly shy, said to Li Feng, if Bai Xiaoqin treats you like that again, would you like me to help you teach her a lesson? Li Feng asked, how would you help? I could pretend to be your girlfriend and give her a good scare, Wang Ku suggested. Given Wang Ku's looks and background, she was indeed far superior to Bai Xiaoqin. Her willingness to offer such assistance demonstrated her genuine regard for Li Feng as a friend. Li Feng shrugged. No need for that. If I did something like that, what would be the difference between us? Since we're no longer a couple, there is no need to become enemies. Wang Ku laughed. You truly are a good person. However, I heard that Bai Xiaoqin is spreading rumors in the dormitory, claiming that Feng Shuilin will give you a hard time. Li Feng frowned. Did she really say that? Wang Ku nodded. Li Feng pounded his fist into the ground. Let them try. Yet he understood that Feng Shuilin was notorious as a playboy in the Art Institute, driving a luxury car to school, making any conflict with him quite problematic. Nevertheless, the idea of begging Bai Xiaoqin or Feng Shuilin for mercy was out of the question. As a man, he valued his dignity above all. Li Feng opened WeChat and contacted the mischievous spirit. What exactly can the forgetfulness elixir do? He was primarily concerned with whether he had truly rendered the teacher foolish. Relieved, he then inquired, aside from the forgetfulness elixir, do you possess any other treasures? He added, moreover, don't you have plenty of spirit money every year in the underworld? How could you still be short on funds? After a while, the mischievous spirit replied, actually, we're quite short on money as well, especially since we only have substantial income during the Ghost Festival in the 7th lunar month. Life in the Yang realm is comfortable, but we rely on the things burned for us. Things like televisions and cars exist, but as a lowly spirit, I can hardly even obtain a phone. If there is something you desire, just let me know. Li Feng directly stated, for instance, elixirs that enhance strength or methods for cultivation. Upon hearing this, it was evident that Zhang Shusan was not faring particularly well. Li Feng made a decision. How about this? I will give you 1 million in paper money, and you do your utmost to procure some fine items for me. What do you say? Really? Brother, you were going to give me 1 million. The young boy was astonished beyond measure. 1 million was an unimaginable sum for him. Aren't you worried I might run off with the money? If it allows you to acquire what you desire, I have no fear of that. Li Feng replied with a subtle smile. This stuff is actually quite inexpensive. One can obtain a great deal for just $1, and even select higher denominations. If one is unconcerned about attracting attention, one could easily amass hundreds of billions. However, that would be too ostentatious. 1 million will not draw much notice. I will burn 1 million for you shortly. Once you accomplish the task, I will reward you with an additional 100,000. But remember, you must not disclose our relationship. Keep it under wraps. Rest assured, brother, I will exert every effort and will not disappoint your expectations. I guarantee no one will know. Having lost interest in the boy's incessant chatter, Li Feng, considering that he might be of assistance, promptly proceeded to burn 1 million in paper money. This amounted to 20 million in ghost money, with the excess kept as a reserve. Returning to the previous store, he purchased $20 worth of goods, found a secluded corner, and began to burn the money while murmuring, I hope this is truly effective. The young man's demeanor was serious and earnest as he burned the paper. Chapter 4. The beauty on the bus. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqin sought out Feng Shuilin at the Art Academy, weeping as she recounted how Li Feng had humiliated her. That Li Feng insulted me in front of so many people. He despises me for leaving him for you. He even said you are no good. That being with you will lead to no good outcome, and that you do not genuinely care for me. Shuilin, how could he say such things about us? Feng Shuilin, with an effeminate demeanor, could be charmingly described as a delicate youth, yet unflatteringly he resembled a rather flamboyant young man. As he stood before the art building listening to Bai Xiaoqin's lamentations, he merely smiled faintly. Bai Xiaoqin was a girl who loved money, and he was well aware of that. He understood the implications within her words. With a devilish grin, Feng Shuilin wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, "Do not cry. My woman must not weep so easily. Xiaoqin, do you not see how well I treat you? Let us go buy something. Choose whatever you desire." Bai Xiaoqin looked up, her tears giving way to a smile. "Really, Shuilin? Anything I want. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word?" Feng Shuilin's smile was insincere. He had yet to tire of this girl, and for now, he would indeed keep his promise, but perhaps not for long. Feng Shuilin embraced Bai Xiaoqin and smiled for a moment, but then his expression darkened, becoming quite sinister. This Li Feng seems to be courting disaster. He knows he is indeed fickle, yet he will not allow anyone to speak ill of him. If this spreads, how will he continue to pursue women? This cannot go unpunished. Just wait. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I will find someone to teach him a lesson. At that moment, as Li Feng was admiring a beauty, a male passenger approached him from behind, stealthily reaching into his pocket. He extracted several red bills, delighting in the thought, students these days are quite affluent. It seemed there was quite a bit more within. The thief reached out again, but Li Feng coughed, causing the thief to glance at him only to find Li Feng smirking. "Do tell, what exactly did you pilfer from my pocket?" "Steal? I did not steal anything." The thief whispered defensively, fearful of drawing attention from other passengers. Li Feng produced the paper money he had purchased at the store, waving it before the thief. "Beware, lest the spirits come to claim you at midnight." Upon seeing this, the thief hurriedly retreated, discarding the ghost money while muttering curses under his breath. What bad luck. Li Feng chuckled with delight. However, the thief, inexplicably, found himself behind the gorgeous woman, shamelessly leaning toward her. The beauty, clearly uncomfortable, took several steps back. But the thief followed closely, reaching out to touch her hand back. This was outrageous. Not only did he seek to flirt, but he also intended to rob her. The thief was acutely aware that Li Feng was observing him, and while he engaged in his dastardly act, he shot Li Feng a glare that seemed to say, "Mind your own business, kid." Li Feng was incensed by this look. The thief, with hands and feet, was committing misdeeds yet dared to glare at him. Approaching the beauty, he advised, "Miss, there's less crowd over there. You might want to move in that direction." The beauty glanced at Li Feng, noting his handsome features, and her mood brightened as she replied, "Thank you." As she moved away, the thief attempted to follow, but Li Feng blocked his path, whispering, "If you dare to misbehave again, I will call the police." The thief's expression turned fierce as he shoved Li Feng aside, shouting, "Kid, what do you mean by that? Is this bus your family's? Do you think I want to take you down?" His roar attracted the attention of other passengers on the bus. Li Feng remained unfazed and lied calmly, "My brother works at the police station. If you have the guts to step off this bus, let us see who ends up on the losing side." The thief, now frightened, refrained from further protest. Li Feng walked back to the beauty, quietly warning her, "Your handbag zipper is open. You might want to check it." The beauty hurriedly inspected her handbag, discovering the zipper was indeed undone, and immediately understood why Li Feng had approached her. As she zipped it up, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. By the way, what is your name?" "Li Feng, with the character for sharp in my name," he replied with a nod. The beauty appeared delighted. "I am also at Lingnan University. In this society, students like you are becoming increasingly rare. By the way, which college are you from? You're a medical student, right? I don't recall seeing you before. I'm a teacher at the medical school, though I'm in the graduate school. You must still be an undergraduate." Li Feng was taken aback, not anticipating that he had inadvertently assisted a teacher. Zhang Qing's face flushed immediately. "I wouldn't tea. This is a teacher's secret, and I want to speak of it." Li Feng nodded in agreement. Zhang Qing replied, "At that moment, I was tempted to scold the thief. But considering the lack of evidence, it would have been inappropriate. I must thank you once more. You saved a teacher from a perilous situation." Li Feng waved dismissively. "It was nothing. It was merely my duty." Just as Zhang Qing was about to speak, the bus came to a sudden halt. Passengers quickly grasped for the handrails to steady themselves. Zhang Qing was left in shock, while Li Feng was dumbfounded. It was just a second after he had declared, "It was merely my duty." Li Feng's face flushed crimson, and in a flurry of embarrassment, he hastily withdrew his hand. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. My apologies, teacher." The awkwardness was unbearable. Once the bus reached the station, Li Feng swiftly exited, not daring to linger for even a moment. Chapter 5. What constitutes a master? Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Feng's face remained flushed. Throughout his university life, despite his relationship with Bai Shaoqin, their bond had been rather pure. Bai Shaoqin had always claimed to be a conservative girl, while Li Feng was not adept at coaxing girls into being more open. Unexpectedly, today he had inadvertently held the hand of a beautiful teacher. Li Feng lowered his head, resting on the table, too embarrassed to face anyone. Ku Jinwu chuckled mischievously as he approached, forcibly straightening Li Feng's posture. Rui, speak up. Have you made any significant progress with the class flower? We heard today that you've captured Wang Ku's heart. Li Feng hurriedly protested. Don't spread rumors. I am not together with Wang Ku. Please don't tarnish her reputation. His roommates paid no heed to his defense. Old Bao exclaimed, You little rascal, do you think we are oblivious? Bai Shaoqin was badmouthing you at the milk tea shop, and Wang Ku scolded her, claiming she has already accepted your confession. Thus she has the right to meddle. Indeed, Wang Ku is the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. You've struck a great deal. Dogsy continued to speak lewdly, her long, delicate legs, a perfect golden ratio. So exquisite. Li Feng, unable to endure any longer, slammed his palm on the table and declared, That's enough. I shall confront Wang Ku for clarity. Exiting his dormitory, he promptly dialed Wang Ku's number. As soon as the call connected, he heard her anxious voice. Li Feng, hurry to Tao Li Ding and rescue me. A sense of urgency gripped Li Feng's heart, and he hastily ended the call, racing down the stairs. Tao Li Ding, as mentioned by Wang Ku, was an iconic structure of their school. Upon his arrival, he found Wang Ku entangled with a burly male student. Wang Ku appeared visibly annoyed. Yet the boy continued to prattle on. Courier, if you just agree to be with me, I will let you go immediately. You have no idea how much I love you. You fill my dreams every night. Wang Ku forced a smile, her expression one of revulsion. Please, stop. I understand. But I cannot be with you. Courier, listen to me. My love for you is profound. You must be with me. The boy insisted, unwavering in his pursuit. Suddenly, Wang Ku broke free and dashed towards Li Feng, panic-stricken. Thank goodness you arrived. That student from the sports academy wouldn't let me go and even tried to drag me. What does my declaration of love for Wang Ku have to do with you? Kid, don't bring trouble upon yourself. The towering boy retorted, rolling up his sleeves in a menacing manner. Li Feng, standing tall and resolute, replied, Who says it doesn't concern me? Wang Ku is my girlfriend. Which academy are you from? Do you believe I won't escalate this matter to your dean's office? I am in the right here. Do you think I would fear you? The larger boy was momentarily silenced. Li Feng's boldness indicated he was willing to make a scene. However, the boy was not foolish and retorted. You claim Wang Ku is your girlfriend? What proof do you have? You're merely slandering her reputation. Watch as I wipe the floor with you. He lunged forward, seizing Li Feng's collar, relying on his physical advantage to teach Li Feng a lesson. Furious, Li Feng pushed him back, but the disparity in their physiques was too great. The athletic boy, accustomed to physical exertion, easily withstood the shove. The larger boy grinned maliciously. You dare push me? Let us see how you complain when I leave you half dead. No, Wang Ku cried, rushing towards them. The larger boy, his eyes glinting with malice, swung a fist towards Li Feng's face, eager to inflict pain before Wang Ku could intervene. However, just as his fist was about to connect, he felt a sudden sharp pain below the belt. The agony was overwhelming, forcing him to release Li Feng and clutch his groin. You despicable coward. You won't get away with this. I will kill you, he shouted, enduring the excruciating discomfort as he staggered towards Li Feng. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his muscles tensed with rage. Although the kick had caused him pain, it was his fury that surged more prominently. Li Feng was alarmed. That kick had been entirely instinctive. If it came to a real fight, he would certainly lose. What should he do? He couldn't possibly flee in front of Wang Ku. But wait, didn't he still have the forgetting potion? Li Feng's racing heart gradually settled as he formulated a plan. With the forgetting potion at his disposal, he had no reason to fear the larger boy's attacks. Instead, he could exploit the situation. This is your own doing, he thought, clenching his fists. He stepped forward and delivered a swift slap to the boy's face. The sound echoed loudly. The larger boy was caught completely off guard. One moment, Li Feng appeared fearful, and the next, he aggressively retaliated. You coward! You dare slap me after your underhanded tricks? Just wait. Even if I don't beat you to a pulp today, my friends will make sure you regret ever messing with a student from the sports academy. Hearing the boy's bluster, Li Feng remained unfazed, coldly retorting. For someone of your shameless ilk, this is merely a light punishment. Enraged, the larger boy tightened his legs and freed his arms, letting out a series of cries as he charged at Li Feng, stomping heavily on the ground. Wang Ku, watch out, she shouted. Fear not. Observe how I deal with him, Li Feng replied, standing composed, hands behind his back. As he watched the larger boy approach, he silently invoked Please administer a drop of the forgetting potion to this individual. A flash of white light enveloped the larger boy, and his furious expression vanished. He stumbled and fell, landing before Li Feng in a most undignified manner. Li Feng lifted his foot and placed it on the boy's head, shaking his head lightly. You are utterly pathetic. I haven't even struck you, and yet you are already down. The larger boy lay there, dazed, resembling a wronged child, muttering, It hurts so much. Who am I? How did I end up here? Where is this place? Wang Ke watched in astonishment. She had expected Li Feng to be beaten, but the situation had turned dramatically. Li Feng appeared to be a master of some unknown technique, effortlessly subduing the larger boy, who was now powerless beneath his foot. It was truly impressive. Wang Ke exclaimed joyfully, What a display of skill. After a few moments of pressing his advantage, Li Feng quickly took Wang Ke away. Though the forgetting potion was indeed effective, it was not infallible. Its effects lasted only a day. If the larger boy regained his senses and learned of the incident from others, he would surely seek revenge. It was best to leave while the advantage was theirs. As they strolled along a shaded path, Li Feng slowed his breathing, striving for calmness. Are you all right? Did he hurt you? He inquired, failing to notice the glint in Wang Ke's eyes. How did you find yourself in such a predicament? Wang Ke sighed during lunch. I pretended to be your girlfriend and reprimanded by Xiaoqin. Zhongli was present, and she spread the word. That boy asked Zhongli to arrange a meeting with me. I thought Tally Ding would have many people passing by, so I agreed. Zhongli should know better. We are classmates. Why would she do that? It's wise to distance yourself from such people, Li Feng advised. Wang Ke nodded. I understand now, and I want to do it again. Why did you call me earlier? Lowering her head, she murmured, It's quite a coincidence. I impersonated your girlfriend, and you, in turn, pretended to be my boyfriend. This solidifies our relationship. What if I can't find a partner in the future? Li Feng chuckled. You're the acknowledged beauty of our class. A goddess in the eyes of the boys. There are few in the entire academy who can rival your beauty. You need not worry about that. True, Wang Ke replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. What a disappointment, merely a counterfeit. Ruizi, you've let us down. Indeed, you should know to turn the pretense into reality. She teased. However, Li Feng understood well that while Wang Ke had assisted in this matter, it did not signify her genuine desire. Her loyalty was commendable, but it did not equate to love. Given Wang Ke's qualities, her future partner would undoubtedly be exceptional, far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like him. Li Feng climbed onto his bed, but unconsciously retrieved his phone and opened a WeChat group. The recent events had been instigated by Xiaoqin, yet the key to resolving everything lay within this group. Without it, he would not have extricated himself from these troubles so easily. It was time for a thorough examination. As he browsed through the friends list in the group, he discovered it was akin to an encyclopedia of the underworld, featuring an extensive list of names that seemed endless. Little Ghost was positioned far down the list. It appears that his status is indeed not high. However, I am uncertain if I can reach out to others. The higher one's status, the greater the resources one possesses. Li Feng was eager to communicate between the two realms to facilitate a mutual exchange of resources. Unfortunately, upon clicking on the handsome figure's profile, a small line appeared. Your merit points are insufficient to add him as a friend. Merit points? Li Feng was perplexed by this concept. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a value in the upper right corner, 10. When he clicked on the merit points, a line of explanation emerged, illuminating the matter. Performing a good deed grants 10 merit points, while the opposite deducts 10 points. If 1's points are depleted, they are automatically removed from the WeChat group. The deduction of those 10 merit points must have originated from the physical education teacher. This merit system is quite intriguing. One can only accumulate points through good deeds and not through malice. Li Feng accessed the chat interface of the little ghost and inquired, how is the task progressing? 10 minutes later, the little ghost sent a few items. 5 soul-consuming pills, 10 strength pills, 20 endurance pills, and 30 healing pills. What are these? I offer you 1 million, and you return with such trifles? Li Feng felt a surge of anger. Attending a wedding banquet only cost 1,000 yuan, indicating that the value of ghost money is roughly equivalent. These items purchased by the little ghost hardly amounted to 1 million. A frown adorned Li Feng's forehead. What are these? Why do you only introduce me to such rogues? Alas, our underworld only accommodates the wicked. The virtuous have reincarnated as humans. The wrongdoers remain in the underworld to face punishment as laborers, regardless of their past prominence. Here, they are mere laborers. Brother, what exactly do you desire? If I can fulfill it, I surely will. Li Feng was a clever individual, fully aware of this principle. The little ghost received the prompt and hurried off to execute the task. It was evident that this fellow had previously indulged recklessly with newfound wealth. Now, with renewed hope, the little ghost would undoubtedly work diligently, akin to a donkey tethered to a carrot. This underworld is indeed extraordinary. through the little ghost revelations. Li Feng was astonished by the moral integrity of the underworld system. It is indeed the realm of punishment for the wicked. Li Feng placed his phone aside and contemplated the various pills in his possession. The strength pill, by its very name, should enhance one's physical prowess. However, what on earth is the soul-consuming pill? And what of that other pill? Goodness, this truly seems unreliable. I don't even have a girlfriend to warrant such items. Musing in a whimsical manner, Li Feng's smile betrayed his elation. To acquire such a bounty of fine items was truly a remarkable stroke of fortune. Chapter 7. Setting a trap. The following day, Li Feng spent the morning engrossed in books at the library. At 12:30, he gathered his belongings and headed to the cafeteria for lunch. The campus cafeteria offered relatively affordable prices. A meal for 10 yuan included 4 dishes. As he approached the entrance, 4 individuals entered, prompting a female student to exclaim, "Wow, isn't that Feng Shuailin?" Feng Shuailin was quite the celebrity. Revered within the campus as someone exceptional. He was as eye-catching as his sleek Mazda sports car that he drove to class. His attire exuded an air of sophistication and wealth, complete with a flamboyant hairstyle that few could pull off. Many in the cafeteria turned their gazes towards him, as if beholding a walking treasury. Ah, the affluent. Li Feng cast a glance at him, recognizing this as the individual who had stolen his girlfriend. His style was indeed impressive, but it was of little concern to him now. Merely a fleeting glance, he did not pause, brushing past Feng Shuailin. Feng Shuailin had been secretly observing Li Feng and scoffed inwardly. Quite unremarkable. I hear he is an academic prodigy, but what of it? He'll end up as just another worker. As Li Feng neared the exit, Feng Shuailin suddenly called out, "Li Feng, stop." Li Feng ignored him and continued walking. Feng Shuailin, at a loss, hastily caught up and forcefully patted Li Feng on the shoulder. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you to stop?" "Why?" Li Feng retorted. Feng Shuailin angrily replied, "I am not just anyone. If you aren't the principal or anything significant, why should I stop at your command? Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" Feng Shuailin eventually realized he had fallen into Li Feng's trap. The surrounding students chuckled, and though he was furious, it was not the time or place to unleash his anger. "I sought you out to discuss a few matters. I know you're upset about your girlfriend being taken from you, and I've heard you've been bad-mouthing me, so I believe we need to talk." Feng Shuailin spoke with a hint of smugness, eager to humiliate Li Feng with by Xiaoqin, ensuring he knew his place. Yet Li Feng remained unfazed, simply shrugging. There's nothing to discuss. By Xiaoqin's choice of whom to date is her prerogative. Furthermore, I have not spoken ill of you. Are you listening? Let me reiterate. I have not spoken ill of you. Are you satisfied now? Feng Shuailin struggled to comprehend this logic, but wouldn't admit his confusion, fearing it would make him appear foolish. He nodded emphatically. Understood. Very well, then we have nothing further to discuss. Li Feng turned to walk away. Feng Shuailin pursued him once more, lightly striking Li Feng on the shoulder. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Why are you leaving? I'm here to talk to you. Let us move to that corner. Feng Shuailin pointed to a secluded spot where few people passed. Ah, how eloquently you expressed the sentiment of going our separate ways. The nearby students were captivated by Li Feng's words, impressed by his demeanor and resolve, which was anything but ordinary. Feng Shuailin's face shifted through shades of green and white, as he had intended to lead Li Feng into an isolated corner for his companions to beat him up, yet Li Feng was not falling for it. With no other options, Feng Shuailin gritted his teeth and charged at Li Feng, who staggered back 2 steps but showed no signs of anger. Why did you bump into me? Are you unable to control your body? With so many classmates watching and cameras recording, I hope you can act rationally. Feng Shuailin glanced around, and upon noticing the camera at the cafeteria entrance, his expression faltered. He indeed wished to provoke Li Feng, but Li Feng was simply unfazed. What other options remained? Feng Shuailin pondered desperately, needing a way to confront Li Feng without being seen. Li Feng, seemingly aware of Feng Shuailin's intentions, paused and suggested, if you genuinely wish to discuss, let us speak privately, away from prying eyes. Do you understand my meaning? Feng Shuailin hesitated, sensing Li Feng was hinting at something. A private discussion? What could that entail? A plea for mercy? Perhaps he wished to shield his humiliation from witnesses. Most likely, later, he would take advantage of the solitude to land a few punches. If Li Feng dared to retaliate, he would claim Li Feng initiated the altercation, allowing his friends to retaliate. If he did not fight back, he would land several blows, leaving Li Feng bruised and battered. With this plan in mind, a bright, triumphant smile spread across Feng Shuailin's face. Excellent. This is a matter between men. Let us find a quiet corner to discuss. Li Feng readily agreed. Perfect. Let us head to the bamboo grove. The bamboo grove lay on the outskirts of the school, a place seldom traversed by anyone during the day, typically frequented by couples at night. It was an ideal location for a confrontation, Feng Shuailin nodded eagerly. Yes, that will do. The unfortunate fellow, lacking intelligence, remained oblivious to the trap he had unwittingly walked into, completely led by the nose. Then follow me, Li Feng said with a mysterious smile, leading the way. In order to assert his innocence, Feng Shuailin deliberately told his companions, you all go ahead. I will talk to Li Feng. If anything comes up, I will call you. After all, they were on campus, and he still had his reservations. Confident in his cleverness, Feng Shuailin believed he would not leave any evidence for Li Feng to report him. His companions agreed, and Feng Shuailin followed closely behind Li Feng as they made their way to the small bamboo grove. 5 minutes later, deep within the grove, Feng Shuailin confronted Li Feng, stating, I offer you 2 choices. Either kneel and apologize to me, or receive a thorough beating. What do you say? Li Feng shrugged, sincerity etched on his face, saying, I can only say that you are overly optimistic. Then I shall be the first to strike, Feng Shuailin replied, his smile radiant as he observed Li Feng's frail physique, which had been neglected in favor of studies. I haven't practiced my skills in a long time. Today will serve as my training. With that, he cracked his knuckles and approached Li Feng with a sinister grin. Chapter 8. The beating, please. Grant me a power pill, Li Feng said, a flash of white light illuminating the air. He looked at Feng Shuailin and smiled. Today is a perfect opportunity to test my skills on you. Feng Shuailin launched a punch aimed at Li Feng's face, disregarding the adage of not hitting the face. Li Feng, however, met him with a punch of his own. Years of indulgence had left Feng Shuailin incapable of delivering a solid blow. His strength had been sapped by his vices. In stark contrast, Li Feng's punch sliced through the air with an unparalleled force. Upon impact, Feng Shuailin's body trembled, and he was sent flying through the air, spewing a mouthful of blood. In an instant, he sustained internal injuries. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the small pool of blood beneath him, his face as pale as a sheet. You dare to hit me? Feng Shuailin exclaimed incredulously. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he glared with fury at Li Feng and spat. Do you know who I am? You despicable little brat. I will not let you go. Just wait until I call for help. Li Feng approached him, casually patting his cheek and remarked, Call for help? I fear you may not have that opportunity. Looking down at Feng Shuailin, he continued, Does wealth make one superior? Can one trample upon the dignity of others at will? You have miscalculated. I am not someone whose dignity you can trample upon. Feng Shuailin, refrain from bothering me in the future, will you? How dare you? Feng Shuailin coughed up blood, his pale face now ablaze with rage. I will not let this go. Just wait. Struggling, he reached into his pocket for his phone, but Li Feng swiftly snatched it away. Why should I allow you to call for help? Li Feng teased, waving the phone before Feng Shuailin's eyes. What do you want from me? Feng Shuailin screamed in desperation. I want you, Li Feng replied, a smirk spreading across his face, to call me daddy. What? Feng Shuailin was taken aback, feeling utterly humiliated. After being beaten, now he was expected to call him daddy? You scoundrel. I would rather die than comply. He cursed. Li Feng simply shook his head. No, you will comply, for to you, I am a deity. Administer a drop of Meng soup to him, Li Feng commanded. As the words left his lips, Feng Shuailin shuddered, confusion clouding his eyes. He gazed at Li Feng, asking the most profound questions of human existence, much like his predecessors. Who am I? Where's this place? How did I end up here? Shuailin, Li Feng called out, pulling out his phone to record the moment while gently patting Feng Shuailin's head. I am your father. Now quickly, call me daddy. At that moment, Feng Shuailin appeared dazed, unable to recall anything. Overwhelmed by pain, yet comforted by Li Feng's familiar demeanor, he instinctively clung to Li Feng's leg. Daddy, 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 it hurts so much, daddy. Li Feng couldn't contain his laughter, tears of mirth streaming down his cheeks. Aren't you the one filled with superiority? Weren't you eager to fight me? Yet here I am, forgiving you like a father. Good boy, my darling, I will tend to your wounds shortly. First, call me daddy a few more times. Li Feng laughed as he aimed his phone at Feng Shuailin. Feng Shuailin, lost in his daze, kept calling out daddy incessantly. For 3 full minutes, Li Feng recorded the spectacle before finally putting his phone away and administering a healing pill to Feng Shuailin. The latter's expression transformed into one of relief, a contented sigh escaping his lips. Li Feng quickly retrieved his phone once more to capture the moment. It's a pity you won't go to the island to pursue that profession, he chuckled. Before long, Feng Shuailin's injuries healed remarkably well. The healing pill proved effective. Li Feng was quite satisfied, viewing Feng Shuailin merely as a test subject for the various effects of the medication. Observing his current state, the results were indeed promising. Standing up, Li Feng smiled and tucked his phone away. Were it not for the fear of trouble, I would not have wasted such a valuable healing pill. The Feng family's influence was considerable, and Li Feng had to tread carefully. This incident could not be taken too far, otherwise If Feng Shuailin awoke the next day feeling sore all over, he would undoubtedly suspect Li Feng. In this regard, wealth certainly had its advantages, instilling a sense of caution even in Li Feng. However, he couldn't resist the urge to deliver a few more slaps to Feng Shuailin's face. Smack, smack, smack. Daddy, why are you hitting me? Feng Shuailin's intelligence had regressed to that of a child, his face a picture of innocence. Li Feng reassured him. Because there were mosquitoes on your face, Daddy was just helping you swat them away. Oh, I see, Feng Shuailin replied with a smile, his naivety shining through. Thank you, Daddy. Li Feng couldn't help but ruffle his hair. What a well-behaved child you are, yet you will surely turn bad when you grow up. With a sigh, Li Feng helped Feng Shuailin to his feet and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Come, Daddy will take you somewhere. Feng Shuailin obediently followed Li Feng, who led him to the innermost part of the bamboo grove. There, they found a stone bench, albeit covered in dust, with bamboo leaves strewn across the ground. You will sit here until tomorrow morning, and then Daddy will come to fetch you. The world outside is perilous, so you mustn't wander off. If you do, a tiger might come and eat you. Feng Shuailin, with the intellect of a small child, was instantly terrified and nodded vigorously. Okay, Daddy, I understand. Li Feng nodded, satisfied, and departed at a brisk pace. Once outside the grove, he patted his chest. That was truly frightening. It was rumored that the depths of the bamboo grove were once a burial site, rarely ventured into by anyone. Moreover, the absence of streetlights meant that even couples out on a date would avoid such a treacherous path. When Feng Shuailin regained consciousness the following morning, discovering he had been sitting there all day, he would likely be terrified. With that thought, Li Feng chuckled, genuinely amused by the situation. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced the air. A ghost. Glancing over, Li Feng noticed a slender figure, a girl, fleeing in the distance. Ghost, he muttered under his breath, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, she must have seen what I did to Feng Shuailin. Without hesitation, Li Feng took off in pursuit, determined to ensure that this incident remained a secret. Chapter 9, The Medical Alliance. Despite her best efforts, the girl was not particularly swift. However, Li Feng's speed had significantly improved. The effects of the power pill extended well beyond mere physical strength. In less than 2 minutes, Li Feng caught up with the girl. He recognized her immediately. Wonka, stop running. With only a few steps between them, it was impossible for Li Feng not to identify Wonka. She was the only one at school with such long legs. Besides, he had heard her voice calling out just moments ago. What brings you here? Wonka anxiously glanced around before turning to Li Feng, a hint of fear crossing her face. I heard from a friend that you went to the bamboo grove with Feng Shuailin, so I came to check on you. But then, you just... What did I just do? Li Feng inquired. You just walked out from deep within the bamboo grove, which used to be a graveyard. Wonka's voice trembled as she spoke. I saw you coming out of there, laughing, saying something about being haunted. Did you really encounter something supernatural? You must tell me. It's broad daylight. What could I possibly have encountered? Li Feng pointed to the bright sun above. Surely you don't believe in ghosts and deities? We are medical students, after all. To believe is to see, and to disbelieve is to be blind. I must admit, I have a slight belief in such things. Wonka confessed timidly. Haha, fret not. I am perfectly fine. I was merely making a bet with Feng Shuailin to see who would dare venture into the bamboo grove. He won, and I, being cowardly, slipped out. He is still there, perhaps encountering something supernatural. Wonka could hardly believe it. Feng Shuailin is still inside. Indeed. Would you like to go in and see for yourself? Li Feng asked with a grin. Wonka shook her head repeatedly. Despite the bright day, the grove was dimly lit and eerie. I lack the courage of you boys. It's best I stay out. I came primarily to check on you, worried you might be in trouble. Thank you, Li Feng said earnestly. No need for gratitude. I've copied so many of your assignments, Wonka replied. Li Feng shook his head. It's not the same. Wonka, however, was someone who truly appreciated help. By the way, I have another reason for finding you. The class monitor asked me to inform you that a teacher is looking for you. Li Feng was puzzled. Why doesn't he just tell me himself? He's always been jealous of you. You know that, Wonka chuckled. I hear it's about forming a medical alliance. Li Feng was familiar with the medical alliance. Months prior, the school had circulated plans for voluntary enrollment, with a review committee selecting a group of elite students to be personally taught by the principal. Joining the medical alliance came with a monthly stipend of 500 yuan, in addition to serving as a reference for evaluations and promotions. It seemed the class monitor wanted to join as well, worried about competition from Li Feng. Hence the indirect message through Wang Ke, which teacher from the medical college. As they conversed, they approached the dormitory. As they neared the entrance, Bai Shuqin emerged. Her expression sour. She had a contentious relationship with Wang Ke and was at odds with Li Feng as well. Seeing them together, she scoffed. How peculiar. Things that I deem worthless are cherished by others. Are your eyes blind? Wonka retorted casually. Bai Xiaoqing's face flushed with anger. Wonka smirked. What's wrong? Now that you've landed a wealthy boyfriend, do you think you've married into a fortune? Think you can compare with me? Bai Xiaoqing's expression darkened. Wonka stepped closer, whispering, if I hear you slandering the Feng again, I'll break your mouth. Believe it or not, don't think Feng Shuilian is something special. Do you think you're that remarkable? Wang Ku's sudden assertiveness was formidable. Bai Xiaoqing fell silent. Dear? Li Feng smiled and waved. See you tomorrow. Every day? Wang Ku replied with a smile. Their affectionate exchange was almost sickeningly sweet. After parting ways, Li Feng left the dormitory building while Wang Ku ascended the stairs. Bai Xiaoqing lingered, her eyes reddening as she tried to console herself. What's so impressive about it? I didn't want it anyway. Little did she know. Li Feng had never truly regarded her. Li Feng made his way to the graduate building of the medical college, casually asking a passing teacher for directions to the faculty office. Upon reaching the office, he knocked on the door. Come in. Zheng Qing nodded. As you know, we are forming the medical alliance. I reviewed your credentials and believe you meet our standards. Excellent grades and good character. You are a rare talent. Thank you for your kindness. Teacher, I will prepare an application to join the medical alliance, Li Feng replied. Vice Minister? Li Feng inquired with curiosity. Indeed. The Vice Minister oversees daily operations concerning students and requires someone of exceptional caliber. There is 1 minister and 5 vice ministers. You would be the youngest, while the others are graduate students. With my abilities, I would be honored to accept, Li Feng nodded. Excellent. In a few days, I will submit your nomination. And there may be a small assessment, so be prepared. Yes, teacher. Chapter 10, A Matter of Pride. After their conversation, Li Feng exited the office. The school placed significant importance on the medical alliance. Securing a position within it could greatly influence future employment opportunities. Zhang Qing also mentioned that members would have the chance to enter hospitals for learning experiences, with every officer receiving an 800 yuan monthly stipend. Fantastic. Li Feng was thrilled. Such an opportunity was indeed coveted. In the following days, he studied with even greater diligence. Zhang Qing chuckled. Teacher Huang, our discussion is pointless. I have confidence in the students I selected. If you insist on showcasing your seniority, by all means, continue. Li Feng, let us get moving. Any differences stem from your belief that spending more years here grants you superiority over us newcomers. Even when I first arrived, Teacher Huang was disdainful of me. But he could do nothing. I earned my place legitimately. I will succeed. With the assessment looming, Li Feng maintained a calm demeanor. The hospital designated for the assessment was the 3rd Municipal Hospital, led by an alumnus from Lingnan University's Medical College, surnamed Li. This hospital was the first to pilot a collaboration with Lingnan University, and the director highly valued the arrival of the initial batch of students, personally welcoming them. After some pleasantries, Director Li remarked, I am curious how the alma mater plans to evaluate these students. I am eager to understand their knowledge levels. Indeed, it's commendable to see a graduate from our medical college with such determination. Director Li promptly assigned personnel, saying, Lu, you will oversee this matter. Ensure a thorough assessment of the students and document the results. Yes, Director, responded a middle-aged doctor with thinning hair. Under the director's direction, the students from Lingnan University's Medical College, led by Lu, proceeded to the clinical department on the 2nd floor. Upon arrival, Li Feng observed patients entering the clinical rooms one by one. At this time, we will open diagnostic services and create an additional consultation room. I will supervise and document. You students will attend to the patients together, and I will point out any errors, Lu said. Tearing off several sheets of paper and writing down each student's identification number, Li Feng was assigned number 6. Soon, a patient was ushered into the room. The first patient was a man suffering from a cold. He appeared stooped, coughing intermittently, his complexion fluctuating between red and pale, drool at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes glassy. Doctor, please help me. I caught a cold recently, and my head hurts terribly. Not yet. These are situations you will encounter in the future. A teacher said, frowning at Li Feng and the others. You may begin your examination now. The minister spoke first. Based on the patient's condition, it is evident that he is suffering from a severe cold, and the prolonged delay has led to damage caused by trigeminal nerve involvement, resulting in complications. The treatment plan primarily involves anti-inflammatory medications, such as carbamazepine, supplemented with analgesics. I concur with the minister's assessment. As the first speaker, the minister is a favored disciple of Professor Huang, who is also his mentor. I wholeheartedly endorse my student's opinion. Old Huang, you have truly excelled. The students you produce are exceptional. Director Lu holds the minister in high regard and takes the opportunity to reminisce with Professor Huang, recalling how he excelled in class. And now his students are equally impressive. Zhang Qing glanced at Li Feng, who scratched his nose and smiled gently. "Professor Huang, you are a venerable figure in our institution, with a wealth of knowledge and experience, and I have always held teachers like you in the highest esteem." "Enough with the flattery," Professor Huang interrupted, waving his hand. "If you cannot present a sound argument today, you may leave immediately. We do not require students who merely fill space." Li Feng nodded. No. I was merely setting the stage to ensure you don't lose face later. I disagree with your views." The room fell silent in shock. "You dare to say this about Professor Huang?" The minister's anger flared, glaring at Li Feng. "Apologize to Professor Huang at once. You have no right to speak so boldly here." The minister and Professor Huang share a symbiotic relationship. If Li Feng questions Huang, it implies a questioning of his authority as minister, and he cannot remain composed. Yet, Li Feng disregarded him, aiming his challenge directly at Professor Huang himself. Chapter 11. Confrontation. The Toxic King's secret manual contains numerous lethal techniques. In his previous life, He San Yuan invented the notorious poison crane-top red, which led to his demise and subsequent servitude in the underworld. In life, he was a skilled artisan, but in the underworld, he found it difficult to thrive. Despite his talents, he could barely make ends meet, for there was no one to poison in the realm of the dead. The 1 million that Li Feng burned improved the Toxic King's living conditions, providing him with the means to live more comfortably. Today, armed with this manual, Li Feng felt empowered to challenge Professor Huang openly. Despite receiving scorn from the minister and others, even Director Liu glanced at him with disdain. It mattered little to Li Feng. He believed he was acting justly. "I understand your discontent. You may question why a novice medical student like myself dares to challenge Professor Huang's perspective." Initially, these were the minister's words, and since Professor Huang agrees, it escalates to a question of his judgment. A lax educator breeds complacent students. Had it not been for Professor Huang's relentless pressure, I would not have disregarded his feelings. However, since the matter has been broached, it must be fully addressed. The patient is not suffering from a cold, Li Feng declared emphatically, unfazed by the opinions of others. The room was stunned. Not a cold? This fundamentally challenges the diagnosis. If such a basic ailment is misidentified, Professor Huang's reputation would be in tatters. Professor Huang grasped the implications immediately, erupting in anger. "Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? If this is not a cold, then I shall share your surname. Leave now. You have brought disgrace upon our institution." Spittle flew from Professor Huang's mouth in his fury. The other instructors shared dark expressions, aligning with Huang's sentiments. This Li Feng was truly outrageous. Several graduate students regarded Li Feng with disdain, as if he were a criminal. How could a student dare to confront a teacher? This was a breach of decorum. Zhang Qing felt uncertain and pulled Li Feng aside, asking, "Are you certain it is not a cold?" There was indeed some logic to this assertion. Zhang Qing studied Li Feng for several seconds before resolutely declaring, "Fine, if you are so confident in your judgment, then I will trust you." "Director Liu, Professor Huang, esteemed instructors, we are here to share our perspectives. We cannot dismiss someone for a mere disagreement. This is simply unreasonable. We must allow Li Feng to express his viewpoint for the sake of the patient's welfare. If he is incorrect, it can be addressed afterward. The patient seeks medical assistance, and if inadequate diagnostic skills lead to peril, neither Professor Huang nor Director Liu can bear that responsibility." The minister had posited that the patient was suffering from trigeminal nerve inflammation as a complication, which seemed plausible. However, the truth is that the patient is poisoned. The toxin was from a centipede the size of a pinky finger, hidden at the nape of the neck. Li Feng approached the patient and pointed to the back of his head. The initial belief of a cold could stem from being caught in the rain that day, resulting in a mild fever, but the primary affliction lies within the toxin. Thus, I suggest immediate testing and the administration of an antidote. This is the Western medical approach. If it were traditional Chinese medicine, nonsense. Professor Huang interjected, scoffing. "What do you mean by poisoning? You're describing a centipede as if you were an expert. Are you certain you aren't fabricating this? Have you read too many horror stories?" Li Feng frowned, growing displeased. Professor Huang exhibited a lack of tolerance, his demeanor petty. Despite numerous insults, Li Feng had restrained himself out of respect for his teacher. Yet, Huang continued to press. Li Feng replied firmly, "Professor Huang, please be mindful of your position. Interrupting someone is quite rude, especially for a teacher. Is it too much to expect self-awareness from you? Whether I am correct can be determined through testing. Why must you cast doubt on everything I say?" Professor Huang was taken aback by Li Feng's retort, his frustration mounting. "You speak of testing as if it were free. Does the patient's money not matter? You claim to be studying medicine. Yet a doctor should prioritize the well-being of the patient, not how to profit from them. The core of our discussion is about accurate diagnosis. If my assessment is correct, the cost is negligible compared to the patient's life. A physician should focus on their duty, not merely on maintaining a moral facade." That is hypocrisy. Professor Huang was livid, feeling as though Li Feng was indirectly insulting him. Fine. Ask the patient whether they wish to pay for the tests. Let us see if they trust you or me. Huang retorted angrily. Li Feng boldly countered. No need. Today, to prove that you are blind to the truth, I will cover the cost of the patient's tests myself. Nurse, please take this patient for a blood test. The atmosphere became tense. Zhang Qing, with a stern demeanor, addressed the nurse by the door. What are you waiting for? Hurry. The nurse quickly led the patient away. Professor Huang, I'll state this clearly. If Li Feng is wrong, I will leave with him. If you are wrong, I suggest you consider departing. Your narrow-mindedness is simply untenable. Professor Huang's face turned a deep shade of anger. Fine. Then you shall take Li Feng with you. What say you? Director Liu inquired. The nurse nodded, looking at Li Feng. This student's assessment is indeed correct. There is poison present in the patient's blood. The toxin is concentrated at the back of the head and has yet to spread. Surgery should be performed promptly to prevent life-threatening consequences. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Chapter 12. The Benevolence of Healers. After a moment, Director Liu swallowed hard and looked at the nurse. Are you certain? Absolutely. The nurse affirmed confidently. She had witnessed everything that transpired in the room, and, to be honest, she had been skeptical at first. Unexpectedly, everything unfolded precisely as Li Feng had described. It was indeed the venom of a centipede. Such a miraculous occurrence. How could she possibly be mistaken? This predicament left Director Liu in an awkward position. Well, it's all a misunderstanding. Merely a minor error that can be comprehended. What misunderstanding? Is this how your hospital conducts its affairs? Upon hearing Director Liu's attempt at an explanation, the patient became agitated. If it weren't for this young man insisting on his opinion, I might have been misdiagnosed as having a cold and treated to death. Wasn't it you who initially claimed it was a cold? Huang Laosher scolded. If you don't know, then refrain from speaking carelessly. Your argument lacks merit, Huang Laosher. Li Feng interjected bluntly. What the patient expresses can only serve as a reference, not a presumption. If physicians were to accept whatever the patient says is truth, then what purpose would our profession serve? Huang Laosher instantly recognized his misstep, yet his pride prevented him from conceding. This issue pertained to interests. Not only the other instructors and students, but even the department head wore expressions of doubt. The stakes were high, primarily due to the medical alliance. It could be said that if one were to join the medical alliance, their future in medicine would be significantly smoother, with tangible benefits like commendations and awards. Other teachers echoed, since Huang Laosher is busy, you may leave for now. The department head wished to interject, but, out of respect for Huang Laosher, felt too intimidated to contradict. Witnessing the sudden shift in allegiances, Huang Laosher could no longer restrain himself and left in a huff, accompanied by the department head. Listening to a mere boy's words, you will inevitably come to regret it. Nurse, please escort the patient for dialysis and procure serum, Director Liu instructed. Yet Li Feng interjected, Director Liu, I wasn't finished speaking. Liu cast a displeased glance at Li Feng. You've already sent Huang Laosher away. What more do you wish to say? Li Feng shook his head. I'm not referring to Huang Laosher. I am speaking about the patient's treatment. The cost for dialysis and serum procurement start at a minimum of 10,000. The patient may not be able to afford it. You can inquire if you wish. Do you have any money? Director Liu queried the patient. 500? This amount is utterly insufficient. Our hospital needs to cover costs as well. Here's what we can do. Consider borrowing 30,000, or else we are unable to treat you, Director Liu replied curtly. The patient was taken aback. 30,000. That's more than my entire annual income. Doctor, is there no other option? There are no discounts. I previously mentioned that our hospital must account for operational costs. I apologize, but we cannot assist you. The patient's spirit crumbled. Life had played a cruel trick on him. He glimpsed hope only to be swiftly engulfed by despair. No, I have no money. Where am I to borrow such a sum? Is it fate that decrees my demise? The patient mumbled, eyes vacant, heading towards the exit. Awaiting him was a path to oblivion. Wait, do not leave just yet. Li Feng borrowed a pen and paper from the nurse and swiftly scribbled a prescription. Follow the instructions I have provided to obtain the medication. I cannot guarantee a cure, but it should not pose significant issues. The patient expressed his gratitude. Thank you, doctor, thank you. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. It was merely a trivial act. Curious, Director Liu approached and glanced at the prescription, only to be struck with alarm. Toad venom, a snake gallbladder, and 2 stalks of all toxic substances. At Liu's exclamation, the other instructors turned their gaze, each mirroring Liu's shock. None could comprehend why Li Feng would prescribe such a concoction. Seeing the disconcerted expressions, the patient grew anxious. Doctor, is this prescription? He is not a physician from our hospital. Director Liu hurriedly explained. Fearing the patient might blame the hospital for using the prescription, Li Feng reassured the patient, I am indeed not a physician from this hospital. This prescription is traditional Chinese medicine, something you can afford. Although it consists of toxic substances, I adhere to the principle of using poison to combat poison. It is up to you to decide whether to try it. Director Liu, you were trained in Western medicine, correct? Li Feng inquired. Liu nodded. Indeed. I come from a background in Western medicine. Precisely, Li Feng snapped his fingers. Western medicine often fails to grasp the intricacies of traditional Chinese medicine, and vice versa. If the patient cannot afford treatment, the outcome remains unchanged whether there is a remedy or not. Director Liu, throughout the vast expanse of China, traditional Chinese medicine has endured for millennia. I believe we must acknowledge its value, extract its essence while discarding the dross. How easy it is to speak, Director Liu sighed. Most contemporary practitioners of Chinese medicine are charlatans. When questioned, they cannot provide coherent reasoning. I perceive traditional medicine as largely insubstantial. Your observation holds some truth. While it reflects a certain phenomenon, throughout history, before the advent of Western medicine, people relied on traditional Chinese medicine for healing. There must be some essence within it. Do you truly believe in it? Liu asked. Li Feng nodded resolutely. I firmly do. Why this conviction? Because just now, I relied on the secret texts of the Poison King to outmaneuver Huang Laoshi. The efficacy of treatment can only be revealed through trial, as long as it saves lives. What do the opinions of gods and spirits matter? Chapter 13. High aspirations, fragile lives on this day of trials. Armed with professional knowledge and the enigmatic secret text of the Poison King, Li Feng not only resolved the patient's commonplace ailments but also deftly addressed numerous complex conditions. Before long, the medical alliance gained momentum within the school. Under the vigorous promotional efforts of the administration, the significance of the medical alliance became widely recognized. Many sought to join, and on Tuesday, the medical alliance officially opened its doors for new members. As one of the principal coordinators, Li Feng participated in the review and interview process. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the influx of applicants exceeded his expectations. With many graduate and undergraduate students vying for a position, it was apparent that everyone understood the medical alliance was not comparable to student councils or other campus organizations. It was an institution that influenced employment opportunities and scholarships. The vast majority of medical students applied for membership, while a minority refrained, possibly having lost faith in this path. Bai Xiaoqin chose not to join, aware that her academic performance was subpar, and she understood that scholarships were irrelevant to her prospects of becoming a physician. However, when news spread that Li Feng was a key figure, Bai Xiaoqin felt tempted. Xiaoqin, if you simply ask, Li Feng will surely oblige. He has always held affection for you. We have all noticed, and he would never deny you. Indeed, Xiaoqin, this is an excellent opportunity. You must not let it slip away. Consider that female doctors are currently the most sought-after profession in the marriage market. Once you become a physician, what affluent suitor would not be enamored by you? Someone who can both care for them and provide medical attention. Xiaoqin, give it a try. Encouraged by her roommates and friends, on Wednesday morning, Bai Xiaoqin arrived at the medical school's office building, joining the lengthy queue for applications. Feeling inspired by the crowd, for reasons unknown, Bai Xiaoqin held high hopes for the interview. Li Feng, that timid boy, will surely not refuse me with just a hint of charm. With such thoughts, Bai Xiaoqin grew increasingly excited about the impending interview. At 10 o'clock, it was finally her turn. She adjusted her collar and strutted proudly into the interview room. Li Feng sat in the central position, flanked by 4 deputy directors. None of the others recognized Bai Xiaoqin, but Li Feng did. Bai Xiaoqin, what brings you here? I wanted to see you. I heard you become a leader in the medical alliance. Congratulations, Riezi. I always knew you were exceptional, Bai Xiaoqin cooed. Bowing slightly to the other 4 members present, hello, I am Li Feng's ex-girlfriend, Bai Xiaoqin. I have come to interview, and I hope you will allow me to pass. My relationship with Li Feng remains quite harmonious. The 4 deputy ministers seated beside him exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with peculiarity. What is this? A case of nepotism? The architect of this entire situation is none other than Li Feng. He has become a prominent figure within the academy, to the extent that even teacher Huang avoids him, bowing his head to circumvent his path. Ah, Bai Xiaoqin, right? Since your relationship with Li Feng is amicable, I have no objections, provided he consents, declared one deputy minister. The others echoed similar sentiments, agreeing that as long as Li Feng approved, they would turn a blind eye to the matter. Bai Xiaoqin's heart soared at this development. Now, all it required was Li Feng's nod, and the matter would be settled. Li Feng, I know you still care for me, don't you? Remember our past. How beautiful it was, how fond you were of me. You once promised to make me happy, do you recall? Under Bai Xiaoqin's narration, a warm and tender romantic scene unfolded, where an ardent and devoted young man was always willing to give everything for his beloved. The flames of gossip ignited within the hearts of the deputy ministers. Li Feng, with his head bowed, concealed his thoughts from everyone. Until one moment. His fist slammed down on the table with a resounding thud, startling everyone present. Bai Shaoqin was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with tears. Li Feng, do you no longer love me? You once professed your love. How could you do this? If you could just improve a little, I might consider rekindling our relationship. Li Feng fixed his gaze upon Bai Shaoqin, each of her words resonating as a profound irony. Now, he needed to return this irony to her. I did say I loved you, but that was in the past. You have a new boyfriend, someone you chose for money. The so-called kindness you spoke of now repulses me. Just the sight of you makes me feel sick. Bai Shaoqin was stunned, disbelief etched on her face. Impossible. You used to listen to everything I said. You cannot possibly have stopped loving me. Bai Shaoqin, face reality. You once claimed I was unworthy of you. I now return that sentiment. Take care of yourself, and leave. After Li Feng spoke, he showed no further interest in her, calling out towards the door. Next. Bai Shaoqin stood there, frozen, her expression exceedingly awkward. She felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Something she had once disregarded suddenly revealed its significant value after being lost. After a moment, she stumbled out of the interview room, gazing up at the sky, tears unexpectedly streaming down her cheeks. She now comprehended that Li Feng no longer belonged to her, perhaps never would again. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. Was it my fault? No, I did nothing wrong. I merely sought a better life. Only someone like Feng Shuailin can provide me with that. Li Feng, one day you will understand that I, Bai Shaoqin, will always be the woman you look up to. Chapter 14. An eye for an eye. Feng Shuailin was furious. What? He actually dared to seek revenge? Shaoqin, do not be disheartened. I will find someone to avenge you. Recently, he had attempted to settle a score with Li Feng, but for reasons unknown. That day seemed to have vanished from his memory. God knows how he had fled from the bamboo grove, terrified beyond measure in that eerie, desolate environment, where the wind rustled the bamboo leaves, creating an unsettling atmosphere. As for Li Feng, he was a secondary concern. Feng Shuailin was too preoccupied with healing his psychological wounds to focus on him. However, Bai Shaoqin's call today reminded him that he had not adequately dealt with Li Feng. Feng Shuailin retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Brother Niu, are you busy? I've encountered a little issue and need to teach someone a lesson. He is just a poor student, so there shouldn't be any trouble. If you're willing to come, I'll pay each of you 1,000 cash. Great. See you at the school gate this afternoon. After hanging up, a scowl darkened Feng Shuailin's face. Brother Niu was a friend he had recently met at a bar, a burly man with a physique as robust as an ox. Once Brother Niu was involved, it would be entertaining to see Li Feng's reaction. How dare he provoke me? At 3:30 that afternoon, as the class bell rang, Li Feng walked along the path to the medical school office building. With numerous responsibilities on his plate, including his role as the head of the Medical Alliance, he rushed there immediately after class. The merits he had accrued from saving patients at the hospital had increased significantly. In time, he would be able to connect with higher-tier individuals. Life was progressing in a splendid direction. Just as Li Feng reveled in his thoughts, a van approached, and its occupants forcibly dragged him inside. A group of them descended upon him, binding him in a sack and delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Li Feng struggled for a moment before gradually falling silent. Noticing his compliance, the assailants ceased their assault. Soon, the van arrived at an abandoned factory not far from the school. The young men, grinning maliciously, pulled Li Feng out and tied him to a pillar. The leader, brutish in demeanor, slapped Li Feng's face. Kid, you really are out of luck, daring to provoke Feng Shao. I want to deal with you just yet. I'll let Feng Shao have his fun first. 10 minutes later, Feng Shuailin arrived in his conspicuous Mazda sports car, accompanied by Bai Shaoqin. Snuggling against Feng Shuailin, she spotted Li Feng bound to the pillar and giggled. Oh, isn't this our recently popular minister, Li Feng? What brings you here? Li Feng regarded Bai Shaoqin with an expression of calm indifference. What are you doing here? I'm certainly not here to rescue you. I came to witness your miserable state. Li Feng, have you come to terms with reality? You're just an incompetent and useless boy. How dare you act arrogantly before me? With your disposition, it's only right you find yourself in this predicament. Feng Shuailin burst into laughter. Li Feng, we brought you here, firstly to avenge our dear Shaoqin, for you dared to seek revenge for personal grievances. Secondly, it's purely personal. I can't stand seeing you like this, hearing that you've been bad-mouthing me. For some reason. Upon hearing Feng Shuailin echo sentiments similar to those from their last encounter, Li Feng suddenly felt an urge to laugh. As Feng Shuailin continued his tirade, he noticed Li Feng smiling and paused in surprise. You're in a good mood. How can you still smile at a time like this? Brother Niu, could you lend me a steel pipe? Brother Niu produced a steel pipe, which Feng Shuailin seized, brandishing it menacingly. Today, I'll break your hands. And let us see how you plan to be a doctor afterward. Trash will always remain trash, forever unable to rise. Li Feng glanced at Feng Shuailin. Then at Bai Xiaoqin. So, it's you lot who wish to harm me, is it? Indeed, it's me who wants to deal with you. Feng Shuailin exclaimed with glee. Li Feng nodded, then suddenly exerted force, snapping the ropes that bound him with a resounding crack. He stretched his limbs. Brother Nyo charged toward Li Feng, swinging a fist. Kid, you've got some skills to break free. Let us see if I don't knock you out. With a swift motion, Brother Nyo's fist aimed for Li Feng, a powerful strike that would certainly leave him in pain for days. However, Li Feng effortlessly deflected the blow with one hand, calmly stating, "Is that all you've got? Are you still hungry?" Enraged, Brother Nyo launched another strike. But before his fist could reach Li Feng countered with a punch to his abdomen. With a powerful thud, Brother Nyo doubled over, collapsing to the ground in agony like a shrimp tossed into hot oil, writhing in pain. As the words fell, Li Feng sprang into action with remarkable speed, his strikes fierce and unrelenting. With each punch he delivered, another of Brother Nyo's subordinates fell to the ground, incapacitated. In mere moments, 5 of Brother Nyo's men lay on the ground, writhing in pain, unable to rise. After dispatching this group of thugs, Li Feng approached Feng Shuailin, who stood there pale and trembling. He could scarcely fathom that Li Feng possessed such formidable strength that bordered on the unbelievable. Why you? Feng Shuailin swung a steel pipe, aiming for Li Feng's head. Li Feng deftly intercepted it, pulling it from Feng Shuailin's grip and sending it flying far away. In a flash, Li Feng extended one hand and seized Feng Shuailin by the neck, lifting him off the ground. You will never comprehend the caliber of the person you have offended. In my eyes, the one oblivious to the consequences is you, not me. Today, you shall witness who truly breaks whom. Just as Li Feng was about to strike, Bai Xiaoqin, in a frenzy, lunged at him, attempting to scratch his face with her nails. Li Feng regarded her with indifference and delivered a crisp slap. The world fell silent. A clear palm print marred Bai Xiaoqin's face. You hit me. How dare you? She exclaimed, a mix of anger and fear coloring her expression. Though she still attempted to maintain an air of bravado, Li Feng sneered. For a woman who readily seeks to have others strike me merely to elevate her own stature, my slap is but a triviality. Bai Xiaoqin, I was blind to have ever taken an interest in you. Henceforth, keep your distance. As for your boyfriend, I shall demonstrate just how easily I can break his hand. With that, he struck Feng Shuailin's right hand with a powerful blow. No, Feng Shuailin screamed in terror. Yet he could not evade the impending doom. A resounding crack echoed, the unmistakable sound of a bone fracturing. Feng Shuailin struggled violently, let out a horrified scream, and then succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 15. A dead horse as a living horse doctor. After dealing with the thugs, Li Feng did not leave immediately. To avoid a protracted confrontation with such individuals, it was imperative to eliminate the threat altogether. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he dragged Feng Shuailin out of the factory. Bai Xiaoqin, torn between fear and concern, crouched down, sobbing. Feng Shuailin, in excruciating pain, was dragged along, tears and snot staining his clothes. Li Feng displayed no regard for his suffering, letting him down and coldly stating, Feng Shuailin, I hold your secrets in my possession. If you wish to avoid becoming the laughingstock of the entire school, you'd best behave. Feng Shuailin's face was a mask of terror. If word got out, how could he ever face anyone again? You dare do this to me? Li Feng, delete that video immediately, he pleaded, unwilling to be subjected to Li Feng's machinations. But Li Feng was intent on ensuring his subjugation, or else what? Have you lost your mind? Do you understand my words? He clenched his fist, his gaze menacing. Li Feng patted Feng Shuailin's head and rose to his feet. I've told you before, why trouble me? I'm just a poor boy. I have little to lose. But push me too far and I will bite back. Feng Shuailin dared not utter a word. Li Feng was satisfied with his compliance, nodding before departing slowly. Now that the deed was done, he felt no regret, but an urgent need to enhance his strength pressed upon him. The conventional methods he once relied upon were no longer sufficient. Fortunately, there was a WeChat group from the underworld. Li Feng sent a message to the little ghost leader. Please procure some valuable items for me as quickly as possible. Money is no object. The issue lay with the little ghost leader's limited connections and low status within the underworld hierarchy. To obtain truly valuable items, he needed to forge alliances with higher-ranking figures in the netherworld. Merit points were crucial in determining his ability to connect with influential personalities. Early the next morning, Li Feng set out with his team to the hospital, instructing 3 deputy ministers to arrange personnel. With the hospital's assistance, they adopted the previous protocol, one doctor on duty while other trainees took turns assessing and treating patients. Li Feng supervised from the sidelines, feeling that everything was proceeding smoothly. Seizing a moment of respite, he quietly exited the ward. as some patients noticed Li Feng, clad in a white coat, slowly walking by. They expressed their discontent. What time is it? And this doctor is still dawdling. Li Feng remained silent, descending to the restroom where he exhaled a sigh of relief. Even going to the restroom had its challenges. If he rushed too much and couldn't hold it, who would be to blame? He hadn't had a moment's rest since arriving at the hospital. As the minister of the Medical Alliance, his responsibilities were numerous, requiring his constant presence. Having held it for too long, he feared that if he waited any longer, he might embarrass himself. After comfortably relieving himself, he exited the restroom and passed through the lobby, where a frantic group burst into the hospital. A middle-aged man was carrying a young man, shouting, "Doctor, where are you? Please save my young master. Another emergency." Li Feng observed them, muttering to himself about the hospital's insufficient manpower. The family members, frantic and cursing, spotted Li Feng and rushed over. "You're a doctor, right? Please save my young master." "I am not a doctor," Li Feng replied, lacking a medical license and thus unable to practice medicine. Before he could finish, the head nurse rushed over from a distance. "Li Feng, please help manage the patient. I'll go fetch Director Liu and the others. You take them to the special care ward." The head nurse dashed off to summon help. Li Feng, gritting his teeth, began to arrange for the patient to be moved to the special care unit. The head nurse, however, was being reckless. This patient's condition was dire. In the special care ward, the young patient lay with eyes rolled back, foam forming at his mouth. This was symptomatic of poisoning. Li Feng quickly inquired of the family. "Did he ingest something?" The middle-aged man replied, "I don't know. He only drank a bottle of soda at home, and now he acts like this." Li Feng leaned closer, sniffing the young man's mouth, and his expression shifted dramatically. "This is paraquat." "What? Paraquat?" The family's faces paled at Li Feng's diagnosis. Paraquat is a deadly pesticide, with a mortality rate of up to 99% for those who accidentally ingest even a small amount. "Step aside," Li Feng shouted. Leaping onto the bed, he transformed his fist into an open palm, his thumb and middle finger poised, and struck the patient's body with forceful blows. The sound of rapid impacts reverberated through the ward, leaving the family members dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the head nurse rushed to the office upstairs, bursting into Director Liu's office without knocking. "Not good, Director Liu. The young heir of heightened group, Lu Zhao, is in critical danger and needs you immediately." "What? The young heir of heightened group?" Director Liu's pupils constricted. Heightened Group was a renowned enterprise in the city, and a nearby development was indeed theirs, a legitimate major corporation. "Lead the way. I'm heading down now." Director Liu sprang to his feet, questioning as he ran. "What is Lu Zhao's condition?" "Very critical. I only learned from the Liu family servant in the registration room. I just saw him downstairs. He was nearly done for, and Li Feng was there. I asked him to keep an eye on things." "What are you doing?" "Li Feng is just a student. Do you realize how this might infuriate the patient's family? If Lu Zhao dies in the hospital, the Liu family will certainly place the blame on us, and then we'll see how you handle that." Director Liu fumed. Only then did the head nurse consider the implications, her face turning ashen. They quickened their pace, rushing to the special care ward, and upon entering, they were all left in stunned silence. Chapter 16. Responsibility and Accountability. On the hospital bed, Li Feng held Lu Zhao's legs aloft, suspending him upside down. Lu Zhao was foaming at the mouth, blood tinged with black seeping out, dripping onto the floor. Director Liu and the head nurse had never witnessed such a scenario in their medical careers. The family of the patient was so terrified that they dared not move an inch. Director Liu shouted, "Li Feng, what on earth have you done to the patient? How could you practice medicine without our permission? Do you understand the responsibility that entails? Can you bear this burden?" Li Feng was drenched in sweat, having long since neglected many things in his quest to treat the patient. Now that the patient's condition had begun to improve, he felt less afraid and replied to Director Liu, "Please wait a moment, Director Liu. I have cleansed the toxic blood from his body. I will discuss his condition with you shortly." The secret technique of the Poison King was the lifelong work of San Yuan. As the Poison King, he not only excelled in creating poisons, but also possessed considerable medical skills. His unique technique of manipulating vital energy enabled him to harness the body's life force, a secret art for preserving life. Li Feng had learned this technique from the Poison King's manual, using all his strength to strike Lu Zhao's acupoints, forcing his blood to flow in reverse and expelling the toxins. Without such skills, it would have been impossible to save anyone, not even with divine intervention. However, Director Liu was unaware of the intricacies involved and was trembling with rage, declaring, "If anything goes wrong, you will bear full responsibility. I will not intervene." Though he claimed not to care, he was still bound to oversee the situation. Upon reviewing the medical records, he could no longer restrain himself and lunged forward, exclaiming, "Li Feng, have you lost your mind? He has ingested paraquat, not centipede venom." Just as Li Feng had set Lu Zhao down and had not yet caught his breath, Director Lu seized him by the collar and pinned him against the wall. Li Feng, irritated, retorted, Director Lu, besides gastric lavage, does the hospital have any special methods for treating paraquat poisoning? It has been over 20 minutes since the poisoning occurred. How effective will gastric lavage be? Since I am here, I will use my own method to treat him. You have no medical qualifications, and your methods will only hasten the patient's demise. Director Lu glared at Li Feng, his spittle flying. You have brought great trouble to our hospital. Human life is at stake. I have no choice. As for whether I can treat him, I know my capabilities. If you do not trust traditional Chinese medicine, that is your prerogative. It is none of my concern. Li Feng coldly replied, brushing aside Director Lu's hand. Director Lu, enraged, exclaimed, Fine, you remain obstinate. I will definitely report this to your school. Once you are expelled, we shall see if you still have that confidence. Do as you please, Li Feng said indifferently. You dare to retort? Get out. Director Lu pointed furiously at Li Feng. Saving a life had led to such indignities. Li Feng frowned and turned to leave. Not long after Li Feng exited, another group entered the ward. Among them was a greasy middle-aged man and a woman. Upon seeing the unconscious Lu Zhao and the dark blood on the floor, they erupted in fury. Where's the hospital director? If anything happens to my son, I, Lu Tianxing, will demolish this hospital tomorrow. Zhao, what has happened to you? Don't scare your mother. Zhao, please wake up. The woman rushed forward, shaking Lu Zhao in a desperate attempt to rouse him. This was Lu Tianxing and his wife, the owners of the Lu Group. If Lu Tianxing threatened to demolish the hospital, he was not making idle threats. Director Lu hurried forward, stating, Mr. Lu, we will do everything in our power to save your son. Are you the director of this hospital? Lu Tianxing glared, his presence imposing. No, I'm the department head. You lack the qualifications. Summon your director immediately. I demand a treatment plan right now, or do not blame me for being rude. Lu Tianxing spoke in a low, menacing tone. Director Lu, at a loss for words, instructed the head nurse, go fetch the director. Why is my son vomiting so much blood? What kind of operation is this hospital running? Lu Zhao's mother turned to Director Lu, her voice raised in desperation. Your son ingested paraquat. We are preparing for an emergency surgery, he replied. You are lying. Just now, you let a student mess around with my young master. The servant who had carried Lu Zhao vehemently retorted, turning to the Lu couple to recount the events, especially what Li Feng had done to Lu Zhao. I will kill you. Lu Tianxing, enraged after hearing a few words, lunged at Director Lu. This is not my fault. I arrived too late. It is all that Li Feng's doing. Now everyone was shifting the blame onto Li Feng. The real concern was whether this incident would affect the relationship between the school and the hospital. The school had worked hard to establish this partnership. And if it fell apart due to Li Feng's actions, he would truly be letting down the trust placed in him by the school. To think he could ruin the collaboration, how ironic. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Zhang Qing, noticing Li Feng's unusual demeanor, asked, What's wrong? Li Feng took her outside and recounted the events that had just transpired, discussing the potential repercussions of the situation. As she listened, Zhang Qing's expression grew increasingly serious. They are going too far. They want to use you as a scapegoat. No, we cannot bear this unjust blame. But a man should stand tall and take responsibility for his actions. Li Feng insisted. Zhang Qing paused, then suddenly smiled softly. You still possess such courage. Let me ask you, what if you were expelled from school because of this? In the end, I will rise again. I do not fear expulsion, Li Feng declared resolutely. Zhang Qing nodded. It is precisely because you possess such integrity that the school must protect students like you. You must leave quickly. This matter will be resolved by the school. Li Feng hesitated to depart. Zhang Qing fixed her gaze on him, asking, Do you trust your teachers? If you believe in me, you must leave now. Otherwise, this teacher may become upset. Seeing her playful expression, Li Feng's hardened heart softened. Very well, I trust you, teacher. He nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 17. The fury of a single outburst upon exiting the hospital, Li Feng let out a long sigh. In these times, the medical profession had become exceedingly difficult. The strained doctor-patient relationship had long ceased to be a novelty. However, few understood that, in addition to external pressures, internal pressures were equally substantial. Director Lu's earlier tirade was unrestrained and harsh. Li Feng, too, had his pride. Did Director Lu not recognize that? His outburst was merely a reflection of his disdain. After all, Director Lu had attained a significant position, with considerable wealth and status, and thus would naturally adopt such an attitude. Moreover, Teacher Huang was his peer, and since Li Feng had driven Teacher Huang away, it was hardly surprising that he took out his frustrations on him. The path of medicine was indeed fraught with challenges from the outset. Meanwhile, Director Lu had the head nurse urgently summoned the hospital director. Lu Tianxing was furious, storming around the ward. Had it not been for the potential legal repercussions, he would have gladly torn apart the entire hospital staff. The director frowned and asked Director Liu, "Is this true? Who treated him?" Director Liu, exasperated, replied, "Li Feng treated him. He is just a student acting recklessly without our knowledge. By the time we arrived, it was too late." Director, I truly have no way to resolve this. I have already administered medication, and we must proceed with surgery immediately. The hospital director approached the bedside, checked Lu Zhao's eyelids, and felt his pulse. Gradually, his frown relaxed. Strange, very strange. Director, what is strange? Is there no hope? Director Lu's face darkened, his heart sinking at the thought that Li Feng had caused Lu Zhao's demise. The director shook his head. Lu Zhao's pulse is stabilizing, and there are no signs of conjunctival injection. His sclera is clear. Look at the blood on the floor. It is black. The chemical effects of paraquat do not cause blood to turn this color. The only explanation is that the toxins from the paraquat are contained within this blood. Director Liu, how did Li Feng treat him? I do not know, Director Liu said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He recalled his earlier confrontation with Li Feng and felt a twinge of unease. What is my son's condition? Please be clear, Lu Tianqing shouted. The director looked at Lu Tianqing. Thanks to that in turn, your son is safe. If Lu Zhao were to be transferred to another hospital and saved, it would indeed be a remarkable occurrence. My son is all right? Lu Tianqing was taken aback. The director nodded. Director Liu, Mr. Liu, in times of crisis, remember not to panic. We must assess the situation before making any judgments. Nurse, please draw some blood from Lu Zhao for testing. We will know the results shortly. The head nurse hurriedly followed the director's orders. The director, hands clasped behind his back, smiled. As I anticipated, Mr. Liu, you can rest easy now. Tears of joy welled up in Lu Tianqing's eyes. The return of his child filled him with overwhelming emotion, and he embraced Lu Zhao, weeping profusely. Where's Li Feng? Call him over, the director instructed Director Liu. There is still 30% of the toxin remaining. If it is not entirely eradicated, Lu Zhao may suffer from lasting effects. Director Liu felt a chill run down his spine. Director, before I could finish my thought, Lu Zhao suddenly began to convulse violently. Lu Tianqing cried out in terror. What is happening to my son, Director? The director rushed over to assess the situation and turned to Director Liu. What medication did you administer? Just some antibodies, nothing else. What's wrong, Director? The director snapped back. You fool. The patient's condition can change in an instant. You cannot administer medication blindly. Only Li Feng can eliminate the toxin now. Hurry and summon him. Director Liu, feeling the pressure, replied, Director, I have already dismissed Li Feng. He lacks a medical license, and allowing him to remain here is against hospital regulations. We cannot allow such individuals to exist here. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Lu Tianqing, in a fit of rage, slapped Director Liu hard across the face. You may be licensed, but look at the state my son is in. Save him. Director Liu, holding his face, fell silent. The director urged, what are you waiting for? Go fetch Li Feng. Director Liu dashed out of the ward. At that moment, Lu Tianqing suddenly recalled something and shouted, this is bad. What now? The director groaned in frustration. My wife went to find Li Feng. She thought he was responsible for Lu Zhao's condition and left in anger. The director waved his hand dismissively. Without Li Feng, you may as well prepare for your son's demise. Lu Tianqing rushed out of the ward, desperate to quell any harmful suspicions. Li Feng had not strayed far from the hospital when he was confronted by Lu Zhao's mother and several bodyguards. Hit him, beat him severely, break his hands. I want him to never practice medicine again, lest he harm others, commanded Lu Ma. Several bodyguards lunged at Li Feng, fists flying. It hurt immensely. His head was grazed and bleeding, blood streaming down his face, obscuring his vision in a haze of crimson. Li Feng gritted his teeth. You want to die? Suddenly, the gaunt figure surrounded by assailants unleashed a remarkable strength. With a swift motion, he sent 3 bodyguards flying several meters away. Lu Ma screamed in shock at this unexpected turn of events. Before she could call for help, Li Feng seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Why did you have them attack me? What have I done to you? He glared at Lu Ma, his voice cold. She struggled desperately, feeling his grip tighten like iron around her throat. You killed my son, you quack. I will avenge him. In that moment, clarity dawned upon Li Feng. These people had never believed in him. Neither Director Liu nor Lu Zhao's mother had shown the slightest trust. It was a profound irony. Under the sunlight, Li Feng laughed loudly. Ignorance. Stop. Let go of my wife. A thunderous voice interrupted Li Feng's laughter. Lu Tianqing charged forward, throwing a punch. Li Feng effortlessly countered, his strength amplified by the potent pills he had taken, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Lu Tianqing was sent flying faster than he had come, tumbling several times upon impact. Li Feng had held back. Had he not, a single blow could have shattered Lu Tianqing's arm. Chapter 18. Li Feng's Retribution. Controlling the situation was akin to solving a problem. Each step must be precise to break the deadlock. Li Feng was no longer the frail scholar of yore. He would resist injustice and possess the means to do so. Had I known Lu Zhao's parents were such people who repay kindness with malice, I might have chosen not to intervene. I warn you, keep your distance. Though I am a student, I am not easily bullied. Lu Ma, supporting Lu Tianqing, was filled with wrath. Repay kindness with malice? You clearly killed my son. What did you say? Li Feng gritted his teeth. I said what I meant. Should I fear you? Just as Lu Ma prepared to scold further, she was restrained by Lu Tianqing. Stop it, dear. It was Li Feng who saved Zhao's life. I came to prevent you from causing a scene. What? Lu Ma was taken aback. Zhao's life is safe now, but there are still toxins in his body that require Li Feng's assistance. No one else can help. Lu Tianqing explained helplessly. Li Feng remained unmoved. Li Feng, only you can save my son. Please, I beg you, Lu Tianqing pleaded. Why should I beg him? He is a doctor by profession. Healing is his duty. If he dares not help, we will file a complaint against him and see if he can withstand the consequences. Lu Ma supported her husband, believing Li Feng owed them this. Initially, Li Feng might have considered helping due to Lu Tianqing's demeanor, but Lu Ma's attitude infuriated him. Not only had she repaid kindness with malice, but now she assumed a righteous stance. Why should I help? Li Feng replied coldly. Healing is indeed a doctor's duty. But I am not a doctor. I am a student. My skills are limited, and I cannot save your son. Seek a more qualified practitioner. I will not accompany you. Lu Ma was stunned, then furiously retorted. Even if you are a student, I will report you to your superiors for neglecting a life. What can you report for neglecting a life? You must be out of your mind, Li Feng thought. Lu Tianqing shot Lu Ma a frustrated glare. Dear, stop. Those with the ability cannot be trifled with. What else can we do? We must plead with him, Lu Tianqing insisted, dragging his wife along as they limped after Li Feng. Although he had sustained some minor injuries, they were inconsequential, and he quickly caught up with Li Feng. Brotherly. Wait. I implore you to save my son. My wife is blind to the truth. I apologize on her behalf. No need. I cannot bear it, Li Feng replied. Continuing without pausing, Lu Tianqing felt his heart sink. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a servant calling. Sir, it's not good. Young master has started to vomit blood. The director is furious. Why haven't you brought him in yet? Lu Tianqing's body jolted, his expression blank and lost. It felt as if all his vitality had been drained away. It's over. It's all over. Lu Ma, having heard the phone call, saw her husband's despair, and regret flooded her heart. No, Li Feng, don't go. She lunged at him, grasping his legs, weeping. I was blind to your worth. I am sorry. Please. I beg you, save my son. He is so understanding and obedient. Lu Ma cried sorrowfully as Lu Tianqing joined in pleading. Back at the hospital, Li Feng employed his skills to slowly adjust Lu Zhao's condition. In truth, Lu Zhao's vomiting of blood was not a grave matter. It was merely a side effect of the energy transfer. Half an hour later, Li Feng exited the ward. Lu Ma and the others rushed forward, their faces etched with concern. How is he? Li Feng's expression was grave. It's hopeless. What? Lu Ma collapsed to the ground. Lu Tianqing was equally stunned. Was he just fine? How could it suddenly be hopeless? It's all my fault for delaying matters. I am unworthy to be Zhao's mother. Lu Ma wept bitterly. Li Feng felt a surge of satisfaction within, and after a brief pause, spoke slowly. I haven't finished yet. I was initially sure he was doomed. But now, there is no need for concern. I will assist him with a few more treatments, and he will be just fine. The immense surprise struck Lu Ma and her husband, causing them to embrace and weep. The others, however, wore expressions of embarrassment. Even a fool could discern that Li Feng was toying with the Lu couple. This also revealed that Li Feng was a person who bore grudges. Director Lu stood by, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. He had previously offended Li Feng severely. Xiao Rui, don't take this minor issue to heart. I understand the situation. You were left with no choice at that time. I believe this position should still be yours. I will explain the matter to the alma mater. Our school is fortunate to have a talent like you. Yet, Director Lu had just mentioned that Li Feng hesitated to speak. The dean immediately cast a stern glance at Lu, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. His foreboding was swiftly validated. Director Lu, what did you just say to Li Feng? The dean inquired in a low voice. I said he doesn't have a medical license, but dean, this is our hospital's regulation. How could a student practice medicine? Director Lu defended himself. Shut your mouth. If Li Feng cannot practice medicine, then can you? Lu Tianqing shouted angrily, pointing a finger at Director Lu's nose, nearly accusing him of endangering his son's life. If not for Director Lu's connections, he would never have offended such a brilliant doctor as Li Feng. For a moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Director Lu, whose back was drenched in sweat. The dean declared, Director Lu, rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Special circumstances require special analysis. If you lack this basic awareness, your position as director is hereby revoked. I suggest you return to the grassroots and gain some experience. Director Liu felt on the verge of tears. The role of hospital director not only offered a high salary, but was also relatively effortless. It had taken him a long time to reach this point. And who knew when he would see an end if he had to go back to training? Yet, in front of the dean and so many others, he dared not voice his concerns and could only nod repeatedly. Yes, I recognize my shortcomings and will strive to perform better in the future. Please rest assured, Dean. And I ask everyone to supervise me. Good, I will observe, the dean replied before turning to Li Feng. Now that Director Liu is no longer the director, do not take his words to heart. Li Feng, you are a promising talent who will undoubtedly shine in the future. Please stay with us at our hospital. Given the dean's persistent invitation, Li Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. Then I shall respectfully comply. Thank you for your mentorship, Dean. Now that the matters at your hospital are settled, it's nearly time. Li Feng, since you've worked hard, may I treat you to lunch? Lu Tianqing suggested. Dean, is that permissible? Li Feng asked as he glanced at the dean for approval. The dean waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. This does not violate the hospital's principles. Moreover, you are still a student. Our hospital won't interfere. Li Feng nodded and replied to Lu Tianqing. Then I shall respectfully comply. Lu Tianqing was overjoyed and immediately ordered a car and reserved a banquet hall. Chapter 19. A fortunate encounter. Jingtian Hotel, located near the hospital, is considered a high-end establishment. Diners come and go, and the dishes are unique. After securing a table, Lu Tianqing and Li Feng arrived at the private room of Jingtian Hotel. Lu Tianqing personally poured tea and water, attending to every detail with utmost respect. Divine Doctor, I apologize for the humble surroundings. We can only offer you this for now. Please, call me Xiao Rui, Li Feng replied. Very well, Xiao Rui. Lu Tianqing smiled broadly as he and his wife took a seat. Thanks to you, my little Zhao has been spared from peril. As a father, I am deeply grateful. And I thank you on behalf of my son. It was merely an act of goodwill. There is no need for such formality, Li Feng responded lightly. The waiter quickly brought the dishes, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Lu Tianqing poured himself a glass of wine and then filled a glass for Li Feng, who accepted with a polite thank you. Even Li Feng indulged in wine, prompting Lu Ma to request her husband pour her a glass as well. Come, let us enjoy the meal, Lu Tianqing urged. A splendid array of dishes adorned the table, and as they dined leisurely, Lu Tianqing raised his glass and stood up. Although you, Xiao Rui, may not dwell on past grievances, my wife and I cannot forget your kindness. It would be rude to repay kindness with resentment. On behalf of my wife, I sincerely apologize, and I hope you will accept it. Lu Ma quickly stood up as well. I was blind to your merits. I hope the young divine doctor will not hold our previous actions against us. My husband and I sincerely apologize to you. The couple's attitude was quite sincere. Li Feng also stood and raised his glass. Ignorance is no crime. Though you acted hastily, considering you did so out of concern for your son, I am not so petty as to hold a grudge. I accept your apologies. Cheers. Let us toast you. Lu Tianqing and Lu Ma clinked glasses with Li Feng, who promptly downed the contents of his glass in one go. Truly, a businessman knows how to drink. Of course, it was evident he was filled with regret and gratitude, which prompted such generosity. Otherwise, given Lu Tianqing's current status, why would he need to act this way? Li Feng, without hesitation, emptied his glass as well. Lu Ma was astounded, having only sipped a little. Young divine doctor, your capacity for liquor is remarkable. After seeing Li Feng finish a glass without changing color, Lu Tianqing praised him. This is a skill I have honed over decades. Young divine doctor, you are truly exceptional, indeed extraordinary. Li Feng smiled slightly, sitting back down as he spoke slowly. There is no extraordinary talent here. It is merely a matter of practice making perfect. When I was in high school, I would sip a bit of liquor to stay alert during late-night reviews when I felt sleepy. Why not drink coffee? Lu Ma asked, curious. Li Feng chuckled softly. Coffee is a luxury for the affluent. My family could not afford such indulgences. Lu Ma blushed, recognizing the meaning behind his words. If given a choice, Li Feng would certainly prefer coffee. It was precisely because he could not afford it that he resorted to liquor. Lu Tianqing looked at him with admiration. To use liquor as a stimulant is indeed the most remarkable tale I have heard in years. Li Feng, you are impressive. Adversity breeds innovation. It is the way of life, Li Feng smiled. Lu Tianqing and his wife exchanged glances, each seeing admiration and emotion reflected in the other's eyes. In this day and age, it is rare to encounter a good person like Li Feng. Compared to him, their own child was quite the troublemaker. Lu Tianqing took out a bank card from his handbag. Xiao Rui, as a token of my gratitude, this card contains 3 million. The password is 6/8. Please accept it. Li Feng shook his head. I cannot accept this money. Why not? Lu Tianxing inquired. A healer's heart is benevolent. I do not save lives for profit. At that moment, I acted because I believed I could help, although your actions afterwards were somewhat excessive. I have already expressed my displeasure. Let this meal serve as your recompense. I cannot accept the money. Today, I have come to understand that amidst a society that prizes wealth and materialism, there are still good people like you. Xiaorui, let me toast you once more. Lu Tianxing poured 2 more glasses, and Li Feng clinked one with him. Drinking was not a challenge for Li Feng, but Lu Tianxing's face was now slightly flushed, indicating he was beginning to feel tipsy. In my lifetime, I have traveled far and wide, emerging from humble beginnings. I have struggled to build a modest fortune, nearly losing my son, and thankfully, I encountered someone like you. Li Feng, I truly wish to befriend you. Let us keep in touch often, shall we? Of course. Li Feng nodded, raising his chopsticks. Uncle Lu, do indulge in more dishes to ease the effects of the wine. Lu Tianxing, a chairman and billionaire, revealed genuine emotion in the exchange of drinks with Li Feng, a touching moment indeed. Lu Ma's eyes brimmed with tears as she recalled past events. Feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, Li Feng was undeniably a piece of uncut jade, destined to shine brightly in the future. Husband, since Xiaorui is reluctant to ask for anything, we can offer him a shopping card from our company. Lu Ma retrieved a black card from her wallet and handed it to Li Feng. Xiaorui, there is no money on this card, but you can use it at any of our company's establishments without needing to pay. Whenever you wish to visit us, whether to treat friends or colleagues, do not hesitate. Indeed, Xiaorui, this is just a small gesture. Please do not decline. It's a humble token from us, Lu Tianxing encouraged. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng nodded. Very well, I shall not refuse. Upon receiving the card, he glanced at it. The card read Jing Tian Group's Supreme Card, indicating no payment was necessary, just swipe it. Li Feng inquired, are the Jing Tian building and Jing Tian CAF part of your family's business? Lu Tianxing nodded vigorously. Yes, any business, restaurant, or CAF in Jiangnan province bearing the name Jing Tian belongs to our group. You are free to enjoy our services without any hindrance. Speaking of this, Lu Tianxing's expression radiated with the confidence of a seasoned businessman. Li Feng casually placed the card in his pocket, saying, all right, I will certainly not be modest. Let us continue our meal. Uncle Lu, I may have overindulged in alcohol earlier. I should eat more to ease the effects. Yes, Lu Tianxing replied. With their most pressing matters nearly settled, Lu Tianxing kept urging Li Feng to stay in touch when they were back in the car. Li Feng readily agreed. Upon entering the hospital, Lu Tianxing sat in the car, slowly lighting a cigarette, his demeanor gravely serious. He hardly resembled someone who had been drinking. Do you think the young doctor will appreciate our goodwill? Lu Tianxing asked his wife. Lu Ma pondered and replied, with his remarkable medical skills and intelligence, he likely will not hold a grudge against us. He is a sincere young man, with an unlimited future ahead. Lu Tianxing nodded. Indeed. That is why I am making such an effort to win his favor. We cannot forget the kindness he showed in saving our son. Furthermore, should any serious illness arise in the future, we will still need to call upon this young doctor. I hope he does not harbor any resentment over what you endured. For that, I would be immensely grateful. Lu Ma smiled. I hope he makes good use of our black card. That would be a blessing. Chapter 20. The scene of suicide within the hospital. The initial turmoil had settled, and Li Feng was met with a wave of respectful gazes. Several female students from the school surrounded him, seeking his insights. Minister, you are amazing. Being by your side gives me such a sense of security. No one dares to bully us. You have brought honor to our school. Minister, may I invite you to dinner? Li Feng graciously responded to each, smiling. Everyone should study hard. I am confident you will surpass me in the future. Zhang Qing approached, her aura commanding respect, prompting other girls to disperse, pretending as if nothing had happened. You always have a way of making things awkward, she remarked, flipping her hair. By the way, the dean has already communicated with the school regarding your breach of medical regulations. The school has reached a decision. Li Feng's heart sank, and he asked nervously, what did the school say? The intention is to encourage you to express yourself more freely, indicating they do not wish for you to be bound by regulations. The dean praised your medical knowledge, which is why the school feels at ease. Li Feng hesitated, then questioned, why do you say that? Before leaving, the dean specifically inquired if you were from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He mentioned your skills are not Western medicine, but rather pure traditional Chinese medicine. Something extraordinary. Li Feng remained non-committal. That is confidential. If you believe I am, then perhaps I am. He had no desire to disclose the existence of the underworld WeChat group to anyone. Moreover, no one would believe it and would only consider him insane. However, if he could leverage the reputation of a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, It would serve as a convenient cover, preventing others from raising suspicions. Li Feng set his phone down and said, "There's a group I joined because I enjoy anime. I accidentally added it during a recent convention." "Of course. You can take a leave," Zhang Qing replied. It seemed this underworld group had a significant standing, unlike the unremarkable portrayals in films. The underworld officials were indeed renowned figures, and it appeared he could only add those of lesser status. 100 merit points were needed, and he must also consider the risks of potential future missteps leading to deductions. After some thought, Li Feng scrolled through the underworld WeChat group and focused on a figure known as Zheni Gui, a ghostly official from one of the 4 major departments in the underworld. His position was akin to that of a national enforcement agency on Earth. Unlike the minor officials who catered to others, Zheni Gui held genuine law enforcement authority. Li Feng was not in a rush. He could afford to wait. As he waited, fatigue overcame him, and he yawned, exhaling the scent of alcohol. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber, unexpectedly sleeping until dawn. The next day, Li Feng awoke early, the sky still dimly lit. The others in the dormitory were still asleep. He quietly brushed his teeth, washed his face, changed into casual clothes, and went downstairs for a morning jog. It was 6:50 in the morning, and there were not many students jogging at Lingyan University yet. Familiar with the route, he jogged along the campus's health path. After completing 1 lap, he began a second, and by the 3rd lap, Li Feng was already sweating profusely. As he contemplated this, he embarked on his 3rd lap. Midway, he spotted a girl in athletic wear standing on the bridge at the school's Wangshan gate. She was neither too far nor too close, making it difficult to see her face, but she seemed quite attractive. The girl sat on the bridge, gazing intently at her reflection in the water, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, she leaped into the air. With a splash, she plunged into the protective river below, vanishing from sight as if she had never existed. If Li Feng had not witnessed her leap, he would have doubted her very existence. Confused, he halted, scanning the area for cameras or rescue boats, but found none. Could it be that she had taken her own life? This horrifying thought barely crossed his mind when he bolted towards the bridge at Wangshan Gate, taking a few strides before diving into the river. With a splash, he too disappeared beneath the surface. Fortunately, there were no passers-by to witness the series of alarming events. Otherwise, it would have been quite a shocking sight. Chapter 21. I wish to take you to a warm place. The 2 individuals who had plunged into the water soon resurfaced, dragging the drenched girl onto the damp grass. Li Feng laid her down gently. Observing her pale face, he felt a surge of dread. Could she be lifeless? Without pausing to dry his hair, he immediately pressed down on her chest with force and began administering artificial respiration. As a medical student, these emergency procedures were not unfamiliar to him. He set aside any thoughts of gender distinctions, consumed solely by the urgency to save her. However, his efforts bore no fruit. The girl's body felt increasingly cold. "Please wake up, wake up." Li Feng grew increasingly anxious, his heart sinking deeper. Nothing is more disheartening than rescuing someone only to discover that they are beyond salvation. He could not afford to give up. He must ponder further for a solution, for there must be a way. Li Feng clutched his hair in anguish, gripping it tightly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Did I not have the little ghost to provide me with the pills? Li Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he swiftly chanted a healing incantation for the young maiden, invoking a healing pill. A flash of white light penetrated the girl's body. Her complexion, pale as that of a corpse, appeared to improve slightly. Another pill. Not sufficient, another. 5 healing pills were consumed in succession. A pulse has been detected. Li Feng, suppressing his overwhelming emotions, gently released his fingers from the young girl's wrist and resumed administering first aid. After 2 minutes of intense effort, the girl opened her cherry-red lips and expelled several mouthfuls of murky water. With a swift motion, Li Feng pressed down on her abdomen, and a jet of water burst forth from her mouth like a swift arrow. As she expelled the splash of water, the young girl coughed repeatedly. Li Feng steadied her, gently patting her back to help regulate her breathing. Once she had released the bitterness within, she took a moment to rest, then opened her eyes. Her gaze filled with confusion. Am I dead? If you wish to depart from this world, I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill that desire. Before her eyes appeared a young man with delicate features. At that moment, his clear gaze met hers, and his voice, gentle and warm, inquired, Isn't life beautiful? Why contemplate ending it all by jumping into the river? You saved me? The maiden's eyes remained in a state of perpetual bewilderment. Well, consider yourself fortunate, Li Feng remarked. The girl gazed at him with a look of silent resentment. So, you truly saved me. She forced a faint smile, lifting her head to glare at Li Feng, and within her eyes lingered an unmistakable hint of grievance. Who asked you to save me? Hey, did I save you incorrectly? Li Feng, feeling rather displeased, retorted. With patience, he elucidated. I understand that you must be grappling with some troubling matter. Allow me to speculate. Have you been forsaken by your boyfriend, or perhaps betrayed by a close friend? Or is it that you are entangled in the web of a usurious loan that you are unable to repay? You are still young, with a myriad of beautiful experiences awaiting you. If you were to depart from this world now, you would only leave behind a trail of unfulfilled dreams, would you not? Li Feng's expression was grave. Over the years, incidents of students taking their own lives have become all too frequent, driven by love, academic pressures, financial burdens, or the quest for fame. Li Feng believed that this girl, too, must be grappling with one of these issues, which led her to contemplate suicide. Yet, the girl smiled. A bittersweet smile laced with tears. You are mistaken. My decision to end my life is not as you envision. Just half an hour ago, my family members jumped to their deaths one after another. My mother's last words before she left were a plea for me to join them in reunion. This world is far too grotesque. She could not bear the thought of me living alone in such desolation. The girl's smile grew increasingly sorrowful, her tears flowing uncontrollably, gradually transforming into sobs. My family is gone. My parents, they are all gone. I no longer wish to live. My mother was right. This world is too cruel, and I do not wish to endure it any longer. Li Feng fell silent. After a long pause, he finally inquired, what drove them to such despair? My father engaged in infidelity, and in retaliation, my mother became involved with other men, ultimately contracting HIV. After her diagnosis, she inadvertently transmitted the virus to my father. And it is possible that I too have been infected. The young girl glanced at Li Feng and inquired, did you perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on me just now? Perhaps you have already been infected as well. Congratulations, you have won a prize. Li Feng pursed his lips and inquired, which college are you from? The College of Political Science and Law. Oh, I am from the medical school. Generally speaking, HIV is primarily transmitted through blood and sexual contact, and the virus quickly succumbs to external conditions. Therefore, the likelihood of infection is quite low, and my chances of contracting it are even slimmer. The young girl fell silent. Li Feng rose to his feet. Do you resent me for saving you? The young girl bowed her head and said, I was already dead. It was your meddling that interfered. What does it feel like to be dead? Have your parents destroyed themselves, and do you wish to follow suit? What is the purpose of your existence? Is it merely for the sake of your parents? Li Feng gazed at the young girl, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Can a child truly not survive away from home? Is it impossible to thrive without one's parents? My contemplation is that I live solely for myself, detached from others, firmly believing that I possess the strength to stand tall. Having faced death once, I am convinced of a predestined fate. The very act of rescuing you signifies that your demise was not meant to be. Embrace life, strive to manifest a remarkable existence. And even when destiny wields its blade, do not shy away from the experience. The girl clutched her knees, feeling the biting cold seep into her bones, shivering with a chill that urged tears to flow. At last, she broke into a heart-wrenching sob. Why must I endure such a life? Why can't I find peace and stability? Why have you forsaken me? I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to perish. No one comprehends the suffocating agony she endured beneath the water, nor the despair and powerlessness that enveloped her as darkness descended, feelings that elude the confines of mortal language. She yearned to survive. Yet, how could she possibly continue? Her parents had passed away, leaving her all alone. Until that moment when she heard the words, even if fate wields a blade, do not fear the experience, which shattered her final defenses. She screamed into the void, releasing her pent-up grievances and sorrow. As if driven to madness, Li Feng sat beside her, gazing quietly at the hazy river. The mist hovered ethereally. Moments ago, he had plunged into the frigid water, where the depths were obscured and all he could perceive was the biting chill. For a fleeting instant, he too nearly succumbed to suffocation, believing that death was imminent. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. To be alive is truly a blessing. To live is to experience this vibrant world, to hear others weep. In death, one can only find eternal slumber. What is your name? After the girl had wept for a considerable time, Li Feng inquired gently. The girl, her voice hoarse from crying, replied softly, My name is Xin Chiyue. From now on, I shall call you Chiyue. I am Li Feng, with Li as in the wood character, and Feng meaning sharp. Chiyue. I understand that you are deeply saddened, but may I kindly ask you to accompany me as we leave this place? I wish to take you to a warm place. Li Feng rose to his feet and extended his hand toward July. After a moment of hesitation, July grasped his hand. Shortly after Li Feng and July departed, the dark waters beneath the Nostalgia Bridge began to churn violently. The aquatic plants surged rhythmically, and amidst the shimmering waters, a woman's visage faintly emerged. That face fixated on Li Feng's retreating figure, radiating an overwhelming malice and hatred. It felt as though a cherished possession had been snatched away, leaving a lingering sense of discontent. Chapter 22. Who is truly insulted? Near the school, Li Feng took July to a hotel, where he rented a room. Upon entering, Li Feng gestured towards the bathroom, saying, "You may take a shower first while I arrange for a classmate to bring some clothes." July obediently went to bathe. Li Feng settled onto the single bed and retrieved his phone. Although he had taken the phone with him while jumping into the river to save someone, it remained unscathed due to its water-resistant features in the brief duration of its submersion. The pressing question, however, was, whom should he call? The roommate is not a cross-dressing enthusiast. Wonka certainly possesses women's clothing, yet lacks any male attire. Li Feng furrowed her brows tightly, contemplating before ultimately deciding to request Wang Ku to bring over a complete outfit of women's clothing first. As for her own garments, she could manage with a quick blow-dry and wear them for the time being. Li Feng dialed the phone. "Wang Ku, I am at the Cherry Hotel near Wangxiangmen. Could you bring a set of your clothes over? It is indeed difficult to articulate the situation clearly at this moment, yet I sincerely hope you can assist me." Wang Ku agreed. Before long, July emerged wrapped in a towel, her damp hair cascading casually down her back. Her long, slender calves were perfectly straight, and her neck was delicate and snow-white, while her upper body was elegantly poised. Li Feng could not help but swallow hard as he handed her the hairdryer. July accepted it and silently began to dry her hair. She lifted her gaze to meet Li Feng's. Li Feng, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and inquired, "Do you find me rather talkative?" "No, I find you quite warm-hearted. You are a good person. May I have your contact information?" "Of course." Li Feng provided his contact details and then headed off for a shower. Some journeys must be traversed alone, and this was the extent of Li Feng's assistance. When Wonka brought over the clothes, Li Feng had already changed into the outfit that had been barely dried by July's breeze. They exchanged few words and hurriedly bid farewell. On the way back, Wonka seemed somewhat downcast. "Is she your girlfriend?" "No. She is just a friend who accidentally fell into the river and borrowed my clothes. By the way, thank you." "What? The person who fell into the river this morning was you too?" Wonku exclaimed, surprised. "There was a report about it on the school's public account. I didn't realize it was you." Wonku opened her phone to show Li Feng. He took it back and explained, "It must have been me in July. Perhaps a security guard or a classmate mentioned it to the editor of the public account while passing by Wansheng Gate. The river is so wide. How could you fall in?" Wonka asked curiously. "She accidentally flung her bracelet into the river, and when she leaned over to look, her foot slipped. I want to save her." Li Feng shrugged, dismissing the incident. Wonka's expression softened a bit. "Oh, I see. By the way, today is my birthday. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to celebrate at Candy at 6. "Sure, that sounds good." Li Feng nodded. "Then it's settled." Wonka beamed. After changing into clean clothes, Li Feng sat at his desk, opened his phone, and noticed that the user Zhen Gui had accepted his friend request, deducting 50 merit points in the process, half of his total. Zhen Gui then sent a message. "Who are you?" Li Feng hesitated, contemplating how to present himself. He needed a respectable identity. Being exposed wouldn't he do, nor could he be too high or too low profile. Dealing with the underworld's enforcers was a different league, exuding an air of aloofness. For a moment, he felt no inclination to engage further, wanting to avoid seeming overly eager. Interacting with the underworld's agents was akin to courting a girl. One must tread carefully, as any misstep could provoke aversion. It was best to remain natural. Li Feng set his phone down and picked up a book from his desk, immersing himself in its pages. After lunch, before he knew it, it was 5 o'clock. Li Feng left his home, heading towards the appointment. Candy, the finest establishment near Lingyan University, was where Wang Ku had informed him she would be in box 666. True to her affluent background, she had reserved an extravagant room costing 666 yuan. The pricing at Candy was tied to the box numbers, with 666 being one of the luxurious options, alongside the even more exclusive box 888. Following the server's directions, Li Feng ascended the stairs and pushed open the door to box 666, discovering a lively group singing and playing dice, reveling in their merriment. "Li Feng, you made it. Come, sit over here," Wonka called out, spotting him. "Feel free to choose a song," she encouraged. Li Feng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm happy just to listen to you sing." "Who is he?" "I've never seen him before." A girl beside Wonka scrutinized Li Feng, noting his ordinary attire and unremarkable looks, which sparked a hint of disdain. "Li Feng is a classmate of mine. I invited him to join us today." Wonka introduced him. "Your classmate? The one who is a top student? I thought he was tightly managed by his girlfriend. How is he out here?" The girl laughed. "Don't listen to Zhang Li's nonsense. I haven't been hanging out with her lately. Li Feng has broken up with his girlfriend, so you mustn't mock him. If you talk like Zhang Li again, I will be really upset," Wang Ku asserted seriously. All right, we understand." The boys waved their hands, though their gazes towards Li Feng were still tinged with hostility. What was it about Li Feng that warranted Wang Ke's fierce defense? Hey, don't be upset. I'm Bao Fu. You can call me Brother Fu. Since you're here to have fun, let me show you some hospitality. Xiaomei, bring over the expensive foreign wine I specially brought for Li Feng. Let him taste this bottle worth thousands. His tone dripped with the condescension typical of the affluent towards the less fortunate. Li Feng frowned. Your name is Bao Fu? Is it with the character for bucktooth or nouveau riche? Or perhaps explode as in wealth? Bao Fu paused, visibly taken aback. It's the Bao from Bao Yu, the fish character. Li Feng chuckled heartily. Oh, so it's the Bao from Bao then. Bao Fu was nearly infuriated. How was it his fault for his name? Why did it sound so much like the crassness of a nouveau riche in Li Feng's mouth? He had always prided himself on being a gentleman. And to be called a nouveau riche was undoubtedly an insult. Chapter 23. The art of flattery. Claiming to be a top student, I see little to be impressed by. Bao Fu's expression soured, and he scoffed. I was going to treat you to a drink, but now it seems a waste. Exactly, he doesn't appreciate it. Xiaomei chimed in, siding with Bao Fu. Let us not stoop to this bookworm's level. All right, let us keep things light. It's my birthday, so I get to call the shots. Let us keep the peace, all right? Wang Ke interjected, eager to avoid any discord among her friends. What's up with you? Constantly siding with an outsider? Xiaomei turned away, whispering to Bao Fu. Bao Fu's expression darkened. Who knows? Maybe she has a crush on him. Xiaomei's eyes widened in realization. Bao Fu had long harbored feelings for Wang Ke and had often confided in friends about their compatibility. The implication behind compatibility was quite clear. Unfortunately, despite his numerous hints and attempts at confession, Wang Ke had consistently rebuffed him discreetly. The arrival of Li Feng today had undoubtedly sparked Bao Fu's sense of urgency, hence his unfriendly demeanor. Feeling the tension, Bao Fu pulled out his phone and made a call. Sister sang, please order the most expensive cake and some snacks for me. After hanging up, he wore a smug expression. Today, he would use his wealth to teach this brat a lesson, demonstrating that the gap between the rich and the poor was a chasm that could not be bridged by mere academic accomplishments. Li Feng noticed Bao Fu's sullen, hostile gaze but remained unfazed, sipping his cup of water leisurely. Wang Ke stood up to select a song, choosing Little Dimples. Who can sing this? I'm looking for a duet, haha. Wang Ke laughed, raising the microphone playfully. The boys in attendance usually would have eagerly volunteered, but at this moment, both boys and girls turned their eyes towards Bao Fu, chuckling softly. Such a splendid opportunity surely belonged to Bao Fu. Everyone was aware of his feelings for Wang Ke. Why not facilitate it? Bao Fu wholeheartedly agreed. Who could possibly be more qualified to sing with Wang Ke than he? No one. As he cleared his throat and prepared to stand and take the microphone from Wang Ke, he suddenly heard a laugh. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You know I won an award for singing this at the literary performance. Bao Fu turned in shock, his half-standing body freezing in place under Li Feng's piercing gaze. Under Bao Fu's murderous glare, Li Feng calmly took the microphone from Wang Ke and stepped beside her. Wang Ke beamed sweetly. I never said I picked it for you, but I sing it best here, Li Feng declared confidently. How coincidental. I also sing it well. But you snatched the spotlight at the class performance. Wang Ke feigned regret. They exchanged smiles, and the others looked on, feeling the warmth of their interaction, albeit awkwardly. Bao Fu gritted his teeth, his fingernails digging deeply into his palms. How dare Li Feng desecrate the one he cherished? Wang Ke, with a desire to shine and prove her vocal prowess, softly hummed the melody, her head bowed as she sang the male part. I am still searching for a support and an embrace, who prays for me, who worries for me. The applause was fervent. Well done, Ke. You outdid the original. To be fair, Wang Ke's singing was truly impressive. Li Feng found himself in a rather amusing predicament if Wang Ke sang the male part. He must take on the female part. Happiness begins to show signs, fate draws us closer, and then loneliness is swallowed. Boredom becomes a conversation. Li Feng sang splendidly, and many began to subtly alter their perceptions of him. Notably, several girls, oblivious to Bao Fu's feelings, clapped enthusiastically. The handsome guy is amazing. Applause for you. The studious image typically associated with scholars, who are often perceived as socially inept, was shattered by Li Feng's presence under the spotlight. His warm voice and clean demeanor made him undeniably attractive. Were it not for Bao Fu's presence, the crowd would have erupted in cheers. Filled with jealousy, Bao Fu glared at Li Feng, and despite his years of experience, he had to concede that Li Feng indeed sang exceptionally well, presenting an entirely different style. Once the song concluded, cheers erupted, yet Bao Fu crossed his arms, sneering. What's the big deal about singing? Does singing mean one can become a star? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, causing many to awkwardly glance at Bao Fu, clearly indicating his disdain for Li Feng. Without a hint of awareness that he was dampening the mood, Bao Fu continued, Why are you looking at me? I'm merely stating facts. Am I wrong? Of course you're right. So what if one can sing? It's better when girls sing. Boys singing is of little use, Xiaomei quickly chimed in. Bao Xiao is right. Such melodious tunes, all airs and graces. A male peer provocatively remarked, glaring at Li Feng. They were a collective. In this circle, Bao Fu was the wealthiest. Li Feng was merely a poor boy. Would anyone stand with him instead of Bao Fu? Some began to criticize Li Feng's singing. It wasn't he that good. He pales in comparison to Bao Xiao. With such a level, how dare he come here to embarrass himself? Bao Fu reveled in their remarks, enjoying the power he wielded over the crowd's opinions. Just a joke, right? Can't little Li take a jest? Is he really that petty? I must have misjudged him. Bao Fu remarked, spreading his arms wide. Laughter erupted in the room, filled with a jovial atmosphere. Wang Ke tugged at Li Feng's sleeve. Don't be upset. He asked just like that. I'll have a word with him later. It's fine. I'll just take it as jealousy, Li Feng replied with a smile. Today was Wang Ke's birthday. He had come to celebrate her, not to curry favor with anyone. The opinions of others held little significance for him. Seeing Li Feng so carefree brought Wang Ke comfort. Yet, Bao Fu persisted, mocking Li Feng. What is there to be jealous of? You'll just end up as a worker. As he spoke, the door to the private room opened. A beautiful woman in a strapless red dress entered. Her ample bosom drawing attention. She carried a cake, followed by a few elegant waitresses. Happy birthday, beautiful. Your Bao Xiaofu specially ordered the most expensive crystal love cake for you, along with this bouquet of blue roses, snacks, and cocktails. I must say, he treats you so well that even I am envious. From the moment she appeared, the woman exuded charm and flattery. Bao Fu beamed with delight. Such treatment was reserved for the affluent. Could someone like Li Feng ever summon the proprietress to present gifts? He could only watch and envy. Miss Sang, I never expected you to come in person. It's truly an honor. Bao Fu rushed to greet her, his grin wide. He introduced her to everyone with an air of importance. This is Boss Sang, very successful with a vast network. You all should get acquainted. His friends eagerly greeted Sang. I came to see how Bao Xiaofu is treating a girl. I want to interrupt your fun. She instructed the waitstaff to set down the items and slowly departed. Once she left, the room buzzed with excitement. Bao Fu was almost grinning ear to ear. His connection with Sang had been tenuous until today. But spending over 10,000 had given him the courage to call her. Her appearance elevated his status immensely. Sang was a prominent figure in their area, renowned enough that even the big shots in the city had to show her respect. Bao Xiao, to know someone of her caliber is impressive, one exclaimed. Bao Fu laughed heartily. Oh, it's nothing, just the third best in the world. If not for my family, I wouldn't have had a chance to meet her. You know how significant Sang is, right? She is said to be the woman of the biggest boss in Jianghua. Many gasped in disbelief at the extent of Sang's influence. Are you referring to that Lord Pao? My goodness, with such backing, can't she walk all over Jianghua? Not just Jianghua. She could command respect throughout Jiangnan province. Bao Fu lowered his voice, glancing toward the door. They say Lord Pao has buried quite a few bodies by the river over the years. He held up a hand, and gasps filled the room. Of course, being Lord Pao's woman, Sang was equally formidable. Bao Fu surveyed his companions. While they were all from decent backgrounds, their social standing paled in comparison. Bao Xiao, knowing Sang means we can count on you for protection. A male friend piped up. Of course, Xiaoning. What are we? I'll watch out for you. Bao Fu laughed. What about me? Count me in. Others chimed in eagerly. All will be protected, don't worry. He boasted. Meanwhile, Li Feng, sipping his drink, remarked to Wang Ke, your friends are quite materialistic. Instead of honing their own skills, they prefer forming cliques and networking. This hardly resembles student life. Wang Ke sighed. Perhaps it's a result of their upbringing. They naturally become more self-serving. Then how come you weren't affected? Li Feng inquired. Wang Ke chuckled. I simply don't need to curry favor with anyone. Wang Ke's background must be astonishing. The more capable individuals tend to remain humble, unlike Bao Fu, who was boastful as if he could ride on Sang's coattails to greatness. As they spoke, Bao Fu redirected his attention to Wang Ke. Courier, you shouldn't associate with someone like Li Feng. Look at you. Catering to him has made you miss the chance to network with Sang. His words ostensibly targeted Wang Ke, but were really aimed at Li Feng. Bao Fu had long harbored resentment toward Li Feng. No matter how revered others treated him, nothing satisfied him more than a glance from Wang Ke. Yet, Li Feng continually held Wang Ke back, like a thorn in his side. Little Li, I'm not criticizing you, but someone of your class has no right to mingle with us. Today, I spent over 10,000 for Ku's birthday, and Xiaoning spent over 2,000. What have you contributed? You've brought nothing. You're just here to eat and enjoy, showing off your supposed superiority. If you had any self-awareness, you would leave and not cling on here. Bao Fu, what are you saying? Wang Ke interjected. It's all right, Ke. Li Feng interrupted Wang Ke, rising to his feet. I do not wish to linger here any longer, but before I take my leave, I have a gift for you. He retrieved a small gift box from his pocket and handed it to Wang Ke. This is a dream catcher I crafted myself. The feathers were plucked from a wild chicken I caught. The circular frame is made from curved willow, and the string is woven from Hermes. It may be a trivial trinket, yet I hope you will cherish it. Wang Ke accepted the gift box, gently caressing it, and looked up, saying, "Thank you. I shall treasure it." She felt a pang of melancholy, reluctant to part ways. Just as she was about to speak, Bao Fu interjected with a callous sneer. "What a worthless trinket, and you can fuss over it for so long. Come on, let us ignore him. Bao Fu, you have truly gone too far this time." Wang Ke raised her voice in reproach. "Why do you always target Li Feng? He has done nothing to you." Amidst the chaos, a faint cry for help reached their ears. "Help! Help!" The sound emanated from the men's restroom. Li Feng feigned nonchalance as he approached the door, only to be blocked by two imposing bodyguards clad in black. "Stop. What do you want?" I'm just trying to use the restroom. What's the matter?" Li Feng asked with a strained expression. "Not allowed. It's under maintenance. You can use it in half an hour." The bodyguards barked menacingly. "Maintenance? It sounds more like a violent crime is occurring inside." Li Feng exclaimed, clutching his stomach. "I can't hold it anymore. I need to go in for just a moment. Please, let me through." "Not a chance." The bodyguard stepped forward to block him and pushed, expecting to easily shove Li Feng aside. He was instead met with a forceful collision that sent him staggering back. "Are you in such a hurry to relieve yourself?" Another bodyguard laughed, mistaking Li Feng's urgency for desperation. "Even if you soil yourself, you still can't go in." Ignoring them, Li Feng barreled forward. The bodyguard shouted, pushing with both hands. Li Feng broke through, entering the room to a shocking sight. Inside the luxurious private booth, a young woman was disheveled, on the verge of having her clothes torn away. A burly man had one hand covering her mouth and was tugging at her remaining garments. "What are you doing?" Li Feng bellowed, kicking the startled man away and seizing the young woman's wrist to drag her towards the door. "You little brat, are you seeking death? Get lost!" The man shouted angrily, and the bodyguards rushed at Li Feng. With a powerful shove, he pushed one aside, sending him crashing into his companion. Seizing the moment, he urged the young woman, "Hurry. Go." Li Feng positioned himself at the entrance, barking, "Aren't you afraid of jail?" The man laughed heartily, then narrowed his eyes as the amusement vanished. "You dare rescue a woman I fancy? Being a hero isn't easy. Break both his hands." At the sound of the man's roar, two bodyguards lunged at Li Feng. He swiftly pushed them away, his enhanced strength from the potency coursing through his body far exceeding theirs. Li Feng was wary of their affiliations. The establishment was known for its affluent clientele, and those who carried bodyguards were not to be trifled with. It was wise to avoid unnecessary violence. After pushing the guards away, he dashed out the door. Initially stunned, the two bodyguards quickly regained their composure and shouted, "Don't let him escape." "Is that them?" Bao Fu's voice was cold as he stood at the entrance with Xiao Ning and others. Xiao Mei nodded, fear evident as she backed away. "Yes, that's them." One bodyguard called to the man emerging from the restroom. "Young Master Wei, the woman is here. She hasn't run away." Wei, with his rotund face gleaming with delight, exclaimed, "Really? Really?" He approached Xiao Mei, clapping his hands in glee. "Wonderful. It seems she's waiting here for me." When he spotted Wang Ke, his eyes lit up, salivating at the thought. What fortune to find an even more beautiful woman here. Greed radiated from him. Meanwhile, Li Feng cursed Bao Fu and the others for their foolishness. He had barely managed to rescue Xiao Mei, and instead of calling the authorities, they stood there waiting. Even a fool would know to hide and seek help after encountering danger. Yet, these self-proclaimed elite scions were determined to court disaster. Bao Fu pointed a finger at Wei. "You disgusting pig. Did you assault my Xiao Mei?" "What assault? I merely invited her to the men's restroom for a tour. Who knew she would embrace me once inside? I had no choice but to oblige." Wei smirked, embellishing the absurdity of his claims. Fury ignited in Bao Fu's eyes as he recalled Wei's self-aggrandizing tales of grandeur. Just as Xiao Mei had gone to the restroom, she nearly became a victim. "Hit him!" Bao Fu shouted in a fit of rage, charging at Wei with Xiao Ning and others. Despite Wei's hefty frame, he lacked any fighting prowess and only bullied women. The bodyguards were capable, but they couldn't withstand the onslaught of 5 or 6 men. In an instant, Bao Fu and Xiao Ning unleashed a flurry of blows on Wei. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Ning, in the heat of the moment, delivered a swift kick to Wei's groin, causing him to cry out in agony. Writhing on the ground like a fish flopping on a scorching beach. "Mommy, it hurts. It hurts so much." Only then did Bao Fu and the others pause. The bodyguards, witnessing Wei's condition, stammered, You have some nerve to attack someone on young Master Wei's turf." One bodyguard hurriedly dialed for reinforcements. Within minutes, a throng of individuals rushed down the corridor, led by Sister Sang, flanked by a cadre of towering men. A sense of dread enveloped Bao Fu and his companions. Had the bodyguard just called for help? Was Sister Sang here to intervene? Baofu approached her respectfully. Sister Sang, you've arrived. These people dragged my companion into the men's restroom and tried to undress her. They even threatened us. Sister Sang, with an icy demeanor, bypassed him and knelt beside Wei. Brother, they beat me. I did nothing, and they called me a fat pig. When I protested, they assaulted me. We're doomed. I can't be a man anymore. You must avenge me. Wei sobbed. The hearts of Baofu and his companions sank into despair. It was over. The rotund pig was Sister Sang's brother. I'm sorry. Sister Sang, I had no idea he was your brother, but we had no choice. No choice. Sister Sang rose, her gaze fierce. Xiao Wei is my only brother. You've beaten him to this state, and you call that having no choice? Baofu, do not presume that because you have spent a trifling sum here. I will let this matter slide. Bring them all to me. Clear the customers out. No one is to enter. Sister Sang's command was executed with ruthless efficiency. This woman intended to play hardball tonight, and Baofu and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. With a mournful expression, Baofu pleaded, Sister Sang, please. For my father's sake, spare us this time. We will certainly cover the medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. Your father is merely a small-time boss. Do you think I would show him any leniency? What is he anyway? I only entertained you before because of the money. I am not lacking in funds. It is you who will pay for this after it concludes. Upon hearing this, Baofu and his companions hastily retrieved their phones to call the police. However, Sister Sang's subordinates advanced, striking anyone who dared reach for their phones. Xiaoning and a companion were beaten to a bloody pulp. In utter panic, Baofu trembled and asked, Sister Sang, what do you truly want? What do I want? Sister Sang smiled, a smile devoid of warmth. The men will have their hands broken, and the women will bear scars on their faces. That shall be the resolution. Xiao Mei and the others were terrified and began to weep uncontrollably. The previously boastful words of Baofu about Sister Sang's formidable nature now stood in stark contrast to their overwhelming despair. Wonka tried to comfort Xiao Mei. Do not cry. Everything will be all right. Do not cry? Sister Sang interjected, her tone steely. Let me make this clear, regardless of who your parents or relatives are. It will not matter. My brother has been injured. Whether justified or not, I will exact revenge, and no one can stop me. First, cripple these men. At her command. Her subordinates brandished steel pipes and advanced menacingly towards Baofu and his companions. Just as a bloody spectacle seemed inevitable, a sharp voice pierced the air. Stop. Li Feng stepped forward with measured strides. He had initially thought Baofu and his group might escape due to their family connections, but seeing their pitiful state, he recognized that they were utterly disregarded. He had no choice but to intervene. He was indifferent to Baofu's fate. But he could not stand idly by while the girls suffered. If he was to save them, he would do so entirely. Sister Sang, your brother was at fault for being caught in my path. If you resort to violence, you will lose your moral standing, and those in the underworld will scorn you. Do me this favor and let them go, Li Feng stated solemnly. Wei Xiao, in a fit of rage, shouted, Sister, he was the one who struck me first. Now acting like a rabid dog, Wei Xiao was eager to bite anyone within reach. Sister Sang coldly laughed at Li Feng. And who do you think you are to demand I show you respect? Strike him. Chapter 26. The prey and the predator without hesitation, Sister Sang, thoroughly incensed, disregarded all else. Several burly men surged forward, swinging their steel pipes wildly at Li Feng. The sound of the wind whistled as they struck fiercely. Li Feng adeptly dodged the onslaught, finding an opening to deliver a powerful punch that sent one of the assailants flying. The other two men were taken aback. They had anticipated overpowering this student effortlessly, never imagining he would be so formidable. Good lad, turns out he is a fighter. The two men charged together, determined not to give Li Feng a chance to strike back. Since you wish to fight, I shall make it worth your while. Li Feng pivoted, pushing off the ground with force, charging directly at Sister Sang. No one expected Li Feng to adopt such an aggressive approach. Throwing caution to the wind and charging forward like a madman, this reckless audacity momentarily pushed back Sister Sang's subordinates. Witnessing Li Feng's bull-like aggression, Sister Sang felt her pride wounded. How could a mere boy gain the upper hand in her territory, especially in front of her numerous subordinates? If word of this got out, where would her dignity lie? Beat him to a pulp. Initially, her men hesitated, fearing they might inadvertently cause a fatality. But upon hearing Sister Sang's command, they surged forward, brandishing their steel pipes with renewed ferocity. Li Feng, though strong, lacked refined combat skills and soon found himself taking several blows. Wonka watched, torn between anger and concern. She was furious at Sister Sang's blatant disregard for the law and pained to see Li Feng risking his life for their sake. Li Feng, you must escape. Go find the police. Just as she finished speaking, Li Feng received another blow, this time to his leg, causing him to collapse. How dare a mere youth, who has yet to step into the world, act so brazenly in my presence? Sister Sang scoffed, snatching a steel pipe from one of her subordinates. Still trying to run? Bring him here. I'll break his legs and see how he escapes. Li Feng, drenched in sweat, his eyes tightly shut, felt the pain radiate through his body. It was excruciating. The steel pipe struck him with a brutal precision, and if this had been before, such injuries would have crushed him. But now, he discreetly consumed 2 healing pills, which began to work swiftly on his injuries. 5 of these pills could revive even one on the brink of death, illustrating their potency. The pain in his body dissipated rapidly as his physical capabilities surged back to life. Li Feng also took a strength-enhancing pill. This was the second time he had used such a pill. The first had allowed him to easily overpower Feng Shuailin. Now, he was curious about the effects of this second pill. Sister Sang and her subordinates remained oblivious to the dramatic transformation occurring within Li Feng. Just as Sister Sang raised her steel pipe to strike at his knee, Li Feng's eyes snapped open, glinting with cold fury. You were seeking death. With a powerful surge, Li Feng broke free from his restraints, lunging forward to grasp Sister Sang's throat, exclaiming, "If anyone dares to move, I will gouge out her eyes." Sister Sang's subordinates froze in fear, unable to act. Li Feng's fingers pressed closely against Sister Sang's eyelids, and with a mere exertion of force, he could easily obliterate her sight. Sister Sang, momentarily thrown into disarray, had not anticipated that Li Feng still possessed the strength to resist, nor that she would find herself at his mercy, facing the very real threat of losing her eyesight. Everyone, step back, Sister Sang commanded. Young man, do not be alarmed. We can discuss this further. Sister Sang was now fearful that Li Feng might lose control, striking with indiscriminate force. Li Feng declared loudly, "Let my friends leave first, or I will take one of your eyes." As he spoke, he began to apply pressure, his fingernail piercing Sister Sang's eyeball. Sister Sang, horrified, implored, "Quickly let his friends go. Young man, please do not harm my eyes. Stop." Her subordinates hurriedly cleared a path. Bao Fu and the others dashed towards the exit. But Wonka hesitated. "Li Feng, you must come with me," she insisted. Li Feng shook his head gently. "No, you must go first. As soon as you're outside, call the police. Only then will I be able to escape safely. If we leave together, they will pursue us, and no one will escape." "Very well, I will go and call for help." Wonka nodded, understanding that the best course of action was cooperation, not mutual destruction. She hurriedly exited. At that moment, Sister Sang spoke again. "Now that your friends have left, may I be released?" Li Feng remained vigilant, addressing Sister Sang. "Let us discuss this in the private room, while your subordinates guard the door." "Agreed?" "Agreed." Li Feng escorted Sister Sang into the private room, locked the door, and then released her. Sister Sang gasped for breath as she regarded Li Feng, stating, "To be honest, I find myself somewhat impressed by you. Your composure in a crisis is commendable, and you exhibit a strong sense of loyalty. Were you not my adversary, I would consider you a worthy friend." "I have no desire to be your friend," Li Feng replied coldly. Li Feng recognized the reality. "While you and your friends may escape, the temple remains. I will undoubtedly avenge my brother's injury. This is precisely why I disdain individuals like you. Befriending you is akin to inviting disaster." Li Feng's calm gaze was as tranquil as an ancient well. "Yet, on my territory, even if you capture me, the utmost you can do is release me. Know this, should you harm me, I will exact vengeance on your family as well," Sister Sang said coldly. Li Feng fixed his eyes on her. "I suddenly have a bold idea." "What idea?" Sister Sang instinctively tightened her clothing. "From today onwards, I shall hold your life in my grasp." With a swift step forward, Li Feng struck with his palm. Instantly, Sister Sang found herself immobilized, her heart racing in terror. She wished to scream, but Li Feng's series of precise strikes rendered her speechless. With a flurry of blows, Li Feng treated Sister Sang as a punching bag for a vigorous 10 minutes. Eventually, she collapsed onto the sofa, drenched in sweat. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. She felt as if she could scarcely breathe, teetering on the brink of death. "What have you done to me?" Sister Sang demanded furiously. Li Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at her as if she were a corpse. "Nothing much. Merely placed a restriction upon you. From tonight onwards, if I do not assist you in unblocking your acupoints each month, you shall perish." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Sister Sang's face turned pale. "I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and the restriction I have placed upon you is a family secret. You should never have provoked someone from a lineage of traditional healers." Li Feng had resolved to use the guise of a practitioner from a distinguished medical family to navigate his way through life. Sister Sang remained skeptical. She had witnessed Li Feng's prowess and, having just endured a barrage of strikes that left her breathless, sensed an undeniable air of mystique. However, was traditional Chinese medicine not merely a facade? "You claim to be from a lineage of traditional healers? Do you expect me to believe that?" Sister Sang probed. Li Feng smiled nonchalantly. "Believe it or not, I dare you to press your own armpit acupoint." Sister Sang did just that, only to find herself racked with pain. Her face paling as she nearly fainted. Li Feng chuckled inwardly. The secrets of the Poison King were not to be taken lightly. Being the Poison King, he possessed lethal methods for self-defense. Otherwise, he would have long been hunted down and killed, rather than dying of old age. Sister Sang, it would be wise for you to comply, for I might spare your life, Li Feng remarked coolly. Sister Sang trembled with rage. She was no naive lamb and recognized the threat woven through his words. She shouted, if you do not help me lift this restriction today, I'll have my men stab you to death. Then we shall see whose life is more valuable, Li Feng shrugged indifferently. Setting aside whether Sister Sang's men could truly kill him, even if they could, she would not dare gamble with her life. After a while, once he reaped more benefits from the underworld's connections, a mere Sister Sang would mean little. By then, she would be the fish, and he the knife. Chapter 27. The mysterious incident. The conversation in the private room did not last long, and Li Feng managed to escape unscathed. Despite all her reluctance, Sister Sang had to concede a truth. She could not see through Li Feng, nor could she dismiss his abilities. Upon returning to school, Li Feng called Wang Ke, who was elated to meet him on the playground. I reported it to the police, but no one has contacted me yet. I even called our teacher, preparing to ask friends to check on you. I'm sorry for leaving you there alone, she explained, evidently anxious about Li Feng misunderstanding her intentions. I called you out to discuss the situation. That Sister Sang was too afraid to report to the police, so she didn't make things difficult for me. Furthermore, I think your circle of friends is rather unreliable. Although it may sound harsh, I feel compelled to advise you. I can't help it. Baofu and the others have been my friends since high school, but I never expected them to be so untrustworthy. However, it's all right. I still have the scholarly leg to lean on. Wang Ke replied with a giggle, suddenly opening her arms to hug Li Feng. A tight hug for the scholarly leg. Oh, never mind then. Let us embrace the person instead. You have no idea how frightened I was. I never anticipated encountering such a situation. That Sister Sang was terrifying. Thank goodness you were there. Are you changing the subject? Li Feng scratched his head. This is merely a matter of character development. Then can you develop me a bit better? Wang Ke asked. I'll consider it. No need to consider. Then what can be said? All right then. Yay. It's settled. Wang Ke released her arms, standing firm. I truly appreciate your gift, and I also enjoy having you around. Do you have anything else to say to me? My mood is splendid today. I will agree to whatever others say. Is that all? Li Feng pondered for a moment. It seems that is indeed all. Li Feng had an inkling that she might be laying a trap for him, so he feigned ignorance. Sure enough, Wang Ke sighed in relief. Patting his shoulder, I did not misjudge you. You deserve to be a good friend. Li Feng also sighed. Being a good friend of yours is no easy task. They exchanged smiles, the unspoken understanding lingering in the air. It turns out that in life, one truly may encounter a tiger. It was imperative to quickly enhance one's strength. Offending someone like Sister Sang, who wielded wealth and power, was no trivial matter. Without strength, all was but fleeting illusion. Throughout the week, Li Feng diligently practiced the acupoint sealing techniques from the Poison King's secret manual. Excluding the sections on herbs and poisonous insects, the blood sealing technique was the most practical, encompassing methods for sealing and transferring energy. Simply remarkable. He even coined a term for it, calling it the intense workout breakup method, as a personal insight. Whenever someone in class experienced a breakup, the three of them would offer consolation and share their experiences with the intense workout breakup method to soothe the wounded hearts of their peers. After 2 weeks, Li Feng's proficiency in the blood sealing technique had significantly improved. On Saturday afternoon, as he dined in the cafeteria, he received a WeChat message from the little rascal, who had finally remembered his generous benefactor after a long absence. Big brother, good news. I've gathered the internal cultivation method you wanted. Big brother, I'm running low on funds. Could you possibly send me some more? Little brother has been visiting the casino too frequently lately. This one do, gambling, drugs, and vice are 3 great evils. If you indulge, no amount of money will suffice, understand? Big brother, please send me some money now, and I promise I won't squander it at the casino anymore. A flash of white light erupted from the phone, and Li Feng eagerly closed his eyes to inspect. The name of this internal cultivation method was Mountain and Sea Formula, evoking a sense of grandeur. The creator of this method was a person named Liang Fifan, with a note from the little rascal, Liang Fifan, killed for stealing jade and fragrance after mastering the Mountain and Sea Formula. 3 lines of dark sweat appeared on Li Feng's forehead. Indeed, another villain. And of the most despicable kind. But it mattered little, since it was a cultivation method, he could practice it. Taking advantage of the weekend break, Li Feng sneaked up to the school's rooftop, seizing the opportunity when no one was around to practice in secret. However, he found the results meager. Lacking the exhilaration of consuming a powerful potion, perhaps this was merely a foundational method? The little rascal was becoming increasingly unreliable. He needed to find a replacement. While Li Feng pondered this, a significant event unfolded quietly at Ling'an University. To others, it seemed unremarkable, within the realm of the understandable. Yet, to Li Feng, it exuded a peculiar strangeness. At the end of the month, a female corpse was discovered drowned in the school's protective river beneath Wangxiang Bridge. The corpse was found in the same location where another had jumped into the river in July. The only difference was that this time, no one noticed. By the time it was retrieved, the body had already bloated beyond recognition. Instantly, the leadership and faculty of Ling'an University were filled with dread when discussing the protective river. The deceased family set up flower wreaths and an ice coffin at the school gate, blocking traffic and demanding answers from the institution. A heavy, terrifying atmosphere enveloped Li Feng's heart. One death might be deemed normal, but two in the same spot. Could such coincidences truly exist? What lay hidden there? Chapter 28. My girlfriend. The mysterious death incident sent shivers down Li Feng's spine. Having experienced the underworld's WeChat group, he was more inclined to believe in its existence than deny it. On a radiant midday, Li Feng found himself alone on the bridge at Wangxiangmen, gazing down into the abyss below. The darkness of the waters beneath seemed to exude an eerie chill, despite the bright sun overhead. Not far away lay the site where a female corpse had been retrieved, still cordoned off by police tape, with a sign warning against approaching the riverbank. How unsettling. A shiver ran down Li Feng's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Yet, as thoughts of the deceased crossed his mind, a wave of displeasure washed over him. If spirits existed, then surely the entity below was malevolent. If not, then it was merely his own cowardice that plagued him. Bah! He spat a thick phlegm into the river. If there were truly ghosts, let it be met with such disdain. If you have the power, show yourself. I would douse you with my disdain. Li Feng stared unblinkingly at the river, which remained unchanged. After he departed, the water began to bubble, as if something lurked beneath the surface, too afraid to speak, yet simmering with discontent. The incident involving the female corpse at Huxiao River was swiftly managed by the school, keenly aware of the repercussions it could have. 2 days later, normalcy returned to the school gate, and the incident faded from the minds of many. In this vast world, the disappearance of an individual was akin to a single star dimming among countless others. Unless one held a particular significance, who would remember? Conversely, this incident served as a reminder for Li Feng to concern himself with Qi Yue's recent circumstances. He pondered her well-being and, seizing the opportunity of a weekend, dialed her number to inquire. What? Please, elaborate on the situation. Li Feng was taken aback. Qi Yue detailed her recent troubles, revealing the harsh reality of her circumstances. Following the death of her parents, greedy relatives sought to claim her family's property and assets, under the pretense of consulting real estate firms and the government. They persistently pressured Qi Yue for property deeds and guardianship, all in the name of justice. Having studied law, Qi Yue was well aware of the implications. Yet, these relatives, in their numbers, relentlessly bullied her, making demands for burial costs one day and legal fees the next. In a mere fortnight, they extracted over 40,000 from her, showing no intention of allowing her to mourn her parents or to arrange for their final rites. Infuriated, Li Feng exclaimed, "Where do you live? I shall come to assist you." Anger surged within him as these individuals seemed intent on pushing Qi Yue to the brink once more. "Brotherly, please. There is no need to trouble yourself. I can handle it on my own. Thank you for your concern. I will persevere," she said, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks, breaking Li Feng's heart. "Do you trust me? If you do, if you consider me a friend or a savior, tell me your address." Eventually, she relented. Her home was located in a nearby county of Jianghua City, a rather chaotic area. Li Feng traveled by bus, arriving at Qi Yue's residence by noon. It was a modest villa, and inside, she possessed over $1 million in savings. Had her parents not been burdened by illness and disillusionment with the world, it might have been a rather affluent household. Upon his arrival, he overheard a heated argument emanating from within. Peering inside, he noticed 2 ice coffins displayed in the living room. "Sister, you are merely Qi Yue's cousin. You have no right to inherit her family's wealth. It is legally prohibited," one voice asserted. "Who says I have no right? As long as Qi Yue consents, I am entitled," another retorted. "You haven't visited her once in 8 years, so you have even less claim." Their bickering revolved around the ownership of Qi Yue's family assets. Qi Yue stood on the second floor of the villa, coldly observing the exchange. These so-called relatives had never once considered her feelings or sought her opinion, as if her family's wealth were their entitlement. As Li Feng stepped inside, the argument ceased, and all eyes turned toward him, filled with hostility. "Who are you? Who let you in? Leave," one of them shouted. Upon seeing Li Feng, Qi Yue rushed down the stairs, calling out, "Brotherly, you've arrived." Her joy at his presence was evident. He enveloped her in a warm embrace, proclaiming, "I'm sorry for my tardiness." This was meant for the onlookers, privately. He whispered into her ear, I will pose as your boyfriend to assist you. Tears welled in Chi Yue's eyes. She found it difficult to restrain her emotions, especially when others showed concern. Her relatives, fixated on seizing her inheritance and guardianship, even plotted to marry her off to a wealthy suitor, yet none had offered genuine help. In contrast, Feng, a recent acquaintance, had traveled a great distance to aid her in her familial troubles. The distinction was stark. Hey, where did this boyfriend come from? Don't think that just because her parents are gone, no one will care for Chi Yue. One of the aunts shouted, discomfort by Feng's presence. The cousin joined in. Who is this young man? Does he think he can trick Chi Yue into giving him her money? Feng took Chi Yue's hand and turned to face the so-called relatives. You shameless relatives. With her parents' bodies still unburied, you dare squabble over their wealth? Do not think your intentions are hidden from me. The aunt, with a snide tone, retorted. Oh, who is this young man? Such bravado. The bodies are still warm. As a scholar, you should know better. Open the coffins and see if the bodies are cold. The cousin chimed in. What right does a stranger have to meddle in our affairs? Who do you think you're fooling? Aunt. I'll say it again. I am over 18 and do not require your guardianship. I can care for myself. Feng is my boyfriend. My matters are his matters. Do not speak ill of him. Chi Yue exclaimed in anger. The aunt, undeterred, pushed Feng, causing him to stumble back. Chi Yue trembled with rage. This very aunt not only refused to help, but also obstructed her from laying her parents to rest. Unable to contain her fury any longer, Chi Yue pointed at her aunt, shouting, Get out. All of you, leave. Stunned by Chi Yue's outburst, the aunt's anger flared, and she struck Chi Yue across the face. I am your aunt, your father's sister. How dare you tell me to leave? You think you can disrespect me? A distinct mark appeared on Chi Yue's cheek. Do not mistake my boyfriend's presence for my fear. My husband and his friends are nearby. You better watch out. Before she could finish her threats, a figure emerged, delivering a powerful slap to her face that sent her reeling, spinning in the air before crashing to the ground. The aunt clutched her face, dazed and confused, attempting to discern her assailant. Feng stepped forward, placing his foot firmly on her head, pressing it into the mud. Chi Yue, come here, he commanded. Obediently, she approached his side. Feng bent down, grasping the aunt's hair and lifting her by half a meter. Chi Yue, she struck you once. Now, I want you to hit her 10 times. Do you dare? Chi Yue glanced between her aunt and Feng. You dare, little girl? And you, wild man, just wait. My husband will be here any moment. The aunt yelled, her voice filled with desperation. Slap. The crisp sound resonated as Chi Yue struck her aunt. The aunt, shocked, turned to face her, disbelief etched on her features. Slap. Another resounding blow echoed in the air. Slap. 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 10 resounding slaps, not a single one missing, landed squarely on the aunt's face. Feng forcefully slammed her head against the ground, silencing her intent to curse. My girlfriend is not someone you can insult or strike at will. Remember that. Chapter 29. The overbearing relatives after receiving a slap. The aunt dared not make a sound and hurriedly fled with her sister. The two relatives left in succession, leaving only 2 individuals in July's household, creating an atmosphere of profound desolation. Is it just these 2 relatives from your family? Despite having chastised the most arrogant aunt, Feng felt no joy. The situation at July's home was indeed dire. July revealed a hint of sorrow. All the other relatives have long been driven away by my aunt. The last time, my uncle was hospitalized just for speaking a few words of reason, thanks to my aunt's husband. There are also some relatives who come in batches, trying to deceive me. Ligu, you should leave. They will not let this go easily. Initially, they wanted to pacify me, but now that things have escalated, they will definitely summon my uncle and aunt. Feng dismissed July's concerns. It's fine. I can handle 4 or 5 of them. He was confident in his strength after having faced multiple formidable men before and emerged unscathed. July warned, our community is known for its fierce demeanor and penchant for confrontation. Even if your uncle cannot defeat you, he may gather a crowd or even bring a truckload of people. They are capable of such things. In the county, familial ties meant that disputes could quickly escalate into chaos. The prospect of fighting over several 100,000 in savings and a property worth millions made the situation even more complicated. Feng's expression turned serious. The gravity of the situation was more severe than he had anticipated. Ligu, you should go. I will stay here. They wouldn't dare touch me, July insisted once more. Feng frowned deeply. I came here to help you resolve this matter. I will not leave empty-handed. But they really will harm you. Our area has poor public safety. Even if the police come, they can't stay here every day to prevent trouble. Feng dialed Sister Sang's number. Sister Sang, I need your assistance. Do you know any influential figures in Xing County? I'm in a bit of trouble. Dozens of people are surrounding me, looking to attack. Sister Sang laughed on the line. Oh, aren't you quite the fighter? Why do you need me? Just take out their leader with a few swift moves. Still, Sister Sang pondered before replying. Let me think. What exactly do you need help with? Li Feng explained July's predicament. Surprisingly, Sister Sang agreed readily. All right, send me the address. After sending her the address and hanging up, Li Feng turned to July. It's all taken care of. Do you have the contact information for the crematorium? Yes. Please provide it. After receiving the contact details, Li Feng reached out to the crematorium to schedule the cremation of July's parents for the following afternoon. Additionally, he found the contact information for the funeral home online and secured the details for the funeral procession. By 3 in the afternoon, Li Feng had meticulously arranged all the necessary procedures. Li Gu, you must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you. Come upstairs with me, July offered. Li Feng nodded and followed her upstairs. The interior of the villa was beautifully decorated, aside from the 2 ice coffins on the ground floor. It was quite a livable space. July led Li Feng to the living room on the 2nd floor, where she set about preparing tea and then hurried to the kitchen to cook. After a while, the two hastily shared a simple lunch of 2 dishes. July had a poor appetite, but under Li Feng's encouragement, she managed to eat a small bowl. Not long after they finished eating, a loud crash echoed from downstairs. Li Feng peered out the window to see a group of men storming into the Exine household. The iron gate of the yard had been knocked down, and a dozen burly men entered, cursing and spitting as they went. Where's that brat? Beside July's aunt stood a robust man, likely her uncle, who was looking around restlessly, furious. I want to see if he has the guts to act against you. July leaned out of the window and shouted angrily. Who allowed you to enter? Get out. Upon hearing her voice, her uncle looked up, a lewd grin spreading across his face. July, I'm your uncle. Since your parents are not here, this is now my house. Come down, and your uncle will treat you well. More like you want to take advantage of me. A man beside her uncle scoffed, prompting laughter from the crowd. The quality of these people was lamentably low. Li Feng leaned out, coldly regarding the uncle. So you are July's uncle? We have already called the police. If you intend to covet July's family fortune, I advise you to abandon that thought and leave immediately. The uncle's fury flared at the sight of Li Feng. Are you the one who injured my wife? Get down here and face the consequences. Li Feng ignored him. Get out. You are not welcome here. July shouted. With veins bulging on his forehead, her uncle hissed. It seems my wife was right. You've been bewitched by this outsider. Today, I will. Before he could finish, 2 vans pulled up outside, and a gang of thugs emerged. July's aunt led the way, flanked by a tattooed man smoking a cigarette, who was even more boisterous than her uncle's group. Who was making all that ruckus? Oh, it's you, brother? What is the matter, looking to snatch someone? July's uncle, with a hint of a foreign accent, asked mockingly, seeing the aunt's entourage. The uncle hesitated. You brought so many people here. Are you planning to snatch someone? Don't think I'm afraid of you. A foreigner thinks he can act tough in Xing County. Try saying that again. The aunt pointed directly at her uncle's nose. It was clear that neither side was intimidated. As tensions escalated, the aunt intervened, stating, Brother, there's no need to be angry. There's a wild man upstairs trying to take July away. It's better we negotiate. We'll give you half of the savings, and the house remains ours. How does that sound? Not a chance. I want all the assets. The uncle was adamant. Both sides openly discussed how to divide July's family's wealth, as if Li Feng and July were invisible. The negotiations grew increasingly absurd, eventually including July in their calculations. The uncle insisted on 70% of the savings plus July, or there would be a fight. The aunt feigned helplessness. We are family. Let us keep the peace. We will do as you say. The uncle lamented. How can July be given to her? Such a beautiful girl. His intentions were all too obvious. The aunt, well aware of her husband's thoughts, decisively cut off further discussion. Since we have reached an agreement, let us charge upstairs, give that wild boy a beating, and then have July hand over the savings and property deed. You can take the money and leave with July. Agreed. The uncle concurred. Li Feng could hardly believe his ears. The greed of these relatives was astonishing. How could there exist such malevolent kin? Downstairs, the 2 factions began to converge, preparing to storm July's home. If you kick down that door again, don't blame me for being rude. Li Feng warned, his voice deep. Still talking tough? I'll come up and finish you. The uncle shouted menacingly. Li Feng turned towards the kitchen, grabbing a pot of boiling oil that had been prepared earlier. Let me show you what I've brought. He shouted down. The uncle and the others looked up. Li Feng poured the boiling oil down. Instantly, a cacophony of screams erupted, reminiscent of pigs being slaughtered. Chapter 30. The ruthless. What a cruel heart you possess, wild boy. Truly ruthless. The oil was not aimed at any one person in particular. Uncle was drenched, and aunt had scalded her arm. They scrambled away in panic. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. Uncle cried, clutching his burned thigh, wailing and cursing. The destructive power of that pot of oil was formidable, instilling fear for the first time in those below. They finally recognized that the wild lad upstairs was indeed a fierce one. The kitchen knife was embedded in the ground, its handle still quivering. Feng had deliberately thrown it towards an empty space to frighten them, yet Ant and the others were oblivious, believing him to be a madman intent on murder. However, they dared not call the police, for their actions were already unlawful. Feng picked up 2 prepared bone knives, shouting, "Come on, keep kicking the door. Let us see how many lives you have." The timid feared the ruthless, while the ruthless feared the reckless. Feng was certainly the latter, firmly positioned at the apex of the food chain. The once-spirited uncle and aunt were now filled with dread. The unfolding events exceeded their wildest imaginations. In numbers, sometimes one cannot resolve issues, for some individuals can hold the line against many. They had manpower, while Feng possessed the advantage of terrain. At that moment, Feng was a king. "You little rascal, I don't believe you can stay up there forever. You will eventually come down. Just wait, I'll call for reinforcements and see how much oil you have." Uncle was still defiant, calling for help and seeking a ladder for a frontal assault. It was reminiscent of a siege. Although it appeared comical, Feng felt no amusement. He could not allow them to ascend, otherwise he would surely be beaten to death. Both sides were gearing up, restless as time slipped by. By 6 in the afternoon, after 3 hours of delay, Uncle S' side was ready, having procured a large cotton quilt, a rolling log, a ladder, and a pile of stones. "You little brat. Let us see how you handle this. I'm coming up to butcher you." With manpower and resources at their disposal, Uncle regained some of his earlier bravado, pointing at Feng and cursing vehemently. Yet Feng remained unperturbed, for he could already see reinforcements approaching. A red Mercedes leading a convoy of 3 sped towards them. Uncle and his cohorts were blissfully unaware. "Brothers, let us move," Uncle shouted below, preparing for a strong offensive. 5 burly men held up the quilt to shield against Feng's oil and knives, while 3 threw stones at the window for charge the door, and 2 positioned the ladder. It truly resembled a siege. Feng inwardly cursed the years of war dramas that had misled these men into believing they could apply such tactics effectively. Meanwhile, the red Mercedes convoy arrived, driving straight into the courtyard. Although there were guards at the entrance barring outsiders, no one dared impede such an extravagant procession. Hongjie stepped out of the car, momentarily taken aback by the scene in the courtyard before bursting into laughter, gasping for breath. "If this weren't a small county, I'd think a film crew was shooting here. Ha ha ha. Feng, you have your day now, ha ha." Sister sang, reveling in the chaos, was a surprise to Feng. He hadn't anticipated her personal arrival. "Hey, who are you?" "This is the Xian family. You've got the wrong place," Uncle queried, his face pale with fear. The presence of a powerful figure was palpable. Her commanding tone resonated with authority. Following her orders, her men blocked the courtyard's entrance with the vehicles. They tossed burlap sacks onto the ground, which clattered as a dozen gleaming machetes tumbled out, each man grabbing one and silently advancing. "What do you want? Who are you?" Uncle and the others were now thoroughly frightened. The scene was utterly terrifying. Sister Sang coldly declared, "Kneel or die," without a shred of defiance. Uncle and the others knelt in a spectacular display of submission. "Bind them," Sister Sang commanded. Thus, a group of thugs lay bound like dumplings on the ground. "Feng, you need not guard your fortress any longer. Come down and chat," Sister Sang called with a laugh, tears nearly spilling from her eyes, her demeanor animated. Feng descended with July, and Sister Sang continued to jest. "Feng, you're either protecting a girl or on your way to do so. Why so busy?" "Ha ha." Feng, somewhat embarrassed, chuckled in return. "The situation is special. Thank you for coming. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a bind." While escaping was manageable, bringing July along proved challenging. Most importantly, he had come to assist July with her familial troubles. If that objective was unachieved, his efforts would have been in vain. Sister Sang's arrival was undoubtedly the key to resolving the dilemma. She genuinely admired Feng. Initially, she had doubted the notion of relatives bullying a young girl, but witnessing it firsthand today had changed her perspective. "Little sister, do not fear. Today, I will protect you. And by the way, you are fortunate to encounter a knight like Feng." As she gazed at the young couple, her heart stirred. Her visit stemmed not solely from self-interest, but also from empathy for July's plight. Once, she too had experienced times of vulnerability and isolation. Seeing July was akin to confronting her past self. This was the true reason behind her actions, though such sentiments were not for outsiders to know. After conversing with Feng, she ordered her men to break Uncle and Aunt's legs, and with her assistance, the entire Xian family's troubles were ultimately resolved. The following day, the Xian family held a funeral, with July donning mourning attire to bury her parents. Under Sister Sang's arrangement, the Xian villa was sold to a local magnate. Everything transpired swiftly yet methodically, with Feng managing the situation adeptly and Sister Sang providing support until completion. Feng. Truth be told, I find myself somewhat admiring you. I finally understand what you meant last time. A person like me truly does not deserve to be your friend. What you've accomplished at your age is something I could never achieve. Though you may not surpass me now, your future will undoubtedly eclipse mine, Sister Feng confessed, driving as she revealed her thoughts. Li Feng's excellence had begun to reveal itself to her, and she sensed the boundless potential within this young man. In their previous encounter, he had not left a lasting impression, but this time, she felt genuine respect and admiration for him. Li Feng, too, was gaining a new understanding of Sister Feng. Her care for July and her displayed enthusiasm indicated that she was a woman with a story. Are you not afraid of the trouble you might attract by seeking me out? Li Feng queried. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Chapter 31. Betrayal the following morning. Li Feng hurried to class, seizing the opportunity between lessons to inquire about July's expulsion. It was merely a teacher's intimidation. After all, her absence had a cause. Following a heartfelt apology and reflection, July continued her studies. The mischievous boy had not contacted Li Feng in quite some time. After receiving payment, he vanished. Li Feng could only lament the inherent tricks of the trade. After a few peaceful days, the school experienced another tragic event. At the beginning of the month, another female student drowned in the school's protective river. Though at a different location, the incident drew significant attention from Li Feng. The spot where the girl drowned was not far from where July had jumped, a mere 10 meters from the previous death. Li Feng felt a chill run down his spine. There must be something sinister beneath that bridge. He pondered the psychological implications of the occurrences. That noon, he returned to the bridge beneath the Wangxiang Gate, gazing into the inky depths of the river below. Li Feng squinted his eyes and silently declared, I do not know what kind of entity you are, but since you have repeatedly endangered humanity, I shall not let you escape. As the ancients wisely stated, in times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. With the power of the underworld at his fingertips, he resolved to voice the grievances of the mortal realm. This sense of duty is inherent in every strong individual, every capable being. Li Feng decided to confront the malevolent entity lurking beneath the riverbed. Just wait and see. Leaving the nostalgia bridge, Li Feng settled onto a patch of grass and opened his phone to send a message to the demon hunter. Hey, is your workload heavy? How are you progressing with this month's task objectives? Ever since Li Feng added the demon hunter as a friend, he had speculated about its work patterns. According to the little ghost's account, the underworld had always been keen on emulating the human world. Thus, it was likely that the demon hunter's operational mode resembled that of the police, suggesting that it might have monthly task targets. The demon hunter, taken aback yet exhilarated, replied, Is that true? Li Feng assured him, Absolutely. The demon hunter exclaimed, If that's the case, I can fulfill my task of apprehending evil spirits this year. Thank you. Li Feng responded, You're welcome. Their exchange came to a close, and Li Feng tucked his phone away as he departed. Unbeknownst to the wretched ghost beneath the nostalgia bridge, a calamity loomed large. The oppressive atmosphere below the bridge led the ghost to believe that the enforcers of the underworld would overlook this place. Little did it know that Li Feng had marked it as a target and had summoned the enforcers to seize it. That night, while the ghost schemed to eliminate the young man who had disrupted its affairs and spat at it earlier that day, it was suddenly apprehended by the enforcers. Awaiting the malevolent spirit were the tortures of the 18 layers of hell and a fate of eternal servitude. While recuperating in the hospital, he had informed his family that he had accidentally broken his arm. However, after much contemplation, Feng Shuilin resolved not to be at Li Feng's mercy and decided to disclose the entire truth to his father. Feng's father was instantly enraged, gnashing his teeth in the living room. You did well in this matter. My family should not be trifled with. That little wretch dared to provoke the Feng family, rest assured. I shall avenge you. The Feng family was no ordinary household. Feng's father had considerable connections in Jianghua. That evening, he took Feng Shuilin and Bai Xiaoqin to a luxurious club to meet with a local big shot, known as Pao Yi. Their relationship was amicable, having collaborated on projects for a significant figure, making them somewhat acquainted. Upon meeting Pao Yi, Feng's father got straight to the point, recounting the incident. Not only did that brat assault me, but he also recorded it to threaten me. I can no longer tolerate such insolence. I implore you to seek justice. He placed a 50,000 yuan card on the table. The room was thick with smoke, and the man lounging on the sofa, tattooed with dragon motifs, wore a sinister grin under the dim light, his scarred face appearing almost animated like a wriggling worm. Brother, I will certainly handle this matter. But 50,000? Do you take me for a street thug? Feng's father waved his hands repeatedly, producing a 100,000 yuan card to place beside Pao Yi. I was remiss in my consideration. Here is another 100,000 yuan card. I sincerely ask for your assistance. Agreed, Pao Yi replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke while casting a glance at Bai Xiaoqin, This young lady is my girlfriend. She was present at the scene. Xiaoqin. Pao Yi is a man of justice. Please recount what transpired that day. Bai Xiaoqin's face turned pale with fear. She had never encountered someone as fearsome as Pao Yu. Yet, she dared not defy the orders of Feng's father and son. Trembling, she recounted how Li Feng had struck her and Feng Shuilin. Once she finished, Pao Yi remarked, I understand the situation now. Come here, little sister. Bai Xiaoqin hesitated. Feng's father raised his voice. If Pao Yi asked you to come over, you will go. Feng Shuilin chimed in. Xiaoqin, listen to Pao Yu. Reluctantly, Bai Xiaoqin inched closer to Pao Yu. He gently wrapped an arm around her waist, while with the other hand, he placed the 100,000 yuan card into her palm. I, for one, am quite amiable. Consider this 100,000 yuan gift as a token of our first meeting. What do you think? Bai Xiaoqin was both astonished and elated. 100,000 was an unexpected windfall. She had never seen so much money in her life. Absolutely no problem. Feng's father nodded vigorously, eager to leave with Feng Shuilin. Just as they exited the private room, tears suddenly streamed down Bai Xiaoqin's face. She understood that she had caught Pao Ye's eye and realized that from this moment forth, she could no longer be with Feng Shuilin. Yet, in the face of 100,000, all of it seemed worthwhile. Clutching the bank card tightly, she nestled into Pao Ye's embrace. You are too kind to me, sir. Pao Ye chuckled, stroking her hair as one might caress a kitten. He lacked neither money nor women. What he craved was novelty. Chapter 32. The unrefined young rascals. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, a crisis was fast approaching. He had been quite busy lately, frequently visiting the hospital. Due to his exceptional performance, the hospital placed great importance on the talent cultivation program of his alma mater's medical alliance, regularly inviting students from the alliance for internships. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that the prescription Li Feng had provided to a man poisoned by centipedes had led to the successful cure of his ailment. Grateful for Li Feng's life-saving assistance, the man sent a banner and a hen as tokens of appreciation. Even more astonishingly, Li Feng's achievement was reported in the local news. One morning, a doctor at the hospital discovered the mention of the third hospital in the Jianghua Morning News while reading and became increasingly astonished. In turn, Li Feng at the third municipal hospital, promoting traditional Chinese medicine and revitalizing national studies. It was revealed that Li Feng was a student at Lingnan University's medical school and currently served as the minister of the student department of the medical alliance formed by Lingnan University and the third hospital. His remarkable performance during his time at the hospital had garnered significant attention. In that article, it was noted that the patient's nephew worked at the newspaper and, in gratitude for Li Feng's treatment of his uncle, had penned the report. The hospital administration took this matter seriously and even convened a commendation meeting. At the meeting, the director stated, "This group of students from Lingnan University's medical school will one day be our colleagues, and we must pay close attention to them, especially Li Feng, who possesses exceptional abilities and is a role model for us all." As a result, Li Feng became a well-known figure in the hospital. Coupled with the patient's favorable evaluations, he solidified the reputation bestowed upon him by Lu Tianqing, the chairman of the Jingtian group, as a little divine doctor. The nurses and young female doctors often referred to him as Little Divine Doctor and even sought his medical advice on several occasions. Following the publication of the article, many patients specifically requested to be treated by Li Feng. Those who were treated by him either received a definitive diagnosis or were assured of a cure. His stellar reputation and integrity led to his growing fame. Nurses often found themselves lingering around his ward for various reasons, leaving Li Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Had I known, I would have opted for a more low-key approach. Li Feng, please wait. I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Qing strolled alongside Li Feng as they left, while their classmates looked on with envy and sighs. Recently, Zhang Qing had been lauded by the school for her efforts in promoting the establishment of the medical alliance, which had yielded remarkable results, especially in nurturing a talent like Li Feng, enhancing the school's prestige. With no other classmates present, Li Feng felt less constrained and spoke more casually. Why not just bring him to the hospital? Is there really a need for an introduction? He queried. Zhang Qing hesitated, finally saying, the patient's identity is rather special. It's not convenient for them to come to the hospital. Li Feng grew increasingly curious. What kind of identity would restrict someone from visiting the hospital? Are they a criminal? Zhang Qing found herself both amused and exasperated by Li Feng's assessment. Stop your wild guesses. Allow me to introduce my friend to you first. She will explain the situation. And afterward, you can determine if there is any hope for treatment. Zhang Qing drove Li Feng to the Jingtian Hotel. With a hint of laughter, she said, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is my student, Li Feng." Li Feng, this flamboyant character is Yang Wei, a name that does not match his childish demeanor. And that is his sister, Yang Wu, as in the dance. Hello, Li Feng greeted the two. Please, Take a seat. Yang Wu nodded at Li Feng and instructed Yang Wei to pour tea. The comment was neither too loud nor too soft, but made in front of Li Feng. Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to me? If so, you might be mistaken. I have never claimed to be a miracle worker. Furthermore, I have neither deceived nor insulted anyone. You have offended me with your words. It seems you are the one in need of help. Yang Wei retorted angrily. You are a fraud. Are you denying that the newspapers hailed you as a master of traditional medicine? Are you denying that people in your hospital call you a miracle worker? Li Feng glanced at Yang Wei and then at Yang Wu. So, what is your point? I intend to expose you as a charlatan to safeguard my sister and Zhang Jie from being deceived. Yang Wei exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he raised a finger. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. The truth is singular. Do not attempt to confuse my perception with your illusions. A silence fell over the table as Zhang Qing and Yang Wu looked at Yang Wei with expressions of utter disbelief. Their gazes were akin to those directed at a fool. Indeed, Yang Wei resembled a dim-witted puppy, compounded by his childish antics. Ahem, ladies. May I suggest we order some dishes? Li Feng coughed lightly, choosing to ignore Yang Wei as he picked up the menu. All right, I would like a steamed perch. He wrote down. Braised pork ribs, Yang Wu added. Braised pig trotters. Yang Wei chimed in. Very well, one serving of puppy chow, Li Feng noted with a smirk. Zhang Qing and Yang Wu could not contain their laughter. Yang Wei glared at them, furious. Chapter 33, A Great Misfortune Once the Dishes Arrived. Li Feng encouraged everyone to eat, deliberately omitting Yang Wei from his invitations. This only served to amplify Yang Wei's sense of inequity. His feelings of imbalance were justified. Li Feng had no intention of catering to such a spoiled brat. Yang Jie, if you would be so kind, please share your grandfather's condition, if you don't mind. Li Feng said, casting a pointed glance at Yang Wei. Yang Wu set her chopsticks down. Please do not mind my brother's behavior. He lacks maturity. Since you are a friend of Qing, I trust you as well. My grandfather's situation is rather dire. You see, my grandfather, in his youth, undertook reconnaissance missions in border regions. On one occasion, while pursuing local scouts, he concealed himself in a swamp for an entire night. Only upon hearing footsteps did he emerge from the mire to eliminate the enemy. This mission was exceptionally arduous, conducted under severe conditions. He became a paragon of the military, celebrated for his valor. Yet, behind that glory lies a tale of hardship that remains untold. Following that mission, he frequently suffered from unexplained headaches. Initially, they occurred once a year, but as he aged, the episodes became more frequent. Now, he experiences them every 2 weeks. A once heroic soldier, now reduced to a shadow of his former self. Despite consultations with esteemed physicians, even those from abroad, all have declared themselves powerless to assist. He has expressed a desire to cease treatment, saying, "Do not seek further aid. Let me find peace." He has even inquired privately about euthanasia. As his children, they could not bear to witness their father succumb to such a fate. The Yang family sought out renowned doctors, extending invitations to anyone of repute. Having gathered all the details of Yang Ye's condition, Li Feng refrained from offering an immediate response, stating he needed time to ponder. Yang Wu held little hope for Li Feng, merely clinging to a sliver of optimism. Li Feng's request for contemplation was, in essence, a delicate way of indicating he could not provide treatment, which dampened the atmosphere, and the meal lost its appeal. See, I told you. This young man, barely older than me, dares to call himself a miracle worker. How could he possibly heal anyone? He might fool the ignorant, but he won't deceive us. Yang Wei seized the opportunity to unleash his ire, his smug expression irking Li Feng. How could someone like you be a grandson of such a figure? It truly baffles the mind, Li Feng replied, his brow furrowing in annoyance. You. Yang Wei seethed, wanting to lash out but hesitating. Li Feng, having finished his drink, spoke nonchalantly. When I say I need time to think, it does not imply that treatment is impossible. If I declare that something cannot be treated, then it is indeed beyond my capabilities. However, if I assert that it can be treated, then you can rest assured it will be cured. That is my style. And it is the reputation I uphold in the hospital. Li Feng, can you truly save my grandfather? Yang Wu asked urgently. The treatment will be challenging, with significant risks involved. He is unfortunately infected with a species of leech native to the Miao region, which typically resides within animals. It is likely that in the swamp, a deceased creature transferred the leeches to your grandfather. That cannot be. My grandfather has undergone tests, and no trace of viruses or leeches was found in his blood. Yang Wu exclaimed. That is precisely the issue. This particular leech closely resembles human tissue, even in color. It feeds exclusively on blood and secretes a specific vitamin into the brain. As the leeches grow, they increasingly monopolize vital nutrients. Li Feng paused, then asked, Does your grandfather enjoy consuming raw blood, such as deer blood? Yang Wu trembled in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with sudden clarity. Yes, my grandfather loves deer blood. Li Feng had never met her grandfather, but was aware of the symptoms. This indicated a promising lead. I will arrange it immediately, Yang Wu declared, rising from her seat. Yang Jia, do not heed his nonsense. Perhaps this is something Zhang Jia shared with him. Do not let rumors sway you, Yang Wei cautioned, eyeing Li Feng warily. Silence. If you utter another word of nonsense, I will not hesitate to strike you, Yang Wu retorted fiercely. She regretted bringing this troublesome sibling along and would have struck him had he not been her brother. Yang Wei recoiled, silenced by her wrath. Do not rush to the Yang household. We are not yet ready for treatment, Li Feng stated, continuing to eat without rising. How dare you? You act as if you were superior, Yang Wei sneered. This time, even Yang Wu found herself at a loss for words. Mr. Li, please state your fee. The Yang family will ensure you are compensated handsomely. However, life is precious, and I implore you to save my grandfather, even if you disregard our acquaintance. Consider the sacrifices he made for our country and help him. Dear sister, we do not need to beg him. If grandfather knew you sought the help of a quack, he would be furious. We are leaving. Yang Wei erupted, flipping the table in a fit of rage, scattering food everywhere in chaotic disarray. Zhang Qing looked at Li Feng, torn in her judgment. Truthfully, I do not believe he is that sort of person, she mused. Li Feng, why do you hesitate? Li Feng raised his gaze to her. Then to Yang Wu and Yang Wei, letting out a soft sigh before casually discarding his chopsticks. Is this a joke? I have already settled the bill for this meal. How dare you disrupt everything? Do you really think I lack the fortitude to stand up for myself? Li Feng stood up, hands clasped behind his back. The reason for my absence is not financial. As Sister Yang stated, even disregarding Sister Qing's reputation, I would still extend my assistance in honor of Grandfather Yang's contributions to the nation. However, prior to offering my help, I must procure several specific medicinal herbs, which the hospital lacks. While these items were initially paramount, I now regard them as secondary. Yang Wu, your brother is blind to the truth. I, Li Feng, disdain the act of healing. Should you wish to invite someone else to assist, you must first manage your household dog. Having spoken, Li Feng turned and strode away. Hurry and leave, you charlatan. A shameless fraud daring to insult me. Yang Wei seethed as he awaited Li Feng's retort. Zhang Qing cast a deep glance at Yang Wei, choosing silence as she hurried to catch up with Li Feng. Yang Wu trembled with rage, her face flushed. Sister, do not be angry. With our family's influence, we can surely find a reputable physician. We need not be concerned with. Yang Wu abruptly struck Yang Wei across the face. Smack. Sister, why did you hit me? You would strike me for this outsider. Yang Wei exclaimed, clutching his face in disbelief. I do not merely wish to strike you. I would gladly kick you to death. Yang Wu retorted, delivering a blow to Yang Wei's abdomen, knocking him to the ground in a fury. Why do I strike you? Because you are uncouth. Regret washed over Yang Wu. Had she known her brother was capable of such disgrace, she would never have brought him along. Yang Wei's expression shifted to one of panic as he grasped the gravity of his predicament. No, sister. That battalion has a mortality rate exceeding 50% at the border. Do you wish for my demise? I am your own brother. Yang Wu, without a glance back, turned to leave, slamming the door behind her in frustration. Yang Wei collapsed to the ground, utterly aware that he had made a grave mistake. Chapter 34. Captured after departing the hotel, Zhang Qing hastily pursued Li Feng. Matching his pace, Li Feng remained silent, his brow furrowed in concern as he sought to leave. You're quite upset, are you not? Is it truly so? Just one Yang Wei has you in such a tizzy? I thought you were a man, capable of carrying the weight of the world. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Is it possible to inflict harm upon 800 while sustaining 1,000 in return? Zhang Qing laughed lightly, wiping the sweat from her brow. Indeed. I possess but this modest skill. Unlike you, whose medical prowess is unparalleled and whose heart is benevolent. Li Feng slowed his pace, retrieving a packet of tissues from his pocket to offer her. Wipe your forehead. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me, Zhang Qing. Caught in Li Feng's unwavering gaze, felt her heart race uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed. She stammered, do not look at me like that. What about you? Li Feng persisted, intent on gazing at her. Suddenly emboldened, Zhang Qing lifted her chin and met Li Feng's eyes directly. Can you withstand my gaze as I do yours? What is there to withstand? Li Feng leaned in slightly. The two shared a silent moment, inching closer together. It is said that if two individuals maintain eye contact for over 10 seconds, a peculiar sensation arises. 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds. Enough. At the 15-second mark, they both simultaneously uttered these words, quickly averting their gazes. Then I shall take my leave. Time is precious. Li Feng hurriedly departed, feeling a mix of shyness and delight. How could he be so endearing? Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself just in time. That was close. So captivating. Not long after Li Feng exited the Jingtian Hotel, Yang Wei frantically searched for any trace of him. Compared to the rigors of military training, especially in the 433rd Division, seeking out Li Feng felt like a matter of life and death. The narcotics enforcement unit patrolling the border is no laughing matter. Faced with two choices, seeking out Li Feng was the clear option. Initially, Yang Wei was somewhat confident. You think you're so impressive, Li Feng? Unfortunately for you, I have connections. My background would terrify you. If you refuse to accompany me, I will have you eliminated. I've dealt with countless spoiled rich kids, and you, Li Feng, are nothing in comparison. Hey, are you even listening to me? If you don't come with me, you might actually die. I'm not joking around. I have a terrible temper. Don't blame me if I send someone after you. You think I wouldn't convince your school principal to expel you? Li Feng dismissed him entirely, pretending to ignore his ramblings as he focused on his own tasks, searching online for information and contacting pharmacy owners to procure herbs. He needed to gather the rare medicines that the third hospital lacked, employing every means necessary to collect them. Presently, he sought more affordable options, such as earthworms, morning glory stems, and snails. For rarer items, he would rely on the Yang family to gather them later. As for the dim-witted Yang Wei, Li Feng refrained from requesting the Yang family's assistance in gathering herbs at this moment for two reasons. First, he feared they would doubt his medical skills, and second, he relished the opportunity to teach the indiscreet Yang Wei a lesson, preventing him from always acting as though he were the supreme authority. As Yang Wei grew increasingly anxious, Li Feng remained unperturbed. Time passed slowly, and Yang Wei's demeanor shifted from threats to coaxing, eventually leading to exhaustion. He was on the verge of kneeling before Li Feng, having endured an entire afternoon of turmoil. Nightfall approached, and the time given by his sister was running out. The terrifying prospect of the 433rd Division loomed in his mind, and he felt as though death itself was beckoning him. Li Feng, still silent, paid him no heed. Engrossed in his own affairs, he had too much to accomplish, grinding morning glory roots into powder, ensuring the earthworms were properly prepared, and caring for the snails. Yang Wei's fate? It held no relevance for him. Finally, as the clock struck 6, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yang Wei sat slumped at the entrance of Li Feng's dormitory, defeated like a stray dog. His earlier threats were mere bluster. His family would never allow him to act recklessly. Without his sister's consent, he could not mobilize anyone. Without her blessing, he lacked the funds to offer Li Feng any incentives. He was powerless. As Li Feng prepared to leave once more, Yang Wei hastily rose, dragging his weary body to follow. Li Feng intended to visit the pharmacy again to search for suitable herbs. Exiting the school, he planned to take the bus. Yet, as he approached a dimly lit area, a car sped towards him, and several individuals emerged, one brandishing a firearm. Get in the car. Li Feng calmly glanced at the man before complying. The vehicle sped away, and shortly after, Yang Wei emerged from the nearby bushes, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he pulled out his phone to make a call. Sister, something terrible has happened. I saw Li Feng being taken away by a man with a gun. I'm fine. Yes, right at the school gate. I couldn't see their faces, but I memorized the license plate number. Chapter 35, The Madman's Rant. Half an hour later, Li Feng found himself brought to a dilapidated old factory. Although referred to as a factory, it resembled a small workshop. From the scattered materials on the floor, it appeared to have once been a belt manufacturing facility. The lighting was poor, with only the office area illuminated. They restrained Li Feng, binding his hands and feet, and seated him in a chair, leaving one individual to guard him while the others played cards, smoked, and drank in the office. The guard, bored, fiddled with his phone. May I use the restroom? Li Feng inquired. The guard set down his phone and regarded Li Feng with suspicion. Are you attempting to escape during your restroom break? Or do you plan to overpower me and flee? Young man, we are indeed armed, so let us not waste time. I genuinely need to use the restroom. Li Feng appeared sincere. The man remained indifferent. Oh, then perhaps you should just soil your pants. Do you know Sister Feng? I am her cousin, Li Feng remarked cautiously. The man appeared somewhat taken aback. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Mingo. This lad claims to be Sister Feng's cousin. What? The individual who previously coerced Li Feng into the vehicle at gunpoint emerged from the office, accompanied by several robust men. Are you the cousin of Sister Feng? Are you referring to Wei, the brother of Sister Feng? Li Feng's expression was remarkably calm, feigning familiarity. You may call Sister Feng and mention that it's Li Feng. Mingo furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Feng as if weighing something, clearly troubled. Keep an eye on him. I shall inquire with Lord Pal. Mingo retrieved his phone and stepped outside to make a call. Li Feng discerned the situation, if he could not leverage Sister Feng's connections to resolve this predicament. It indicated that the source of this trouble was formidable. Who would possess such subordinates? The identity of the figure behind the scenes, as previously mentioned by Mingo, loomed ominously. Li Feng remained composed, awaiting developments. The Yang family members ought to be arriving shortly. Yang Wei had been trailing closely behind him, yet refrained from revealing himself, suggesting he was indeed astute. Yang Wu would undoubtedly be aware of this matter and would not remain passive. Utilizing the Yang family's influence to eradicate the underlying troubles would serve as a timely prelude to collecting some interest. Before long, a group approached from the old factory, personally welcomed by Ming Gu and his associates. A tattooed man, adorned with a dragon on his arm, swaggered in, embracing a woman, accompanied by several others. Bai Xiaoqin, Feng Shuilin, and a middle-aged man strikingly similar to Feng Shuilin, presumably his father, entered as well. The man with Bai Xiaoqin was likely Lord Pao. Feng Shuilin. It has been quite some time, Li Feng greeted him, then turned his gaze to Bai Xiaoqin. And you, Bai Xiaoqin, since when have you been by Lord Pao's side? As soon as Li Feng spoke, even the robe-clad elder displayed a look of astonishment. You have seen me? Upon our first encounter, I merely guessed. Li Feng shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled, expressing that he initially thought someone was attempting to cause him trouble from behind. To his surprise, it was Feng's family, Feng Shuilin. Do you not fear that I might reveal the video? Feng Shuilin was undoubtedly fearful, hence he dared not utter a word. The robe-clad gentleman laughed heartily. You are Li Feng, aren't you? How intriguing, truly an amusing fellow you are. Even in such a predicament, you dare to be audacious. It is no wonder my younger brother Feng is so enraged. Today, I have brought you here for two reasons. First, to demand the video from you. Second, to inquire why you resorted to violence. And what if I refuse to comply? Li Feng retorted, and the expression on Lord Pao's face darkened, revealing an aura of menace. Then you are merely courting death. Li Feng, spare yourself the trouble. I advise you to abandon those schemes of cunning and stratagems before me. Be wary, for I could render you a mere vegetable or leave you in a state of paralysis. At that point, in your dazed existence, what threat could you possibly pose? Bai Xiaoqin nestled beside Pao Yi, exuding an air of superiority. Li Feng gazed at her, spitting disdainfully onto the ground. Bai Xiaoqin, although you were once enamored with vanity, at least you were relatively untainted. Just look at you now. The rapidity of your moral decline is beyond my imagination. Bai Xiaoqin glared at Li Feng, her eyes brimming with animosity. I am not as stubborn as you. Do you know why I ended our relationship back then? You cannot provide me with the life I desire, yet there are always those who can. I am reliant on men in this society. Which woman is not dependent on a man? Who does not aspire to live a better life? Moreover, do you truly believe yourself to be pristine? You still follow Wang Ke every day, ingratiating yourself. Can you honestly assert that you are not drawn to the wealth of Wang Ke's family? Ultimately, we are all the same. There is no need for you to elevate yourself morally to proclaim your own greatness. No, we are not alike. Li Feng shook his head and remarked, it is your own heart that is dark, leading you to believe that everyone is as shadowed as you. Bai Xiaoqin let out a cold snort. So, you are Li Feng, are you? I believe Xiaoqin speaks the truth. You are nothing but a hypocrite. You feign the demeanor of an honest student. Yet if you were truly sincere, you would not resort to filming my son as a means of coercion. Feng Ba remarked with a cold smirk. These individuals take turns to present themselves, a vivid embodiment of the adage that like attracts like. Li Feng could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. You, and you, Li Feng raised his hand, pointing derisively at Bai Xiaoqin, Feng Shuilin, Feng Ba. And others, mockingly inquired, do you realize what you represent in my eyes? What is it? Father Feng inquired. Li Feng squeezed out 4 words, a mere buffoon. Father Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Am I a mere buffoon? Li Feng nodded. What about me? Am I also a mere buffoon? The robe master pointed to his own nose. Li Feng nodded once more, solemnly stating, you are all nothing but buffoons, that is beyond doubt. For you have no idea whom you are addressing. Oh, such bravado. Bound hand and foot, yet still so audacious. I must concede, you are truly remarkable. The robe master extended his thumb in a gesture of mock admiration. Subsequently, he erupted into laughter, and with him, the others joined in a chorus of mirth. Their laughter so intense that tears nearly streamed down their faces. The old factory was suffused with an atmosphere of joy. Here was a man on the brink of a severe beating, yet he dared to declare us buffoons. Ha ha ha. I can hardly contain myself. Ah. This is simply too amusing. Is it truly that hilarious? Li Feng inquired of them. No one failed to nod, for at that moment, Li Feng appeared to them no different from a madman. His confidence, in their eyes, was nothing but ignorance, even to the point of folly. Yet, was Li Feng not viewing them in the same light? A group of worthless individuals, he held no desire to engage in conversation with them. However, Li Feng exhibited remarkable patience and chose to wait a little longer. 10 minutes passed. After this interval, I deleted the video. Li Feng addressed the others, assuring them, rest assured, I am a man of my word. After 10 minutes, should the Yang family fail to arrive, he would cease his efforts to treat Master Yang. If the Yang family did not value his life, Why should he concern himself with their affairs? This is, in essence, a game of strategy. In this intricate contest, figures such as Lord Pao, the Feng family, Bai Shaoqin, and even Minggu serve merely as stakes in the high-stakes match between Li Feng and the Yang family. From the very beginning, Li Feng has never regarded himself as the underdog, for he possesses the ultimate trump card, the WeChat group of the underworld. With this powerful asset at his disposal, he is acutely aware that he stands on invincible ground. Should he choose, Li Feng could effortlessly administer a soul-dissolving pill to those before him, and amidst the ensuing chaos, consume several strength-enhancing and healing pills. With his back against the wall, what fear could he possibly harbor, even if they wield firearms? By that time, what surprises may arise and who would care? One can only proceed with the act of killing. Chapter 36. This is destiny. Ultimately, Li Feng preferred to keep the situation from escalating. Wishing to conceal his secrets from prying eyes, thus he chose to exercise patience. The robe-clad figures were more than willing to grant this favor. 10 minutes swiftly passed. With a sigh, Li Feng mused, "It seems I have overestimated the vision of the Yang family. Kid, stop your prattling and delete the video at once." The robe-clad elder said impatiently. Having reached this point, their patience had waned. Should Li Feng continue to disobey, they would resort to violence. Li Feng understood this predicament and rose to his feet. The realm of games had concluded, and it was time for him to get serious. As this declaration left his lips, unbeknownst to the robe-clad figures, several beams of white light descended upon the heads of Ming Gu and his companions. These were the soul-devouring pills. Simultaneously, Li Feng consumed 3 mighty pills, feeling an explosive surge of power coursing through his entire being. With a fierce exertion of his limbs, he broke free. Snap! The ropes that bound him snapped effortlessly. As Li Feng broke free from his restraints, the robe-clad elder and Father Feng were the first to react. Their eyes filled with disbelief. This is bad. He is about to resist. Quickly, seize him. Pao Yi bellowed towards Minggu and the others, only to be taken aback by the expressions of Ming Ji's capable subordinates. The sight before me revealed Minggu and his companions, each face alight with rapture, drooling in sheer ecstasy. Yet, the esteemed Pao Yi remained oblivious to the dreamlike state in which they found themselves, a sensation more exhilarating than that of kingship. So delightful that they were reluctant to awaken from it. Seizing the moment, Li Feng vanished from sight, his speed bewildering even to himself. An eerie swiftness that could see him escape through the door in mere seconds if he so desired. Yet, escape was not his intention. You perceive me as an ant. But today, I shall reveal to you who the true ant is. As the last of these words reached the ears of others, Pao Yi was abruptly knocked aside. One by one, Pao Yi's subordinates fell victim to Li Feng's prowess. Wherever Li Feng's ghostly form darted, cries of anguish followed in its wake. Disposing of them required little time, typically just a single punch. A superhuman punch. Onlookers like Feng Ba and Feng Shuailin could only witness a shadowy figure darting about, leaving a trail of bodies in its wake. A ghost. There's a ghost. Feng Shuailin exclaimed in terror, his legs trembling. Feng Ba, a wealthy man, remained somewhat composed, grasping his son in an attempt to flee. However, Li Feng would not grant them this opportunity. Initially, he had intended to deal with Ming Gu and the others before confronting them, but their attempt to escape was something Li Feng would not permit. In a flash, he appeared before Feng Ba, delivering a crushing kick that shattered the man's kneecap. Ah! Feng Ba screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Feng Shuailin, paralyzed by fear, knelt, bowing repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Li Feng paid them no heed, racing towards Minggu and his companions, for they represented the greatest threat in the vicinity. They wielded firearms, and Li Feng sensed that Minggu possessed formidable skills. The effects of the intoxicating pill could not last forever. He had to act decisively. Just as Minggu and his associates were lost in their euphoric reverie, suddenly, Minggu was flung against the factory wall, a distance of several meters, gasping blood upon impact. As he collapsed, his eyes widened in horror at the scene before him. What is happening? Thud! Thud! More figures crashed nearby. His powerful companions rendered incapacitated. Minggu was struck by the sight of Li Feng delivering the final blow, witnessing his comrades respond as if enchanted, devoid of any instinct for defense or resistance. Their expressions, dazed smiles and drooling, rendered them no different from fools. Li Feng toyed with them as if they were infants, effortlessly sending his foes crashing into walls, concealing his true strength while feigning vulnerability. Who was this Li Feng? Was he a master of hypnosis? No, not entirely. His might was extraordinary. Could he be a master of internal energy? The chilling thought gripped Minggu, leaving him frozen in fear. If Li Feng were indeed a master of internal energy, not only would they suffer a severe beating today, but their very survival till dawn would be in peril. Absent this explanation, there was no rationality that could account for Li Feng's power, a strength not befitting a mere student, indeed, not that of an ordinary individual. Such power belonged solely to a master of internal energy. Standing resolutely in the center of the old factory, Li Feng was the sole figure remaining upright, while others lay defeated or paralyzed by fear. After confirming the elimination of all threats, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The combination of the intoxicating pill and the strength-enhancing pill had exceeded his expectations. He resolved to use them sparingly in the future. This fleeting thought passed as he approached Minggu, confiscating the pistol from his waist. Minggu, akin to a puddle of mud, could only watch helplessly as Li Feng seized the weapon. With the gun in hand, Li Feng felt invincible. Approaching Pao Yi, he pressed the barrel of the gun against the man's forehead. Do you still believe you are not a mere clown? Pao Yi had sustained less severe injuries than Ming Ji's group, merely knocked aside and feeling unwell. Yet, even so, he dared not entertain an ounce of resistance. For Li Feng was overwhelmingly powerful, almost superhuman in his might. Masterly, you are correct. I am a clown. I see my error now. I implore you. Spare my life. Pao Yi capitulated. He acknowledged Li Feng's strength, despite being a prominent figure in Jianghua City. He dared not display any defiance in the face of such power. He wished to live. Now that you recognize your error, Li Feng remarked, tapping the barrel against Pao Yu's forehead dismissively, from now on, you shall serve me as my dog. Do you agree? Pao Yu's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Yes, he stammered. Internally, he bristled at the thought, yet he understood the necessity of preserving his life. A temporary submission did not equate to becoming a mere dog. It was a pragmatic strategy. However, if Pao Yi could discern this, so too could Li Feng. 5 minutes later, as Li Feng withdrew, Pao Yi's expression morphed into one of despair, his eyes bulging in panic. What have you done to me? He gasped, struggling to breathe. Li Feng observed his state and, for reasons unknown, felt an urge to laugh. Recently, Sister Sang had exhibited a similar demeanor, and now Pao Yi mirrored it. Truly, this faction seemed fated for misfortune, bound by their ill fortune. Masterly, I beg you to spare Pao Ji's life. He had no knowledge of your true identity, otherwise. Even if we possessed tenfold courage, we would not dare to offend you. As Pao Yi appeared on the brink of death, Minggu, despite his own precarious situation, could not ignore the plight of Pao Yi, for it was he who had once saved his life. Li Feng turned to Minggu, assuring him, rest assured, I do not intend to kill him. However, while the death penalty may be evaded, the living penalty cannot. Should he fail to report to me by the end of each month, he shall surely perish. Thank you, Masterly, for your mercy, Minggu said, blood spilling from his mouth. Severely injured, he should have been recuperating, but his determination to plead for Pao Yi's life reflected his loyalty. Had they not been the ones to instigate violence, Li Feng might have been moved by Ming Ji's loyalty. However, now, he felt no sympathy. They deserve this. Pao Yi. What is your full name? Shin Han Pao, he replied, having heard all that Li Feng had stated. From now on, you shall seek my assistance at the end of each month, lest you face certain death. Allow me to inform you, I hail from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. I am not someone you can afford to offend. If I desire your demise at midnight, rest assured, you will not live to see dawn. Li Feng wove this tale, not wishing to be perceived as a monster. Thus, he repeatedly invoked the guise of a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, the most remarkable aspect was that all present believed him. A descendant of a family of traditional medicine, how mysterious. Only such individuals could possess such formidable skills, leaving Minggu and his cohorts defenseless against his onslaught. Masterly, it was my folly not to recognize your status. Henceforth, should you instruct me to go east, I shall not dare venture west. I, Chen Hongpao, willingly pledge myself to serve you, offering my utmost efforts. You may choose to serve, or not. I remain indifferent. Li Feng smiled, rising to his feet as his gaze gradually fell upon Feng Ba and Feng Shuilin. It truly vexes me to speak of it. Feng Shuilin. I initially intended to spare you, yet you, unaware of your position, summoned your family to confront me. What do you suggest I do now? Masterly, I beseech you to forgive me. I have erred in my judgment, and shall punish myself accordingly. Feng Shuilin struck himself repeatedly, swiftly bruising his own face. Feng's father, unable to endure the humiliation, implored, Masterly, I acknowledge my wrongdoings and am willing to compensate for your mental distress and lost work time. I offer 1 million. Please spare us both. Is your life worth merely 1 million? Li Feng feigned ferocity. Feng's father was nearly in tears. To a student, 1 million was an astronomical sum. Yet Li Feng appeared unyielding. Then, how about 3 million? He tentatively proposed. Li Feng commanded Chen Hongpao, eliminate him. Chen Hongpao swiftly rose, approaching Feng's father, brandishing a dagger, poised to strike. Terrified, Feng's father cried out, 10 million. 10 million. I beg you, Masterly, spare our lives. 10 million, a figure Li Feng had never contemplated. This sum could grant him financial freedom, elevating him from the depths of society to the middle class. Feng's father seemed desperate indeed. Chen Hongpao, grant him a temporary reprieve. Li Feng instructed nonchalantly. Thank you, masterly. Thank you. Feng's father repeatedly expressed his gratitude, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, a visage of relief. Li Feng found his relief distasteful, as if one could simply resolve their misdeeds with money. Life sentences may be avoided, but the consequences remain. Chen Hongpao. Break one leg of each. Understood. Upon Li Feng's command, Chen Hongpao raised his dagger and severed Feng's father's tendons. Feng's father screamed in agony, soon followed by Feng Shuilin. Both writhing on the ground in torment, creating a harrowing scene. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoqin rose from the ground. It is my turn now, isn't it? Li Feng. You have become a victor in life, possessing everything. No wonder you once carried yourself with such dignity. Your background is formidable, your abilities exceptional. Tears streamed down Bai Xiaoqin's cheeks as she lamented, I finally comprehend that you never loved me. You concealed your disdain from me, deeming me unworthy. I accepted. I am but a worthless life, and you have triumphed. Her heart felt desolate. Li Feng regarded Bai Xiaoqin, his feelings tumultuous. Months prior, he vowed to make her regret her choice, and now he had succeeded. Bai Xiaoqin, I reiterate. I witnessed your transformation from a vain woman into this darkened version of yourself. It is indeed tragic. I am aware of your circumstances. Yet your actions elicit not only sympathy but also indignation at your lack of resolve. This time, it was Feng Shuilin who opposed me. Chen Hongpao merely acted as the enforcer. You merely fanned the flames. Your impact is negligible. You merely seek to revel in my misfortune for your own comfort. Thus, I shall not retaliate against you. You are beneath my notice. However, should I discover that you dare to conspire against me, using your body to ingratiate yourself with so-called dignitaries at my expense, I assure you, I will make you acquainted with despair. Li Feng delivered his cold words. Dismissing the pitiable woman, I have said all that is necessary. I have accomplished what I set out to do. Remember your words, and remember who Li Feng is. You are but a swarm of ants before me. I hope you will take heed. Li Feng departed with composure. Shortly after his exit, Chen Hongpao regained a semblance of his former self, glaring at Feng's father. Suddenly enraged, he disregarded the injuries of the father and son, launching a fierce assault. You fools! You brought this calamity upon yourselves and now force me to act as his dog. The Feng duo cried out in renewed pain, their wails echoing. Spare us, Master Pao. We had no idea Li Feng was so formidable. Chen Hongpao sat beside Feng's father, feigning kindness as if he had not just assaulted him or had pleaded for mercy from Li Feng. One could only describe him as deeply sinister. Feng's father, fearing for his life, acquiesced. Of course, I am willing to offer 10 million, provided you can find reliable assistance. Chen Hongpao smiled with satisfaction. Just then, the old factory doors burst open. Several military vehicles surged in, from which emerged soldiers wielding semi-automatic rifles, aiming at Chen Hongpao and the others. Chen Hongpao, despite his title, was no more than a mere figure in their presence. A poised woman stepped from the military vehicle, her first words demanding, "Where's Li Feng? Hand him over. Or if he suffers even a scratch, I will execute you all." What in the world? What background does Li Feng possess to command the military? Chen Hongpao felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Just moments ago, he had boasted of hiring assassins to eliminate Li Feng. Now, he would not dare entertain such thoughts. Even if granted 100 lives, best to avoid confrontation. Through today's experiences, Li Feng gained immense growth. He now possessed sufficient confidence and experience to navigate similar situations with greater poise in the future. The insights he garnered were undoubtedly the most significant gain. No longer did he fear those who once wielded power over him. He resolved to leave his mark on this world, to ensure his voice and name echoed through time. He quietly established his ambition. What is different? It seems there is indeed something, Lao Bao remarked, looking at Li Feng, who then noticed a certain sharpness in his demeanor. There is an air of menace, Dogsy exclaimed. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Feng replied, somewhat perplexed. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the truth in Dogsy's words. His gaze, once innocuous, now bore a subtle edge, akin to a sword finally revealed from its sheath. Indeed, I perceive it as well. Dogsy concurred. Li Feng approached a mirror. Observing the changes, his eyes and brow now held a hint of fierceness. It was no wonder others sensed this air of menace. Li Feng himself acknowledged the presence of a newfound intensity. Could this be the legendary aura? The essence of a person manifests through their demeanor, speech, and outlook, naturally reflecting in their life. The trials he endured continually honed him, shaping him into a sharp blade. However, as his roommates were friends and companions, he wished to conceal this edge. Thus, he endeavored to soften his gaze, resulting in a more approachable appearance. Fellas, look. The school is hosting a welcome party. Kuzhini suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the computer. Dogsy immediately perked up. Really? When? Indeed. My family has been pressuring me to marry. You wouldn't believe it. My mother has contacted several matchmakers, insisting I start dating right after graduation. Kujini lamented. Oh no. I detest blind dates. Oh, come now. Having blind dates is better than not having any opportunities to meet girls at all. Dogsy grumbled. Sigh. In the past couple of years, I scoffed at attending the welcome party, believing that encountering my ideal partner by mere chance would epitomize the perfection of love. In hindsight, I realized this notion was fundamentally flawed, and I have inadvertently hindered you all. Lao Bao, a proponent of the philosophy of natural love, held similar disdain for events like the welcome party. Little did we know that his indoctrination led to a severe scarcity of romantic prospects in our dormitory. This time, he took the lead, declaring, we must attend the welcome party and mingle with some girls at the masquerade. Absolutely settled, exclaimed Zhen Yi, brimming with excitement. Li Feng, are you going? The dog inquired, as Li Feng silently climbed onto his bed. At that moment, Li Feng was engaged in conversation with Zhen Yi and was only half listening to their discussion, casually responding, of course, if you all go, then I shall too. After capturing the malevolent spirits beneath the bridge, Zhen Yi felt a sense of gratitude towards Li Feng for helping him fulfill this year's task quota. Brother, thank you for aiding me with the task concerning the spirits under the bridge. Li Feng felt overjoyed, unexpectedly receiving Zhen Yi's gratitude through this endeavor. Then I shall thank you in advance. Zhen Yi replied, also feeling pleased, before inquiring, is there anything you need assistance with? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Capturing spirits beneath the bridge is a commendable task, and catching even one is a significant achievement. Li Feng, not coveting the accolades, instead chose to bestow the credit upon Zhen Yi, perhaps with ulterior motives. Li Feng perceived Zhen Yi as a clever and astute spirit. And he indeed asked the right question. Of course, I have a matter of utmost importance. Zhen Yi fell silent. While Li Feng had provided substantial help, it was insufficient for Zhen Yi to impart his most formidable skills. Li Feng was aware. Brother, you would not shortchange me. I am willing to offer 5 million. 5 million. This was undeniably a considerable temptation for Zhen Yi, even though it was his most potent technique. How much greater could it be compared to the realm of the underworld? It was merely a technique and did not translate into tangible economic value. Its only worth lay in enabling him to perform this line of work. Zhen Yi's interest was piqued. Brother, are you truly willing to purchase my technique? I shall provide you with the funds shortly. Li Feng retrieved several ghostly banknotes from his drawer, inscribed a few words indicating they were for Zhen Yi, and stepped outside the dormitory, burning them under the cover of night. My account has received the transfer. Brother, your integrity is commendable. Since you value me enough to purchase my humble technique, I shall reciprocate in kind. Please wait, and I shall send you the technique. Li Feng patiently awaited. Half an hour later, a notification chimed on his phone, and a tome of techniques floated gently into his consciousness. The title gleamed on the pages, Tianshi Dao Thunder Method. Li Feng's pupils contracted, barely containing his elation. He felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh. The Tianshi Dao Thunder Method. Indeed, Zhen Yi's offerings were exceptional. Eagerly, he delved into the contents of the technique, which leaned towards practical applications. Specifically, it involved generating lightning effects supported by inner strength. Lightning, as a celestial phenomenon, wielded sufficient power to astound both internally and externally. Almost instantly, Li Feng found himself enamored with this technique. The Shanhai Ju cultivates inner strength, while the Tianshi Dao Thunder Method utilizes it to unleash thunder. Thus, it was as if he possessed a complete and dual cultivation method, granting him powers transcending the mortal realm. A few days later, Yang Wu sought out Li Feng once again. In the preceding days, she had attempted to contact him multiple times, but he had chosen to ignore her. Truth be told, Yang Wu's failure to arrive with companions had already left Li Feng feeling disheartened. Given the Yang family's influence, such an attitude was unexpected. Yang Wu, aware of this, spoke with abundant apologies. However, this time, she could no longer remain passive. Her grandfather's condition had worsened significantly, and he was in imminent danger. She came to the school, directly seeking Li Feng to discuss matters. Yang Wu, a strikingly youthful and beautiful woman, had garnered the attention of many classmates, who assumed she was the flag bearer for the national flag team. Standing beneath the dormitory building, she had already turned down advances from 3 different suitors. I was planning to come to your dormitory, thinking you wouldn't come down. She smiled upon seeing him. Li Feng responded with a smile of his own. How could I let you demean yourself in such a way? Let's walk and enjoy the scenery of your school. Yang Wu gestured ahead. As winter transitioned to spring, the sun shone brilliantly. Such a rare and splendid day was a perfect opportunity for a leisurely stroll with a charming companion. Li Feng, in high spirits, ambled through the campus with her. Regarding the previous matter, I have indeed apprehended Chun Hongpao and his associates. They are currently in custody. If you wish, I can ensure they are sent to prison at any time. However, for me, that is no longer significant. Li Feng glanced at the blinding sunlight and replied nonchalantly. Had I been relying on you, waiting for your assistance, I believe I would either be dead or severely disabled by now. Qing'er mentioned that you were genuinely inclined to assist me, yet I understand that it was my own inadequacy that prevented timely intervention. Therefore, this time, I am not here to request your help. I have come solely to express my sincere apologies. Yang Wu stated gravely, I am truly sorry. You need not apologize. It was not your obligation. Li Feng continued walking without pausing, not even glancing at Yang Wu. Following the incident, the bond between Li Feng and Yang Wu had faded, further strained by his lack of fondness for the Yang family. A mutual detachment seemed to be the preferable course. The Yang family is willing to offer 10 million to enlist your help in treating my grandfather, Yang Wu proposed. Li Feng remained non-committal and countered, is money truly omnipotent? Money isn't everything, but I am aware that the Feng family has pledged 10 million. With my assistance, you will certainly receive it. Otherwise, the Feng family may prefer to spend that sum on your head. Then let us see if they possess the courage, the life, and the ability. Li Feng smiled. Even if the Feng family cannot deal with you, what about your family? Yang Wu paused before continuing. I have checked. Your parents are ordinary people, not the traditional Chinese medicine family you claim. The Feng family might target them. Li Feng remained unfazed. I have my methods to control the Feng family's fate, making them too afraid to act. Yang Wu found herself at a loss for words. Initially confident, she now realized she was out of her depth. My grandfather has always regarded me as his most treasured jewel. Even in his illness, he cares deeply for my future. In his eyes, I am not only the most promising member of our family, but also his dearest granddaughter. Had it not been for this illness, he would have had many more years to live. I have unwittingly extinguished his last hope, failing to safeguard my younger brother and not rescuing you in time. A hint of sorrow flickered in Yang Wu's eyes as she halted her steps. I now understand that money, power, and wealth cannot sway you. But what if I were to marry you? Would you then be willing to help save my grandfather? Li Feng also stopped, gazing at her. Even in a place like Lingyan University, teeming with beauty, Yang Wu stood out remarkably. She exuded a unique charisma, a blend of strength and grace. Coincidentally, Li Feng currently had no wife, nor even a formal girlfriend. Yang Wu blushed, awkwardly stating, I am not as fierce as you might imagine. You could consider it. Or perhaps, try to tame me. The idea of training her left Li Feng speechless. Is there truly a need for such measures? Are you resolute in your decision? Li Feng nodded. All right, I shall visit your home. Marriage to Yang Wu should be taken lightly, as Li Feng does not believe that any intimate connection could arise with such a woman. However, a debt of obligation has been incurred, and repaying it is not a simple matter. The Feng family would certainly not willingly part with a substantial sum of money. Even if they did, they would likely harbor ulterior motives. While Li Feng could hold the Feng family's fate in his hands, doing so might lead to illegal activities or even unintended fatalities. A risk he is unwilling to take. He aspires to remain an upstanding individual, and thus, while still lacking sufficient strength, he must leverage the influence of the Yang family, and even Yang Wu's standing, to control the situation. This is a mutually beneficial choice. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Yang household is somber. The elderly Mr. Yang suffers from a severe headache, and the doctors are at a loss, resorting only to painkillers and anesthetics, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Mr. Yang has 3 sons. The eldest serves in the military, the second in politics, and the third, Yang, in business. They are either powerful or affluent. Yet they find themselves powerless in the face of their father's condition. This situation cannot continue indefinitely. The youngest son, around 30, feels a pang of guilt, questioning whether they have been too selfish. Brother, we understand your concerns, but we cannot give up. Didn't we say that she would find a renowned physician? Perhaps there is still hope. The second son responds solemnly. Do you really believe in those wandering healers? I certainly do not. The third son, angered by the mention, retorts that Yang Wu is being reckless, asserting that a girl cannot be relied upon and criticizing her for losing her temper, contrary to what an elder sister should embody. The eldest son remarks, we must cultivate Yang Wei's character. He is not fit for great responsibilities. Yang Wu is the eldest daughter, while Yang Wei is the third son's child, and the second son's children are still young. The second generation of the Yang family has flourished. Yet the third generation, aside from Yang Wu, pales in comparison to the signs of other families, a fact that cannot be denied. At this juncture, the legacy of the family is of utmost importance. Although they had never extensively discussed such matters, the gravity of their father's illness compels them to consider these issues. The first generation creates, the second nurtures, and the third inherits. If the third generation can demonstrate remarkable capabilities, they might earn the right to lead the Yang family. In Chapter 40, Master Lu arrives. Yang Wu brings Chen Ping to the Yang household, and upon sensing the oppressive atmosphere, she hastily introduces Uncle 2, Uncle 3. This is Li Feng. I invited him to treat Grandpa. The terms Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 are familial titles passed down from her grandfather, imbued with a sense of hometown warmth. The elders, upon witnessing Yang Wu's enthusiastic introduction, exhibit a shift in demeanor. Is this the renowned Dr. Li you often speak of? Greetings, and thank you for your efforts. Yang Wu's second uncle extends his hand, lightly shaking Li Feng's. Politicians are often generous in displaying goodwill. Though they may harbor doubts about Li Feng's abilities, such reservations are typically kept private. In other words, a family like the Yangs would not lack in decorum. Little doctor, please assist us. Yang Wu's father nods in agreement. Only Yang Wu's third uncle regards Li Feng coldly, stating, if you can cure my father's illness, the Yang family will reward you handsomely. However, should you be found to be a charlatan, we shall not be lenient. I hope you comprehend this. It is clear who extends goodwill and who holds reservations. Li Feng acknowledges the third uncle with a nod. I understand. Then please proceed. The third uncle gestures graciously. Li Feng cannot help but admire the demeanor of the descendants of a revolutionary. Mr. Yang lies in the hospital room, barely clinging to life. Li Feng approaches the elder, scrutinizing his complexion and fingernails. After this examination, Li Feng informs Yang Wu and the others, indeed, it is a leech. Is it truly a leech? Yang Wu inquires anxiously. Can it be cured? Li Feng nods affirmatively. Young man, do not speak so confidently. Renowned experts have been unable to help my father. You merely glance and assert that it can be treated. Yang Wu's third uncle regards him with a mix of derision and anger, questioning whether he believes the Yang family to be blind. As you said, do not be overly confident, Li Feng replies with a slight smile, gesturing toward Mr. Yang. When the elder suffers, he loses his appetite yet craves blood, particularly from deer. Leeches are yin, while human blood is yang. And so? The third uncle asks mockingly. This means that even if he does not consume human blood, he will have an unusual craving for deer blood, Li Feng clarifies. Do not take whispers and rumors from Yang Wu or others as mere conversation starters. Tell me, what method do you propose to cure my father's illness? It is quite simple. We must eliminate the leech's poison from the elder's body, Li Feng asserts confidently. The members of the Yang family wear expressions of alarm. The term poison is too sensitive, evoking thoughts not of exterminating the leech, but of harming Mr. Yang himself. It must be understood that the Yang family exists as it does due to the stabilizing presence of Mr. Yang. Without him, the family would not have thrived as it has. The Yang family is not without enemies. In fact, no large family can claim absence of adversaries. However, out of respect for Mr. Yang's influence, those foes dare not act recklessly. Yang Wu's third uncle glares at Li Feng, demanding, how do you plan to eliminate the leech? Naturally, I will concoct the remedy, Li Feng states calmly, then questions the third uncle. Do you have any objections? Should I have any? The third uncle counters. Indeed. Trust among individuals can sometimes be exceedingly fragile. Why not allow him to try? Yang Wu's father speaks up. Eldest brother. Do you truly wish to let this stranger concoct some remedy for our father? The third son exclaims. I would rather believe a pig could climb a tree than trust him. He claims to have a prescription, yet look at his age. The third son is exceedingly frustrated, feeling that they are toying with their father's life. I firmly oppose this. Yet, there are no other alternatives. We cannot allow our father to suffer due to our selfishness, insists the eldest son. Yang Wu's second uncle concurs. I support the eldest brother's view. I cannot bear to see our father endure any longer. Who says there are no alternatives? If you're determined to pursue this dubious path, we might as well call Master Lu, the third son asserts confidently. Casting a glance at Li Feng, I do not trust this inexperienced boy. It is not just the third son who harbors doubts. In truth, very few within the Yang family place their faith in Li Feng, largely due to his youth. Who is this Master Lu you speak of? The eldest son inquires. Do you not know Master Lu? He is the esteemed figure from the Lu family in Xing County. The third son boasts. You should be well aware of Master Lu's reputation. He has collaborated with numerous celebrities and is closely followed by many wealthy individuals. His skills in Qigong are remarkable. The eldest son remains perplexed. While Master Lu is indeed well known in the public sphere, he is notoriously elusive. A family like the Yangs would have no dealings with such fringe characters. Hearing the third son speak so familiarly is quite surprising. I share a good friendship with Master Lu. To be honest, I have encountered business troubles on several occasions, and Master Lu has helped me avert risks. The third son explains. Where is he now? The eldest son asks. I have sent Wei to invite Master Lu, the third son states, pulling out his phone to make a call. Moments later, the gates of the Yang residence swing open. A Lincoln sedan glides into the driveway. From the vehicle emerges an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire, exuding an ethereal presence. His demeanor radiates an otherworldly quality, particularly with his strikingly unique eyes that possess minimal white, setting him apart from ordinary individuals, enveloped in an air of mystery. Master Lu approaches Mr. Yang, squinting to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, the curtains of the window draw themselves shut. On my way here, I overheard Xiao Wei mention a self-proclaimed little divine doctor who claimed that the old military chief was afflicted by leeches. It was nothing but sheer nonsense. Master Lu, his voice hoarse, cast a glance at Li Feng and continued, I have long since discerned that the old military chief's ailment is not caused by wind or flags, but rather by spiritual disturbance. Master Lu, what do you mean by spiritual disturbance? Yang Laosan inquired eagerly. Spiritual disturbance refers to the harm caused by negative energy. However, you sought my assistance too late. Had you come sooner, I could have guaranteed the old military chief's well-being. As it stands, I can only ensure his health for the next 6 months. And how will you accomplish that? Yang Laosan pressed. It is quite simple. I will perform an exorcism. Upon uttering these words, a gust of powerful wind emanated from Master Lu, sweeping in all directions and brushing against Li Feng's face. Li Feng frowned. The wind carried a nauseating stench, and he sensed a chilling aura emanating from this so-called Master Lu, which did not suggest a legitimate practitioner. Master Lu, can you perform the exorcism now? Yang Laosan asked, elated, trusting in Master Lu's abilities. Master Lu stroked his goat-like beard and nodded. Of course, but my disciples must not be seen by anyone else during the ritual. This implied a certain secrecy. Yang Laosan believed him to an extent and hurriedly ordered Yang Wei and Yang Wu to leave, especially to Li Feng. He said impatiently, you have no business here. Leave at once and do not return. Li Feng regarded Yang Laosan with a bemused expression. Your father has decades left to live. Yet you arbitrarily decide he should only survive for 6 more months? Yang Laosan's countenance changed, and he retorted, what is my family's affair to you? Get out. He had previously maintained restraint out of respect for Yang Wu, but now, with Master Lu present, even if he were to resort to dubious methods, Li Feng had no right to interject. Li Feng's expression grew cold. Yang Laosan, you are truly blind. I could cure your father. Yet you choose to believe in a charlatan. How dare you refer to Master Lu as a charlatan? Yang Laosan yelled. He is indeed a charlatan. And you are unaware that his offerings include venomous snakes, weasels, and centipedes. If you doubt me, open his bag and see for yourself. Li Feng pointed at the bag held by Master Lu's disciple. Master Lu was furious. What right do you have to meddle in my affairs, you inexperienced brat? Leave. Li Feng scoffed. You are merely a quack risking lives, unworthy of my attention. Through careful observation, Li Feng was now nearly certain that this so-called Master Lu was nothing more than a practitioner of dark arts, exuding a disquieting aura. Xiao Wu, go take a look. Yang Laodao instructed. Yang Wu approached Master Lu's disciple and was about to reach for one of the bags when suddenly, Master Lu stomped his foot and declared, freeze. Yang Wu collapsed without warning, astonishing the Yang family. Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? Yang Laodao demanded. Master Lu chuckled sinisterly. My dear sir, your daughter merely faints temporarily. Her life is not in danger. My possessions can be disturbed, my disciples can be disturbed, but others must not interfere. You may doubt me, but you must respect me. Yang Laodao fell silent, and after a moment, he said, everyone, please leave, including you, Li Feng. He rushed to help Yang Wu and exited the room, followed by the others, leaving only Li Feng behind. What are you still doing standing there? Did you not hear the command? Master Lu barked. Li Feng, get out now, or I will show you no mercy. Yang Laosan urged. Li Feng, do as I say. Yang Laodao added. Li Feng glanced at the doorway and nodded. He began to walk slowly outside, and everyone assumed he would comply, but unexpectedly, he made a shocking move. Just as he had taken a few steps, he turned abruptly and delivered a powerful punch to Master Lu's abdomen. Master Lu was caught off guard, sent flying against the wall with a resounding thud. Has this boy lost his mind? Those standing by the door were nearly petrified. No one had anticipated that Li Feng would suddenly attack Master Lu. What kind of master was he, but a quack endangering lives? I cannot allow the old master to be harmed by you. Rather than let you treat him foolishly, I would rather take you down. What kind of reasoning is this? What kind of action is this? Everyone looked at Li Feng as if he were a madman. Li Feng, are you seeking death? Yang Laosan nearly leaped into the room, furious that his friend Master Lu was harmed in his presence. What face would he have left if Master Lu refused to treat the old master anymore? Clearly, Li Feng harbored ill intentions. As Yang Laosan seethed with rage, the atmosphere in the room shifted ominously. Master Lu, clutching a piece of black jade, rose slowly from the ground. You insolent fool, how dare you strike me? It has been ages since I felt such pain. His expression darkened, resembling that of a malevolent spirit, his eyes devoid of whites, lending him an eerie appearance. By my command, Master Lu formed a hand seal, causing his disciple to drop the bag and rush outside, ordering everyone to leave. It was too late. The contents of the bag, as Li Feng had claimed, were indeed venomous creatures, but they had not survived long. As Master Lu raised the black jade, dark energy from the creatures was absorbed into it, causing the jade to gleam ominously. A massive shadow loomed on the wall of the room. Ghost. Some members of the Yang family could not withstand the terror and fled in panic. The three Yang brothers dared not linger by the door. The scene was too horrifying. Master Lu's expression was that of a demon, his eyes bulging as he glared at Li Feng. You ignorant fool, today I shall show you the might of my mastery. Li Feng merely laughed. I knew something was amiss with you. Your ominous aura betrays you. Now that your true nature is revealed, it becomes easier to deal with. Die. Master Lu dismissed any further dialogue, waving his hand. The shadow on the wall emitted a chilling scream and surged toward Li Feng. Li Feng remained motionless, his hand poised. Lightning strikes evil. A slender bolt of lightning erupted from his palm, twisting and darting forward with incredible speed. The shadow, initially rushing toward Li Feng, found itself unable to evade the lightning and retreated in haste. A confident smile appeared on Li Feng's face as the lightning intensified, illuminating the room as bright as day. As the miraculous lightning technique manifested, both the Yang family members and Master Lu were left pale with fear. This was power beyond the reach of mere mortals. The Yang family, witnessing the flickering lights and booming thunder from afar, felt their hearts race. Could he be a deity? The Yang brothers were filled with an overwhelming sense of awe. Regardless of their status or identity, as mere mortals, reverence is inherent to our nature. Within the confines of the room, a shadow on the wall was suddenly illuminated by a flash of lightning, emitting a chilling cry that was indistinguishable as either male or female. The shadow flickered swiftly, darting towards the black jade held in Master Lu's hand. The shadow emerged from the jade, which served as its sanctuary. Li Feng shouted at Master Lu, "Drop the jade." Startled, Master Lu trembled and relinquished the black jade. Li Feng unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the jade. The sound was akin to ice crashing onto a heated iron plate, producing a sharp hissing noise. A plume of black smoke billowed from the jade, as the spirits nurtured by Master Lu were obliterated by Li Feng's thunderous magic. In regions from Yaojiang to the New Southeast Asia, the practice of nurturing spirits is deemed a malevolent art, pursued by only a select few. Master Lu, through fortuitous circumstances, had acquired the art of spirit nurturing, amassing fame and wealth through his spectral companions. Today, however, those spirits met their demise at the hands of Li Feng. Master Lu spat blood on the spot. The death of his spirits inflicted a severe backlash, draining his vitality. Li Feng withdrew the lightning and turned his gaze towards Master Lu. The latter trembled uncontrollably, akin to a leaf in a tempest. Upon meeting Li Feng's cold stare, he disregarded the blood at the corner of his mouth and hastily knelt before him. Real master, I was blind to my own folly and inadvertently offended you. I beseech you, spare my life. Master Lu clung to Li Feng's feet, weeping profusely in desperation. The display of power Li Feng had just exhibited had shattered his bravado. Typically, he wielded his spectral minions to act with impunity, basking in his reputation within Jianghua City. It was only upon encountering Li Feng that he realized the vastness of the world beyond his own. Li Feng observed Master Lu with a disdainful snort. The thunderous magic of the celestial master's way held particular efficacy against malevolent practitioners, and the ease with which Li Feng had vanquished Master Lu's powers underscored his unsavory nature. Yet, Li Feng was uncertain of the consequences of a direct strike against Master Lu. Should he accidentally kill him, it would surely be excessive. Hand me the jade, Li Feng commanded. With the spirits vanquished, the jade regained its original luster. Master Lu picked up the jade and handed it over to Li Feng. After securing the jade, Li Feng called out, "Bring Yang Wu in." Outside, Yang Laodao and others hastily brought the individual inside, having witnessed Li Feng's formidable prowess and now fully respecting him. They overheard the conversation between Li Feng and Master Lu and understood the delineation of good and evil. After Yang Wu was brought in, Li Feng placed a hand on her forehead, channeling the mountain sea technique to nurture her vitality. Yang Wu had fainted not due to Master Lu's might, but rather from the malevolent spirit's influence. With the evil spirit removed and under Li Feng's care, Yang Wu gradually regained consciousness. "Thank you, I am fine now," she said, a slight blush gracing her cheeks. As a flower of the military, she had never been treated with such gentleness by a stranger, particularly in front of her relatives, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. The prestigious Yang family narrowly avoided a farcical incident. Had I not intervened in time, you might have risked Yang Lao's health for a moment of vitality, but it would have cost him his remaining lifespan. Yang Laodao and the others displayed expressions of shame. "Bring him." Young Lao Da commanded, and 2 guards promptly ran over. Arrest this Master Lu, interrogate him thoroughly, and transfer him to the legal authorities. Had it not been for Li Feng's presence, the Yang family might have inadvertently jeopardized themselves. Young Lao Da felt immense regret, for despite Master Lu's renowned reputation, he, as a soldier, had no fear of such figures. As the guards escorted Master Lu away, his face was a mask of despair, tears unshed. Had he known this would unfold, he would never have dared to offend Li Feng. Now, his wealth and reputation had all slipped through his fingers. Spare me, he cried, but it was too late for regrets. Li Feng, do you think Master Lu could use sorcery to escape? Yang Wu's second uncle asked, wary. Li Feng shook his head. He has suffered a backlash, and the spirits he nurtured have been eradicated. He cannot stir up any further trouble. Besides, he remains but a mortal. To ordinary people, Master Lu might seem exalted, but in the eyes of higher authorities or the wise, he was merely an inconsequential figure. In a real confrontation, faced with gunfire, even the name of Master Lu would be rendered meaningless. Li Feng chose not to elaborate further. Li Feng, I implore you, save my father, Yang Lao Da, a figure of high standing, pleaded, humbled by his usual authority. Yang Wu's brothers echoed the sentiment. Please, Li Feng, save our father. The other relatives of the Yang family chimed in. Please, Li Feng, rescue Yang Lao. Li Feng's gaze hardened as he looked upon the ailing Yang Lao, whose countenance was haggard and frail. The ravages of war had not defeated such a hero, yet he could not withstand the onslaught of illness. I will provide a prescription. Gather the herbs as per my instructions. Ensure you find all the ingredients by tonight. I shall treat him once they are assembled. Li Feng handed the prescription to Yang Lao Da, who quickly instructed the others, split up and act swiftly. Finally, after a prolonged period of anxiety, the Yang family glimpsed hope. They rushed out of the house in all directions to procure the necessary herbs. Li Feng remained calm, meticulously examining Yang Lao's condition while Yang Wu stood by his side, pouring tea and water, obedient like a bride-to-be. Chapter 43. Healing in the Animal Kingdom. There exists a natural ability to conceal oneself. Chameleons alter their colors with their surroundings, and rattlesnakes blend seamlessly into the desert sands. The leech within Yang Lao was an exceptional specimen, possessing a structure remarkably similar to human flesh, with coloration closely resembling that of human tissue. Once inside the human body, the leech is difficult to detect and even harder to eradicate. Had it not been for Li Feng, one might say Yang Lao would not have much time left. Li Feng, as per your request, we have gathered these herbs. From 7 to 9 in the evening, various herbs were continuously delivered to the ward, including 7-year-old ginseng, 10-year-old snow lotus, and the blood of ancient deer, all extremely precious traditional Chinese medicinal materials. These items would have been difficult for Li Feng to collect with his current abilities, but with Yang Lao Da's organization, the Yang family successfully gathered everything, forming a substantial pile in the ward. Very well, all unrelated personnel, please step outside. Yang Wu, accompany me, Li Feng instructed. Uncle Yang, please find some dry wood to set up a boiler and procure an iron pot. I need to brew the medicine. The task was straightforward, and Yang Lao Da promptly set to work. Li Feng and Yang Wu moved to the corridor, where Li Feng brought over a stool and sat down, waiting. Soon, fire blazed in the corridor, and the boiler heated up. As the water boiled, Li Feng methodically added the herbs into the pot. There is no need for you to stay here. You may all leave. If anything arises, I will have Yang Wu inform you. Although Li Feng orchestrated everything, he felt somewhat uncomfortable with the attention he was receiving, especially as some individuals took out their phones to capture the moment. Under Li Feng's direction, Yang Lao Da quickly ensured that everyone vacated the area, and the corridor fell into a serene quiet. Add some more wood to stoke the fire, Li Feng reminded Yang Wu. I have checked your family. You are not truly a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family. To speak candidly, your medical skills have advanced remarkably in just a few months, and I am quite curious about what transpired during this time. Li Feng cast a meaningful glance at Yang Wu. Fame often brings attention, and once one becomes well known, it inevitably draws scrutiny, regardless of how well one might attempt to conceal it. Today, Yang Wu was able to uncover this information, and it is likely that others may do the same. This poses a dangerous signal. Li Feng was reluctant to share the secret of the underworld group chat with anyone else. Let us make a deal, Li Feng proposed. I will cure your grandfather's illness, and in return, you will protect my family. How does that sound? And how do you expect me to protect them? Yang Wu inquired. At the very least, I wish for them to be untroubled by any ill-intentioned individuals. In that case, I shall assign someone to watch over them discreetly, Yang Wu replied. Looking up at Li Feng, seeking confirmation. Do you think that would suffice? Li Feng shook his head. Not quite. I am all too aware that once one possesses transcendent power, it often invites a host of complications. Wherever there are people, there is a world of intrigue. It is inevitable that one will offend someone in the future. My parents are my only vulnerability. Discreet protection, he thought, is not particularly clever. It may suffice against common thugs, but one cannot be certain when faced with a desperate foe. I have a better idea. Perhaps you could arrange for my parents to be placed in a security area where they would receive meals and housing, enjoying a relaxed job with generous benefits. But what if your parents need to go out? Moreover, they may not adapt well to life in a security area, Yang Wu countered. Li Feng met Yang Wu's gaze and calmly stated, perhaps you do not fully grasp that for ordinary citizens, a stable job and good benefits are of utmost importance. Yang Wu fell silent for a moment before finally saying, very well, I will make arrangements tomorrow. Li Feng felt a sense of relief. As long as his parents' safety was assured, he could venture forth without restraint. Time passed unnoticed as the concoction in the pot bubbled away. Li Feng simmered the herbs until they resembled a thick porridge. He poured a bowl and set it on the windowsill to cool before entering the sick room. Old Master Yang was still in a deep slumber, and a basin of deer blood, pungent and rich, lay beside him. Li Feng took a small knife, grasped Old Master Yang's hand, pressed down on his fingers, and made a gentle incision. Blood flowed forth. Administer this medicine to your grandfather. The treatment must not cease. Yang Wu hurriedly assisted with the task. Old Master Yang, still unconscious, drank the medicinal concoction prepared by Li Feng, and his body trembled slightly. His face contorted in pain. Yet he did not awaken. As the hours slipped by, night deepened. Li Feng and Yang Wu anxiously watched Old Master Yang. Suddenly, Yang Wu exclaimed, what is that? She pointed to her grandfather's arm, where a small lump had formed, slowly shifting downwards. Li Feng narrowed his eyes and said, that is the leech I have been emphasizing. Now do you believe me? The fleshy, crimson leech wriggled forth, eventually extricating itself from the incision and plunging into the basin of deer blood. Shortly thereafter, 3 similar lumps appeared simultaneously on Old Master Yang's arm. The sight was utterly horrifying. Yang Wu covered her mouth, scarcely able to fathom that such a grotesque creature had been living within her grandfather's body. After the 3 leeches emerged, Yang Wu asked, is it over? Not yet. The leech queen has yet to appear. They waited for over an hour, and just as Yang Wu began to feel drowsy, a lump the size of a thumb formed on Old Master Yang's arm. As the leech queen approached his fingertip, it suddenly halted. Why has it stopped moving? Yang Wu asked anxiously. Li Feng remained silent, seizing the knife and making a swift incision. Without hesitation, he severed that portion of Old Master Yang's finger and dropped it into the basin of deer blood. There was no time for bandaging. Li Feng quickly added several herbs to the basin. Instantly, the deer blood turned black, and 5 leeches writhed within, producing a chilling hissing sound. The sound was spine-chilling, persisting for approximately 2 minutes, until finally, all the leeches in the deer blood perished. Li Feng let out a deep sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Summon your father and the others, he instructed. Li Feng carried the basin of deer blood to the corridor, pouring it back into the pot for another round of boiling. He wanted to ensure the complete annihilation of those 5 leeches. Yang Da and the others were waiting upstairs. Upon receiving Yang Wu's message, they hurried down. Li Jinren, how is my father? Li Feng remained silent, approaching Old Master Yang and feeding him the final bowl of medicinal liquid. Suddenly, Old Master Yang awoke, retching violently, even expelling bitter bile. What on earth is this wretched concoction? He exclaimed, continuing to vomit. He is fine now, Li Feng observed, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he watched Old Master Yang expel the contents of his stomach. Before long, Yang Da and the others gathered around Old Master Yang, offering their concern. Old Master Yang beamed, saying, it no longer hurts. I feel much better now. It seems I won't have to die after all. Grandfather, let's not forget to express our gratitude. This is Li Jinren Li Feng, the one who helped cure your illness. Yang Wu introduced. Old Master Yang regarded Li Feng for a considerable length of time before raising his hand and instructing Yang Da, help me sit up. Yang Da, bewildered, assisted his father. As Old Master Yang rose, he bowed deeply to Li Feng. Li Jinren, your life-saving grace shall never be forgotten by the old Yang. There is no need for such formality, Old Master. You have dedicated your life to serving the nation. My actions are but a trifling matter, Li Feng replied humbly, considering saving a life a natural obligation. Although Old Master Yang was advanced in years, he had not lost his clarity of mind. His words carried significant weight, as those familiar with him knew he was a man of his word. Li Feng smiled slightly. What if I were to marry Yang Wu? Old Master Yang was taken aback. Yang Da's eyelids twitched. The others were astonished. This was no trivial matter. Marrying Yang Wu would mean entering the Yang family. An exceptionally lucrative venture. Li Feng certainly knows how to calculate, Yang San muttered. Yang Wu herself flushed deeply. She had indeed mentioned this to Li Feng when she sought him out at school, but she had not anticipated him bringing it up so soon. Li Feng laughed heartily. If you take me seriously, you have lost. I was merely jesting to see how earnestly you would respond. The gathering felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had genuinely believed him. In truth, I have already discussed with Yang Wu my hope that old Master Yang could arrange for my parents to work in the security area. They need not do much. Merely run a small shop. That is certainly feasible, old Master Yang assured, thumping his chest. What else do you require? The other members of the Yang family gazed at Li Feng with curiosity. For the Yang family, arranging jobs for 2 individuals was a mere trifle. Requiring no intervention from old Master Yang, Yangda could handle it. It was evident to all present that old Master Yang wished to offer substantial benefits. If Li Feng desired financial assistance, it would be an excellent opportunity. With the Yang family's resources, he could achieve rapid success. However, Li Feng declined, stating, I require nothing else. I have no such needs. His refusal was swift and decisive, prompting quiet laughter among some. Old Master Yang would not allow it. It matters not. In the future, should you desire anything, merely inform me, and I shall fulfill your request. Li Feng nodded. The act of healing was devoid of ulterior motives. It stemmed solely from a good disposition. The Yang family believed Li Feng was squandering an opportunity, while he himself was indifferent. He knew that in the future, he could attain whatever he desired without relying on others. I study at Lingnan University, Li Feng revealed. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. No one could have anticipated that someone so capable was still a student. Li Feng shook his head. No, I prefer my own bed. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Li Feng rose from his slumber, his sleepy eyes blinking open as he picked up a book. The advantage of university life was that, unlike high school, there were no classes in the evening, allowing for a considerable amount of free time. However, too much freedom could lead to mischief. Much like some of his dorm mates who, when given the chance, tended to indulge in less than noble pursuits. You're not really asking about the clothes, are you? It's about whether the person looks good. Li Feng chuckled as he settled onto a chair. Honestly, can anyone be more handsome than me? One of his friends, with a center-part hairstyle and an excessive amount of mousse, struck a pose he thought was cool. Though I may not be as dashing as you, I'm quite adorable. He added, and I've heard that charming boys are particularly appealing to women these days. What do you think? Old Bao pouted, eliciting a sense of dread among the onlookers. You shameless rogues, Li Feng teased. Rue Z, tonight's welcome party is our last opportunity. If we don't seize the moment, we're doomed to a life of blind dates. Aren't you going to spruce yourself up? Kujini remarked flamboyantly, casting a glance at Li Feng. Li Feng yawned in response. What does it matter? I possess an abundance of inner beauty. If they want to look, they may. He felt weary, for he had been up till the early hours the night before, practicing his craft, which had drained much of his energy. Had it not been for the desire to join the dorm's festivities, he would have preferred to retreat to bed. After a flurry of meticulous preparations, the residents of Dorm 427 collectively set off for the school gymnasium. The so-called campus beauties and handsome boys were merely the top students, a gimmick concocted by the institution to inspire a love for learning. Many were keenly interested in this spectacle. Li Feng initially wandered alongside Kujani and the others, but somehow he found himself alone amidst the crowd. What a bunch of ingrates, abandoning me here, he thought, choosing to sit on a random chair, gazing at the bustling throng below. Isn't that Li Feng? What is he doing here? One voice remarked. He is single, of course. After being dumped, he has to find someone new. Otherwise, he faces a lonely existence. Don't talk about him like that. If it weren't for him, last time would we really perish without him? That was merely a joke from Sister Sang, another voice chimed in. Li Feng turned to see Bao Fu and Xiao Mei, among others, whom he had encountered at Candy Cafe not long ago. Xiao Mei seemed to argue a bit, while Bao Fu and his friends displayed disdainful expressions. A pack of ingrate wolves, Li Feng muttered, realizing they thought he was too far away to overhear their gossip. However, he chose to ignore them. Had it not been for Wang Ke's presence, he would have paid them no mind. Upon noticing Li Feng's indifference, Bao Fu and his friends laughed even louder, mocking him. Look at his pitiful state. He must be out here searching for a girlfriend. Huh? Who would want him? Unless, of course, they were blind. Isn't that Wang Ke? What's she up to? Not far away, Wang Ke approached Li Feng with a mysterious smile, seemingly intent on surprising him. The mocking laughter abruptly ceased, as if they had all swallowed something unpleasant. Chapter 45. A heartfelt embrace. No one anticipated that Wang Ke would approach Li Feng. Wang Ke was akin to a graceful swan, while Li Feng, at best, resembled a toad, though everyone in their circle refrained from discussing it openly. They were all aware of Wang Ke's prominent family background, which was undoubtedly impressive. Yet, she had always been low-key, never flaunting her status. She was a genuine belle of privilege. Even the likes of Bao Fu, a wealthy young man, would find it impossible to win her affection. I just don't understand. Why is courier behaving this way? Baofu murmured, perplexed. Previously, at Candy Cafe, Wangke had defended Li Feng at every turn. Now, she seemed to be taking the initiative, leaving Baofu feeling increasingly unsettled. Baogu, should we intervene and talk to courier? One of his followers inquired. Noticing Baofu's troubled expression, Baofu's gaze darkened, and after a moment, he replied, let us not rush. We need to come up with a plan to deal with this Li Feng. As Li Feng was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a strong gust of wind approaching from behind. Not good. Someone is sneaking up on me. Instinctively, he reacted with lightning speed, throwing a punch, only to realize it was Wangke. He twisted his arm, and his fist narrowly grazed her cheek. The sudden movement sent Wangke's hair flying, and she was startled, losing her balance and nearly falling backward. In a split second, Li Feng lunged forward, wrapping one arm around her waist while the other braced against the ground, maintaining an angle that prevented her from hitting the ground. At that moment, Wangke looked into Li Feng's eyes, and he gazed back at her. Both silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I was quick to react. Otherwise, the fall would have been disastrous, Li Feng said with a gentle smile. Lifting her effortlessly, Wangke found herself nestled against Li Feng's warm chest, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. To the onlookers, it appeared as if they were in a romantic embrace, igniting jealousy in Baofu, who was seething with rage. Let her go? Baofu could no longer contain his anger and stormed over to Li Feng. Yet, Li Feng paid him no mind, savoring the moment with Wangke. Lost in the warmth of her presence, Baofu trembled with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Feng. Release courier, you beast. At that moment, Wangke snapped back to reality and quickly released her grip. Li Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, reluctantly loosened his hold, despite wishing to hold on just a little longer. Are you hurt? His attention solely on Wangke. Her face flushed, she replied with a hint of admonishment. Joking around with you carries a high risk. I won't do it again. Huh, it's fine. I promise to keep you safe. Besides, wasn't it thrilling? Li Feng chuckled. Wangke lowered her gaze shyly, her cheeks burning at the thought of their earlier embrace. Meanwhile, Baofu felt like he had become invisible, seething with indignation. How could she not see what is happening? He fumed internally. In truth, Wangke was fully aware. It was Baofu who was oblivious. The followers trailing Baofu, including Xiaomei, exchanged glances, lamenting the situation. How can Baofu be so blind? Wangke and Li Feng are clearly on the same wavelength, and he has just an unwelcome distraction. Baofu, let's leave. Let courier have some peace, one suggested. Yes, Baogu, this is not our affair. Wangke has her friends. We are irrelevant. Let those fortunate few enjoy their luck without our interference. As they pulled Baofu away, he simmered with frustration, clearly in need of consolation. Are they not a bunch of ingrates? Had I not intervened, who knows what would have become of them? Li Feng sighed. Indeed, but that's just human nature. We can't change it, Wangke agreed, recalling how things might have turned out differently without Li Feng's timely aid. Li Feng pondered, a skilled individual? Yes. They say he is a miraculous healer. Just go along with it, Li Feng thought, bemused. He figured that if he revealed his true identity, she would likely dismiss it as absurd. It was perhaps better to let her believe what she wished. All right, he nodded. Students, our school prides itself on an outstanding tradition and an open, inclusive campus culture. Now, let us commence the annual selection of campus beauties and handsome boys. A round of applause for our participants. Wangke clapped enthusiastically, mimicking the host's tone softly. Li Feng, male, a new student from the clinical department of the medical school. Upon entering the university, he stood out with exceptional grades, finishing the academic year at the top of his class and earning the title of campus heartthrob. Li Feng. A soft round of applause erupted as Wangke became lost in his own excitement. Li Feng chuckled, aware of the inside joke. From the very first year, he had been the heartthrob of his cohort, and he was pleasantly surprised that Wangke still remembered. What might the new cohort of campus beauties and heartthrobs be like? Chapter 46. Acting on impulse as the host announced the name Xian Chiyue, a graceful young woman took the stage. I recall my first day at this school, when the broadcast played a song titled Heart's Intent. At that moment, I was filled with anticipation for this institution. Gradually, I began to appreciate its beauty and came to regard it as home. Over the course of the year, I encountered many people and experienced beautiful moments. On the stage, Chiyue remained composed, facing the adoring gazes from the audience. Having endured significant upheaval in her family life and faced extraordinary pressures, she had matured. I am immensely grateful that the school recognized my efforts and awarded me the title of Campus Beauty. When I graduate, marry, and grow old, I will surely tell my children that their mother was once a Campus Beauty. Laughter rippled through the audience, which explained the popularity of the Campus Beauty and Heartthrob Awards. Although everyone understood it was merely a gimmick, It was a delightful one indeed. This also reflected the school's open-mindedness. Just as Chiyue would later express, Lingyan University is a unique institution, one that every student should take pride in. Not far away, several elegantly dressed young men listened to Chiyue's speech, their interest piqued. Cheng Xiao remarked that this year's campus beauty was indeed deserving of the title, not only for her looks but also for her eloquence. The young man, known as Cheng Xiao, stood around 6 feet tall, styled his hair in a pompadour, and squinted at Chiyue with a smile. I wonder how her verbal skills fare in other contexts. Duzi, could you help me get her contact information later? I'd like to invite her for a drink. Duzi chuckled, knowing that any woman Cheng Xiao fancied would likely end up sharing more than just a drink with him. As Chiyue's speech neared its conclusion, she scanned the audience as if searching for someone. After taking a couple of deep breaths, seemingly to bolster her confidence, she suddenly called out, Li Feng, the senior from the medical school, are you here? I want to say that I like you. Thank you for shielding me from the storm and for protecting me. With that, she dashed off. The first-year students and a group of envious seniors were taken aback. Was it still fashionable to declare one's feelings at a welcome party? Who on earth is this Li Feng? I must compete with him, they exclaimed. Li Feng. Who is he? The audience buzzed with curiosity, unaware that Li Feng was indeed present below the stage. Moreover, unbeknownst to them, Li Feng recognized that Zhang Qing was referring to him. Wang Ku, too, was left in disbelief. Li Feng, you claim you have no relationship with Chiyue? In this idea of shielding her from the storm, Chiyue understood precisely what that meant. Li Feng felt somewhat taken aback and could only feign calmness. I certainly did not anticipate that. So do you like her? Wang Ku inquired. How could I? I only consider her like a sister. Li Feng was not deceiving Wang Ku. During Chiyue's difficult times, he indeed treated her as a younger sister, a fact he felt no guilt about. Really? Wang Ku still seemed skeptical. Li Feng rolled his eyes. Of course. Well then, I believe you. Wang Ku nodded in agreement. Li Feng suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why did he feel that Wang Ku's inquiry was peculiar? Even if he did have feelings for Chiyue, that would be entirely reasonable. Not far from them, Bao Fu and his companions had also overheard Chiyue's astonishing declaration. Their feelings were difficult to articulate. This Li Feng, could it possibly be him? Xiaomei speculated. Impossible. Does he truly possess such charm? Courier added. Well, this new campus beauty is rather attractive. How could she be interested in Li Feng? Someone suggested searching for information about the medical student named Li Feng. Upon doing so, they discovered there was indeed only one Li Feng in the medical school. As they gathered around a phone to investigate, they fell silent. It must be a misunderstanding, Xiaomei declared. Bao Fu's expression darkened. All were male. So why could a Li Feng, whom he deemed unattractive, attract such beautiful women? What does he have that is so special? Bao Fu fumed, utterly baffled. In a more distant area, Ke Zhenyi was chatting animatedly with a girl. You know, Li Feng is actually my roommate. If you want to meet him, I can invite you to dinner tomorrow and introduce you. For the boys, the curiosity about Li Feng stemmed from a desire to confront him, while the girls were simply intrigued. Was this boy truly exceptional? After all, how else could he garner such a public declaration of affection? The school administration was caught off guard by Chiyue's bold statement. The host took the stage and remarked, the principal just mentioned that while we commend Chiyue for her courage, such actions are not to be repeated, haha. We must be mindful of our influence. Next, it was time to select the campus heartthrob. The subsequent contestant lacked the same fervor. He was a rather earnest-looking boy with thick glasses. With Chiyue's spotlight on him, the new heartthrob appeared considerably diminished. Each year, the antics surrounding the Campus Beauty and Heartthrob Awards became less appealing as they felt mismatched. After leaving the stage, Chiyue took a moment to rest, reflecting on her earlier exuberance and feeling a twinge of embarrassment for her spontaneous declaration. It was hard to articulate, but Chiyue did indeed harbor some innocent feelings for Li Feng, especially considering he had once rescued her and tirelessly assisted her with family troubles. Chiyue was also aware that Li Feng was currently single. Regardless of how others perceived the situation, she believed in seizing the moment to express her feelings. After all, a boy like Li Feng was rare and deserved to be acknowledged, whether or not he reciprocated her affections. Chiyue, I must admit, you were quite daring. You'll likely make headlines at school tomorrow, a classmate remarked with a grin as she approached Chiyue. Chiyue shrugged nonchalantly. So what? My feelings for him don't harm anyone. It is often said that declarations of affection should be the clarion call of victory, not the charge of an offensive. Yet the youth, in their exuberance, seldom concern themselves with such notions. They prefer to live in the moment, acting on impulse. Chapter 47. Want to take someone away? Not a chance. After chatting with her classmates for a while, Chiyue decided to step outside. The crowd was overwhelming. While lively, it was also somewhat suffocating and noisy. Such an environment might appeal to some, but not to her. She left the stadium and headed toward the dormitory. On her way, a white Mercedes-Benz approached and slowly came to a halt beside her. The window rolled down, and a young man inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me where the Academic Affairs building is? Just go straight, then take a right," Chiyue directed, pointing in the appropriate direction. The young man looked perplexed. "How far is it? Which way is the right turn?" "About 500 meters, then another 300 after the right turn." "The Academic Affairs building is somewhat distant," Chiyue explained, having frequented it recently and thus being familiar with the route. However, the young man seemed increasingly bewildered. "Is it really that hard to find? Could you do me a favor? Perhaps you could get in the car and show me the way. It's not far, and it will be quick." Without a moment of hesitation, Chiyue firmly declined. "I'm sorry, but I want to get into someone else's car at this hour. If you're still confused, just move a bit further ahead and ask again." Though there were streetlights and many pedestrians, Chiyue remained vigilant. It was a habit she had cultivated since childhood, preferring not to engage too closely with strangers. The young man could only drive away reluctantly, his resolve waning. However, not long after setting off, my companion in the back seat spoke up. "Cheng Xiao, it seems this is rather difficult to handle. It appears our plan for a drink is thwarted. Should I open the car door and forcibly bring her in?" The two individuals were Cheng Xiao and Duzi, whom I had just encountered at the stadium. Initially, there had been several companions, but they did not follow. Duzi, a graduate of the school and Cheng Xiao's closest friend, was quite experienced in the shady dealings of the city. July, however, was not easily deceived, which took Cheng Xiao by surprise and amused Duzi. "Let us not rush. There are too many people around. We should wait until we are in a less crowded area, perhaps somewhere without surveillance cameras." Duzi remarked, "I must say, this woman is intriguing. I have a penchant for the more reserved types, as they tend to be more delightful in bed." As July walked forward and paused under a tree, she cast a curious glance at the white Mercedes ahead, though by this time the window had been rolled up, muffling the loud music within. A figure nearby, smoking a cigarette, approached her. "Miss, we seem to be lost. Would you be kind enough to assist us in finding our way? I can offer you 100 yuan. July shook her head. "No, it's too late and unsafe. You should ask someone ahead." The man, having received the money, wore a look of feigned distress before suddenly breaking into a grin. July sensed an unsettling undertone in his smile, but before she could ponder it further, he abruptly seized her, dragging her inside. She stumbled into the car, and just as she prepared to call for help, the man jumped in and slammed the door shut. "Cheng Xiao, go." "All right." Cheng Xiao laughed heartily as he started the vehicle. "What are you doing? Who are you?" July shouted in panic, discreetly slipping her hand into her pocket. Duzi, unaware of her covert actions, only saw her anxious demeanor. With a fingerprint unlock, she clumsily navigated to her call history and dialed out. Truth be told, July was uncertain if her blind operation was correct, but once the call connected, she raised her voice. "You're kidnapping me. Let me go." "Let you go? Dream on. Help, help." As July shouted, she glanced out the window, hoping someone would notice. Yet, inside the car, the booming music drowned out her cries, and with few passers-by. Even if there were, they would hardly hear her pleas. Duzi hastily pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, preparing to silence her, but unexpectedly, July bit down hard on his hand. She exerted all her strength, sinking her teeth into his flesh. "Are you insane?" Duzi yanked his arm away. And in that moment, July seized the opportunity to fling the door open. Feng had left in haste. Having just seen July, he received her desperate call for help. Unsure of her exact location, he quickly informed Wang Ke and dashed out. The gymnasium was too enclosed for the sound of a car, so it had to be on a nearby thoroughfare. Once he exited the stadium, Feng sprinted at breakneck speed to find July. Students along the roadside merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure, a gust of wind, and only noticed Feng after he had already passed, quickly widening the distance. "Can this guy fly?" Couples nearby gasped in astonishment. Fortunately, July's timely call and her slow departure from the stadium meant that it wasn't long before Feng spotted a white sedan parked by the roadside. The doors just closing. From the loud music emanating from within, it was likely the very car. Indeed, inside, a man and woman were locked in a struggle. There was no mistaking it. July was inside. Feng gathered his strength, quickened his pace, and threw a punch at the driver's seat. Cheng Xiao, furious, instructed Duzi to restrain July, but before he knew it, the window shattered with a single blow, as if a ghost had appeared. The glass was of considerable thickness, and even a hammer might not have shattered it, yet it crumpled inward with ease. A large hand reached in, gripping Cheng Xiao by the neck and pulling him outward. Had he not slammed the brakes in time, he would have met his end in the vehicle. However, the sudden stop had its consequences, and Cheng Xiao's head collided with the steering wheel, causing the car to veer out of control. Bang! The vehicle crashed into the roadside guardrail. For a moment, everyone inside was stunned, while curious onlookers gathered, wondering about the accident. "Who are you?" Cheng Xiao, assessing himself and finding no serious injuries, immediately sprang from the car and charged at Li Feng, raising his hand to strike. He wouldn't let the damage to his car go unpunished. Li Feng caught his hand, twisting it painfully, eliciting a cry of anguish from Cheng Xiao. Yet, Li Feng was not focused on him. His priority was July, concerned about the accident. He opened the car door to find July slumped in the back seat, weak and breathless. He swiftly pulled her out and took out his phone to call the police. Regardless of who these audacious individuals were, this matter could not be overlooked. Chapter 48. Injustice and Inequity Call the Police? Go ahead, I want to let this matter rest. Cheng Xiao sneered, emboldened by the thought of his affluence. Those who drove such fine cars, truth be told, rarely feared the authorities. In this day and age, who didn't have a few connections? Duzi, more brazen, smirked at Li Feng, probing. "So, you're quite the hero, huh? Medical school, is it? You dare to play the knight in shining armor. You must have some guts." Li Feng, uninterested in banter, awaited the arrival of the police, eager to see how they would respond. People tended to be reckless until faced with the consequences, believing that a little wealth and a few acquaintances could shield them from punishment. When the police arrived, he would watch them squirm. As tensions escalated, Duzi's companions arrived, driving an Audi, indicating their substantial backing. Young individuals capable of affording such vehicles usually hailed from well-off families. Responding to the emergency call, the campus police arrived shortly after, a male and female officer, the woman appearing to be only a few years older than Li Feng, while the man looked to be in his 30s. "Officer, I called the police. These individuals trespassed into our school, attempting to forcibly abduct my classmate." Li Feng explained to the female officer. Her expression darkened as she turned to Cheng Xiao and his companions. "Names, addresses, and identification, please." Cheng Xiao, seemingly unfazed, replied. "Jiang Haicheng, here is my ID." "Officer, don't listen to that kid-ass nonsense. I was merely asking for directions, not abducting anyone. It's he who damaged my car." Duzi, meanwhile, produced a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to the older male officer. The female officer frowned at his audacity, but the male officer intervened. "Let us not jump to conclusions. Let us assess the situation first. There are no injuries, so it's a minor incident. Let us check the nearby surveillance." The female officer scanned the area, stating, "There are no cameras nearby." Cheng Xiao and Duzi exchanged smirks. Cheng Xiao stepped forward. "No one was hurt, but my car is damaged. He must compensate. We're talking at least tens of thousands. Officer, this is significant economic loss and warrants a case." "Indeed. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. I've already communicated with the city bureau. Officer, I propose we detain them for thorough questioning. My car is quite valuable." As Cheng Xiao and Duzi pressed on, their companions laughed derisively. Meanwhile, July seethed with anger. "You're slandering us, turning the tables." "Turning the tables? Miss, if you'd agree to join me for a drink today, I might let this slide. Otherwise, you can expect consequences," Cheng Xiao replied with a sinister grin. "You." July was furious, but Li Feng gently tapped her shoulder. "Don't get upset. They're just trying to play tricks. People like this are everywhere. We must remain calm." Cheng Xiao laughed heartily. "I'm so moved by your calmness. Just wait, kid, you'll get what's coming to you." Just then, the male officer's phone rang, and a deep voice on the other end instructed, "Take them to the station and lock them up." "Who are we locking up?" the male officer inquired. "Of course, those two students. Is that even a question? Damaging someone else's property, shouldn't they be held accountable?" The superior on the line reprimanded. "Yes, understood. I'll take them away immediately," the male officer replied, hanging up the phone and gesturing to Li Feng and Chiyue. "Please come with us." "Old Zhang, we haven't clarified the situation yet. How can we just take them away?" The female officer intervened. The male officer sighed. "We've already got the facts straight, Zhao Ling. Just take them away for now." Although the truth was becoming clear, the connections the other party had made it impossible to argue. The call had reached a higher authority, rendering any further discussion futile. Zhao Ling felt a surge of frustration, but was powerless to change the situation. Li Feng's expression darkened. It was he who had called the police, yet now he was being taken away. This was utterly unfair. Cheng Xiao smugly remarked, "Kid, I told you trouble would find you. I knew you wouldn't believe me. So, how about it, beauty? Care to join me for a drink?" He still aimed to coerce Chiyue into submission. Chiyue would never consent, but Li Feng agreed. "If you want to drink with her, fine, but this matter ends here. And you must take me along, Cheng Xiao. What do you say?" The onlookers were incredulous, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Li Feng was clearly betraying Chiyue. "Hey, how can you be like this?" the female officer exclaimed, having never encountered such a spineless young man before. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at her with an expression void of emotion. What is wrong with me? I called the police, and now I'm the one being taken away. Is there any justice left in this world? The investigation isn't even complete, yet a call from the boss changes everything. What more do you expect from me? The female officer was left speechless. Cheng Xiao laughed heartily. Interesting, you've got guts, my friend. I'll make this clear, as long as you both come with us. I guarantee you'll be fine. Li Feng nodded and turned to Qi Yue. Do you trust me? Qi Yue looked into his eyes, hesitation flickering within her gaze. But she ultimately nodded. I trust you. All right, then let us go. Li Feng paid no mind to the two officers, leading Qi Yue away. The female officer's face fluctuated between anger and embarrassment. Truthfully, they had acted unscrupulously, but Li Feng's demeanor was too extreme. She hadn't said she wouldn't help. Initially, she intended to bring Li Feng and the others to the station to clarify the situation and release them. But Li Feng's attitude had derailed her plans, leaving her uncertain about the repercussions. Wait, who gave you permission to leave? You can't go. Li Feng shot her a cold glance, too apathetic to respond. Cheng Xiao leisurely added from behind, mind your own business, lady, or you might find yourself jobless. They're coming with us voluntarily. What is it to you? Move aside. The female officer was furious, but the male officer urged, let it go, Xiaoling. Some things are beyond our control. Fuming, Xiaoling watched as Cheng Xiao had another companion bring over a car. His Mercedes, having sustained minimal damage from the earlier incident, would need to remain until someone could address it. Fortunately, he had no shortage of vehicles. A quick phone call had a Porsche on its way. Get in. Both of you, Cheng Xiao said with a boisterous laugh. Boss, where are we headed? Li Feng asked with a grin. Cheng Xiao, pleased by Li Feng's compliance, replied. Let us hit a bar for some fun. Get in. Li Feng and Qi Yue climbed into Cheng Xiao's car, with Duzi sitting in the passenger seat. Once inside, Qi Yue tightly grasped Li Feng's hand. She sensed the danger of the situation, though she was unsure of Li Feng's thoughts. In the dimness of the back seat, Li Feng patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I've got your back. Since the law could not address their predicament, Li Feng was willing to take matters into his own hands. It was a reckless and misguided notion, yet he remained steadfast. Chapter 49. No negotiation. Cheng Xiao drove off, taking Li Feng and Qi Yue away. Zhao Ling was incensed. Having only recently begun her internship, she understood the dark undercurrents of society. Yet witnessing them so brazenly before her was intolerable. Leaving the male officer behind, Zhao Ling hailed a taxi from the roadside, instructing the driver, follow that car. As Cheng Xiao drove away from the school, the booming sound system made Qi Yue feel uncomfortable. Cheng Xiao, could you please lower the volume? Li Feng suggested with a faint smile, subtly placing his hand on the car door. With a silent incantation, Cheng Xiao's vehicle suddenly sputtered, emitting a cloud of smoke before stalling. What is going on? Why did it just die? Cheng Xiao exclaimed in frustration. The Porsche Cayenne was known for its reliability. This sudden failure left him at a loss. Dizzy suggested, Cheng Xiao, don't you have other cars at home? Why not send for another one? Seems like tonight isn't your lucky night. Cheng Xiao nodded, arranging for another vehicle to be brought over. With a sense of impending doom, Cheng Xiao lamented the loss of 3 cars in one night. Even with wealth, such misfortune was absurd. Each vehicle was a luxury, and repairs would cost tens of thousands. Given the smoke, extensive repairs were inevitable. What a bizarre turn of events. How could everything suddenly go wrong? Cheng Xiao exited the car, concerned that Li Feng and Qi Yue would escape, and instructed, stay in the car, both of you. Duzi, come with me to check what went wrong. While Cheng Xiao and Duzi attempted to play mechanics, Qi Yue whispered to Li Feng, should we make a run for it now? Not yet. Let him suffer a bit longer. Li Feng replied with a smile, his gaze fixed on Cheng Xiao tinkering with the car. In truth, Cheng Xiao was no mechanic. He merely wanted to pop the hood and feign expertise rather than remain helplessly inside the vehicle. He and Duzi leaned against the front, sighing in frustration. What could be the problem? Now's our chance, Li Feng said, narrowing his eyes. Come closer and sit by me, but don't touch the door. Qi Yue, unaware of Li Feng's intentions, obediently complied. As Duzi moved away and Cheng Xiao leaned on the frame, Li Feng placed his hand on the door, unleashing another jolt of electricity. The car erupted in a cloud of smoke, and Cheng Xiao collapsed, unconscious. Duzi, startled, exclaimed, oh no. Cheng Xiao got electrocuted while fixing the car. Li Feng feigned concern, rushing out to open the door. What happened? Is he okay? He got electrocuted. I don't know where the fault is. You all need to get out of the car, Duzi urged. Li Feng hastily called for Qi Yue to exit, stepping back from the car, appearing frightened. What now? Are we still going out tonight? Li Feng asked. Duzi, panicking, cursed Li Feng. What do you mean, going out? Cheng Xiao is like this. Get lost. I'll call an ambulance, then I'll be on my way, Li Feng said. pulling out his phone to dial emergency services before leading Chiyue away. For those aligned with Cheng Xiao, this seemed inconsequential. However, for Chiyue, the unfolding events were nothing short of extraordinary. In a moment of clarity, she sensed something, yet the crucial details eluded her comprehension. As they hailed a taxi on the roadside, it stopped, and Zhao Ling rolled down the window, saying, "Get in." Li Feng and Chiyue climbed aboard. Zhao Ling, feeling vindicated, declared, "Serves him right. This is what happens to the wicked." Chiyue could not help but agree. After discussing the incident, Zhao Ling added, "You should avoid associating with unreliable friends in the future, especially those who betray their friends to curry favor with others," a clear reference to Li Feng. Li Feng remained silent. In July, Chiyue expressed her reluctance, stating that it was not Li Ji's fault. She believed he would not push her into the fire pit. Who knows? Zhao Ling scoffed, rolling her eyes at Li Feng. Chiyue, not wishing to elaborate further, thought Zhao Ling could believe what she wanted. The group arrived at Ling'an University, where Zhao Ling accompanied Chiyue to the dormitory entrance, watching her enter. Zhao Ling, still feeling unsatisfied, insisted on reprimanding Li Feng. As Li Feng stepped out of the car, he walked beside Zhao Ling. "Are you out of your mind? Why hit someone? Watch out, or I might report you," Li Feng retorted. Zhao Ling, undeterred, shot back angrily. "Just because Chiyue doesn't mind, it doesn't mean I won't. For a scum like you, a beating is well-deserved. I've never seen anyone betray their girlfriend to curry favor with others. You are the first." It turned out Zhao Ling still held a grudge. Li Feng found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Ling kicked out in anger, her strength formidable. Li Feng swiftly caught her leg, holding it firmly. "Do you really see yourself as a righteous protector? Where was this energy when it mattered?" He challenged, realizing that she was surprisingly strong. Zhao Ling fumed. "You acted on your own. I initially intended to take both of you to the police station. But who knew you were so shameless?" "Shameless? How am I shameless?" Li Feng dodged her other leg, fuming. "A good man doesn't fight with a woman. If you keep this up, I might just lose my temper." Frustrated, he felt that Zhao Ling had caused more trouble than necessary by not reporting the incident when she had the chance. "You jerk. I'll kick you to death." Zhao Ling was relentless. Li Feng blocked her leg and attempted to retaliate with a slap to her abdomen to show her the consequences. However, Zhao Ling, refusing to back down, lunged with her other foot, causing him to miss his target and inadvertently strike between her legs. Zhao Ling was momentarily stunned before erupting in rage. "You dare take advantage of me? I'll fight you to the death." Embarrassed and furious, she felt the urge to tear Li Feng apart. Li Feng, not wanting to escalate the situation, turned and fled. "This isn't my fault. You ran into me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. I did nothing." He quickly disappeared from sight. Unable to catch up, Zhao Ling could only stomp her feet in frustration, cursing until she was exhausted. Thankfully, no one was around. She adjusted her clothes and stormed off. Chapter 50. The school's public enemy Li Feng sat, sharpening his knives, feeling that an opportunity to feast had arrived. After resting for a while in his chair, he received a WeChat message. It was from Xiao Guitu. "Big brother, I've been captured. They're threatening me for 10 million, or they'll kill me. Please, big brother, help me." Staring at the message, Li Feng hesitated. He instinctively wanted to ignore it, suspecting it might be a scam. Ever since he had given Xiao Guitu money, the latter had become increasingly unreasonable, lazy, and constantly asking for more. "When I was gambling, I accidentally lost a lot," Xiao Guitu explained. It is not without reason that gambling, drugs, and other vices are considered three great evils. Gamblers have no future. Even substantial wealth seldom stays with them. Initially, people claim that a little gambling is enjoyable, but before long, it leads to poverty. Li Feng was infuriated at Xiao Guitu for ignoring his warnings. "I told you not to get involved, but you wouldn't listen. Who caught you? Li Kue? Yashan?" Li Feng stared at his phone, his expression strange. He never expected to encounter such a character. He had read Water Margin in his youth and viewed its characters as heroes, enjoying life and standing up for justice. But growing older, he realized that the story was not about heroes, but rather a band of outlaws. While robbing the rich to help the poor sounds noble, if they were to rob your family or massacre everyone in your village under the pretense of righteousness, would you still view it positively? Li Feng focused on his phone and sent a message. "How do I know you're really Black Whirlwind Li Kue?" "What did Li Kue say?" Li Feng inquired. Xiao Guitu, already battered and weary from the ordeal, regretted his choices deeply. If he had listened to Li Feng, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. Uncertain if he would live or die, Li Feng frowned. Li Kue was a ruthless character, known for his violent methods, even harming innocents to force others onto Liangshan. It was entirely plausible that he could make Xiao Guitu disappear. Forget it. Considering Xiao Guitu led me into this, I must find a way to rescue him. Though Li Feng was determined, he found himself at a loss when it came to executing the rescue. The netherworld and the human realm were two distinct planes. making it nearly impossible to navigate. His only hope lay with acquaintances in the underworld. Li Feng opened a chat with the evil subduing ghost and asked, "Big brother, are you there?" It was akin to choosing between a prestigious university admission and 5 million in cash. Most would choose the latter. The realization of one's abilities is not easily achieved, a truth even ghosts understand. The 5 million could transform the evil subduing ghost's life. And he had always been grateful to Li Feng. Li Feng recounted Xiao Guidu's situation, seeking support. The evil subduing ghost readily agreed. "Brother, you've helped me greatly. Subduing evil is my duty. Li Kui's misdeeds will surely lead to his downfall." Though the evil subduing ghost did not guarantee that he would rescue Xiao Guidu. His willingness to assist was evident. Li Feng replied, "I'll leave it to you, brother. I will repay you handsomely." "What repayment?" "Just a few ghost bills from the store," the evil subduing ghost chuckled. This was the only way Li Feng could truly reciprocate, as he was mindful of the implications of making the evil subduing ghost the wealthiest ghost in the netherworld. Li Feng set aside his phone, now left to await news. He felt nauseous but suppressed it, determined to savor a meal. "Evil subduing ghost, is there any news? The time for a feast has arrived." This was a tradition in the dormitory. Whoever found a partner had to treat the others. Kuzhun-yi laughed, sitting down. "A treat is a treat. But it can't be just me. Ruizi, tell us when you started dating a junior." Kuzhun-yi's remark drew the attention of Guzi and Lao Bao away from their phones. "What? Ruizi has a new partner? Didn't he already have Wang Ku?" They scolded Li Feng for his skills in wooing, yet failing to impart his knowledge. Kuzhun-yi persisted. "Nonsense. Who said that? I heard this year's campus beauty call out. Li Feng from the medical school. How many Li Fengs are there in our college?" "Just you. Don't deny it." The school forum is in an uproar. "Is that true?" Li Feng, still skeptical, quickly checked his phone. Upon seeing the headlines, he felt a chill run down his spine. Headline 1. Li Feng, Senior, the junior belongs to us. You can't steal her. Headline 2. Who is Li Feng? No way he's taking the campus beauty. Headline 3. Li Feng, I challenge you. The posts were all about either questioning who Li Feng was or expressing outrage. "Oh no. I'm going to become the school's public enemy," Li Feng muttered. Chapter 51. Stuck with someone indeed, fame can be a double-edged sword. Days later. On a bright Saturday, Li Feng sat in his dormitory, setting down his book and reflecting on the situation. For an entire week, he resorted to takeout for his meals, dreading the thought of stepping outside only to be scrutinized by others. That's Li Feng, the one who was confessed to by the school beauty. Little did they know. Li Feng's heart was crumbling. Fortunately, the patience of the public is rather limited. With final exams approaching, everyone would soon be engrossed in their studies, causing the fervor surrounding the school beauty's confession to eventually fade with time. It had been quite some time since July last contacted Li Feng. What a major incident. She mused, feeling embarrassed about their potential meeting. Reflecting on this, Li Feng felt a subtle sense of helplessness. Yet, he did not neglect his training in the mountain and sea technique. This practice harnessed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for personal use. At first, Li Feng would sit in the small bamboo grove daily. Mastery was challenging, especially at the beginning. Strangely enough, the small bamboo grove had once been a graveyard. Yet nothing eerie had ever occurred there. Rather, it was the Wangxiang Bridge that had harbored malevolent spirits. Having spent considerable time in the bamboo grove, Li Feng found it surprisingly serene. The more spiritual energy he stored within his body, the more formidable his thunderous techniques would become. Thankfully, he had other means. However, Li Feng did not spend too much time on this. Ultimately, it was the effect of the power pill that significantly enhanced his physical attributes, allowing him to perceive strength more acutely and thus harness external forces. The greater the accumulation of spiritual energy, the stronger he became, which instilled a sense of security. As dusk approached, while preparing to head to the bamboo grove for training, he received a phone call. Sister Feng informed him that she was at the school and wished to meet. Li Feng bore no ill feelings towards this woman, who was as enchanting as a siren. On one hand, she had once lent him a helping hand, and on the other, there was no inherent conflict of interest between them. Li Feng abandoned his plan to go to the bamboo grove and instead met Sister Feng downstairs. She drove a wine-red Cadillac, and as he got in, she took off, casually inquiring, "How have you been lately?" "Not bad. What do you need from me?" Li Feng asked, curious, knowing that someone like Sister Feng, who was involved in business, must be quite busy. "Can't I reach out to you without a reason?" Sister Feng glanced at him with a playful smile, her alluring demeanor captivating. "You aren't thinking of running away after causing a stir, are you?" Li Feng exclaimed. "What do you mean by running away? Don't paint me as a scoundrel." He initially thought she was referring to the incident with July. He was taken aback, realizing that although he had known Youngwoo would assist with the matter, he hadn't expected her to actually involve Chun Hongpao. He had previously placed a restriction on Chun Hongpao, And if she were to be apprehended, it would be in vain. If she were to perish, who would be accountable? Li Feng's expression grew peculiar as his thoughts raced. Sister Sang interpreted his surprise as guilt and remarked, "All this chaos stems from you. Who could have anticipated that the formidable Master Pao would drag me into trouble? I sought you out to ask for your help." Li Feng was astonished once more, shaking his head vigorously. "What could I possibly do? I'm merely a student." Sister Sang erupted into laughter, gasping for breath. "A scion from a prestigious family, a young physician who can easily summon aid from prominent families, and you still insist on playing the student? Student is merely one of my identities. Do you know what the people in the underworld call you?" "What?" "Li Zhenren." Sister Sang gazed at him with admiration. "The Yang family claims you as Li Zhenren. No one dares to offend you, lest they become enemies of the Yang family." Li Feng was taken aback. "Is it really that impressive?" "Of course. Do you know what the Yang family represents?" Old Master Yang was once the head of the provincial military district, and his 3 sons are all remarkable figures. If you prosper, we will endure the consequences. Why should I care about your troubles? I haven't wronged you." Li Feng retorted. "You weren't aware that the candy shop was attacked a few days ago? Around 3 in the morning, a group barged in, beating anyone in sight and smashing everything. With Master Pao gone, we have no protection. How can others not be envious? Had I not escaped quickly, I might have lost my life." Recalling the previous incident, Sister Sang still felt a shiver run down her spine. She had been downstairs when those people were searching for her, threatening to abduct her. All of this was a chain reaction ignited by the young man before her. Sister Sang looked at Li Feng, her thoughts swirling. "Li Feng, I only need you to help me once. With Master Pao gone, you must assist me, otherwise, my life is at stake." Li Feng shook his head in refusal. "We are not related. What could I do for you? I'm just a student." "You are more than just a student. I have visited Master Pao. You single-handedly defeated his most trusted subordinate and returned unscathed, which speaks volumes about your capabilities. Coincidentally, among those seeking me, there is someone equally formidable. I hope you can assist me in negotiations." Li Feng pondered for a moment. "You still don't grasp why I should help you. We aren't close. Why should I take risks?" "Because I'm your woman." Sister Sang licked her lips, her crimson smile enticing. "You wouldn't abandon me in my hour of need, would you? When did I become your woman?" Li Feng's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "Stop saying such things. I still plan to marry. You truly are something." Finishing your meal and leaving without a word, Sister Sang teased, her eyes sparkling. "Have you forgotten what you did to me? I remember how you touched me quite vividly." Li Feng was speechless. "All right, enough joking. If you agree to help me, I will be at your service whenever you summon me. How does that sound?" Sister Sang, sensing Li Feng's dark demeanor, spoke earnestly. "Many matters may not be suitable for you to handle, but I can. You wouldn't want to be constantly troubled by trivialities, would you? If you assist me, we can resolve these issues once and for all." Her offer was reasonable, and Sister Sang was sincere. To his surprise, Li Feng felt tempted. "First, tell me about that formidable individual you mentioned." Sister Sang grinned, sensing the opportunity. During the weekend, Li Feng still had to intern at the hospital. The establishment of the medical alliance was progressing smoothly, and as the head of the student department, he needed to stay informed. The hospital had also repeatedly encouraged him to visit more often. Some complex ailments could only be treated by him. It was all about skill. What others lacked, he possessed. And what he had, he excelled at. Upon arriving at the hospital, a passing nurse greeted him. "The young physician is here. Do you have time for lunch today? You promised to share that beauty secret with me last time. Hey, do I look good today?" Li Feng felt overwhelmed, realizing that his growing fame was not necessarily a blessing. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Why did you come so early?" Li Feng sat beside her and casually grabbed a bun from her lunchbox, appreciating its taste. "What's wrong? Are you upset because I took your bun?" He laughed. Zhang Qing stuffed the bun into her mouth, fuming. "No, it's just too hot." Li Feng deftly changed the subject. "Well, let us get to diagnosing patients quickly. The ward is officially open. General cases for the students, and for the more complex ones, I'll handle." In the morning, Li Feng found himself quite idle, with few matters to attend to. Zhang Qing, sitting nearby, also had nothing to do. Recently, she had become enamored with the frog-raising game. "Hey, where have you been? You didn't even tell your mother." Li Feng teased. "If you want to raise a child, why not just have one yourself?" Zhang Qing huffed, clearly still mulling over the events of the morning. "What do you know? Go away, you little brat." Li Feng merely shrugged. Regrettably, the students could only sigh. For amidst a gathering of exceptional individuals, they found themselves envious. The man remained steadfast, insisting, "It's merely a meal to express my gratitude. Please, do not feel obliged." Furthermore, he reasoned that it was just a meal, and the students would hardly object, would they? Observing the striking pair, one could not help but think they were a match made in heaven. The man's lips curled into a subtle smile. and the students were left astounded by Li Feng's audacious maneuver. It was effortless for the man to belittle an unremarkable student. After all, students generally lacked financial means, and Li Feng's attire was anything but ostentatious. Dining at the prestigious Jingtian Hotel? Perhaps he should just eat elsewhere. Yet, Li Feng inwardly cursed the man in return. The act of sending flowers and extending an invitation to dinner was inconsequential. What truly irked Li Feng was the faint hint of moral coercion emanating from the man, which rendered him disdainful of such individuals. Oh, is that so? But I have reserved the most luxurious private room and the finest dishes at Jingtian Hotel. Can you truly afford that? The man mocked. Li Feng nodded, I can. The man's expression faltered momentarily before he retorted, you, at such a tender age, are rather naive and quite vain. Young man, refrain from boasting. I can indeed afford it. I could even treat every one of my classmates to the finest delicacies in the best room. However, you may not be able to dine on the most exquisite offerings or sit in the finest room if I choose otherwise. Do you believe that? The man scoffed, masking his irritation. Zhang Qing, harboring no fondness for the unexpected man and still irked by the buns Li Feng had claimed earlier, reasoned that since both were displeasing, it would be fair to call it even. I have but one condition. If you wish to treat us to dinner, it must include everyone. Otherwise, we shall not entertain the idea. She understood that if she were to go alone, the man's intentions to curry favor would be thwarted. Li Feng, unfazed, replied, very well, I shall treat you all. It has been quite some time since I last extended such an invitation, and I feel rather remiss. Had Lu Tianxing been present, he would have laughed at Li Feng's expense, for the complimentary card from Jingtian Group was personally given to him, meaning Li Feng could dine there without incurring a cost. To treat others at Jingtian Hotel was no different from dining at a roadside stall for him. There was no distinction. Keep boasting, but do not let your bluster shatter. The man thought, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining his composure, he sneered. Dining at Jingtian Hotel typically requires a sum of at least 10,000. You truly possess such wealth? Li Feng merely smiled. That is my concern, not yours. Zhang Qin was astonished. You truly intend to go? Initially, she had only hoped to make Li Feng uncomfortable, not genuinely wishing for him to spend money. Everyone knew that Jingtian Hotel was the most opulent establishment nearby, and as the man had stated, one needed substantial funds to dine there. Li Feng, being merely a student, was unlikely to possess such wealth. Enough talk, let us proceed, Li Feng declared, stepping out of the hospital room. It was a situation where he had no choice but to act. Refusing to go would be a slight against Li Feng. Zhang Qing hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed in his footsteps, thinking that if necessary, she would cover for him to save face. The group arrived at Jingtian Hotel, which was already bustling with patrons. The affluent residents of Jianghua City frequented this venue for business dealings, romance, and networking, making it a hub for high society. Li Feng approached the front desk. Hello. May I inquire if there are any private rooms available? Ah, I see. Li Feng frowned slightly. At that moment, the man who had been trailing behind stepped forward, echoing Li Feng's inquiry. Hello. May I ask if there are any private rooms available? Young Master Long, your private room has been reserved for quite some time. You may dine at your convenience. Zhang Qing remained silent, glancing at Li Feng, contemplating whether it was wise to harbor such thoughts, as Li Feng's discomfort would surely lead to his unhappiness. Li Feng produced his black card and handed it to the attendant. Upon seeing the card, the attendant's expression shifted. The black card from Lu was reserved for esteemed clients. After verifying its authenticity, the attendant promptly said, Indeed, this is our Group S black card. Honored client, please proceed to the dining room. I wish to dine in a private room. The public area is too noisy, Li Feng stated nonchalantly. Young Master Long burst into laughter. What difference does it make to have a card? There are no private rooms available. What can you do? Li Feng cast a sidelong glance at young Master Long and, in an unassailable tone, declared to the attendant, the room he reserved is now mine. The attendant immediately bowed politely, gesturing, please proceed to your private room. We will ensure everything is arranged satisfactorily. What? Are you mistaken? I arrived first. Young Master Long fumed. Apologies. But clients holding our Group S black card are given the highest priority, as clearly stated, the attendant indicated toward the posted guidelines, where it was noted that black card holders received preferential treatment. Young Master Long, seething with rage, cast a resentful glance at Li Feng, who remained unfazed. I told you that your coins are of no use. Do you believe me now? Young Master Long's face was a picture of anger. Wow, that was impressive, exclaimed a girl. Young Master, can I come here with you next time? Asked a boy, transforming into one of Li Feng's fervent admirers. Quickly, I'm starving, Li Feng urged, leading the group forward. Li, do not overstep your bounds. I reserve the room first. Young Master Long's face flushed. Li Feng smiled coldly. You are not only malicious but foolish as well. Did you not hear? I am a black card holder, and here, my word is law. Do not follow us, as I will not leave you even a scrap. You, Long seated, his anger palpable. Attendant, please summon security. If this individual continues to follow, have him escorted out. Long clenched his fists, his face filled with indignation. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of several security personnel, he left without uttering another word. Li, I will not let this go. Just wait, he shouted, kicking a trash can in frustration as he stormed out of Jingtian Hotel, resembling a madman venting his fury. Passers-by hurriedly distanced themselves, fearing the eruption of Long's rage. Young master, you were truly magnificent just now. Young master, may I join you here next time? Young master, please accept my admiration. I wish to express my gratitude. As Li Feng received the flattery from his classmates, he couldn't help but reflect on the price of fame. One must tread carefully in the future. While dining with classmates was secondary, the allure of Li Feng's enigmatic persona sparked intense curiosity. In youth, who does not dream of extravagance? Being students, they naturally yearned for the finer things in life. Many girls gazed at Li Feng with unabashed admiration. With excellent grades, wealth, and good looks, coupled with a kind heart, where could one find such a senior? Aligning oneself with Li Feng promised a future of unequivocal happiness. Had Li Feng known the far-reaching impact of this meal, he might have preferred to endure young Master Long's ridicule. Today's youth, though young, possessed remarkably shrewd minds. Who says girls lack desires? Over a simple meal, they could already ponder what names to give their future children. As the meal progressed, Li Feng felt increasingly embarrassed. After finishing their meal, Li Feng and his classmates made their way towards the hospital. Along the route, he noticed a vehicle closely tailing them. Despite the driver's cautious demeanor, Li Feng detected the pursuit. He chose not to concern himself with who was following. If anyone sought a confrontation, they were welcome to do so. Perhaps intimidated by Li Feng's confident aura, the car remained silent. Upon entering the hospital, Long Xiao, seated in the car, clenched his teeth and dialed a number. Long Xiao, we will ensure this matter is resolved promptly. After ending the call, Long Xiao seethed with anger. Just wait, damn you, Li Feng. His eyes burned with fury. Consequently, his phone's merit points would significantly increase. Yet, beyond this, the satisfaction of saving lives brought Li Feng genuine joy. When he chose to study medicine in college, it was partly for the stability it promised, but primarily to engage in meaningful endeavors one day. He sought not wealth or fame, but rather a world with less suffering. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. It was Sister Sang. Hello, Sister Sang. What's the rush? Just days prior, they had discussed assisting her. And now she was calling again, as if forcing his hand. As expected, her tone was urgent, almost frantic. Li Feng, the divine doctor, please help me. I've been attacked again. If this continues, I'll be left to fend for myself. Are you just going to watch me suffer? Li Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed Sister Sang was truly in a desperate situation. All right, come to the school gate. I'll wait for you. Shortly after hanging up, Sister Sang arrived in a striking red Porsche, executing a flawless drift as she parked. As she stepped out, her stunning legs became a dazzling sight. Drawing the attention of passers-by, this woman always seemed to flaunt herself, tempting mischief. Li Feng shook his head in resignation and climbed into her car. Wow, this young man is indeed fortunate. Though I wonder how long he could endure being caught between those legs, mused the security guard at the school entrance. Sister Sang, could you possibly tone it down a bit? With your display, people might think I'm just your kept man. I wish I could. But you're the renowned Li Feng. You don't give me a chance to enjoy the fruits of youth. How about you take care of me instead? I promise it will be delightful. I'm still just a child. Li Feng quickly waved his hands, pleading for mercy. As they drove, Sister Sang handed him a stack of documents. This is all the information on Xiaoba. Review it carefully. They might strike tonight. Honestly, they've gone too far. Otherwise, I wouldn't be turning to you. It's not easy managing what I've built. Sister Sang, surely you have more than just Pao Yi as your ally? No other support? Li Feng inquired while examining the materials. Xiaoba was indeed a formidable opponent. The documents revealed that he had trained under a veteran of a fallen dynasty from a young age, who lived to be 120. Xiaoba had dedicated 20 years to mastering his skills, with a strong foundation in martial arts. His mantra, martial arts, distinguished not only skill, but also life and death. Li Feng shook his head, casting the documents aside. Sister Sang's assessment was correct. He was a tough character with solid fundamentals and formidable strength. Looking at Sister Sang, he noticed her sorrowful expression, which stirred his sympathy. I know many see me as merely Pao Ye's caged bird, a fallen woman, a plaything of the elite. But if I told you I've endured to reach this point, would you believe me? You wouldn't, because in this society, men often view women as mere appendages. Many women themselves believe they're just accessories, thinking success is tied to powerful men. The car accelerated suddenly as Sister Sang vented her frustrations. I remember how this city looked 20 years ago. It wasn't glamorous at all. I came here from the countryside, not expecting to rise above. Just hoping to find work. But I was abducted along the way. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I could have ended up in some forgotten corner raising children. I ran, and in the process, I injured someone, a brother of a gang leader. Since that day, I've known no peace. Pao Yu saved me and offered me a position in his business. She continued, in this brutal society, women can earn respect by being tough. Weakness is what invites exploitation. Poverty and ignorance are sins, and weakness is one as well. Men can be ruthless, and so can women. I can be fiercer and more cunning. Eventually, I became a viper, someone others dared not touch, someone who wouldn't be seen merely as a woman. Yet, I'm still a venomous snake in a world rife with creatures even more terrifying. Qiu Ba's master, Qiao Yi, is the epitome of a thug, a barbarian who has paved his way with money and violence. We're about to confront such a man. As Sister Sang's car slowed, she parked in front of an upscale club. With a stoic expression, she retrieved a red dagger from her seat and concealed it in her sleeve. I don't wish to deceive you. If you want to leave now, I won't hold it against you. There is no need. They are merely small fry. As for Qiao Yi and Qiu Ba, in my hometown, Qiu Ba is synonymous with cowardice. Do you think I would fear a coward? Li Feng smiled. Sister Sang paused, then laughed heartily. You are indeed an amusing young man. Being friends with you may very well be the wisest choice of my life. The lights of the club illuminated her vibrant figure, resembling a peony blooming at night. Li Feng sighed inwardly. You are also an intriguing individual. Your cup should not be emptied on my account. Chapter 55. What are they worth? Stealing themselves, Li Feng and Sister Sang entered the club together. Do you have a reservation? A bouncer stopped them at the entrance. I'm here to see Qiao Yi, Sister Sang replied coldly. The bouncer hesitated, then, recognizing her, allowed them entry. Ah, it's Sister Sang. Go right in. Qiao Yi is waiting for you. Despite the bouncer's politeness, there was a hint of amusement in his demeanor. Perhaps he believed Sister Sang was succumbing to pressure and seeking to align herself with Qiao Yi. As they proceeded, the expressions of those they encountered confirmed Li Feng's suspicions. Inside a private room, Qiao Yi was in high spirits, surrounded by friends and women. A young man stood beside him like a spear. Sang, you've arrived. Have a seat, Qiao Yi said, dismissing the women and gesturing towards a chair. I've heard you're Pao Yu's woman. Coming here so boldly, aren't you afraid of his wrath? Everyone knows Pao Yi is in prison now. Qiao Yi's tone dripped with sarcasm. Though Sister Sang felt discomfort, she concealed it and took a seat beside Li Feng. Qiao Yi, you know precisely why I'm here, don't you? My establishment has been attacked twice by your good brother Qiu Ba. If this continues, I'll be left to starve. Is Qiao Yi planning to swallow Zhonghua? Sister Sang asked. Zhonghua has long needed a change. Look at its current state. Chen Hongpao is hardly fit to be an overlord. Wouldn't you agree? Qiao Yi swirled his drink, his gaze fixed on Sister Sang, testing her stance and gauging her willingness to acknowledge his standing in the underworld. Li Feng remained silent nearby, finding the entire situation quite amusing. Mr. Qiao served as an excellent subject of observation for Li Feng, who lacked experience in high-stakes situations. He pondered whether Mr. Qiao might suddenly lose his temper, overturn the table, and have a group of henchmen rush in, shouting to kill her. Perhaps that thought was a bit too dramatic. Li Feng was intrigued. Sister Sang spoke up. I believe Lord Pao has been doing quite well. Under his command, we rarely encounter trouble with drugs. If I recall correctly, it has been you, Mr. Qiao, who has provided them over the years. Mr. Qiao chuckled softly, then shifted the conversation. Sang, you are quite the hypocrite, playing both sides. Aren't you also in the flesh trade? Who among us is truly better? If you have the ability, go into politics instead of comparing yourself to me here. With a smile on his face, Mr. Qiao's gaze wandered over Sister Sang. She chose not to respond, saying, I am not here to pledge my allegiance to you, but rather to request that you show me mercy. Show you mercy? Mr. Qiao slapped his thigh, laughing. That can be arranged, provided you strip bare for me. Serve me well just once, and I shall let you go. What do you say? Then there is nothing to discuss. What is there to discuss? With Chun Hongpao around, no one dares to touch you. They say you are a femme fatale, beautiful but untouchable. What are you? Just a woman, right? Do you possess any extraordinary powers? For instance, what would happen if I were to consume you? Mr. Qiao set down his wine glass. If I do not wish it, no one can have me. Sister Sang replied with a smile. But what if I insist on trying? Then you shall surely regret it. Mr. Qiao lowered his head to gaze at his wine glass, laughing wildly. I do enjoy a woman like you. The more elusive, the more tantalizing. Grab her. Mr. Qiao raised his wine glass again. no longer casting a glance at Sister Sang. To him, she had no chance of retaliation. Mr. Chow's men stood up, grinning wickedly as they approached Sister Sang. To them, she was merely a woman, soon to be toyed with, and without Chun Hongpao, she was nothing. Just as one of the men was about to touch Sister Sang, he suddenly let out a scream. Li Feng saw clearly as Sister Sang swiftly plunged a dagger into the man's arm, creating a gaping wound. Next time, I will not merely stab your hand, Sister Sang declared as she stood up. Mr. Chow looked up in astonishment, noticing the blood dripping from the dagger in Sister Sang's hand. Some of Mr. Chow's men hesitated, fearful to advance. Only Chiu Ba remained impassive, observing like a statue. I did not expect you to possess such skill. I underestimated you. Mr. Chow's smile faded as he barked, Chiu Ba, take her down. With a resounding thud, Chiu Ba lunged forward with astonishing speed, landing a punch in Sister Sang's side, sending her crashing to the ground. She lay there, unable to rise. At that moment, Mr. Chow turned his gaze to Li Feng. Are you the little wolf dog raised by Sang Sang? Li Feng shook his head. I am not. Then who are you? I am someone you cannot provoke. Oh, how interesting. Chiu Ba, break one of his legs and toss him out. Chiu Ba took a large stride, charging at Li Feng with incredible speed. Li Feng coolly observed Chiu Ba's approach and kicked out. Thud. Chiu Ba was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Mr. Chiao's wine spilled across the table without him noticing. Li Feng stepped forward, seized a wine bottle from the table, and smashed it over Mr. Chow's head, shattering it into pieces. The orange liquid dripped down Mr. Chow's head, laden with irony. Veins bulged on Mr. Chow's forehead, resembling writhing worms. I will slaughter you. He gritted his teeth, spitting the words. Li Feng raised his hand and delivered a punch that sent Mr. Chow flying upwards, audible cracks echoing as several of his ribs undoubtedly broke. Li Feng wiped his hands with a few napkins from the coffee table, disdainfully saying, What are you? How dare you spout such bravado in my presence? Chapter 56, A Night of Transformation. Who are you? Mr. Chow spat out blood, his face still reflecting a fierce defiance. What terrified him more than his injuries was Li Feng's identity. This young man, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, had decisively overpowered him without any warning. He was certainly not a nameless figure. Jiang Hua had no knowledge of individuals like him, unless Mr. Chiao's thoughts raced as he feared the worst. He was a master of internal energy, and a young master of such caliber could only be Li Jinren. Chiu Ba, having been defeated in one blow, confirmed Li Feng's identity. In truth, from the moment they clashed, Chiu Ba had vaguely guessed Li Feng's true nature. He just had not dared to affirm it until Li Feng had claimed he was someone Mr. Chiao could not provoke. Who could provoke Li Jinren? Even Jiang Hua's top figure, Lord Pao, had been directly incarcerated. Li Feng, hands clasped behind his back, spoke coldly, You do possess some intellect. Mr. Chiao's last remnants of hope vanished with Li Feng's statement. Was there any escape from such a formidable opponent? Li Jinren, I was blind to your presence and have offended you greatly. Mr. Chiao, gritting his teeth against the pain, knelt on the ground, bowing his head in submission. Li Feng ignored him and moved to assist Sister Sang, considering using a healing pill to treat her injuries. Sister Sang felt a warm current flow from Li Feng's palm, swiftly alleviating the pain throughout her body. The injury inflicted by Chiu Ba vanished within mere breaths. Such terrifying power. The ability to bring life and death with a single thought. A descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family, indeed exceptional. Little did they know, this was a deliberate effect created by Li Feng. The primary factor in her healing was not internal energy, but the healing pill. However, he needed others to believe that it was due to his internal energy. Li Feng required the guise of a traditional medicine family, providing the world with a basis for judgment. Moreover, he did not wish to reveal any clues about this significant trump card. Sister Sang rose unsteadily from the ground and sat on the sofa. The reversal of circumstances had occurred in mere moments. Just moments ago, Mr. Chow had looked down on her, yet now she regarded him with disdain. Chow Ji, I refer to you as Lord Chow out of courtesy, not out of fear. You have injured me, but do you know who stands behind me? Do you think it is Chen Hongpao? Is it not? Mr. Chow squinted, fearful of Li Feng yet unafraid of Sister Sang. She chuckled softly, I see you are quite aged. Perhaps it is time you retire gracefully. My backing has always been Li Jinren. 10 years, I have waited a full decade, and at last, I have awaited Li Jinren's emergence. If it were not for Li Jinren, do you think I would have the confidence to step into this circle? Do you think Chen Hongpao would ever regard me highly? Xiao Ji, you are far too naive. Mr. Chiao was utterly astonished, as if he had heard a shocking secret. So, Sister Sang had such a formidable force behind her. 10 years, lying low for 10 years, this woman was truly terrifying. Seeing Mr. Chiao so frightened, Li Feng could not help but chuckle internally, thinking, Sister Sang is quite the storyteller. When did I become her decade-long confidant? Sister Sang spun a compelling tale, and Li Feng understood she was merely seizing the opportunity to solidify her image of having a powerful ally. This woman, having navigated the underworld for many years, was astute, adept at capitalizing on circumstances. Li Feng did not wish to expose her, recognizing her struggles. Furthermore, positioning Sister Sang as a proxy would be mutually beneficial. The underworld was a murky swamp, and while Li Feng preferred not to wade through its depths, he did not mind supporting an agent. After all, some matters required the expertise of professionals. Xiaoji, from today onward, your territory is now mine. Withdraw, and I shall ensure your later years are free from worry. Otherwise, do you think you are any better than Lord Pao? The incident where Sister Sang was injured by Qiu Ba lingered in her mind. At that moment, with a bold demand, she fabricated a story and sought to expand her own needs. Mr. Qiao's face immediately darkened. Those who have once wielded power are unwilling to descend from their lofty heights. Possessing territory equates to possessing power, and with power comes everything: fame, fortune, and beauty are all rooted in territory. To strip Sister Sang of her territory would be to strip her of everything. I would rather you kill me now. Otherwise, you shall not succeed. Mr. Qiao shouted in a frenzy, unwilling to concede. Sister Sang deftly turned the dagger to press against Mr. Qiao's neck. Throughout, even when kicked away by Qiu Ba, she never relinquished her grip on the dagger. This dagger was her venomous Feng. It would either draw no blood, or, if it did, would seal his throat. Mr. Qiao felt the cold steel against his throat, but did not yield. Instead, he looked towards Li Feng. Is this also your intention, Masterly? In the realm of conflict, Mr. Qiao held no fear. In terms of influence, he surpassed Sister Sang. Even if she were to kill him here today, she would not escape unscathed, as the likelihood of subsequent retaliation loomed large. Sister Sang might not truly dare to take such a step. What mattered to Mr. Qiao was Li Feng's stance. With formidable strength and a vast background, a single word from Li Feng could change the landscape of the entire underground world of Jianghua City. This was the critical criterion for judgment. After a brief contemplation, Li Feng nodded slightly. In a way, yes, but I can offer you an opportunity. You and Sister Sang shall govern together. I understand that you would find it difficult to yield so easily. You would only feign submission. Instead, let me provide you with this chance. Mr. Qiao was elated. He felt as if he had been struck by a pie from the heavens. To have someone like Li Feng as an ally would be akin to accumulating fortunes over several lifetimes. Sister Sang, did you hear that? Release me quickly, from now on. I shall be a loyal supporter of yours. Mr. Qiao laughed heartily, inadvertently choking and spitting blood. Sister Sang's expression darkened. People are on the brink of death. Yet you are still so delighted. Truly, one dies for wealth, just as birds perish for food. Li Feng, attentive to her feelings, spoke once more to Mr. Qiao. It is Sister Sang, not Sang Sang. Only I may call her Sang Sang. She understands boundaries better than you. Henceforth, you must heed her advice, or I will find someone else. Mr. Qiao's scalp tingled, and he hastily nodded. Yes, I understand. Sister Sang, please release me. I shall certainly listen to you. Finally, Sister Sang smiled and relinquished the dagger. Li Feng's reasoning was sound. Should he eliminate Xiaoji now, Jianghua would likely descend into further chaos. Most importantly, Li Feng had his own intentions, which she must respect. Jianghua was on the brink of transformation overnight. Chapter 57. Love letters occupy space to assess others' capabilities and learn from them. One may lack experience, but can begin from humble beginnings. Marking a territory and allowing Mr. Qiao and Sister Sang to co-govern was Li Feng's modest attempt. There are matters he wishes to explore, endeavors to render this world a better place. I have a wish, world peace. The next day, Li Feng called Sister Sang, instructing her to restore order. 3 days later, shocking news rippled through the underground world of Jianghua City. Led by Sister Sang, with Mr. Qiao as her aide, a formidable alliance emerged. The most astonishing aspect was not the union of these two powers, but that Sister Sang was at the helm. What merit did this woman possess to lead so decisively? A week later, even more astonishing news broke. In Jianghua territory, there was to be no dealings with drugs. An unprecedented self-initiated anti-drug campaign by the formidable figures commenced. The sweeping rectification movement in Jianghua City stirred significant waves, yet under the iron-fisted cleansing, tranquility began to return. Li Feng, concealed in the shadows, needed only to witness his will being enacted rather than stepping into the limelight, thus avoiding the exposure of his inadequacies, for his foundation remained precariously shallow. A few days prior, news arrived from the town's enforcer that the young ghost had been rescued, but the infamous Li Kuei had escaped. This was no surprise. Bandits excelled not in fighting but in fleeing. Even if the bandit was Li Kuei, the young ghost, overflowing with gratitude, expressed that he was now roaming about seeking treasures to repay Li Feng's life-saving grace. Brother, I shall forever remember your kindness. I will never gamble again. That's good to know. I want to come to your rescue next time, Feng replied, sending $1 million as gratitude to the town's enforcer. Overjoyed, the enforcer extended multiple invitations to meet Feng, all of which were politely declined, citing pressing matters. The enforcer found Feng increasingly enigmatic, fueling a sense of reverence. On Wednesday evening, Wangke invited Feng out for dinner. Tomorrow, they would have a small preliminary examination, and she needed to align herself with Feng's strengths. Otherwise, the exam would be quite troublesome. The venue was a restaurant near the school gate, and Feng arrived as scheduled. The restaurant was not crowded, but the ambience was pleasant, with light music playing in the background. You're here. What would you like to eat? Order away. Wangke greeted Feng with a smile, handing him a menu. Feng sat down and casually ordered a few dishes. How polite of you to invite me out to eat. Wangke chuckled. I just wanted a break from the cafeteria food. It's nice to dine out occasionally. Feng smiled slightly. It was hardly occasional for Wangke, who frequented restaurants every few days as a privileged young lady. Have you heard? The class president said you want to receive a scholarship this time, and the exam questions are said to be quite difficult. Once I got wind of this news, I rushed over to warn you. Don't you think I'm clever? Feng chuckled. Are you afraid of failing? That's part of it, Wangke admitted. I just want to be prepared. She stuck out her tongue playfully. But seriously, is this truly your plan? With your intelligence, you could easily score high if you just studied diligently. I don't understand why you never focus your efforts on your studies. Wangke didn't dislike studying, rather. Her heart was not in it. Didn't I tell you? I don't want to be a doctor. The current medical disputes are quite distressing. I plan to go abroad right after graduation. My family has already arranged everything. Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. Having shared classes for several years and built a good rapport, her departure might mean years of separation, perhaps by the time they meet again. She would belong to someone else. With so many schools in the country, why must you go abroad? He muttered, feeling disheartened. Sigh, I know, but there's no alternative. I'm terrified of not being able to speak properly in the future. I've been memorizing vocabulary daily, Wangke sighed, feeling rather lost. Many things were beyond her control, and there was no compelling reason to stay. Have you considered finding a girlfriend before graduation? Wangke inquired. Feng shook his head helplessly. Difficult. There are too many things on my plate, and besides, who would be interested in me with my current circumstances? This was false modesty, it was a judgment. After Bai Shaoqin, Feng's understanding of love had transcended the fleeting happiness of the present days. He sought to avoid becoming a mere passing fancy and to escape the pitfalls of ephemeral romance, not wanting to be ensnared by love that ends without resolution. I'm sorry for reminding you of those unpleasant memories, Wangke said, a hint of regret in her voice. I see that July seems to like you quite a bit. Do you truly have no feelings for her? It's been nearly half a month since we last contacted. Feng laughed at the thought. The last time July had shouted and made a scene had been amusing, but afterward, she had turned into a timid rabbit, hardly daring to show her face. Wangke chuckled as well. What about other girls? Other girls? Feng replied, puzzled. There were no other girls in his life. Wangke was anxious, almost wanting to knock some sense into Feng. You're not planning to go straight into blind dates after graduation, are you? Or are you resigned to a life of solitude? You must understand that living a lifetime alone is quite a terrifying prospect. Feng looked at Wangke, bewildered, unable to grasp why she was discussing such matters. While it was not unusual for friends to care about each other's romantic lives, her tone seemed overly earnest. Feng, not one to be easily fooled, interrupted her. Why are you telling me this? Do you have feelings for me? Wangke's face flushed instantly, a rosy hue that was quite endearing. What are you thinking? I have a good friend who wrote you a love letter and asked me to deliver it. Wangke retrieved a letter from her bag and handed it to Feng, saying, here it is. I must tell you, you have to read every single sentence. She is my best friend. Feng accepted the letter, opened it, and began reading. Hello, Feng. This is my first letter, and I am a bit nervous. My writing isn't great. Please don't laugh at me. Hey, what are you doing? Wangke quickly halted him. Did you not say to read every sentence? Wangke placed her hand on her forehead, looking utterly exasperated. What I meant was to read carefully, not to read aloud. Oh. Feng scanned the letter in its entirety and, upon reaching the end, inquired, why is there no name? She doesn't want you to know her name. Wangke explained seriously, but she wants you to know that she likes you. Wangke was taken aback, her heart racing, further clarifying. She wrote so poorly that I had to write for her. But she insulted me in the letter, calling me silly and foolish. Feng replied in a deep tone. How could that be possible? Absolutely not. How do you remember that so clearly? Wangke lowered her head, opting not to explain further. Feng continued to gaze at her, and Wangke's head drooped lower, nearly touching the ground. When did you start to like me? What nonsense. I don't like you. Then why write this letter? She said she was afraid you'd be taken by another girl, so she wanted to claim her spot early, Wang Ke replied sheepishly. Claiming a spot early? Li Feng couldn't help but recall July, when she boldly shouted from the stage. When asked later, she had stated with confidence that it was necessary to claim a spot first. Is it now fashionable to stake a claim? Chapter 58. On how to blend into the girls' dormitory. The meal had its share of intrigue, and the following day was the examination. As Li Feng entered the exam hall, he realized he had been preoccupied with numerous matters lately, devoting less energy to his studies than he once did. The exam proved to be quite challenging, with particularly tricky questions. After completing the morning session, Li Feng sighed as he exited the examination room. It's over. It's over. There were so many questions I couldn't answer. The class monitor, trailing half a step behind him, felt a surge of delight upon hearing his words. In his memory, Li Feng had never complained about the difficulty of an exam before. His remark this time indicated he was struggling. Serves you right for fooling around outside school every day. It's only fair that I win the scholarship now. The class monitor thought to himself, hastening his pace to walk ahead of Li Feng, strutting with bravado. Wang Ke walked alongside Li Feng as they exited the classroom building, sympathetically saying, We are all classmates. Why mock him like that? Seeing him so pleased, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for him. During the exam, she had copied so much from Li Feng, who had filled every question on his paper, likely securing the top spot in the class. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, as he believed he had complete control over the situation. The psychological blow from the reality would be all the more severe. Who told him to have such a big mouth? Even if I played all year round, I could still score higher than him. Scholar, please accept my knee. Wang Ke exclaimed. No problem, I'll take you in. TSK, you're such a bad person. Wang Ke's face turned crimson, and she hastened towards her dorm, no longer walking beside Li Feng. Upon hearing Li Feng's question, the other two felt something was amiss. Ku Zhini had recently started dating and was often absent at night, even considering renting an apartment. Surely, he wouldn't forget such an important matter? Lao Bao pulled out his phone to call Ku Zhini. Fortunately, the call connected, and he breathed a sigh of relief before asking, Zhini, where are you? Do you know there's an exam today? Zhini, are you listening? Lao Bao raised his voice. Ku Zhini is in my hands. He's drunk and with my friend's 13-year-old sister, a mere child. Hurry and have his family send money, or this matter won't end well. Click. The phone hung up abruptly. All the roommates gasped in shock. What is happening? Is he joking? Li Feng spoke in a serious tone. Ask the students from classes 2 and 3 if they have seen Zhini. After years of college, everyone knew each other. Lao Bao and Guzi quickly reached out to others in the examination hall to inquire about Ku Zhini's whereabouts. 10 minutes later, a chilling hypothesis emerged. If Ku Zhini had come for the exam, then it must be false. If he hadn't shown up, then he was likely kidnapped. Based on the information gathered, it was highly probable that something had happened to Ku Zhini. Li Feng dialed Ku Zhini's number, and thankfully, it connected. I've contacted his family. Where should we discuss the ransom? The other party was taken aback by Li Feng's straightforwardness, not expecting him to understand the stakes so quickly. Surprisingly, you hit the nail on the head. That kid refuses to speak at all. Ruizi, call the police. Hurry. Ku Zhini's voice faintly came through, suggesting he was not far away. However, it was soon cut off, and the other party sounded furious, as though they were hitting Ku Zhini. Not long after, someone huffed. I'm drenched in sweat. This is exhausting. Kid, if you're sincere, have your family prepare 3 million. Otherwise, well, you understand. Don't hang up yet, Li Feng cautioned, continuing. The Ku family is worried about his safety. If you're willing, could you let me see him? Don't worry. You choose the time and place. And you can tie me up. Otherwise, you won't get a dime. You're a clever one. They say true friendship is revealed in times of trouble. I have a bit of respect for you. It's not a loss for him to have a friend like you. All right, I'll contact you later. You need to hurry. Delaying won't benefit anyone. After hanging up, Li Feng found Lao Bao and Guzi staring at him in shock. Ruizi, are you serious? We haven't even contacted Zhini's family. Are you planning to walk into a trap? What are you thinking? Lao Bao exclaimed. We can't alert the enemy or disclose this to anyone. Otherwise, it'll create chaos in the school, and it won't end well. Don't worry, I will handle this matter appropriately. Li Feng left the dormitory, determined to have Sister Sang and Xiaoji discreetly investigate the situation. As long as the other party remained in Jianghua City, Li Feng would dig deep to find them. Given Zhini's character, even if he were drunk, he would merely sleep. He wouldn't engage in such behavior. It was more likely that someone was framing him, using this pretext to blackmail him. It was imperative to find someone who knew the situation and prepare accordingly. Perhaps Zhini's girlfriend had some insights. With this thought in mind, Li Feng promptly contacted Lao Bao, requesting him to find Zhini's girlfriend's contact information. Zhini's girlfriend was in the Foreign Language Institute, Class 3 of her sophomore year. See you. Lao Bao quickly found the pertinent information online and sent it to Li Feng's phone, complete with a 2-inch photo of Su Yu and her contact details. Li Feng dialed Su Yu's number. Hello? Is this Su Yu? Do you know where Kujini is? I need to find him urgently. He didn't show up for today's exam. I don't know him. You've got the wrong person. A cold voice replied, and the call was abruptly terminated. Li Feng stared at his phone, gritting his teeth. What is with all these wicked women nowadays? If Su Yu had been cooperative, it would suggest she had a way to extricate herself. However, her attitude indicated she must know something and was deliberately avoiding trouble. This woman is suspicious, Li Feng mused. I genuinely need to speak with her, yet she refuses to take my call. Li Feng quickly made his way to the girls' dormitory, arriving at Building 10. But as he attempted to enter, he was stopped by the dormitory matron. This is the girls' dormitory, young man. You're male, correct? Have some self-respect. The matron seemed to think Li Feng was a would-be troublemaker. Li Feng turned to leave, but not far from there, his phone rang, summoning Lao Bao and Guzi. They were instructed to acquire the student council's officer credentials and bring along notebooks. Soon, a swift team formed to infiltrate the female dormitories, led by Li Feng. As they approached the entrance of Building 10, "Excuse me, I apologize for my haste earlier. I am from the student council, here to conduct a dormitory check. This is my work badge." A dormitory check? The dormitory supervisor glanced at the badge and waved her hand, assuring him, "Just remember to knock on each door and don't barge in unannounced." How could the school allow boys to check the girls' dorms? While the supervisor remained puzzled, Li Feng, accompanied by Guzi and Lao Bao, confidently strode into the female dormitory. What a mysterious and intriguing place this was. Which boy has harbored the dream of entering the girls' dormitory for an inspection? As they saw groups of girls, Guzi and Lao Bao were mesmerized, almost drooling at the sight. This visit proved to be worthwhile. Initially puzzled by the presence of boys in the dormitory, the girls quickly panicked upon seeing the student council badges hanging around their necks. The student council is here for a check. Quickly hide the hair dryers, rice cookers, and high-powered appliances. Li Feng couldn't help but find the scene amusing as the doors slammed shut one by one. Everyone appeared like goddesses in public, yet they scurried away at the mere mention of a dormitory check. It seemed a surprise raid on the girls' quarters was in order. Chapter 59. The Tiger Does Not Roar. Li Feng and his companions arrived at room 208 and knocked on the door. There was silence within, prompting Li Feng to knock louder. Open up. Student council conducting a dormitory check? Who is it? Why do you keep knocking? A female voice, clearly annoyed, finally opened the door. Li Feng and his companion strode in with confidence. What are you checking for? The girl asked, her tone confrontational. Guzi stepped forward. Who is Su Yu? I am. What is the matter? Su Yu questioned, hands on her hips. Li Feng surveyed the room and noticed another girl present. He stepped forward, addressing the other girl. Could you please step outside for a few minutes? I need to speak with Su Yu privately. Just for a moment? She hesitated, but eventually agreed and exited. With Guzi and Lao Bao standing guard at the door, Su Yu looked at Li Feng, puzzled by his request for a private conversation. Li Feng pulled up a chair and gently closed the door. As the door shut, Su Yu's expression turned wary. Li Feng spoke slowly. Let us discuss the matter of Kujini. You've set him up, and now the serious crime unit is on our doorstep. They're downstairs. Speak now. And you still have time. What Kujini? I don't know him. Su Yu exclaimed, recognizing his voice and attempting to flee towards the door. Li Feng swiftly stood up, grabbed her by the neck, and pinned her against the wall. I'm not here to negotiate. If you don't speak, I'll make you regret it. Do you know who he is to me? He is my closest brother. Li Feng's eyes reddened, his voice a low growl. The saying goes that one should repay kindness with gratitude. He would not forget this rare bond, and if anything happened to Kujini, he would have no qualms about eliminating this woman. Li Feng's fierce demeanor intensified as he tightened his grip. Su Yu, struggling to breathe, was paralyzed by fear, her legs weakly pushing against the floor. Suddenly, she lost control, wetting her pants. A foul odor emanated from her as a yellow liquid trickled down. Su Yu, terrified, had lost her composure. Li Feng frowned and released her, causing Su Yu to collapse to the floor. Help! She attempted to scream, but Li Feng's finger hovered ominously before her eyes. Go ahead, scream. Just remember, a gentle poke from me could blind you. There are no cameras here. I'll simply say you tripped. His gaze was colder than ice, laced with mockery. Su Yu covered her mouth, helplessly looking at Li Feng. If you don't speak, I'll ruin your appearance. Li Feng grabbed a plastic ruler from the table, snapping it in front of Su Yu, pointing the sharp edge at her face. Demon. The word echoed in Su Yu's mind. The seemingly delicate boy before her was, in her eyes, a true monster. I have nothing to do with this. Someone asked me to lure him into getting drunk, and then I was told not to ask anything further. My parents owe them a fortune. They only wanted me to bring Kujini there. It's not my fault. Suyu sobbed uncontrollably. Where is this place, and what is its name? Changgu. I only remember two names. One is Tiger Brother, and the other is Lu Feng. Tiger Brother has a tattoo of a tiger on his arm. If you dare deceive me, you'll be awaiting your demise. Li Feng tossed the ruler aside and strode toward the exit. The girl who had been waiting outside entered and, upon seeing Suyu, was instantly taken aback. Did he assault you? Let us report him. No, don't report him. It's not his fault. It's just that I couldn't hold it in, so you quickly interjected. As Li Feng hastily contacted Sister Sang to investigate individuals named Tiger Brother and Lu Feng. A call came through. Kid, meet me in front of Xingrong Internet CAF. Remember, don't bring anyone unnecessary, and don't let us see anyone we shouldn't. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I understand. Li Feng quickly briefed Guzi and Lao Bao before hurrying to hail a taxi towards Xingrong Internet CAF. This CAF was approximately 2 kilometers from the school, situated at the eastern edge, surrounded by an old residential area. Upon arriving, Li Feng patiently waited at the entrance of the CAF. Not long after, his phone rang. You're standing at the CAF entrance, right? I see you. Walk straight ahead. Li Feng proceeded forward, and after about 10 minutes, a van's door swung open at the roadside, pulling him inside. The van slowly drove away. Boss, should we check if he has a tracker on him? No need. We have a jammer installed in the van, a sophisticated piece of American technology, replied the driver. Fengzi, blindfold him so he can't recognize the route. Li Feng's eyes were covered with a black cloth. Tiger Brother, it's done. Kid, the driver chuckled. You've got some guts, which is why I made the trip. I admire your courage. But you might want to have your family send over 100,000 as gas money. What audacity. Li Feng silently cursed while feigning submission. Big brother. My family is broke. If this escalates, my family might choose to call the police. Turns out to be a poor kid. What a disappointment. Tiger Brother scoffed, focusing on driving. After about half an hour of bumpy travel, Li Feng felt nauseous from the mixture of oil and smoke, compounded by the van's erratic movements. When the vehicle finally stopped, he was nearly ill. Fengzi, take off his blindfold. Kid, watch your step. Don't trip and fall. There are plenty of traps around here. If you step on one, well, good luck being crippled. Li Feng cautiously followed behind Tiger Brother, with Lu Feng keeping watch. He indeed spotted several hunting traps, each about the size of his arm, used for catching wild boars. Such careful arrangements indicated they had arrived at a bandit's lair. Li Feng remained vigilant, carefully observing his surroundings. As they ventured deeper, traversing a mountain path, they arrived at an old adobe house. Kujini was bound to a chair in the yard. His eyes squinted and his energy depleted, appearing on the brink of death, with injuries adorning his face. There's your friend. Tiger Brother commanded. Fengzi, tie him up too. Lu Feng hurried inside to fetch some rope. Big brother, you've certainly chosen an interesting location. Is it just the two of you living here? Li Feng feigned a nervous conversation. Tiger Brother chuckled and nodded. Just the two of us. Li Feng's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Finding rope was easy. The bindings on Kujani were merely made of coarse twine. However, what Lu Feng presented to himself was a steel wire rope, which defies common sense. No one would use such a thing to bind someone. Brother, do you have any other rope? This steel wire is too painful against my skin. There are no other ropes. Don't worry. Fengzi will bind it loosely. Hugo smiled as Lu Feng approached. Before he could get close, Li Feng delivered a kick, not aimed at Lu Feng, but directed at Hugo, sending him stumbling back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng rushed to Kujini's side, yanked at his ropes, and liberated him. Damn it. That was indeed a clever ploy. Fengzi, hand me my hunting rifle. Hugo rose from the ground. His physical fitness was commendable, and despite Li Feng's kick, he had not sustained serious injury. Of course, Li Feng's sole intention was to rescue Kujini. Causing harm was not his objective. Otherwise, he would not have fared so well. Kid, consider yourself unfortunate. As you descend to the underworld, do remember to convey my regards to Yama. Delivering greetings to Yama would suffice without needing to descend to the underworld. But Li Feng wouldn't disclose that he had a WeChat group for the underworld. Taking advantage of Huji's momentary distraction, Li Feng vanished from sight in an instant. His speed and agility surpassed even the swiftest of leopards. Chapter 60. The design in the blink of an eye. The confrontation escalated. Hugo raised the hunting rifle in defense, but Li Feng's punch shattered it into pieces, scattering components everywhere. Huji's heart raced with terror, fortunately. He had used the rifle for protection against Li Feng. Had he attempted to shield himself with his arm, it would likely have been broken. Li Feng regarded him coldly and uttered, "Do you recognize me?" Huji's mind was ablaze with thoughts, yet he remained impassive. "I don't know you. I only know your roommate." "No, That was merely a superficial facade. Kidnapping and extortion wouldn't necessitate the involvement of a group like yours. The preparation of a hunting rifle speaks volumes. Such measures are not typical of kidnappers, and it seems you possess some understanding of my methods. Who sent you to deal with me? Li Feng inquired. After a brief silence, Hugo impatiently replied, Why all this talk? Do you think you'll be able to escape after arriving here? It's secluded. Soon, we can dig a pit to bury you, and no one will know. That's quite a scheme, Li Feng scoffed, but that depends on your capability. Such arrogance for a kid. Is your only advantage your strength? Lu Feng interjected, unable to contain himself. You must not know who Hugo is to speak so boldly here. If you did, you'd already be begging for mercy. Oh, who is this impressive person? Li Feng asked with genuine curiosity. Hugo is a retired Special Forces soldier and currently a professional assassin. You think you're formidable? In front of Hugo, you're nothing but a mere insect. Li Feng chuckled derisively. Is that all? Everyone has their past. I too have a reputation. People call me Li Jinren on the streets. You must have heard of my name. Lu Feng erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. If you're called fat, you're panting. Even Hugo couldn't suppress a smile. Kid, you really hold yourself in high regard. Is it just Sang Sang and Xiao Ji? You truly believe they are something significant? To put it plainly, they are merely two ruffian leaders with a few clubs and a band of lackeys. You think they are impressive? Hugo dismissed it with scorn. And that Chen Hongpao? He is merely the leader of a couple of ruffians. To students like you, he appears formidable, possessing a few million in assets and a group of thugs willing to fight. But in truth, he is just a dog on someone else's leash, a classic case of a monkey assuming the throne in the absence of a tiger. In Zhonghua City, does he truly hold any weight? Li Feng pondered this deeply. Indeed, Hu Ji's assertions held merit. Were the likes of Pao Yi, Xiao Yi, and Sister Sang genuinely that formidable? The Yang family had managed to imprison Pao Yi, and it was uncertain when he would be released. In the face of a family of the Yang family's caliber, even a strong figure like Chun Hongpao could be dealt with a mere word. Perhaps Li Jinren's prestigious name was not as esteemed as one might think. At the very least, Hugo did not regard it highly. Li Feng sighed. Since you believe you have me cornered, let's see who falls first. Hugo grinned, stealthily advancing towards the house. Li Feng snorted coldly. If you're so capable, why continually run to fetch weapons? Should you step inside again, I'll take my men and flee immediately. Hu Ji's expression turned awkward. His previous words had been a ruse to catch his breath. He was indeed still intent on retrieving a suitable weapon from the house. For Li Feng was somewhat unpredictable, necessitating caution. Li Feng's revelation of his intentions made the situation awkward. Kid, your eyes are quite discerning. Then I shall engage you with bare hands. The term bare hands implied a hand-to-hand combat. Hugo initiated with a punch, which then transformed into a palm strike. But as it neared Li Feng's face, it morphed into a two-fingered poke aimed at his eyes. Such adaptability was impressive. Li Feng remained unperturbed, deftly sidestepping and countering with a punch of his own. This punch was straightforward, yet it radiated far more force than Hu Ji's. The whistling wind of his punch approached before Hugo could react, compelling him to roll away while simultaneously throwing a handful of sand at Li Feng's eyes. Despicable! Li Feng cursed, but did not pursue. He stood his ground in readiness. Hugo, too, dared not attack, while Li Feng was stationary. He could be even more dangerous than when he was in motion. The two remained locked in a stalemate, and seeing the situation unfolding. Lu Feng stealthily moved towards the earthen house. Li Feng picked up a stone and hurled it. Though their exchanges were few, both had a keen understanding of each other's capabilities. Hugo was outmatched. Even if Li Feng relied solely on brute strength, he could easily overpower him. Li Feng held the stone defensively as he approached Kujini, helping him up. How are you? Are you all right? Hold on. Once we get outside, everything will be fine. Hurry and take me away from this dreadful place. Kujini gasped, shaken and weak. Li Feng hastily led Kujini away. This encounter, while harrowing, had not resulted in any grave consequences. Yet, for some reason, Li Feng felt an unsettling sense of being ensnared in a trap. From a professional standpoint, Hu Ji's expertise was commendable. Throughout the encounter, he had not revealed any inappropriate information, instead issuing stern warnings to Li Feng. On the other hand, Hu Ji's preparations were insufficient. He had presented only a single hunting rifle. How could someone of his caliber rely solely on a rifle? Furthermore, they were alone. If an ambush had been prearranged, numerous individuals could have easily been stationed there. All signs pointed to one possibility. Hu Ji's allies intended to issue a warning, not to kill. They seemed to harbor some reservations, possibly regarding the Yang family's influence, yet they did not want Li Feng's actions to gain too much momentum. Who might have such motives? The Feng family, Chen Hongpao, Xiao Ji, and Sister Sang all had their reasons. It was challenging to ascertain. Li Feng felt a weight upon him. For the first time since acquiring the WeChat group for the underworld, His ambition felt the pressure of uncertainty. Perhaps it was time to reflect deeply. After taking Ku Zhenyi to the hospital for examination and arranging for his hospitalization, Li Feng sought out Sister Sang for a meeting. Hu Ge and Lu Feng were likely not from Jiaghua City. They were probably brought in from elsewhere. And neither Qiaoji nor I had been able to uncover any information about them. You took a considerable risk. How could you act so recklessly on your own? Sister Sang chided, her voice filled with concern. Li Feng was her support. It was best that nothing had gone awry. As he discussed the matter, Li Feng observed Sister Sang closely but discerned no signs of wrongdoing from her. Perhaps this incident had no bearing on her. But it was prudent to investigate others as well. He called for Qiaoji, and as Li Feng sat in the private room, an air of coldness emanated from him. Sister Sang could not help but glance at him repeatedly, her heart racing. She realized that Li Feng's rate of growth was becoming increasingly astonishing, once possessing a scholarly demeanor. He now exuded the aura of a formidable figure. Chapter 61. The transformation of the honest man. Sister Sang made a call, and half an hour later, Qiaoji arrived at the private room. As soon as he sat down, he lamented, Li Zhenren, can we discuss the Qingdu operation? My subordinates have turned against me lately, and others are reaping the rewards. Is it that you cannot manage your subordinates? Li Feng inquired with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. Qiaoji was momentarily at a loss for words and hurriedly smiled. How could that be? Whoever disobeys me shall meet their end. That's good to hear. What others do is their affair. We shall not be involved, Li Feng replied, then turned his gaze toward Qiaoji. Have you gathered any information about Tiger and Lu Feng? I've been asking around everywhere. Today, I did nothing but inquire about this matter. Strangely enough, I couldn't find a thing. It's as if they vanished. I suspect they are not locals, Qiaoji sighed. Impossible. It can't be me, Qiaoji exclaimed, panic-stricken, Li Zhenren. I swear I have never done such a thing. If I did, I would be struck by lightning. Li Feng rose and approached Qiaoji step by step. Sister Sang presented her blood-red dagger. Li Feng grasped the dagger and slowly plunged it into Qiaoji. The fabric tore, skin broke, and he pushed deeper. The transformation of Qiaoji's expression from disbelief to conviction to sheer panic was nothing short of remarkable. Li Zhenren, please stop. It hurts. I'm dying. I swear it was me. I never did this. Suddenly, the dagger plunged deeper with a sickening sound, leaving only the hilt. Qiaoji's eyes widened in horror, nearly popping from their sockets. You, unable to endure the pain any longer, Qiaoji fainted. Li Feng slowly withdrew the dagger, pressed on the wound, and administered a healing pill. Then he sat on the sofa, sipping tea. Half an hour later, Qiaoji groggily regained consciousness. Get up and have some tea. Li Feng gestured toward a teacup on the table. This is freshly brewed pre-rain longjing, quite delightful. Qiaoji looked around in confusion, touched his chest, and grimaced in pain. I'm not dead. Thank you, Li Zhenren. Thank you, divine Dr. Li, for saving me. Qiaoji feigned excitement, but the movement tugged at his wound, causing him excruciating agony, beads of sweat cascading down. Li Feng chuckled. I was the one who stabbed you. There's no need for thanks. I'm not so shameless. So, you believe I didn't do it? Qiaoji asked cautiously. Li Feng replied with a smirk. We'll see about that. For now, you are not in immediate danger. However, should there be a next time, I might prefer to err on the side of caution. With those words, the atmosphere in the private room seemed to drop several degrees. Both Qiaoji and Sister Sang shivered simultaneously. If they had previously felt confident in their ability to read Li Feng, they now found him utterly inscrutable. The moment he had thrust the dagger into Qiaoji's body, his demeanor had been chillingly indifferent. Life or death truly rested in his hands. Moreover, Qiaoji had not been unwilling to resist. It was Li Feng's gaze, icy and penetrating, that kept him paralyzed. He had every reason to believe that if he dared to fight back, Li Feng would promptly end his life with a single strike. Sister Sang wiped the sweat from her forehead, equally apprehensive. Although Li Feng had not directed any aggression towards her, the risk of sudden death hung in the air, contingent upon a mere disagreement. She thought to herself, a lion does not deign to discuss schemes with a fox. This young man's strength is beyond my imagination. Li Feng lifted the teacup and took a small sip, savoring the exquisite flavor of the pre-rain longjing. After a couple more sips, he stated, in 2 weeks. You should probe the Feng family's intentions. Just mention that Li Feng is insignificant and devise a way to eliminate him. If there are any discrepancies with the Feng father and son, handle it discreetly. Li Feng set down the teacup and donned his coat from the sofa. I don't care who is responsible for this matter. If there is a next time, I will wipe them all out. Sister Sang nodded with difficulty. At that moment, they finally understood. Better for me to betray the world than to let the world betray me. Whether cleansing toxins or eliminating evil, it was all superficial. If their own safety were at stake, their true nature would emerge. Li Feng's true nature was not that of a hero, but of a ruthless overlord. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Feng explained to Lao Bao and Guzi that Kazhini was fine and in the hospital. There was no need to report the incident to the authorities, as it would only lead to a chaotic situation. Afterward, he washed his face and went to bed, appearing remarkably calm. Yet within, Li Feng was far from peaceful. His body trembled incessantly. In this world, there exist two types of people: those who retreat in the face of danger, revealing their fear, and those who become more fervent, more frenzied, and may even resort to extremism. Li Feng recalled a classmate from elementary school who had always bullied him. On one occasion, cornered, he had seized the classmate by the hair and pummeled his face until it resembled a swollen mess. From that day forth, no one dared to bully him again. In middle school, he maintained the same philosophy: if one did not provoke me, I would not retaliate, but if one did, I would strike ruthlessly. As he entered high school, he gradually realized that fighting held no future. Education was the path forward. Thus, the campus bully faded, making way for an academic prodigy. The humiliation from Bai Shaoqin ignited a determination to accept the harsh realities of society. The underworld WeChat group provided him with the means to realize his ambitions. The world of Jianghu became a whetstone, sharpening him further. In the end, someone must be harmed. It is always preferable to be the one inflicting pain rather than receiving it. Anyone who dares to provoke me will meet their end. Li Feng assured himself from beneath the covers. After 5 years of playing the role of the obedient citizen, in his 6th year, Li Feng resolved to shed that guise. Anyone who presented him with an honest card would find themselves facing dire consequences. To hell with honesty. You are the honest one. Your entire family is honest. After so long as the compliant one, finally presented with an opportunity for assent, I shall not remain a mere pawn. Guilt? Such a notion does not exist. As night fell, in a dim corner, someone was on the phone. It's not fear. You have no idea how terrifying he has become. His transformation is rapid. And those who are barefoot fear no shoes. I refuse to become his stepping stone. Let it be. I will transfer the money to your account. Do not contact me again. As the call ended, the individual lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, murmuring, Li Feng, may I never become your enemy in this lifetime. Chapter 62. Strength is everything. The world is fair. Each life begins with a single chance. Every individual's journey depends on their efforts. The wealthy who do not strive may find themselves impoverished, while the poor who neglect their efforts will only face enslavement. Seize an opportunity and strive upwards to truly appreciate the vistas of existence. Li Feng was determined to be that relentless individual. Rising early at 6 the next morning to practice in the small bamboo grove. From now on, he would forego classes in favor of cultivation. Strength was the only standard recognized by society. Backgrounds and birthrights were mere illusions. With a resolute spirit and abundant confidence, Li Feng embraced the challenge. In the afternoon, the class group shared the results of the last exam, and once again, Li Feng stood at the top of the class. The class monitor made snide remarks in the group, accusing Li Feng of being devious, claiming he pretended to know nothing until after the exam. Li Feng retorted, I consider my standard to be 100. My disappointment lies in not achieving it. As for your standards, you sour grape, what are they worth? The class group erupted in a flurry of praise, with many clamoring to befriend Li Feng. According to classmates, the monitor was so enraged that he couldn't eat, lamenting that the scholarship would elude him once again. Everyone felt a sense of pity for the monitor, a mix of sympathy and the notion that one should not overshadow another. Throughout their years in university, the monitor had been consistently overshadowed by Li Feng, leading to a rather stifling existence. The next day, with no classes, Li Feng received a call from Sister Sang, relaying a message from Pao Yi, asking him to visit the barracks. Li Feng understood that Pao Yi was anxious, fearing that the restrictions placed upon him might soon take a toll on his health. Interestingly, that set of restrictions was hardly lethal. At most, it would cause Chun Hongpao some discomfort. The manipulation of vital energy and blood was not overly severe unless one possessed profound inner strength and could control it adeptly. Yet, they were blissfully unaware of this fact. Under the guidance of Sister Sang, Li Feng made a visit to the detention center. It appeared that Pao Yi was faring quite well in his confinement. Upon their meeting, Li Feng noted his vitality and remarked, You seem to be adapting well. Pao Yi responded, Well, I have once been a leader myself. I still possess some authority. It's just that there are no women here, alas. His voice carried a hint of sorrow at this point. Li Feng burst into laughter, teasing, Pray tell. You aren't yearning for the company of others, are you? Li Shenren, do not jest. I, Qin Hongpao, am not that sort. It seemed that his time in detention had tempered Pao Yi, instilling in him a sense of humility. I heard from Sang that you are now operating in the shadows of my territory. How does it feel to be the boss? Chun Hongpao nodded, acknowledging. You are increasingly embodying the essence of a leader. Indeed, you have surpassed me. Enough of this chit-chat. Time is of the essence. I shall assist you in invigorating your blood flow. Li Feng instructed him to turn around, and Pao Yu complied. Li Feng placed his hands upon his back and employed his massage techniques. This space was occupied solely by Chen Hongpao, and the guards outside seemed indifferent, a sign of prior arrangements. As Li Feng continued his work, Chen Hongpao, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Has the 10 million promised by the Feng family been transferred yet?" "Ah, it is not so simple. Extracting such a sum from them is no trivial task," Li Feng replied with a rueful smile. "Oh, is that so? I heard that the Feng family has hired an assassin." Chen Hongpao chuckled lightly, unhurriedly explaining, "The person they hired happens to be a friend of mine. Upon learning of your current situation, I suggested they sever the hands of the Feng father and son. Just wait a moment." Li Feng ceased his massage as Chen Hongpao moved to the corner of the room to retrieve a box. Upon opening it, Li Feng was greeted with the sight of 4 pristine hands. "I have already ensured that the Feng family prepares the 10 million. It will be transferred to your account tomorrow," Chen Hongpao stated with a smile. "Sit down. We were just discussing how one can earn a life without the means to enjoy it. Surely these mundane matters cannot outweigh your very existence." Li Feng gestured toward a chair, prompting Chen Hongpao to take a seat. "I understand your intent. Tomorrow I shall speak with Yang Wu. Your time here has not been entirely unfavorable. You have become more astute than before. It is no wonder, having never faced hardship. You did not see the need for cunning. Were I in your shoes, I would feel the same." As Li Feng spoke, he increased the pressure of his massage, causing Chen Hongpao to grimace. "Take it easy, brother. Do not let me perish from your ministrations before my constraints can even take effect. The truth is, I am aware that to cleanse oneself is an inevitable journey toward becoming a law-abiding citizen. Yet, I have lingered, and in this manner, many years have slipped away. Throughout this time, I have endeavored to reform, but the fear of retaliation has stifled my resolve. Upon reflection, such a life lacks meaning, as you have pointed out." Chen Hongpao sighed. "It seems I may not survive long enough to spend that money." Li Feng chuckled. "You certainly speak in a manner I find agreeable. However, who can truly know your inner thoughts? My fate is in your hands. What other thoughts could I harbor?" Chen Hongpao replied with a wry smile. "Recently, a PhD in economics arrived in the detention center. He went mad after 3 days, incessantly repeating that success and failure are but fleeting moments. I pondered this for quite some time, asking others for clarification. They informed me that righteousness and notoriety fade in the blink of an eye. Indeed, there is truth in that. Haha, it appears your time here has not been in vain. You have grown quite philosophical." Li Feng laughed heartily. Chen Hongpao scratched his head. "It's merely an observation. I owe thanks to you. Without your influence, I may have heard these truths without truly grasping them. Now I comprehend fully, and I believe I am ready to embark on my own endeavors. What do you intend to pursue upon your release?" "I have previously engaged in harmful deeds. I plan to quietly compensate the victims with my own funds, without seeking forgiveness, simply to extend a helping hand where I can. Should I be unable to assist, so be it. The sentiment is what matters. Additionally, I shall rein in those friends of mine, preventing them from causing further harm. If they insist on continuing, then let it be a humane end for them, for those who are mired in filth are destined to sink into the mire. What say you?" Chen Hongpao asked Li Feng. "Understood," replied Chen Hongpao. As the massage drew to a close, Li Feng prepared to take his leave and shared heartfelt words with Chen Hongpao. Speaking earnestly, to turn from virtue to vice is easy. To turn from vice to virtue is arduous. There is nothing wrong with releasing you. You undoubtedly harbor opinions about me, believing I am the architect of your current plight. This is indeed the truth. However, do not entertain any thoughts that go beyond what is appropriate. You must understand, the strong remain strong. We are no longer on the same tier. If you seek revenge or any form of retribution against me, be prepared to meet your end. The last time I was betrayed, I warned them that should it happen again, I would eradicate them all." With a wave of his hand, Li Feng summoned a bolt of lightning. The shimmering light in the shadows caused Chen Hongpao to shiver. Words may not instill fear, but power that can obliterate everything must be respected. Chapter 63. No regrets. A month later, Chen Hongpao was released from custody. Thanks to Yang Wu's intervention and his own networking, he was able to secure his swift release. Upon his arrival, Li Feng convened a meeting with Sister Sang, Zhaoji, and Chen Hongpao. Chen Hongpao would oversee the overall operations while Li Feng preferred to remain in the background, avoiding too much involvement in these affairs. During this period, he was preoccupied with examinations, juggling around 10 subjects. Before leaving school, Li Feng managed to conclude his academic journey on a high note, leaving no regrets. Recently, Wangke had invited Li Feng to dinner numerous times. Whenever exams approached, her confidence waned, and she insisted on having a top student as her safety net. On this particular noon, Wangke invited Li Feng to a small restaurant near the school. As soon as Li Feng took his seat, Wangke began. Having completed the majority of the exams, I find myself with little to worry about regarding the remaining subjects. For some reason, I feel a tinge of reluctance. With a bittersweet smile, Feng reminisced, I recall the day I registered for kindergarten. My grandmother took me to school. We couldn't afford the tuition, so we had to incur debt. My parents were working away. I was oblivious yet filled with curiosity and fear. Eventually, I entered the school, eagerly awaiting the end of each class. In junior high, I frequently skipped lessons. My school only produced two types of students, the academically gifted and those who embraced violence. I was once a good student, but violence marred my path. In high school, my grandmother held my hand before she passed, urging me to study diligently and gain admission to university. At that moment, I realized the importance of education. Otherwise, my only option would be labor. Feng waved for the waiter. A drink, please. You still drink? Wonka asked, puzzled. I am feeling somewhat melancholic. Feng replied gloomily. Wonka empathized. Go on. Continue. At least you have succeeded, Wonka remarked. Wonka laughed. It can't be that serious, can it? You haven't turned, so you wouldn't understand. It is indeed grave, primarily due to the exhaustion of the heart. The more one knows, the more one thinks. The more one thinks, the less content one becomes. And the more one resents being exploited and oppressed, Feng said with a wry smile. Wonka suddenly realized the vast chasm that separated her life from Feng's. She had grown up without worrying about her material needs, untroubled by financial concerns or her future. In contrast, most, like Feng, were burdened with the anxiety of survival. Feng, if given the chance, you would seize it with all your might, wouldn't you? Of course, I would grasp it with fervor. Having known fear and hardship, I would not let such an opportunity slip away. Would you become a Phoenix man? You know, this is a golden opportunity, Wonka coaxed. What if the opportunity involves a beautiful young lady? Feng inquired with a knowing smile. Not that, she replied. Wonka felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly shook her head, explaining, well, I suspect this is the moment when you should step up. I have a significant task at hand that requires your strong cooperation. Feng slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I knew you were inviting me to dinner for more than just copying my answers. So what's the matter? Do you need me to pretend to be your boyfriend again to scare off some flies? Wonka smiled slightly, saying, You're only half right. I indeed need you to masquerade as my boyfriend, but you must muster your courage. Don't be timid or shy. Have confidence and do not fear challenges. Comrade Feng, the organization trusts you. Can you fulfill this glorious task? Feng snapped to attention and saluted, declaring, No problem. I guarantee I will complete the task. Although his posture looked impressive, his voice was not loud enough to attract attention. Meanwhile, Wonka laughed uncontrollably, thoroughly entertained by Feng's exaggerated performance. Feng had misjudged the situation. Wonka's invitation to dinner was not solely for this purpose. She chose to remain silent about it, tacitly agreeing with his misconception. He then made his way from the small bamboo grove towards the girls' dormitory. After some time, he finally saw Wonka emerge from her dormitory, her youthful and radiant figure stirring emotions in him. Wonka had dressed up specially today, her long, dark hair smooth and straight, complemented by a stylish coat over a black dress and sweater, her fair skin shimmering like pearls. Many passing boys turned to gaze at her, glancing back for a second look. Wonka approached Feng gracefully, her innocent eyes wide open, asking, What's wrong? Do I look bad? Beautiful, very beautiful. Feng swallowed hard, coughed, and dared not look at her again. Otherwise, he might develop feelings that could lead to complications. Wonka did not notice Feng's flustered expression. Instead, she scrutinized him and remarked, You have some grass clippings on you. That won't do. Even if I'm asking you to pretend, you can't be too casual. Is there such a requirement? Feng asked. Wonka sighed, All right. I'll take you to buy a new outfit. If my parents see you like this, they will certainly think I have poor taste. What? You mean I'm meeting your parents? Feng was stunned, nearly unable to believe his ears. It felt as if he were being pushed into the deep end without warning. And he realized why Wonka had been urging him to be bold and not shy away. However, he hesitated. It seemed too hasty. Moreover, given his current appearance, he hadn't prepared any gifts, and showing up like this might be perceived as disrespectful. Even if he were genuinely her boyfriend, this was still inappropriate. Wonka was unfazed by such thoughts, hands on her hips, boldly declaring, compared to being sent abroad by them, this little sacrifice is nothing. You don't know. My dad has recently asked me to get a passport, intending for me to experience life abroad, which I detest. Feng was speechless, while others longed to travel abroad. She had no interest in it, perhaps due to frequent trips. The two took a taxi to the city, and Wonka led Feng to shop for clothes. You boys are always so sloppy. I often see you wearing the same few outfits all year round. If you don't dress yourself nicely, how can you expect girls to like you? It said that beauty lies within? Li Feng chuckled. In truth, that notion was merely an excuse. The crux was having enough money. A woolen coat from the brand Taiping Miao cost over 2,000. And although Li Feng was of similar height and looked good in it, he hesitated to spend such money. Given that his mother earned only a little over 3,000 a month. This was also why he had used a worn-out phone for 3 years before finally upgrading to his current Huawei, occasionally splurging only when receiving scholarships. Wang Ke understood his situation and did not press further, leading him to a meta store. Look, they're having a sale. Choose an outfit. It's on me. Li Feng laughed. That won't he do? I'll take care of it. The store was bustling with young people, and Meta catered to the youth with fashionable attire. As Li Feng browsed casually, a sales associate approached them, recognizing the potential for a sale. Hey there, would you like to check out our latest arrivals? We're offering a 10% discount for new items. Sure. Where are they? Show us, Wang Ke replied. The associate guided them to the new arrival section, where Wang Ke immediately spotted a mid-length wool coat. Li Feng glanced at the price tag, 1,800. Noticing Li Feng's initial focus on the price, the associate's eyes subtly reflected disdain. Wealthy individuals typically bought without hesitation, while those with financial constraints prioritized prices. However, Wang Ke seemed to fit the profile of a wealthy customer, prompting the associate to shift her attention to her. That coat would look stunning on your boyfriend. You should have him try it on. Absolutely, Wang Ke insisted, urging Li Feng to try it on. Oh, another couple shopping for clothes? As soon as Wang Ke and Li Feng left, another staff member approached the associate, chatting about how couples were the best customers to upsell. Indeed. As long as a girl is present, the guy can't refuse to buy even the most expensive items. But this pair seems different. The guy looks like he might not have much cash, she remarked, observing Li Feng's simple attire. The girl, on the other hand, is dressed in Chanel. She is clearly affluent. Those in the fashion industry often had a keen sense of judgment. They might not be able to afford luxury themselves. But frequent encounters with the wealthy made them perceptive. Li Feng tried on the wool coat along with the black jeans and Martin boots Wang Ke had chosen. The total cost was over 5,000. However, the price had its benefits the moment Li Feng stepped out of the fitting room. He noticed Wang Ke's eyes sparkle with approval. Wow, it really suits you, Wang Ke exclaimed, smiling. Li Feng looked in the mirror and agreed. He appeared much better in this outfit, exuding a subtle charm. Let us go with this one. Wang Ke decided on the spot, and the associate beamed, anticipating her commission. All right, beautiful, please follow me to the register, the associate said, completely ignoring Li Feng as she led Wang Ke to the counter. Li Feng called out to the associate. Wait, I'll handle it myself. All right, handsome, do you have the cash? Even though Li Feng looked handsome in his new outfit, the associate doubted he had that much money. 5,000 was her monthly salary. Did he, dressed in thrift store clothes, truly have the funds? I'll take care of it. I've said I'm treating, Wang Ke insisted. No need, Li Feng gently refused, moving beside her. I have my living expenses for next semester, which is just enough to cover this outfit. Since I'm meeting your parents, I should pay. Otherwise, I want to feel confident. Wang Ke opened her mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately remained silent, feeling deeply touched. The associate, too, felt a change of heart. Previously dismissive of Li Feng, she now perceived him as a considerate young man who cared for his girlfriend's feelings. Please follow me, the associate said, leading Li Feng to the register. Sir, will you be paying by card or cash? By card. I didn't bring that much cash, Li Feng said with a shy smile, pulling his bank card from his wallet to hand to the cashier. After completing the transaction, Li Feng asked, May I temporarily leave my old clothes here? I'll come back for them later. The associate hesitated, but the sales associate quickly assured him, no problem. I'll keep an eye on them for you. Li Feng was indeed a man worthy of respect, and the associate's perception of him shifted entirely. Li Feng expressed his gratitude, completed the payment, and departed with Wang Ke. Arriving in worn attire, he exited clad in new garments. The young man, just moments ago, had willingly spent an entire semester's living expenses to meet his girlfriend's parents. Reflecting on her husband, she recalled that during their initial meeting, it was she who covered the dining expenses. Despite his modest means, he undeniably exhibited the qualities of a true gentleman. The sales assistant and server exchanged remarks. You claim that boy is impoverished? Is he not dressed in market wares, and does he not carry himself with restraint? If this is not the mark of a poor person, then what is? Are you not aware that wealthy individuals often prefer to conceal their affluence? The richer they are, the more understated they become. Nonsense. He just mentioned that his living expenses for a semester amounted to just over 5,000 yuan. Yet, observe the balance on his bank card. Count the zeros for yourself. The server handed the transaction receipt to the sales assistant, who took it and began to tally. Units. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, millions. Stunned. In an elegant restaurant, Li Feng met Wang Ke's parents. Wang's mother was a graceful woman, dressed in a flowing black gown with a white mink stole, her tall stature reminiscent of her daughter. Wang's father, though plainly attired, exuded vitality, wearing tortoiseshell glasses, indicative of their considerable expense. Dad, Mom, this is my boyfriend, Li Feng. Li Feng, these are my parents, and I am their biological daughter. Wang Ke's playful words elicited a chuckle from her mother. Indeed, you are my dear daughter, though your temperament differs from ours. Li Feng, please take a seat. Thus began their encounter with a hint of strategy. Li Feng smiled and sat down, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang's mother, however, was not short on conversation. Li Feng, your new outfit is quite impressive. You look sharp. Where did you purchase it? It must have cost 4,000 to 5,000, right? Wang's father inquired. Li Feng nodded. Yes, it totaled 5,003. Wang's parents exchanged glances, each perceiving unspoken sentiments. For instance, the attire revealed insights into Li Feng's familial background, suggesting he had made a conscious effort to present himself well. Perhaps this young man comes from a moderately well-off family. Wang's mother contemplated. Xiaorui, I do not oppose college romances, as both your father and I experienced our youth in similar ways. I merely wish to understand your future plans as a couple. Li Feng felt a chill. Families like the Wangs, affluent and respectable, would not resort to disdainful airs, which would only embarrass their daughter. Instead, the inquiry about future planning was a cultured approach, devoid of awkwardness. Auntie, I cannot speak to plans spanning a century or even a decade, for such timelines are too distant. However, in the next year or two, I foresee myself working here after graduation. Kura may choose to continue her studies or enter the workforce. And what if she wishes to study abroad? Wang's mother asked. Wang Ke stiffened, and her mother fell silent. A decade ago, studying abroad was a badge of honor. Today, aspirations for overseas education had diminished, as China's economic standing had significantly risen. At this moment, Wang's father chuckled, his amusement tinged with a hint of teasing. All right. You two should say less and focus on the meal. That's the priority. You always play the good guy, Wang's mother retorted with a playful eye roll. Seizing the moment, Wang Ke interjected, I believe Dad is correct. Our family has come together after much effort, and we should enjoy our meal. Wang's mother, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, Your father and I see each other daily. It's you who insists on choosing a distant school. Wang Ke chuckled, a touch mischievous. Li Feng, before we eat, I would still like to hear your thoughts. Although you mentioned that studying abroad is no longer in vogue, I happen to know a few top universities, as I am an alumna of Imperial College, my alma mater. Li Feng was struck with awe. Imperial College, the foremost institution in England. Wang's mother continued, Kuo has mentioned that you are also studying medicine. If you are indeed in medical studies, then you must understand that a combination of Eastern and Western practices is ideal. Expanding one's horizons and gaining diverse insights is always beneficial. Li Feng nodded. What more could he say? Would he dare to express admiration? That would surely provoke a reaction from Wang's mother. Regarding your future, my vision is as follows. If Kuo studies abroad for 4 years and you both remain destined for one another, you may continue your relationship. If fate leads you apart, there is no need to become strangers. During this period, focus on personal growth, which will benefit you both. Li Feng felt compelled to commend Wang's mother. Her words resonated with profound wisdom. Steady yourself. I am but an extra in this narrative, yet even an extra possesses dignity and should not yield easily. He encouraged himself, as he noticed Wang Ke's expression faltering. It was understandable. She was a young woman, venturing alone into the unknown, a daunting prospect. Li Feng spoke calmly. Auntie, you are absolutely right, but in this matter, I believe we should also consider Kuo's opinion. She is no longer a child, while studying abroad has its merits. One need not pursue the best at the expense of personal desires. The ideal life is to live authentically, rather than conforming to parental expectations, lest one becomes a mere reflection of their parents' aspirations. A decisive blow. His reasoning was sound and irrefutable. Wang's mother fell silent. Wang Ke seized the opportunity. Mom, I do not wish to study abroad. It is too far, and my English is poor. I haven't even past level 6. How can I survive overseas? Moreover, the crime rates are alarming. I am your only daughter. If something were to happen to me, who would care for you in your old age? Their interplay was flawlessly synchronized. Wang's father struggled to suppress laughter, while Wang's mother struggled to articulate her thoughts. Li Feng had struck a chord with her. This was not merely Wang Ke's dilemma, but a genuine concern given the rising crime rates abroad, which had been highlighted in numerous news reports. Furthermore, with her limited English skills, she would likely find herself confined to Chinese communities, masquerading as a foreign student. Child, are you truly trying to drive me to despair? Wang's mother finally managed to exclaim. Wang Ke burst into laughter, and Wang's father joined in, the father-daughter duo reveling in the moment. As the restaurant began to serve their meal, Wang's father quickly ushered, "Enough talk. Let us eat. Dear, our children will find their own paths. You need not worry so much. Courier, please encourage Li Feng to eat." "Thank you for the compliment, uncle. I am merely average," Li Feng humbly replied. "Ah, too modest. Can you drink, young man? Would you like to join me for a couple of toasts?" "I can manage a little," Li Feng responded modestly. At that moment, Wang's parents exchanged knowing glances. Soon, they began to toast, praising Li Feng's eloquence and encouraging him to drink more, as he was not driving. The glasses never emptied. After consuming nearly a bottle of wine, Li Feng still exhibited no sign of inebriation. In contrast, Wang's father's face flushed slightly. Wang's mother thought to herself, "This is troublesome. We had agreed to intoxicate the young man to gauge his character. Yet, it seems he remains completely sober. Is he truly intoxicated? Regardless, let us test the waters. Li Feng, has your family prepared a home for your future marriage? Have you secured employment after graduation? Would you consider working at my company?" Li Feng set down his glass and shook his head. "Auntie, we have yet to secure a home. My parents currently run a small convenience store to make ends meet. I am content working at the hospital. That is not feasible. The salary at the hospital is quite low, yet courier's monthly expenses exceed 10,000. Do you earn that much?" Wang Ma, being a person of refinement, refrained from expressing her thoughts too harshly, adopting a tone reminiscent of casual conversation. Li Feng, too, was courteous. "Auntie, I can certainly provide for her. Although my finances are modest, supporting courier is entirely within my means." "Oh, is that so?" Wang Ma pondered, a smile suddenly illuminating her face, as if she had found a new angle of discussion. Chapter 66. Rosemary. The meal was neither too bland nor overly seasoned. Wang Ma resolved to engage in some physical activity after dining. Wang Ke did not object. Instead, she discreetly transferred 20,000 yuan to Li Feng via her phone. "If my mother expresses a desire to purchase something, ignore her if it's too expensive, but feel free to pay for the less costly items." Thus, it seemed that this 20,000 was merely her pocket money. Li Feng's expression became peculiar as he exchanged glances with Wang Ke, causing Wang Ma's heart to skip a beat. She was unaware of the nature of the exchange between her daughter and her young companion. One thing was certain. It was unlikely to be a positive omen. Once the meal concluded, Wang Ma set down her chopsticks. "Let us go." "Where are we heading, Mom?" Wang Ke inquired. "To an auction house. I intend to bid on some items for a business associate," Wang Ba replied with a smile. Wang Ma had initially wished to keep it a secret, but her husband had revealed it with a glance, prompting her to shoot him an irritated look, to which Wang Ba merely chuckled. Li Feng quickly grasped that within this family dynamic, Wang Ba held the leading role. Minor matters were at his wife's discretion, while he managed the major ones. The auction in Jianghua City was quite renowned, largely due to the area's natural beauty and its abundance of scenic spots. Jianghua boasted half of the province's 5-star mountain and water attractions. The city was home to 37 masters of landscape painting, several of whom ranked among the best in the nation. As Wang Ba led the group out of the restaurant, he turned to Li Feng. "You are welcome to join us for a broader perspective." "Certainly," Li Feng replied. Wang Ba drove an Audi A6, a high-end vehicle that exuded understated elegance without being ostentatious. The four of them fit comfortably inside. Apart from landscape paintings, I heard that a master is also auctioning a special type of spice at this event. It is said that the development of this fragrance alone cost over 5 million, and insiders have remarked upon its excellence. Wang Ma glanced at Wang Ba, who chuckled, "I will purchase anything my wife desires." Li Feng and Wang Ke were unexpectedly inundated with this display of affection, feeling an acute sense of bittersweetness. Upon arriving at the auction venue, Li Feng recognized it as the art center next to the municipal government, a designated space for exhibitions in Jianghua. However, today, security was exceptionally stringent. Numerous guards were stationed at the entrance, and without a ticket, entry was impossible. Wang Ba produced a ticket and led Li Feng and the others inside. The auction hall was already bustling with attendees, nearly filled to capacity. Many were affluent middle-aged men radiating wealth. Li Feng pondered. Could it be that I was invited here all along? Not far away, several familiar faces entered the venue, all of whom noticed Li Feng. The first to arrive were the group led by Pao Yi, including Sang Jia and Xiaoji. They immediately spotted Li Feng seated in the front row, an unavoidable position of prominence, as those seated there were typically of considerable status. "Why is Li Jinren here?" Xiaoji expressed surprise. "Is it not normal for him to attend?" Sang Jia teased. "Do you still consider him a student? Should we go greet him?" Xiaoji suggested. Chen Hongpao shook his head, remaining silent as he proceeded to find a seat in the middle rows. Casting a few glances at Wang Ba before lowering his head to engage with his phone. Before long, another group arrived, making quite an entrance. Master Ma had arrived. Many eyes were drawn to the middle-aged man surrounded by a crowd. Though not particularly tall, he commanded attention. Dressed in a custom-made Zhongshan suit devoid of branding, he moved with grace and courtesy. Accompanying him was a young man resembling him. Who is he? Wang Ma inquired. The owner of Jianghua's prime real estate. The head of Xinghui Real Estate. He ranks among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in Jianghua, with numerous titles, Wang Ba explained. Master Ma took a seat in the front row, effectively claiming his place. However, Wang Ba regarded his position with slight disdain. Ladies and gentlemen, our first auction item is a calligraphy piece by the ancient minister Qin Huizhi from the Song dynasty. This historical figure is notorious for his treachery, despite his questionable character. His calligraphy is considered pioneering. It is well known that the current emperor appropriated his works as his own, a fact acknowledged within the calligraphy community. Presenting such a piece at the auction was quite commendable. True aficionados of calligraphy might overlook the moral failings of this treacherous figure, but the average person might be put off. Surprisingly, many attendees began to bid. Bidder number 1 offers 3 million. 3 million for the first time. The calligraphy is sold to bidder number 1. The second auction commenced, featuring another piece from the Song dynasty, the calligraphy of General Yuomu. Though it consisted of merely 2 characters, it held significant collectible value, those 2 characters being Yu Song. The atmosphere of the auction quickly intensified, with many finding the rivalry between these 2 historical figures amusing. At this juncture, Wang Ba began to place bids. Bidder number 9 offers 2 million. 2 million for the first time. Bidder number 1 bids 3 million. 3 million for the first time. Bidder number 9 bids 4 million. Wang Ba found himself in direct competition with Master Ma. Noticing someone matching his bids, Master Ma turned to see Wang Ba and promptly ceased his bidding. Walking over to Wang Ba's side. Brother Wang, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have prepared a warm welcome. Master Ma exclaimed, visibly excited. Just came to take a look. No need for that, Wang Ba replied. Old Ma, can you part with this piece? Master Ma eagerly nodded, absolutely. Thus, the calligraphy was sold for 5 million. The third item was the spice. At this point, the young man who had been shadowing Master Ma stepped onto the stage to introduce the spice. Rosemary, named for its unique flavor that transitions from bitter to sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, observe how this spice, once ignited, can. Is that your son? Wang Ba inquired of Master Ma. Master Ma nodded proudly, indeed, my son. He is studying biology at university. I had hoped he would take over my business, but who knew he would delve into spices? That is commendable. He is achieving great things, Wang Ba remarked, glancing at Li Feng. I have a young friend here. Perhaps you could arrange a position for him in your company, with a salary of no less than 50,000 annually. That is certainly feasible. My company is in need of talents like him. He can start any time. And the work is light. Young man, what is your surname? Li Feng stated his name, though his mind was elsewhere. Wang Ma had already begun bidding. Having reached 2 million, it appeared she was quite fond of this spice. Meanwhile, Li Feng contemplated how to prevent Wang Ma from pursuing this matter. Rosemary, if his senses were correct, although faint, bore a hint of toxicity, the kind of poison associated with narcotics. Chapter 67, The Truth Xiao Rue. How about you skip the hospital job altogether and go directly to Uncle Ma's company? He has already given his word. Working at the hospital is exhausting at the outset, and the pay is inadequate. Indeed, Xiao Rue, you should come to my company. In just a few years, you could afford to buy a house and a car. Master Ma glanced at Wang Ba, unsure how to respond, yet the smile on his face was laced with amusement. Wang Ba smiled slightly, then forget it, since you are so ambitious. It was somewhat impolite. In Master Ma's eyes, Li Feng seemed foolishly naive. Thus, a hint of disdain crept into his gaze, and his smile carried an unmistakable air of derision. If it were anyone else, Master Ma wouldn't even spare them a glance, but he was merely indulging Wang Ba's presence. Unexpectedly, Li Feng proved to be so unappreciative. That ignorant boy, blessed with opportunity yet oblivious to it, still dreamed of becoming a doctor. What a stubborn fool. Nowadays, people emphasize wealth. Without it, one is nothing. Observing Li Feng, who hardly appeared affluent, Master Ma scoffed at him. Li Feng's gaze remained fixed on the young man on stage. As the auction progressed, the price of the spice soared to 3,500,000. This was indeed an astonishing figure. Over 3 million could secure a decent apartment in the city, yet to the wealthy, it was merely a consumable to be inhaled. Wang Ma was poised to raise the bid when Li Feng abruptly interrupted her. Auntie, I believe it's unnecessary to bid on this spice. Initially, Wang Ma was in high spirits. Being interrupted like this by Li Feng truly irked her. Of course, her first assumption was that Li Feng was too narrow-minded, thinking the spice was overpriced and not worth such an expenditure. Wang Ma, presuming Li Feng held this opinion, forced down her rising anger and retorted. How can it not be worth it? Do you think the spice is too expensive? That is not the case. I simply lack knowledge about spices, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. At this juncture, Master Ma interjected, most people indeed don't know much about spices, even I'm not particularly knowledgeable. However, this spice was crafted by my son, and I believe he did quite well to present it at auction. At this point, Master Ma brimmed with pride, as he viewed his son as an exceptional young man. Furthermore, in a merchant's family, knowledge is greatly respected. Humans tend to pursue other aspirations once they attain wealth, fame, power. Influence and knowledge are all passports to the upper echelons of society. Mere riches do not command respect. They merely signify a person is wealthy, a nouveau riche at best. Thus, it is said in Dream of the Red Chamber, a family that accumulates virtue will leave a legacy. However, Li Feng held a different perspective. Not that he disagreed with Master Ma's pride, but he felt a degree of understanding regarding Master Ma's pride for his son. Clearly, Master Ma did not fully comprehend his son. Perhaps it was a matter of lacking education. Master Ma, how long did your son take to develop this spice? Master Ma proudly declared, a year. Li Feng affirmed, smiling, indeed remarkable. Ordinary experts require at least 2 to 3 years to develop a fragrance. Yet your son accomplished it in just 1 year. I happen to know a bit about biology, and it seems this fragrance may contain amphetamines. Amphetamines? Master Ma was utterly perplexed. Wang Ba and Wang Ma exchanged glances, seemingly grasping the term. Wang Ba repeated it twice, suddenly changing his expression, amphetamines. What is it? Wang Ma inquired. Wang Ba's face grew strange as he hinted. Do you remember what the doctor said about the son of Director Huang 10 months ago? Wang Ma pondered for a moment, and her expression shifted dramatically. Let us go. I suddenly feel a bit tired, she said. I too feel somewhat fatigued. Wang Ba quickly added, that foolish boy, speaking of amphetamines, what on earth is that? Master Ma scratched his head and summoned a bodyguard to search online for the meaning of amphetamines. The bodyguard complied, soon returning with an unusual expression to show Master Ma. Upon glancing at it, Master Ma turned pale. He could no longer sit still, rushing onto the stage to seize the spice and flee. He ran straight to the backstage restroom, flushing all the spices down the toilet, and then hastily made a phone call. You little wretch, hurry to the restroom, he barked. Get everyone on guard. Before long, the bodyguards of the auction house swiftly gathered backstage, clearing the area, prohibiting any unrelated personnel from approaching the restroom. Shortly after, Master Ma's son arrived, striding into the restroom, only to have Master Ma grab him by the collar. What ingredients are in your spice? Dad, what are you doing? I'm trying to build a career. Why can't you support me? You've ruined everything now. Didn't you see how many people were bidding? It's worth millions. Tell me now. Master Ma shouted. Startled, Master Ma's son shivered and recited a few ingredients from memory. In truth, he wasn't particularly knowledgeable. He merely concocted the spice to swindle money from his father as a subsidy. Is that all? Master Ma's son concluded, and Master Ma's ominous premonition intensified. He was a remarkably astute individual, otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved such success in business. His son's demeanor instinctively raised alarms within him. There are others, but Dad, you wouldn't understand. Why ask this? Do you know what amphetamines are? Master Ma pressed. His son scratched his head. Amphetamines? What are they? Yet he mustered the courage to assert, of course, I know what amphetamines are. They're a type of catalyst that can significantly enhance sensory perception. Master Ma erupted in anger, slapping his son across the face. You fool. If you don't want to live, I still wish to live for another 500 years. Just look at what amphetamines really are. I can't fathom how you've been living these years. Studying abroad, what have you achieved? His son hurriedly grabbed the phone, and upon seeing the screen read, amphetamines, a chemical term for methamphetamine, he exclaimed, no way. Although I didn't provide much funding, I certainly didn't expect you to produce drugs. Chapter 68. Anger Mom. Li Feng's studies weren't in vain, were they? As soon as they exited the auction house, Wang Ke eagerly asked her mother. Wang Ma's face darkened, reprimanding. Child, do you find joy in watching me distressed? We almost fell victim to that nonsense spice. Can you imagine how infuriating it is? Clearly agitated, Wang Ma was furious. That Ma isn't a decent person. A dignified boss, and his son is playing with such nonsense in public. He must be seeking ruin. That is why we left quickly, to avoid attracting trouble, Wang Ba chuckled. The thought of that so-called master crafting spices still enraged Wang Ma. Now she understood. The so-called master was merely a gimmick to flaunt status. And the entire affair was a scam. What a misfortune to encounter such a wasteful child, Wang Ma muttered. Li Feng expressed his concern. Auntie, it's nothing to worry about. We didn't partake, so we won't become addicted. However, if one indulges a few times, addiction is inevitable. You, on the other hand, are fortunate, calamity transformed into safety. Such a young man speaks wisely. Wang Ma's pallor softened slightly, nodding fervently. Xiaorui, I'm grateful you were there. Otherwise, we would have truly suffered. Fortune favors the wise, Li Feng smiled, echoing her words. Humble and unassuming. Li Feng was the epitome of virtue. Wang Ba and Wang Ma exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing that such a child was indeed worthy of their daughter, courier. It was no wonder he carried an air of quiet confidence. With integrity and expertise, he could navigate any situation with poise. When one possesses knowledge and skill, there is no need to be flustered. Courier, do you truly not wish to study abroad? Wang Ma inquired. Mom, I want to stay close to you and Dad. To be your little comforter, Wang Ku replied, on the verge of tears, her filial piety unmistakable. Wang Ma turned to Wang Ba, who nodded slightly in agreement. In truth, he was never particularly enthusiastic about his daughter going abroad. Rather, his curiosity lay in who might catch the eye of his precious daughter. Now, observing the young man before him, he could see that he indeed possessed some merit, which eased his concerns slightly. Aunt Wang waved her hand dismissively, declaring, very well. You need not go abroad, but you must pursue a master's degree in economics. Our family business relies on you to flourish. So your father and I can enjoy a little tranquility in the future. No problem. Come here, Mom, let me give you a kiss. The mother and daughter laughed joyfully, enveloped in warmth and affection. Witnessing this, Li Feng couldn't help but sigh. He, too, missed his mother. Wonderful. Wang's father had barely driven away when Wang Ke burst into laughter, astonished that the matter had been settled so effortlessly. Had I known you were so effective, I would have introduced you to them much earlier. She exclaimed. Li Feng, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, it was merely a stroke of luck. At another time, Annie might not have been so resolute. That's true, Wang Ku agreed thoughtfully, then suggested, since it's still early, shall we take a stroll? All right. I have nothing else to do. As they walked side by side to the back playground, they ambled in circles, a rather poetic expression of youthful sentiment. Their feelings lingering in the air, faint yet palpable. I must tell you, wherever you work in the future, you must inform me. I would love to buy a house nearby. Just imagine, with such a high achiever around, what could I not inquire about? Ah, such lofty dreams. Haven't you heard? The most impactful inventors in the world are often the laziest. It is precisely their laziness that drives them to innovate. The night was enchanting, cool as water. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Ku's excitement gradually subsided. Throughout the evening, she did most of the talking while Li Feng listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with a witty remark that always drew a smile from her. When she finally fell silent, Li Feng ventured, sometimes. I find it quite challenging to become true friends with someone like you. In the past, I only dared to pursue those less remarkable, as it provided me with a sense of belonging. Do you really need to overthink it? Wang Ke asked. Li Feng nodded. In the past, yes, but now, perhaps not anymore. It is only when one possesses confidence that they can remain unperturbed. Humph, you speak so casually. Let me ask you, would you dare to pursue me? Wang Ke suddenly posed the question, laced with a hint of disdain. Li Feng did not hesitate nor alter his stride, responding. A healthy romance should be characterized by mutual attraction. I dislike the notion of pursuing. Pursuit implies a hierarchy where one looks down upon the other. Even if I were to pursue you, I wouldn't wish to expend effort to please you or anyone else. I would rather trust that I will naturally find someone who captivates my heart. Li Feng was taken aback. What are you thinking? Do you believe a student-teacher romance is some sort of game? Aren't you on good terms with her? Or with July? You seem to get along quite well with her. Wang Ku enumerated, counting several acquaintances. Li Feng retorted, does that mean my relationship with you is poor? We are friends, do you not understand? Wang Ku's face flushed with indignation. Her gestures animated as she attempted to clarify. I am not like them. Do you think I only see you as wealthy? Wang Ku exclaimed in frustration, her voice rising involuntarily. Isn't that your most defining characteristic? Li Feng questioned, puzzled by her sudden anger. Why are you getting upset? We're just having a conversation. Wang Ku, now even more incensed, glared at him. I thought you saw me as more than just my wealth. Yet it seems you only recognize that aspect. You appear no different from Bao Fu and the others, merely a more refined egoist. She stormed off in a huff, leaving Li Feng bewildered by her abrupt anger. Women's hearts are indeed as elusive as needles in the ocean. No, perhaps they are more akin to needles on the ocean floor. Li Feng felt a twinge of displeasure, having been unexpectedly chastised. I won't let you copy my answers tomorrow. The next day during the exam, Wang Ku, true to her word, did not copy Li Feng's answers, although Li Feng had initially felt reluctant to deny her. Seeing her earnest demeanor made it impossible for him to ask her to cheat. After finishing the exam, Wang Ke huffed at him, strutting out of the classroom with an air of pride. Li Feng admired her until they reached the hallway, where he overheard her discussing answers with classmates. Was the third question multiple choice? What? It wasn't. Oh no, what do I do? Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle, only to be met with a sharp huff from Wang Ku at the end of the hallway. clearly having caught him laughing. He rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. Afterwards, classmates noted a shift in the dynamic between Li Feng and Wang Ke. That evening, in their dormitory, a meeting commenced, and after discussing various topics, attention turned to Li Feng's alleged abandonment of Wang Ke. Ke Zhenyi, acting as spokesperson, inquired, Ruizi, have you set your sights on someone else? I heard Wang Ke is quite upset, and Zhongli mentioned you've looked down on her. Li Feng was at a loss for words. Where were these baseless accusations coming from? Lao Bao chimed in. You probably have your eye on some junior, leaving Wang Ke in the lurch. How could you possibly be a dorm leader? Dogzi retorted angrily. What good are you as a dorm leader? Lao Go echoed with indignation. Ke Zhenyi lamented. We no longer want you as a dorm leader. Li Feng felt utterly abandoned, on the verge of tears. What nonsense are you all spouting? Wang Ke and I never had anything in the first place. You think we're going to buy that? Ke Zhenyi responded, aggrieved. You even met her parents. How long do you intend to deceive us? How do you all know this? Li Feng was taken aback, marveling at the speed of information in today's digital age. Did you think we were unaware? A classmate saw you two shopping together, and Wang Ke's parents are quite unforgiving. Such a significant event, and you don't even think to celebrate? Now, it seems you've played around and then kicked her to the curb. What a scoundrel. Li Feng was dumbfounded by Lao Bao's accusations. What is this? Who is spreading such gossip? My outing with Wang Ke is none of their business. Li Feng exclaimed. Lao Bao, now fired up, shouted. You just admitted it, you scoundrel. You're treating us to dinner tonight. Dinner. Dinner. Ke Zhenyi and Dogzi echoed in unison. I'll treat. Why not? Li Feng thought. Feeling like a scapegoat. The black card for Jingtian Hotel can be used a few more times, after all. Thus, they planned an evening of indulgence at the hotel. While Ke Zhenyi and the others eagerly plotted how to extract a hefty meal from Li Feng, however, was preoccupied with a recent discovery, a tome titled Introduction to Lightness Skills. He sought to delve into this ancient art, seeking tranquility through the mastery of agility. Lightness skills, as described, involve harnessing the principles of force to achieve a state of weightlessness. The book detailed that mastery of such skills could even allow one to walk upon air. It seems that all arcane knowledge ultimately leads one from technique to a path of transcendence, becoming elusive and unfathomable. Li Feng settled into a meditative state, absorbing the dappled sunlight filtering through the bamboo grove, his breath slowing before quickening suddenly. With a blink, he leapt into the air. Li Feng placed his left foot on the bamboo, intending to leverage it for a rightward movement, only to unexpectedly crush it beneath his weight, nearly causing himself to stumble. Alas, failure, indeed. The most challenging aspect of learning anything is grasping the fundamentals. As he watched the bamboo slowly topple, Li Feng sighed, realizing that although he had aimed to utilize its strength, he had miscalculated the force. He revisited the foundational principles of lightness training in his mind, beginning to study ways to enhance his agility. The training methods varied widely, such as tying weights to his legs, jumping high without bending his knees, and swinging from branches. He decided to start with the high jumps without bending his knees. The healing pills were precious, and each use diminished their number. He preferred to save them, opting instead to exert himself physically. At that moment, Ke Zhenyi called, urging him to gather downstairs at the dormitory. Li Feng hurried over, where Ke Zhenyi appeared with a modern sedan, exuding the confidence of a seasoned driver. No matter how far, we must go, Ke Zhenyi declared, grinning slyly alongside Guzi and Lao Bao. It seemed they were determined to exploit Li Feng. A bunch of fools, Li Feng scoffed inwardly. They drove straight to the Jingtian Hotel, where Li Feng led them into a private room. Ke Zhenyi and the others ordered 6 dishes in one go. Li Feng glanced at the menu and felt a twinge of gratitude. Their harsh words belied their frugality in ordering. He crossed out a few items and replaced them with more substantial choices. Once finished, he handed the menu to the waiter. Ruizi, are you serious? Such expensive dishes. Are you really planning to survive on air next semester? Ke Zhenyi exclaimed, having caught a glimpse of the prices. Li Feng shook his head. It's fine. I said I would treat, so I will. As long as we enjoy the meal, that's what matters. Then bring me 10 ladies to serve us. Guzi chimed in, earning enthusiastic agreement from the others. That is how it should be. Li Feng retorted with a laugh. Soon, the dishes arrived. And while Ke Zhenyi and the others marveled at the hotel's efficiency, they were unaware that as a black card user, Li Feng received preferential treatment, allowing him to skip the queue effortlessly. Here's to our benefactor, Brother Ruizi. Ke Zhenyi raised his glass, adopting an overly sycophantic tone. Guzi and Lao Bao, equally spirited, poured themselves liquor, eager to toast. Li Feng joined in, and they drank heartily, the expensive bottles of liquor vanishing quickly. Halfway through, the room's door swung open, and a group of young men entered. One of them, eyeing Li Feng with a sardonic grin, remarked, I thought I was mistaken, but here you are. Why didn't you invite your big brother to dinner? Li Feng turned to the newcomer, his expression slightly displeased. Cheng Xiao, you enjoy your meal, and I'll enjoy mine. We'll keep our waters separate. You should return to your own table. What is this? A few days apart, and you've grown bold? I haven't even addressed the matter of you damaging my car, Cheng Xiao retorted, glaring at Li Feng as if he were about to flee. His lips curling into a mocking smile. Li Feng was puzzled. When did I ever damage your car? It broke down on its own. Cheng Xiao challenged him. Are you brave enough to sit in my car? Why would I be afraid? Your car isn't going to eat me? Li Feng replied coolly. Such bravado. I don't believe you, Cheng Xiao declared, slamming his palm on the table. Let us go now and see if you can fly. Cheng Xiao was skeptical of Li Feng's abilities, but after the incident with his car, he was convinced that Li Feng was behind it. He had just been dining here, and the sight of Li Feng reminded him of his prior losses, inciting his anger. They exited the private room and made their way downstairs, where Cheng Xiao pointed to a Lamborghini. That is my car. Do you dare sit in the back? What is stopping me? The real question is, why would I want to? Li Feng replied with an amused expression. Cheng Xiao, furious, flung open the car door. Get in. Li Feng remained unmoved. Cheng Xiao pushed him sharply, nearly causing Li Feng to collide with the car. Li Feng, now visibly irritated, exclaimed, Hey, are you out of your mind? Before Li Feng could step inside, his hand brushed against the Lamborghini's door, producing a sharp sound as a plume of white smoke erupted from the vehicle. Cheng Xiao stood speechless beside his car. Don't get in. You'll get electrocuted. Doozy shouted. Cheng Xiao quickly stepped back, his heart racing as he patted his chest. Shaken, turning to glare at Li Feng, he accused, You did this to my car. You owe me for the repairs. Cheng Xiao pointed an accusatory finger at Li Feng. No matter what method you use today, you will pay for the damages. Li Feng raised his hand, feigning negotiation. Cheng Xiao, why bother? I have no money. Stay away from me. Don't touch me, get lost. Cheng Xiao exclaimed, jumping back. He was genuinely beginning to believe that Li Feng possessed some mysterious abilities. Perhaps he carried a shocking device or something similar, causing the repeated malfunctions in his cars. Repairing the vehicles would cost him hundreds of thousands, with each one suffering from the same issue, burnt wiring. Cheng Xiao had every reason to suspect that Li Feng was hiding something sinister. He was determined to settle the score today, unwilling to let this unjust expense go unchallenged. You can't leave unless I search you, Cheng Xiao insisted, convinced that Li Feng was concealing some shocking device. Search me? You think you're someone important? I haven't even settled the score for you pushing me earlier. If you casually approach someone on the street asking to search them, do you think they would agree? It's an invasion of privacy. Cheng Xiao was fuming. He had no legal grounds to search Li Feng or restrict his freedom. However, he was resolute today, convinced he could prevent Li Feng from escaping. Surround him. Don't let him go anywhere, Cheng Xiao commanded, gesturing for Doozy and the others to encircle Li Feng with malicious intent. With no alternative, Li Feng extended his hands toward Doozy and the others. Let us not do this. We can discuss this civilly. As Doozy saw Li Feng's hand approaching, he yelped and jumped back, followed by the others, all fearing that contact with Li Feng might result in an electric shock. Li Feng turned to Cheng Xiao, shrugging his shoulders. It seems if I want to leave, no one can stop me. This was infuriating. Cheng Xiao could no longer contain himself and threw a punch at Li Feng's face. Li Feng swiftly countered, gripping Cheng Xiao's fist with a firm hold, distorting it in his grasp. Let go. Let go. Cheng Xiao cried out in pain, unable to withstand the pressure. Let go? Aren't you planning to hit me? Li Feng chuckled darkly, tightening his grip. You're frustrated because I'm hindering your attempts to impress women, and your car is damaged, which adds to your irritation. As a wealthy second generation, shouldn't you be engaging in something worthwhile instead of finding amusement in bullying others? I understand, bullying gives you a sense of superiority, a fleeting thrill. But let us be honest, I've encountered far more admirable wealthy heirs who are not only affluent but also industrious. You, on the other hand. Li Feng laughed coldly, revealing his pearly white teeth. Cheng Xiao felt a wave of fear wash over him. Today, he suddenly realized that Li Feng was not merely an easy target. Beneath his seemingly benign exterior lay a deeply cunning heart. Release me, or I swear I will retaliate against you and your family. Cheng Xiao bit out through gritted teeth. Though he was in pain, his dignity mattered more. He would never plead for mercy unless absolutely necessary. He had never begged anyone before. Yet, in the face of Cheng Xiao's threat, Li Feng remained utterly indifferent. On the contrary, Cheng Xiao's hand bones emitted faint cracking sounds, a perilous signal indicating the bones were under severe pressure and could not withstand the burden. Cheng Xiao's expression shifted rapidly as he suddenly urged his companions. Get rid of him. Doozy and the others, recovering from their momentary shock, charged at Li Feng. Just then, 7 or 8 security guards burst out from the Jingtian Hotel, immediately tackling Doozy and his group, knocking them to the ground. A slender figure slowly emerged from the hotel. Since you dare to attack my brother, it seems you are tired of living, Feng remarked, smiling at the newcomer. It appeared that Lu Zhao had recovered from his illness, which was commendable. This lad was quite genuine. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Xiao's friends were subdued by the security guards summoned by Lu Zhao, each writhing in pain on the ground. Cheng Xiao, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, glared at Lu Zhao. Who the hell are you? Seeking death, are we? Just as he finished his blustering declaration, a sharp pain shot through his hand, prompting him to plead, "It hurts, let go." Feng refused to release him, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. What now? Even in this state? You still wish to act tough? Spare yourself. I doubt you are a match for my little brother. With that brain of yours, you are light years behind him. Do you believe it? Cheng Xiao, filled with disbelief, realized he was at a disadvantage and quickly conceded, I believe. Just let go, please. Have you realized your mistake? Feng persisted in holding him. Cheng Xiao, his temper rising to murderous levels, recognized the futility of his resistance and relented. I'm sorry. Big brother, I was wrong. Only then did Feng loosen his grip. Cheng Xiao angrily slapped his palm and hastily retreated. Li, just wait. I'll get you back for this. He glared at Feng, who shrugged. What else can I do? Of course, it's to hit you. A resounding slap landed on Cheng Xiao's face, causing it to swell visibly, demonstrating the force behind Feng's blow. Blood trickled from the corner of Cheng Xiao's mouth. Yet he laughed. Huh? You dare hit me? Good, I'll grant you that. Just wait. Unless you kill me today, I, Jiang Haiqing, will not rest until I avenge this. Feng shook his hand. Fine, I'll be waiting. Let us see what kind of storm you can stir up. So you are Jiang Haiqing. I've heard of you. Lu Zhao interjected, standing by with a hint of disdain. Aren't you just relying on your relatives in the government? Or is it your father's south wealth and real estate that makes you think you're something special? Who are you to speak? I won't spare you either. Cheng Xiao retorted angrily. Lu Zhao smirked, pulling out his phone to reveal a photograph, waving it in front of Cheng Xiao. Upon seeing the picture, Cheng Xiao's expression altered dramatically. All his aggression vanished, replaced by a demeanor of respect. No, that's unnecessary, Cheng Xiao stammered, clearly shaken by the revelation of Lu Zhao's connections. Do you know who he is? Lu Zhao gestured towards Feng, questioning Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao shook his head. No. He is my brother, my savior, Lu Zhao stated. I came as soon as I heard he was here. And you, what were you thinking, trying to attack my brother? Are you looking to throw your life away? Cold sweat beaded on Cheng Xiao's forehead as he thought. Who would have known he was your brother? I haven't even figured out your identity yet. If my uncle found out about this, he would surely be furious. Anyone who can take a photo with your uncle must have a significant background. Despite being labeled a fool by Feng, Cheng Xiao was not entirely dim-witted. He possessed the ability to adapt and discern whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Clearly, Lu Zhao belonged to the latter category, and Feng was an even more formidable presence. Feng nodded. It's good you realized your mistake. Try to engage in fewer misdeeds in the future, understand? If I catch you again, I'll deal with you accordingly. Feng waved his hand. All right, off you go. Cheng Xiao hurriedly departed with his companions. Lu Zhao quickly gestured. Brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not one for bravado. I prefer focusing on entrepreneurship. I currently own 4 internet cafes and 2 Western restaurants. I heard you were here, so I wanted to express my gratitude. That is commendable. But has it caused any issues? Feng hinted. Lu Zhao, perceptive, soon grasped that Feng was referring to potential trouble from Cheng Xiao. That kind of insignificant person is merely riding on his uncle's coattails and flaunting a little wealth. He doesn't even compare to me. Feng regarded Lu Zhao with appreciation. It seemed he had indeed chosen the right person to save, as this young man showed promise. Upon returning to the private room, Feng exchanged pleasantries with Ku Zhini and then accompanied Lu Zhao to his office. Lu Zhao confidently seated himself in his father's chair and addressed Feng, brotherly. If anything arises in the future, just let me know. You saved my life, and I want to forget it. Lu Zhao dismissed the notion. What do a few meals matter? My life is worth far more than that. My father said you are a person of integrity and a respected healer. You must guide me more in the future. Feng chuckled. You're already a big boss. Why do you still need my guidance? What is this? Didn't you attempt to take your own life over love last time? Feng inquired. Lu Zhao shook his head. I still have time to date. I'm not suicidal over love. The police concluded it was poisoning. They searched for a long time without results, and eventually, a faint lead appeared. But the person had already fled. Feng's demeanor turned serious. With your family's resources, you couldn't find them? No, Lu Zhao sighed, his voice low. There must be someone backing them. Otherwise, how could they vanish without a trace? Moreover, I've heard someone has set their sights on you. My father sent me to warn you. Feng felt a chill run down his spine. To be targeted by someone who could contend with a figure like Lu Tianqing, while still being concerned about a fledgling like himself, was bewildering. If that person were present, Li Feng would want to shout in frustration. What madness is this? Helping others is my duty. Who wants to be dragged into such a whirlpool of conflict? What do they want from me? I've done nothing wrong. What a ridiculous situation. All right, I understand this matter now. Although reluctant, Li Feng realized he had no choice but to accept the situation. With this thought, Ke Zhenyi and his companions also felt a tinge of sadness. Each farewell indicated their time together was dwindling. After a night of heavy drinking, since it was his responsibility to care for the person he had saved, Li Feng decided to reach out to Qi Yue. Where are you? Let us meet up. Qi Yue agreed. After a long separation, they met in front of the dormitory building, walking and chatting. Li Feng was curious about Qi Yue's upcoming plans. What are you thinking of doing during the break? I'm not sure yet. I might find a place to work over winter break. I've heard the pay is better then, Qi Yue replied with an air of resignation. It's not easy to find such work now. Winter break jobs are harder to come by than summer ones. Plus, there are many deceitful agencies out there. Li Feng warned. I really don't know what to do then. I don't have anywhere suitable to go. Do you have any recommendations? Qi Yue inquired. Knowing Li Feng was the most familiar with her situation. Huh? So soon? Qi Yue blushed slightly, lowering her head and nervously twisting her clothing. Isn't it a bit early? Li Feng slapped his forehead in exasperation. What are you thinking? I have an empty room at my place. Since you don't have anywhere to go, why not come to my home for the new year? What do you think? But that might be inconvenient, Qi Yue hesitated. Though they had not known each other for long, Qi Yue already regarded him as someone she could trust. In this world of misfortune, finding someone to confide in was a rare blessing. My parents would be thrilled. Li Feng arrived home just before 4 in the afternoon. As Li Feng arrived at the threshold of his home, he retrieved his keys and unlocked the gate to the courtyard, stepping inside. The self-built house was quite spacious. He led Qi Yue into one of the rooms. Although the house bore signs of age, it remained impeccably tidy. Initially, Qi Yue felt somewhat reserved, but she soon acclimated and began to arrange her belongings independently. Are you hungry? Li Feng inquired after she finished organizing. Qi Yue nodded despondently, indeed feeling a bit peckish. Uncle Li, Andy, hello, Qi Yue greeted, stepping out from behind Li Feng with a smile, exuding grace and poise. Li Mother's eyes widened, and Li Father was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Welcome, welcome. Come in and sit. There's not much here. Sorry for the lack of hospitality. Qi Yue, right? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Dear, whip up a couple of dishes. Li Father continued enthusiastically. Not bad, not bad. She is quite sensible. Li Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. It was evident what they were implying. Qi Yue was being considered as a future daughter-in-law. However, he found it inconvenient to clarify Qi Yue's background, so he allowed their misconceptions to persist. Li Mother entered the room, holding a wallet. Li Feng, let us go out to eat at a restaurant. We can't let you eat something so shabby. Qi Yue, whatever you want. Andy will ensure you eat your fill today. Li Mother and Li Father were both generous individuals, whereas Qi Yue's thoughts were delicate. Auntie, I'm fine with just a little something. I'm not particular. I'm very easy to please. Ha ha ha, easy to please is great. Li Father chuckled. So, I'll tidy up the room. Is Qi Yue sharing a room with you, or sleeping separately? Li Mother asked. Li Feng wished for a crack in the floor to swallow him. What a question. Qi Yue's face flushed instantly as she glanced at Li Feng and softly replied, I'll sleep separately. Then I'll go tidy up for you, Li Mother said briskly. Don't bother. I've already done it, Li Feng called out. Mom, just tidy a bit more. I'm taking Qi Yue out to eat. It's not mealtime yet, and I doubt you'll be hungry. With that, he hurriedly took Qi Yue and left. As soon as they departed, Li Father and Li Mother excitedly began to chatter. Boss. 2 menus, please. After a long car ride, they were famished and needed to eat something quickly. Li Feng and Qi Yue sat waiting, while a group of flamboyantly dressed youngsters entered the restaurant, chewing betel nuts and speaking boisterously. That fight the other day was something else. The next time I see that yellow-haired guy, I'll take him down. These young ruffians, brimming with bravado and youthful exuberance, were a tad foolish. While they waited for their dishes, Li Feng and Qi Yue maintained their distance, but the ruffians were less restrained. Qi Yue, with her pleasing appearance and refined demeanor as a freshman at Lingnan University, drew their attention like a beautiful flower, enticing them to approach. However, with Li Feng as her companion, they refrained from any overt actions. The boasts grew louder. After the new year, I'll join my brother in business. He lends at the casino and just got a new luxury car, worth hundreds of thousands. In our town, gambling is rampant, and some local thugs profit immensely from underground casinos. These individuals, with their narrow worldview, spoke grandly of their supposed wealth, oblivious to the fact that educated individuals viewed them as existing in entirely different realms. As the dishes began to arrive, Li Feng served Qi Yue. You must be starving. Eat up. Qi Yue smiled and accepted the food, genuinely hungry. The atmosphere was pleasant as they enjoyed their meal, while the table of ruffians continued their raucous behavior, shouting for drinks and smoking, creating a noxious haze that displeased the waitstaff. Midway through their meal, one of the ruffians approached Li Feng, holding a drink. You're Li Feng, right? Do you remember me? We were middle school classmates. Oh, hello. Li Feng recognized him. They had clashed a few times in the past. But why was this fellow coming over so earnestly? I remember you well. I've thought of you over the years. You hit me a couple of times back in middle school. Li Feng raised an eyebrow. What was the reason for that? One time, you saw me lift a girl's skirt, and the other time, I can't recall. But you did hit me, the ruffian said with a smirk. Li Feng exchanged a glance with Qi Yue and quickened his eating pace. He finished his meal, set down his chopsticks, and inquired, So, what is your point? You want something from me? The ruffian hesitated. I just want to know if you remember that incident. If you do, come apologize, drink with me. And we'll consider it settled. Otherwise what? Li Feng pressed on. The ruffian's forehead twitched with anger. Otherwise, I'll take revenge. I've remembered this for years. At this moment, his companions gathered around, their expressions menacing. Li Feng sighed, observing them. After all these years, you've made no progress. Still resorting to violence. What do you mean? Don't think you're so great just because you've read a few more books. You want me to slap you? The ruffian spat. Li Feng calmly snatched a bottle from one of the ruffians, smashing it against the wall, its sharp edge aimed at them. Come on then. His nonchalant demeanor instilled fear in the ruffians. Li Feng had built his reputation on being formidable. Even now, teachers recalled his notorious exploits from middle school, particularly his legendary incident of using a brick to strike someone. That stark contrast between his past and present made him a figure of intrigue among educators. Perhaps Li Feng wasn't as formidable as they imagined? That was their initial assessment, until he shattered the bottle. The palpable pressure served as a chilling reminder that Li Feng was not to be trifled with. Afraid to fight? If you're afraid, don't obstruct my path. Haven't you heard that good dogs don't block the way? Li Feng coldly glared at the ruffian, surveying his companions. You're all destined to remain in this small place, with no future. You. The ruffian's face turned ashen, his companions equally scowling. They wished to retort, recalling that Li Feng was no saint in his youth. Who knew how he managed to attend university? Now, he paraded around as if he were cultured and important. Yet Li Feng remained unbothered, a cold smile gracing his lips as he led Qi Yue out of the restaurant, never once regarding them as worthy adversaries. Even those who called Chun Hongpao their leader were insignificant to him. Had they not come seeking trouble, he wouldn't have been inclined to intervene, as he deemed them beneath him. Qi Yue was pleasantly surprised by Li Feng's attentiveness, her face lighting up with joy. Meanwhile, the ruffians, who had intended to disrupt Li Feng's evening, found their meal increasingly unpalatable. Just moments ago, filled with exuberance, boasting and drinking, he was suddenly struck down. Left speechless and unwilling to retaliate, which only fueled his frustration further. Huazi, why didn't you take action? One of his companions exclaimed. If you had done something, would our brothers have hesitated? Indeed, Huazi, why didn't you confront him? If it were me, I would have acted already. This is intolerable. In a surge of collective indignation, the young ruffian named Huazi downed his drink in one go, wiped his mouth carelessly, overturned the table, and strode out of the establishment. His companions followed closely behind, fully aware that a brawl was imminent. Meanwhile, Li Feng was at the fruit store, accompanying Qi Yue in selecting fruits. Which do you prefer, oranges or bananas? Qi Yue smiled sweetly. Both are fine. Then let us get both. Okay. Chapter 74. I'm going to buy some oranges. After purchasing bananas, Li Feng discovered that the store had run out of oranges and decided to head to another shop. Just as they were about to leave, Huazi and his gang arrived in pursuit. Li Feng picked up a durian from the fruit store and held it confidently, causing Huazi and his companions to feel a chill run down their spines. The tales of Li Feng's past bravado, where he had used bricks to fend off aggressors, were still whispered in the school corridors. If Li Feng were to wield a durian against them, would they even survive? Calm and collected, Li Feng noticed Huazi's group hesitating to approach. He sneered. Come on, if you're too afraid to advance, you're all my subordinates. Just admit you're here to make trouble. Huazi and his friends turned pale with anger, but felt helpless. Li Feng's unpredictable demeanor left them bewildered. They merely sought a fight. Yet he stood there as if he were merely an observer at a fruit market. It was infuriating. The fruit store owner, trembling in fear, shrank back as Li Feng continued, Is this durian free, perhaps? The owner felt a pang in his heart but remained silent, fearing that Huazi's group would mistake him for an ally of Li Feng. Li Feng, feeling a twinge of guilt, casually weighed the durian and declared, $50. And it's yours. With Chiyue in tow, Li Feng strolled out of the fruit store, durian in hand, ready to unleash it upon anyone who dared approach. Hua Zi's gang watched closely, torn between wanting to attack and being too intimidated to act. "You all stay put. I'm going to buy a few oranges," he declared. What does that mean? Hua Zi and his group were perplexed, unable to fathom why Li Feng instructed them to remain still as he went to buy oranges. Was he conceding defeat and planning to apologize with fruit? They were utterly baffled. Chiyue couldn't help but giggle. Li Feng's remark echoed a line from the literary work of Zhu Ziqing, where a father tells his son to stay put, a sentiment that only Chiyue understood. Hua Zi, still fuming, shouted, "Li Feng, don't think that buying me a few oranges will make me let you off the hook. Just wait." Li Feng, undeterred, remained. "Fine. I'll wait. Come at me." Hua Zi and his friends were unarmed. What kind of fight would that be? Hua Zi felt a deep sense of injustice, frustrated but powerless. He longed to confront Li Feng, but lacked the courage. In this day and age, it seemed that the beaten would become more brazen. Hua Zi's cowardice was evident. One of Hua Zi's companions stepped forward, his face flushed with anger, and shouted, "Kid, I advise you to behave yourself and let Hua Zi take a swing at you. Otherwise, if I call for backup." Li Feng took Chiyue's hand and walked away, muttering, "Who is going to wait for you to call for help? Do you think I'm foolish enough to stand around?" As Li Feng began to leave, the agitated companion tried to grab him, only to have Li Feng hurl the durian at him, striking his arm and causing blood to flow from several puncture wounds. "Ah, you dare to hit me? You're finished. Do you know who my brother is? Just wait. I have no interest in knowing who your brother is. But if you keep talking, I'll smash your face, believe it or not," Li Feng replied menacingly. His reputation alone kept others at bay. With a swagger, Li Feng walked away, leaving Hua Zi and his gang to gather around the injured companion, expressing concern. "Should we go to the hospital? Let us call the police and have him arrested." "Do we really want to involve the police? They want to take us seriously. I think we should just find someone to deal with him." Hua Zi's anger bubbled over. "Chang, get your brother to bring some people. This Li scoundrel is out of control. I want to believe that no one can teach him a lesson." As they debated, the injured companion shakily pulled out his phone, sobbing, "Brother, I've been beaten up. It hurts so much." "Ah, these kids are just asking for a beating," Li Feng remarked with a tone of wisdom. "In rural areas, it's all about brute strength. If you show weakness, they'll walk all over you. Years ago, there was a restaurant here owned by a timid man who thought he could befriend local thugs. But then his wife was hurt when he tried to please them, and boom. The more uncultured the place, the more they respect brute strength. It's all about whose fists are tougher." Li Feng chuckled and released Chiyue's hand, having held it tightly earlier out of concern. Now that they were safe, it felt inappropriate to continue. "Oh, I understand now," Chiyue said, feeling a little fearful after hearing Li Feng's words. Li Feng looked at her reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'm here." He reminisced. "Back in the day, I was quite the tyrant in town. With me around, there's nothing to fear." His words were not mere boasting. During his middle school days, he commanded a degree of fear among his peers for his fierceness and cunning. However, as the years passed, he had ventured away for studies, adopting a more gentle demeanor, appearing harmless. Yet at his core, he remained a fearless individual, a trait inherited from his father, who was known for his formidable reputation in confrontations. In a warm moment, Chiyue sweetly smiled. "Thank you, Andy. Don't call me Andy. How about this? I'll adopt you as my goddaughter. Would you like that?" "I would. Thank you, godmother." Years ago, Li's mother had longed for a daughter, but was constrained by policy. Now, with Chiyue, so beautiful and understanding, she couldn't be happier. Chapter 75. It's settled. Chiyue had never had a godfather or godmother before, and being welcomed into Li Feng's family brought back a warmth reminiscent of her parents. This connection allowed her to draw closer to her beloved Li Feng. Li Feng's mother had a good relationship with his family, though Li Feng was adamant. "Andy, Chiyue is my sister. Who are you trying to fool? I've lived next door for decades. I know all your relatives." His neighbor replied with a laugh. Li Feng's face flushed, realizing that even the neighbor wasn't fooled by his pretense. He hurriedly took Chiyue and fled, leaving behind a trail of laughter as the neighbor nearly dropped her bowl in amusement. The room, as his mother had mentioned, was tidy. Li Feng sat at the desk while Chiyue perched on the bed, both feeling slightly embarrassed. Even within the confines of the room, they could still hear the neighbor and their parents chatting. "That girl is quite nice. She would be great for having children. Just a bit shy. What is there to be afraid of?" Li Feng wished he could block out their words. Don't pay attention to their jokes. They just enjoy teasing. Human nature is not inherently malevolent. It is merely the words we utter that betray us. "It matters not," July murmured. The two exchanged a fleeting glance before hastily averting their eyes, shifting their gaze elsewhere. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. A cacophony resonated from the living room. followed by a boisterous voice demanding, "Is this Li Feng's house? Where are you? Come out." This was accompanied by the sound of objects shattering. "Who are you? Why are you in my home? Husband, call the police." Li Feng's expression darkened as he swiftly exited the room, only to be confronted by a throng of no fewer than 10 individuals, blocking any chance of escape. A bald man stood defiantly at the forefront, surrounded by the remnants of the dishes he had just smashed. "I am Li Feng, you seek me?" he asked, his demeanor grim as he approached the bald man. "Is it you who has harmed my brother?" The bald man pointed to a younger man nearby, the very individual who had been injured by a durian at the fruit shop. "You are his brother? How dare you come to my home with such audacity? Care to step outside for a duel?" The phrase "step outside for a duel" is a colloquial expression from Li Feng's hometown, implying a one-on-one confrontation. The bald man hesitated to resort to violence in front of Li Feng's parents, and Li Feng's proposition for a duel suited him just fine. "All right, kid. You've got some guts. Follow me." The bald man, along with his entourage, surged out. "How can we trust this? Li Feng is but a child," his parents protested. At a critical moment, July stepped forward. "Godparents, please trust him just this once. He can handle this situation." July was well aware of Li Feng's capabilities, time and again. He had transformed peril into safety for her. Moreover, Li Feng harbored many secrets and a formidable background. Those affluent individuals who visited her home previously were not to be trifled with. Yet, Li Feng's mother hesitated, words caught in her throat. "Godmother, there are too many of them now. If we go out, we can do little to assist. On the contrary, Rue Z can evade confrontation. We need not engage head-on. Our priority should be to contact the authorities." Under July's influence, Li Feng's parents regained their composure. Li Feng's father, known for his fiery temper and protective instincts, rushed to the kitchen and returned wielding a kitchen knife. "If they dare to harm you, do not hesitate to strike. My son shall not be bullied without cause." In his other hand, he held another knife, his brow furrowed in barely concealed anger. "I will support you shortly. Rest assured." "Father, it will be fine," Li Feng replied, taking the knife and striding out. His parents hastily dialed for help. In the courtyard, Li Feng was surrounded by a throng of raucous individuals. The commotion attracted curious neighbors, some of whom were genuinely concerned for Li Feng, while others relished the spectacle, reveling in their neighbor's misfortune. "I knew that boy would eventually come to trouble. Education couldn't change his nature." Li Feng swung the knife, embedding it into a tree at the entrance of the yard, startling the onlookers, who quickly retreated, fearing for their safety. The bald man, taken aback by Li Feng's show of force, quickly regained his composure, dismissing it as a fluke. "Kid, if you're giving up the knife, we'll settle for merely beating you half to death. But let me make this clear. You owe me brother 10,000 in medical expenses. So prepare your family for that." Li Feng stood impassively, merely replying, "Come at me." With a wave of his hand, the bald man signaled his companions to attack. Li Feng's eyes widened, and in a single leap, he evaded their encirclement and charged straight at the bald man. His punches struck like a tempest, steady as a clock. With a resounding thud, he landed a blow to the bald man's face, causing his nose to cave in, sending him flying 3 meters away. All of this transpired in less than 3 seconds, leaving his assailants no time to react. Only after witnessing their leader fall did they slowly turn, swallowing hard in disbelief. "With such meager skills, you dare to embarrass yourselves? And you lot, come at me together." Li Feng beckoned, challenging them. Initially taken aback, the group quickly ignited with anger at his taunt. Accustomed to their dominance in town, they could not allow a mere youth to intimidate them. Once more, they charged forward. Li Feng engaged fiercely, delivering merciless blows, each strike unyielding and precise. He was akin to a lion among sheep. Moments later, the ground was littered with anguished adversaries, each one groaning in pain, the scene a grim testament to the brutal confrontation. For Li Feng, besting these ordinary men was akin to sparring with children. He remained emotionally detached, treating it as mere practice, ridding the world of its nuisances. He recalled doing the same a decade prior in middle school, where disputes were settled with fists until one party was left standing. In Chapter 76, a whisper of happiness lingered in the air, as silence descended upon the courtyard. Some of the initially fearful neighbors dared to peek out, their astonished eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Li Feng's father had been vigilantly observing the scene, though the evening's dim light hampered his view. Initially, when Li Feng clashed with the intruders, his mother was still on the phone, but by the time she hung up, Li Feng had already dispatched them all. Seeing the shock on her husband's face, she abandoned her call to the police and rushed to the door, only to find Li Feng standing calmly in the yard. "Son, is everything all right?" she asked, her heart finally settling. Li Feng's father nodded. "All is well. But how has my son become so formidable in a fight?" July was the first to rush forward, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" "I'm fine," Li Feng replied with a smile, moving toward the fallen bald man, delivering several decisive kicks until he was satisfied. Dare to mess with my family, Hephaestus? Next time, I'll trample you into the ground. Get out. The bald man scrambled to his feet, fleeing without a word, fearful of further confrontation, witnessing their leader's cowardice. The others quickly followed suit, each eager to escape Li Feng's wrath. The neighbors, previously brimming with skepticism, were left speechless. He went to university and turned into a martial arts master? Wasn't he supposed to be studying culture? One elderly woman exclaimed in disbelief. Old Li has a worthy successor. Another man, familiar with Li Feng's father, exclaimed excitedly. The chatter outside grew louder, the townsfolk discussing the astonishing turn of events. Mom, truly, I'm fine. Look at me. I'm perfectly all right. Please prepare dinner. I'm rather hungry. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 7:30. Li Feng's mother entered the kitchen, still skeptical. While Li Feng took the initiative to explain, downplaying the incident as an unfortunate misunderstanding that had escalated. To him, it was a trivial matter. However, his father took it seriously, making several calls to prepare for potential repercussions. As a responsible adult familiar with the local complexities, Li Feng's father understood the potential for retaliation. Despite the town's small size, it was rife with unsavory characters. That bald man? I know him. He's been in and out of detention. Now working as a bouncer at the casino, driving a Mercedes. One neighbor warned. Old Li, you should advise your son to lay low for a while. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. Lizzie, you should leave. Little do they know, this confident demeanor comes across to others as youthful arrogance. People ponder. What can a mere student like you do to cope? Your life? Ultimately, you are still too young. After a while of dissuasion, seeing Li Feng remain unmoved. They ceased their efforts, sighing as they departed. The police station had yet to send anyone over, likely due to the connections the bald men had established. It seems the Li family is destined for calamity. Some who wish for the downfall of the Li family secretly reveled in the unfolding situation. Li Feng sat in his room, calmly engrossed in his phone. Chiyue entered hesitantly, saying, Brother, perhaps you should. Even she felt a lack of confidence at this moment. After all, this wasn't the city, and they were far from it. Even if they called for help, it wouldn't arrive swiftly. While the opposing side could summon trouble at any moment, Li Feng reassured her, it's fine. No matter how much they stir, it will amount to nothing. Besides, they are not good people and are unwilling to involve the police. This is precisely what I desire. Li Feng remained composed. The chaos outside bore no impact on him. It appeared that, after suffering a setback, the opposing side hesitated to take further action. That night, until dawn, nothing occurred at the Li residence. Concerning the gathering of energy. How does one gather it effectively? Li Feng sat upright on his bed, pondering this conundrum. He absorbed the spiritual energy bit by bit, compressing it into his dantian. Yet, the dantian felt like a bottomless pit. It was unclear when it would be filled. The spiritual energy here seems particularly sparse. From 6 to 8 in the morning. Li Feng felt a sense of inefficiency. The absorption of energy was far slower than in the small bamboo grove. Clearly, he could not remain at home. He needed to venture to a place with mountains and water. It was nearly time, so Li Feng rose to wash his face and brush his teeth. Today promised to be splendid weather, ideal for an outing. Good morning. After washing his face, Li Feng turned to see Chiyue's radiant smile. It seems you slept well last night? He teased. Chiyue nodded earnestly. Yes. Perhaps it was due to the long car ride. I was a bit tired. So I fell asleep early. Very good. Indeed, Li Feng praised, greeting her before stepping out to buy breakfast. For some reason, hearing such a straightforward compliment made Chiyue feel a flicker of happiness. Chapter 77. Summoning people rest assured, even if they all come. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. By the way, Mom, Dad, I've contacted a workplace. After the new year. You can. Li Feng shared the arrangements with the Yang family with his parents, who were overjoyed upon hearing it. This was an excellent opportunity. Although the location was near the security district and merely a small convenience store, the income would undoubtedly be considerable due to its monopolistic nature. Seeing his parents delighted, Li Feng felt at ease. After comforting them, he took Chiyue out for a leisurely day. In town, there weren't many places to visit, a general's tomb and a temple. The temple was too far, but the general's tomb was a good choice and situated on a hill, basking in the gentle sunlight. Li Feng led Chiyue toward the general's tomb for their outing. Brother, what is the general's tomb? Is it up ahead? As they reached halfway up the hill, Chiyue pointed to a white structure. Li Feng responded with an affirmative sound, and they quickened their pace to the tomb. This was an impressive burial site. A place of honor even in death, where one had achieved fame in life. The pines and cypresses stood evergreen, unaffected by the seasons. If I have such a tomb after I die, I would be content, Li Feng mused. Brother, you're still so young. What are you thinking? Chiyue chided. Her tone playful. She was becoming increasingly accustomed to calling him brother, a term that Li Feng had initially found strange but had now grown used to. He was also getting accustomed to Qi Yue's concern, though it still lacked the casualness of true siblings, as they were not genuinely related. Upon entering the cemetery, Li Feng found incense and lighters for visitors to pay their respects. He lit 3 sticks of incense with reverence, offering his homage. May our ancestors bless us. Brother, are you a descendant of this general? Yes, but by our lineage, we are already the 19th generation. There are many people in this town with the surname Li, most of whom are descendants of this general. However, we prefer not to speak of it to avoid gossip. After all, who has had a prosperous ancestor? This place has wonderful scenery, Qi Yue remarked, gazing at the mountains below, feeling the gentle breeze, and stretching her arms wide to breathe in the fresh air. This mountain is called Guanyin Mountain. Among the surrounding 7 mountains, it is the tallest and largest. If we had come here at 7 in the morning, it would have been shrouded in mist, resembling a scene from a movie. At this, Li Feng felt a sudden inspiration. This naturally beautiful spot could very well serve as an exceptional cultivation site. It was said that before the general was buried, he had invited an expert to select the site, ultimately choosing this location. Later, the general's descendants attained the rank of duke, indicating the exceptional feng shui of this place. However, after the title of duke, the family imposed a rule forbidding descendants from holding official positions. It was likely a precautionary measure against the upheavals that often befell powerful families. In such turbulent times, failure in the political arena could lead to the annihilation of one's family. The Li ancestors had wisely chosen to retreat and embrace a life of seclusion, living as wealthy gentlemen, a choice that was perhaps a blessing in disguise. Qi Yue, I'm feeling a bit weary from the sun. Let us find a place to rest. Li Feng declared, eager to test his conjectures. Qi Yue felt a flutter of anxiety. There weren't many people around, and they were on a mountain. What did he mean by resting? Did he intend to? Her face flushed at the thought. Nevertheless, she trailed behind him obediently, like a devoted wife. Li Feng found a patch of ground and sat down. Qi Yue settled beside him, only to turn and find that Li Feng had already closed his eyes. Li Feng had immersed himself in his cultivation, attuning to the invisible spiritual energies of heaven and earth. As he had suspected, the spiritual energy surrounding them was even more abundant than in the small bamboo grove. Indeed, he had not come in vain. Li Feng smiled slightly, diligently absorbing the energy around him. Meanwhile, Qi Yue, sitting beside him, felt a warm breeze enveloping her. Li Feng remained in this meditative state for over an hour, appearing as if asleep, yet each moment he was drawing energy into his body. Unbeknownst to Qi Yue, she gradually succumbed to drowsiness. The warmth of the sun made her sleepy, and at some point, she leaned against Li Feng's back, falling into a peaceful slumber. She found comfort in the warmth radiating from him, completely unaware that the spiritual energy, both absorbed from the surroundings and that which inadvertently leaked from Li Feng, was entering her body with each breath. Though this was an unconscious act, it was nonetheless beneficial. In her dreams, she felt Li Feng's embrace, receiving gentle kisses. Brother, she murmured in her sleep, a soft confession escaping her lips. Li Feng chose to delve deeper into his cultivation. About an hour and a half later, Qi Yue stirred awake, stretching languidly. Awake? Li Feng inquired, glancing at her. Qi Yue quickly stood, turning to apologize. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. Li Feng checked his phone. It was already past noon. They needed to head home before 1 o'clock. The phone was inundated with missed calls, all from home. All right, I understand, Mom. I'm heading to the hospital now. Li Feng ended the call, his expression grim, and dialed Shen Hongpao. It's me. Gather some people and bring guns to Jingyuan town. There's been an incident at my home. Shen Hongpao inquired. 10 or 100? 20. After speaking, Li Feng hung up and strode down the mountain with determination. Chapter 78. Returning home, Li Feng arrived at the hospital and located his father's ward. His father's injuries were not severe, consisting of only minor wounds. Your father got into an argument with them, and it escalated into a fight. His injuries are not serious, but your uncle next door has a broken hand. Li Feng then went to check on his uncle's condition in the adjacent room. Doctor, please use the best medicine for my uncle's treatment, he insisted, repeatedly. Li Feng's uncle was somewhat unfazed, still indignant. I'll eventually take down that gang of ruffians. Just be thankful you weren't the one who got beaten. His aunt, attending to her husband, was in tears, lamenting, You're the only man in the family with your hand injured? Are we all to starve? It's just a minor injury. Nothing serious, his uncle reassured his wife, though the effort felt forced. Injuries to the hands were significant for someone who worked at a construction site. Li Feng remained silent, exiting the ward and heading downstairs, where he withdrew 100,000 yuan. Earlier, the Feng family had deposited 10 million into his account under Chen Hongpao's directive, an arrangement Li Feng was aware of. Consequently, when he purchased clothing or other items, he no longer hesitated. He simply utilized the funds, since his uncle had helped him. Li Feng was not ungrateful. This money would alleviate immediate concerns. Other matters could wait. Uncle, you won't need to work for the next 2 years. I'll arrange for you to have an easier job. Just focus on recuperating. Dad, let me see the bruises on your hand. In the conflict with those individuals, Li Feng's father had sustained several blows from steel pipes, leaving his hand covered in bruises. Li Feng took his father's hand, gently massaging it to promote healing. Son, what are you doing? This is a form of traditional Chinese massage I learned at school. It's effective. Under Li Feng's careful manipulation, the bruising on his father's hand began to dissipate. Although normal massage does not yield such rapid results, Li Feng discreetly infused internal energy into his technique, enhancing its efficacy. After half an hour of massage, all signs of bruising had vanished. Dad, move your arm and see if it still hurts. Following his son's suggestion, Li Feng's father moved his arm with astonishment. Wow, it's really better. Your studies weren't in vain. July, observing from the side, whispered to herself, indeed, they weren't wasted. But perhaps we attended different schools. Even a seasoned street doctor couldn't completely eliminate bruising in half an hour. She regarded Li Feng with curiosity. Sensing he was full of secrets, Li Feng refrained from mentioning the money for his uncle, but his aunt approached him. Instead of bringing money, she asked, Ruizi, where did you get all this money from? It can't be illegal, can it? We're simple folks. Everyone desires clean money, but not all will accept tainted funds. How could a university student possess such wealth? Hearing this, Li Feng's parents inquired, prompting his aunt to reveal that Li Feng had given her 100,000 yuan. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have amassed such a sum? Don't worry, this money is my own savings. Aunt, you might not know, but university students earn quite well nowadays. Tutoring can pay 100 yuan an hour. I can earn over 10,000 a month. If you don't believe me, ask my mother. Have I ever asked the family for money? Having grown up in hardship, Li Feng understood the value of money better than most. He had cultivated a perspective on earning early on. While money isn't everything, he knew without it, one cannot afford medical treatment. He had indeed worked as a tutor. Li Feng's mother clarified to his sister-in-law, Li Feng has never asked us for money. This eased his aunt's concerns, who then told Li Feng, your uncle insists you shouldn't take so much. At most, just 10,000 will suffice. She retrieved 90,000 yuan from her pocket, but Li Feng promptly declined. It's all right. You don't need to return it. My uncle was injured for my sake. This amount is inconsequential. Besides, I'll be graduating soon, and my salary will increase. Please accept this. Your brother truly needs it for his treatment, and with his hand injured, he won't be able to work for a year or more. Accept this gesture. Don't refuse. Li Feng's father interjected at the opportune moment. The bond between the two brothers was strong, although they lived apart. Familial ties were always evident in times of need. Ruizi, who do you think you're fooling? You can earn 10,000 from tutoring. Then what are your dad and I working so hard for? If you have all this money, why didn't you tell me sooner? Just as his aunt left, his mother entered, her expression darkening with suspicion. Mom, this money is genuinely mine. If you don't believe me, call the police and have them investigate. I've grown up under your watch. Would I engage in illegal activities? Who knows? You've had your share of fights. His mother retorted skeptically. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Feng pondered, am I truly your son? Is there no trust whatsoever? Sighing, he realized he had not yet redeemed himself in his parents' eyes. Mom, this money is clean. You needn't worry. By the way, I have plans to meet some classmates this afternoon. July will stay here to look after you. I must take my leave. Understood. Li Feng appeared obedient, assenting to her words. Finally reassured, his mother voiced her worry. Those people are still loitering around our house. What are we to do? The police refused to intervene. It's utterly lawless. She cautioned. Son, please be careful. Li Feng replied affirmatively. After leaving the hospital, Li Feng headed to the roadside in town to wait. It was about time for Chen Hongpao and the others to arrive from the city. Shortly, 4 vehicles approached, 1 Mercedes, 2 Toyota Land Cruisers, and 1 Lexus. Li Jinren, please lead the way. Chen Hongpao politely gestured for Li Feng to enter the car. Li Feng, amidst the bowing of the others, slowly settled into the Mercedes. The destination was clear, home. Chapter 79, Vengeance. That scoundrel truly overstepped his bounds. No matter how skilled he was, could he possibly contend with 20, 30, or even 100 men? This time, we are fully armed, and he won't even dare to show his face. The bald-headed man and his gang had been waiting at Li Feng's house from morning until afternoon, showing no intention of leaving. They had smashed nearly all the electronic devices in the house and pillaged anything of value from Li Feng's parents' bedroom. The bald man, filled with bravado, laughed heartily as he raised a drink from the table. These thugs were undeniably audacious, acting without a thought for the consequences. Believing that sheer numbers would shield them from repercussions, he had previously forced a debtor to burn down his own house when the borrower could not repay his loan. claiming it was a case of electrical malfunction when the police arrived. "Let's do exactly as we did last time and set fire to his house," declared the bald man, his gang eagerly agreeing. "We'll leave him with nothing and show everyone the consequences of crossing us." With a triumphant laugh, the bald man smashed a bottle and produced a lighter, declaring, "Let us burn it down." At that moment, a man in a suit beside the bald man interjected, "Bald Chang, don't go too far. Burning down someone else's house could lead to serious trouble. By good didn't he want you to create such issues, just focus on making money." The bald man hastily set aside his lighter, donning a smile. No, I was merely jesting." His entourage fell silent. Aware that the impeccably dressed gentleman was an underling of the esteemed Bai Yi, the local leader, Bai Yi held him in high regard, which emboldened him to refer to the town's notorious figure, Bald Brother, as Bald Chang. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since received a resounding slap for such insolence. In short, the demand was for 200,000. Once the sum was secured, they would depart without further incident. "Bald Chang, I am here on behalf of your sister. Otherwise, I would have had little desire to make this trip, juggling face-saving and greetings with the higher-ups. I will take 100,000. And the rest you may share with your brothers," the suited man stated calmly. Bald Chang nodded fervently. Yes, thank you, Brother Dao, for your consideration. I understand these terms." Before long, the Li family sent their representatives. The bald man was visibly elated, his face beaming with pride. The fact that Bai Yi himself had intervened for such a trivial matter would surely bolster Bald Chang's reputation if word got out. Brother Dao genuinely believed Bai Yi's people had arrived, rising from the couch with a congenial expression as he made his way outside. However, upon spotting the newcomers alighting from their vehicles, confusion crept in. "Gentlemen, are you sent by Bai Yi? I am Brother Dao, one of his subordinates." Li Feng stepped from the car, his discerning gaze immediately identifying Brother Dao as the most prominent among this group. Shaking his head, Li Feng retorted, "I know not of any Brother Dao or dog, but your gang is causing a ruckus at my home. It seems you are quite tired of living." "Brother Dao? That's him. It's this brat." Bald Chang and his cohorts pointed at Li Feng, shouting, "I must eradicate this scoundrel today." Brother Dao was no fool. He recognized the significant disparity in status. The luxurious vehicles and their formidable occupants contrasted sharply with Bald Chang's crew, who appeared nothing more than a band of street thugs. Before Brother Dao could devise a solution, Bald Chang's impatience erupted, rallying his comrades with a defiant shout. "Is it not merely a fight? When have I ever backed down? Brothers, charge. Let's finish him." Just then, a loud bang echoed through the air. All eyes turned incredulously towards Chen Hongpao, who had silently drawn his firearm and discharged a shot without uttering a word. After holstering his weapon, he respectfully turned to Li Feng, "Master Li, would you prefer them dead or disabled?" "Your command." "Let us refrain from murder," Li Feng replied with a calm demeanor, deeming it not worth the trouble to execute these individuals. "Let us first teach them a lesson." With a wave of his hand, Chen Hongpao's fierce and capable subordinates surged forward, unleashing a brutal assault. Bald Chang's gang, despite their ages exceeding 30, were merely a collection of inept ruffians, lacking any true fighting prowess. Soon, many lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and battered, with no sign of stopping from Li Feng. Bald Chang and his companions, now bloodied and bruised, were left incapacitated, their injuries severe enough to warrant a lengthy hospital stay. Li Feng sighed, "Enough." As the assailants ceased their onslaught, Li Feng approached Brother Dao, who had also been among the beaten. "You are the leader, correct? Speak, how will you compensate?" "I am not the leader. I merely came to mediate," Brother Dao stammered, though his name suggested otherwise. Unmoved by his protest, Li Feng seized Brother Dao by his hair and forcefully slammed him onto the ground, blood splattering across his face. "Not the leader? I do not care. You have turned my home into this state. 1,000,000 is the price. Call your family to bring the money, or else." Li Feng's voice darkened. "Bring me this bald man's hands and feet first. Do not think for a moment that I am not serious." As his words fell, Chen Hongpao's men retrieved a steel pipe from the ground, originally wielded by Bald Chang's entourage for self-defense, but now repurposed against them. With a swift motion, they brought the pipe down. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted. Another strike followed, and Bald Chang's cries grew desperate. With the fourth blow, he was reduced to utter helplessness. The gruesome sight left the onlookers trembling. Li Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Should anyone refuse to pay, feel free to speak up. I am more than willing to break your limbs." Chapter 8. The payment regret coursed through their veins. With Li Feng's chilling gaze upon them, one man, terrified at the prospect of being incapacitated, fell to his knees, pleading, "Do not strike me. I have friends." In a moment of mercy, he scrambled to gather 40,000, promising to repay, but not all were as fortunate. 2 more were left maimed. Witnessing the brutality, others faltered, realizing the grim reality. 1 leg for every 10,000 owed. Li Feng and Chun Hongpao imparted a ruthless lesson to these petty thugs, revealing the stark contrast between their previous bravado and their current vulnerability. Ultimately, Wald Chang and brother Dao each contributed 100,000 to meet the total of 1 million. Li Feng accepted the transfers, waving them away, begone. The group, now comprised of 3 incapacitated individuals, scurried off, leaving behind a trail of desperation. Thank you all for your support today. Each will receive a reward of 10,000. Let us dine well together, Li Feng declared, generously treating his allies with the spoils of others. Chun Hongpao and the others could only admire his acumen. The henchmen, elated, chorused their gratitude. Thank you, brother. Should such opportunities arise again, please include me. Chun Hongpao frowned. Who permitted you to call him brother? The subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. Concern flickering in their eyes, did Brother Pao intend to turn against them? After a moment's pause, Chun Hongpao firmly stated, he must be addressed as masterly. The subordinates, filled with admiration, acknowledged Chun Hongpao's wisdom, recognizing the gravity with which he treated their leader. Amidst jovial laughter, the group followed Li Feng to a grand restaurant in town, where they feasted heartily, costing Li Feng 6,800. The incident of violence remained under wraps. Yet the tale of Li Feng treating others to a lavish meal spread through the streets, leaving the townsfolk abuzz with speculation about the young man who had garnered the respect of formidable figures, likely due to his medical prowess. After all, he was still a student, yet his achievements were commendable. Merely attending a medical academy had earned him such esteem. In a moment, parents of high school seniors with children resolved in their hearts to encourage their offspring to pursue a medical career, believing it to be a path to prosperity and success. Meanwhile, Li Feng remained unperturbed, instructing Chun Hongpao and others to impersonate the older brothers of the gang members and personally visit the hospital to convey their condolences. Presenting an apology amounting to 600,000, Chun Hongpao spoke earnestly, expressing regret towards the 2 individuals. Li Feng nearly burst into laughter at the scene. He had already dealt with the situation, leaving those involved incapacitated. It would be a shame if he did not become a film star with such acting skills. What need was there for him to engage in the underworld? Li Feng also urged his father to accept the money, stating that they had caused extensive damage to their home, and these funds would aid in renovations. His father's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Such a sum is excessive. I can only accept 20,000 at most. Then let it be 20,000, Li Feng replied. At his father's silent cue, Chun Hongpao produced 20,000 in cash and handed it to him, once again apologizing before exiting the hospital room. Before leaving, Chun Hongpao cautioned that there might be discontent among his subordinates, requesting Li Feng to remain vigilant, which was also Li Feng's intention. He wished for his parents to feel secure in Jianghua City, sparing them the longing for home. Now was the moment for the Li family to ascend. They could not afford to falter due to familial matters. Furthermore, it was prudent to consider that the gang members might harbor untoward thoughts in the future, despite their current fear of retaliation after their severe punishment. Thus, it was wise to wait until after the new year to ensure everything was settled in the city. While Li Feng was exiting the hospital room, July hurried to catch up with him, whispering, "Brother, are you sure this is wise? Dealing with those individuals might bring calamity upon us." July's concerns were not unfounded. After all, everyone understood the dangers of being close to the wrong crowd. Li Feng, however, was untroubled due to his strength, which afforded him a sense of security. But how could he explain this to her? Rest assured, I am not courting danger. I am treating them, and their gratitude will earn me this favor. With that, the matter was attributed to his medical prowess, leaving no room for misunderstanding. July believed him to a degree and ceased her objections, as long as Li Feng refrained from engaging in illegal activities. In the days that followed, Li Feng remained in the hospital with his parents until his father was discharged, after which he found time to cultivate his abilities at the General's tomb, continuously enhancing his strength. He understood that only with power could he attain all that he desired. Chapter 81. The class reunion thus. Li Feng had no choice but to attend. In the morning, at the entrance of the high school, classmates who had not seen each other for ages gathered. Li Feng, you finally made it, called out a modestly dressed boy from a distance. He was Li Feng's closest friend from high school, and after graduation, they had pursued their studies in different cities, parting ways for several years. Kong Hua, long time no see. You've become more handsome, Li Feng exclaimed. So have you. I visited your home last year, but I heard you were away visiting relatives. I know, so this time I came to see you, Brother Kong Hua, Li Feng replied. The nearby classmates nearly retched at the exchange, overwhelmed by the flattery and mutual admiration. Hey, consider our female classmates' feelings. Can we refrain from this nonsense? A curvaceous girl interjected. Li Feng raised an eyebrow. All right, let us discuss. Li Yin, how many children do you have? Get lost. I'm not even married. Where would the children come from? She retorted. Not married? Li Feng inquired, puzzled. Her figure did not suggest that she was unmarried. Don't try to fool me. I'm studying medicine. With your stance and posture, it's clear you've had children. Li Yan's face turned crimson. While she had never been married, she had undergone an abortion. And she was shocked that Li Feng could perceive it. All right, enough of that. Li Feng, why are you so concerned about others' private matters? I haven't seen you pursue anyone. Another girl promptly intervened. Li Feng redirected his attention to her. Wang Hong. You look pale and your dark circles suggest you're unwell. Did your period leave you, and yet you still came to the gathering? Wang Hong blushed, stamping her foot. Mind your own business. After a couple of exchanges, the girls ceased to engage with Li Feng, wary of having their private matters exposed. Li Yan and Wang Hong were among the more attractive girls in their graduating class, but they were not the most sought after. There was a girl named Qian Yuan, who was adored by many boys. Yet Li Feng did not see her there and casually inquired, when will Qian Yuan arrive? She'll be here shortly, Kong Hua replied. Li Feng smiled, and Kong Hua refrained from further inquiries. In those years, who hadn't he harbored a crush on a goddess? However, the goddess was often too distant to reach, and it was better to preserve one's dignity than face rejection. At least, that was Kong Hua's perspective. And he assumed Li Feng shared it. A few minutes later, a BMW slowly approached and came to a stop at the school gate. A young man exited the car, followed by a girl. Lu Hao, Qian Yuan, you finally made it. The classmates greeted them warmly. Qian Yuan, the goddess of beauty, though somewhat aloof, still attracted admirers like moths to a flame. Lu Hao, having leveraged family connections to enter business, had achieved a modicum of success. However, he had dropped out of high school and had always looked down on further education, often speaking crudely. It was perplexing how he ended up with someone like Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan, have you agreed to be Lu Hao's girlfriend? One boy asked. Qian Yuan shook her head. What are you thinking? I just happened to hitch a ride with him. Lu Hao is wealthy. Why would he be interested in someone like me? Don't read too much into it. Qian Yuan always spoke ambiguously, considering others' feelings. Li Feng inwardly sighed. Qian Yuan was still the same, always wanting to keep admirers close while never committing to anyone. After Lu Hao arrived, he greeted his classmates, offering them fine cigarettes and speaking boisterously, but he completely ignored Li Feng. In their first year of high school, Lu Hao had been slapped hard by Li Feng for harassing a female classmate, and Li Feng could not be bothered to acknowledge him. After some chatter, they entered the school grounds, reminiscing as time passed. Each person reflected on the years gone by, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia. Time waits for no one. And they had all matured. This is a BMW. I've never been in such a luxurious car, some exclaimed. The front seat remained unoccupied, evidently reserved for Qian Yuan. A beautiful car for a beautiful girl. Qian Yuan, go ahead. Lu Hao opened the door with a smug smile. Several female classmates looked on enviously as Qian Yuan, under their gaze, entered the vehicle. I'll take them ahead. You all can walk over, Lu Hao said, casting a pointed glance at Li Feng as he casually remarked. What's a university student? In society, you're just a pile of rubbish, unable to afford a car or a house. Many classmates were taken aback by this comment. Although they did not comprehend the source of Lu Hao's animosity towards Li Feng, several instinctively began to distance themselves from him. Lu Hao was now a businessman, while Li Feng would only become a doctor at best. As they proceeded to the restaurant, Li Feng found himself accompanied solely by Kong Hua. He was indifferent. For a class reunion was ultimately just that. As long as he could meet genuine friends, that was sufficient. The private room at the restaurant had been reserved in advance, and the dishes were already served. Once seated, they began to eat, and throughout the meal, many raised toasts to Lu Hao, who, after a few drinks, reverted to his high school persona, espousing the notion that education was futile. In contemporary society, university students seeking employment often find themselves earning less than 4,000 yuan a month. What significance does 4,000 yuan hold? It is akin to begging. I am fortunate not to have attended any inconsequential university. Otherwise, I would not be earning even that much. As for my BMW, priced at 350,000, I purchased it without a moment's hesitation. What value does an academic degree hold? I have none, yet I live quite comfortably. Many of my classmates appear rather uncomfortable, particularly those who have successfully gained admission to university. They toiled tirelessly back then, and now, as they approach graduation, they find their efforts dismissed by Lu Hao. Yet, they find it difficult to counter his claims, as he incessantly speaks of money. Among those present, most have yet to step into society, let alone earn a substantial income, leaving Lu Hao to spout his opinions unchecked. While others may tolerate it, Li Feng cannot. Lu Hao, lacking education, should refrain from speaking so recklessly. Those who propagate the notion that studying is futile only seem capable of discussing wealth. You may possess wealth, but do you have any real capability? Li Feng's words ignited Lu Hao's simmering anger. He slammed his bottle down and bellowed, "You worthless wretch aren't fit to talk to me. Do you look down upon me? I am far wealthier than you. I drive a BMW. Can you afford one? I despise people like you who only bury their heads in books. Li Feng chuckled coldly. If you disdain me, then you needn't partake in this meal. No one has invited you. All right, let us all refrain from escalating this dispute. We are old classmates after all, suggested Qian Yuan, attempting to defuse the tension. Li Feng cast a glance at Qian Yuan, then resumed his conversation with Kong Hua. Sipping his drink. Following Li Feng's earlier defiance, some classmates began to disregard Lu Hao's bluster and instead raised their glasses in a toast to Li Feng. Indeed. While money holds significant importance in our society, it is not omnipotent. Not everyone is willing to become a slave to wealth or a mere adjunct to the affluent. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, the atmosphere became more animated. Under the influence of alcohol, everyone spoke more freely, voicing their thoughts without constraint. After graduation, I went to work in a factory, and now I truly regret not having studied harder, lamented a classmate who had entered the workforce early. I am nearing graduation myself. And at times, I feel utterly lost, sighed a bespectacled girl. Yet, Li Feng recognized the facade behind their words. Once, he had seen Qian Yuan boasting to a female classmate about receiving a love letter, devoid of a signature but with beautiful handwriting. He understood then that Qian Yuan craved the admiration of others. She simply desired the affection of her male peers, nothing more. Much like the lyrics of a popular song. Her yearning was not for genuine love, but for the superficial validation that comes from being cherished, a trait not uncommon among many young women. Though thankfully absent in July and Wang Ku, reflecting on them brought a smile to Li Feng's face. They were genuine in their affections, neither stringing others along nor playing games. Qian Yuan, seated opposite Li Feng, noticed his smile and asked, before graduation, someone slipped a love letter onto my desk. But it bore no name, though the handwriting was exquisite. Does anyone dare to claim authorship? The mention of beautiful handwriting drew the attention of classmates towards Li Feng, who was well known for his elegant penmanship during their high school days. Many had asked him to write their graduation messages, as their homeroom teacher entrusted him with the task. At this moment, Lu Hao let out a derisive laugh, a toad lusting after swan meat. Just look at yourself. Who do you think you are to be worthy? Li Feng frowned and retorted, Lu Hao, have you lost your mind? Look at you all. Here we go again, he continued. Even if that love letter were written by Li Feng, I wouldn't accept his proposal. While he may excel academically, he is not doing particularly well in life. Unlike me, Qian Yuan, whose academic performance was indeed lackluster, having enrolled in a vocational college, echoed Lu Hao's sentiments, dismissing Li Feng's achievements. Li Feng smirked coolly at Qian Yuan and stated, I assure you, I have never written you a love letter, nor would I ever harbor feelings for you. Oh, now I understand, Qian Yuan replied, dropping the topic. Lu Hao, emboldened, looked down upon Li Feng even more. You wrote it, but lacked the courage to admit it? Afraid of embarrassment? You truly are a loser. Li Feng shot Lu Hao a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, You have quite the gift for words. However, mere talk is insufficient. When you speak, it is akin to flatulence. Your words are nothing but foul air to me. In the arena of verbal sparring, Li Feng's sharp tongue proved formidable, weaving intricate insults that struck deep. In contrast, Lu Hao's crude retorts fell flat, limited to a handful of profanities. Frustrated and at a loss for words, Lu Hao's face turned crimson, his forehead pulsing with veins, yet he could muster no effective comeback. He feared Li Feng's continued barbs. Knowing he could never match Li Feng's eloquence, honed from his experience as both a diligent student and a rebellious one. With a furious slam of his hand on the table, Lu Hao boomed, Li, I think you're asking for trouble. Li Feng chuckled, You're the one seeking trouble. You've already faced my wrath once and failed to learn your lesson. The classmates gasped, realizing that Lu Hao had been bested by Li Feng before. Shock spread across their faces. Lu Hao, his composure shattered, did not anticipate Li Feng's audacity to reveal such a secret. His countenance darkened, and he muttered a few expletives before pulling out his phone, clearly intent on summoning reinforcements to confront Li Feng. Li Feng remained unperturbed, calmly sitting back. Feel free to call. I'm curious to see who you can muster. He was unafraid of a scuffle. Lu Hao, acting tough, made several calls, and after hanging up, crossed his arms with a sneer. Let us see how long you can maintain that calm demeanor. If you're brave, don't even think about escaping. Li Feng leisurely poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table and sipped it, unfazed. Before long, several burly men entered the room. Lu Hao rushed to greet them, offering cigarettes and greetings while pointing at Li Feng, detailing how he had been insulted. Under Lu Hao's narrative, Li Feng appeared as a troublesome instigator, utterly detestable. One of the large men approached Li Feng and slapped him on the back, saying, Kid, is that you? What is your name? I'm Li Feng, do you know me? Li Feng replied, Are you the Li Feng from Jinyuan town? The man inquired further. Li Feng nodded in affirmation. The man's forehead glistened with sweat as he stammered, I am so sorry. I didn't realize it was you. I'll leave right away. With that, he turned and hurriedly exited, moving with the urgency of a rabbit fleeing an eagle. Lu Hao and his companions were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Li Feng would command such respect. Lu Hao bolted from his seat, chasing after the retreating men, asking, "Hey, black brother, what is going on? Did you mistake him for someone else? That guy is a complete loser." Before he could finish his sentence, the man's expression shifted dramatically, and he delivered a resounding slap across Lu Hao's face. "Have you lost your mind? Do you think you're worthy of insulting him? You're still alive only because of sheer luck. If you want to throw your life away, don't drag me down with you." Recently, the man's boss had warned against provoking a young man named Li Feng, even gathering trusted associates to show them Li Feng's photo, intending to pay him a visit. The boss had stated that Li Feng possessed a remarkable background and should be befriended. Now it is quite unfortunate that even before a visit, a poor impression has already been left. The thought of this made the burly man wish he could eliminate Lu Hao right then and there. Angrily, he left with his companions. Lu Hao stood frozen in place, feeling a burning shame on his face, and anxiety began to creep into his heart. Chapter 83. Dreams of Youth. The words the burly man had thrown at him only deepened Lu Hao's apprehension. He fumbled with his lips, gazing up at Li Feng, wanting to say something, yet no words escaped him. The silence in the private room was palpable. Li Feng, sensing the tea had lost its charm, stood up, saying, "I'll settle the bill. Today, this meal is on me. No need. I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again another time." As Li Feng departed, Kong Hua also rose. The two made their way to the cashier, where Li Feng paid. Just as he was about to engage Kong Hua in further conversation, his phone rang. It was Chi Yue calling, saying she was out shopping for clothes with her godmother in the county. "Brother, why don't you come over? My godmother says you only have one nice outfit, and the rest are inadequate. She wants to buy you a complete set." That one nice outfit was the one Wang Ku had accompanied him to purchase previously. Li Feng agreed, hung up, and turned to Kong Hua, asking, "Are you staying here? Or should I go buy clothes?" Kong Hua replied, "Let us catch up another time. I'll visit you during the new year." "All right, see you then." Li Feng strolled away. Upon arriving at a bustling shopping mall, Li Feng found Chi Yue and Li Ma waiting at the agreed spot. As he approached, Chi Yue said, "Brother, did you meet up with your classmates? Were there any girls you had a crush on back then?" Li Feng smiled lightly. "You're overthinking it. I was quite the good boy back then. You were easier to manage in high school, but I had my share of worries during middle school. Enough of that. Let us go buy you some clothes." Li Ma linked arms with Chi Yue, clearly favoring her daughter. Li Feng trailed behind, thinking that accompanying women shopping might just wear him out. As expected, Li Ma was full of energy, leading Chi Yue and Li Feng around, examining various items. After more than half an hour, Li Feng purchased a pair of jeans, while Li Ma insisted on her selections, showcasing impressive bargaining skills. After some time, they finally gathered a complete outfit. Li Ma then suggested visiting a friend's store. Before they left, she meaningfully advised Li Feng, "Son, make sure to take good care of Chi Yue while you're out. Don't just focus on your own fun. You both need to cultivate your relationship, understand?" Li Ma emphasized the importance of nurturing their bond, and Li Feng, fully aware, hastily led Chi Yue away. Li Ma chuckled to herself behind them. Li Feng and Chi Yue wandered aimlessly. The county offered little of interest, lacking tourist attractions or hotels. Eventually, Chi Yue suggested going to the movies. So, Li Feng guided her to find a cinema. On their way, they fortuitously encountered their fellow classmates again. From a distance, they heard Kong Hua calling, "Li Feng, Li Feng, come over. What is up?" Li Feng approached with Chi Yue, who was curiously eyeing her. Kong Hua, filled with curiosity, asked Li Feng, "Where are you two headed?" Everyone instantly understood. Going to the cinema, and with such a beautiful girl, their relationship was evident. It was no wonder Li Feng claimed he wasn't interested in Qian Yuan. With such confidence, it was clear he had no need to pursue her. Qian Yuan looked on, her expression strained as she watched Li Feng and Chi Yue depart. Engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation, Chi Yue's beauty and youth eclipsed her own. In terms of appearance, Chi Yue could effortlessly overshadow her, which stung Qian Yuan, who had always prided herself on her looks. Li Feng's demeanor was like salt on Qian Yuan's wounds. Reflecting on her previous pride, she found it utterly ridiculous. Realizing she had become a figure of mockery, clenching her fists, she lost all semblance of a smile. "Must you hide it so well? Do you truly look down on me?" With great pride came an equal measure of despair. As the film concluded, the protagonist faced separation due to the harsh realities of life, prompting Chi Yue to weep, burying her face in Li Feng's embrace. This movie mirrored her relationship with him initially. He had helped her, and later, they fell in love. "Why does it end this way?" Chi Yue asked, disheartened. Li Feng replied, "Because the dreams of youth are often imperfect." He recalled a beloved anime, Slam Dunk, where the creator articulated that youth's dreams are seldom flawless. Hence, characters like Sakuragi and Rukawa never achieved national glory. Sakuragi might never win Haruko's affection, regardless of his passion and talent, and Rukawa may never claim the championship. Eventually, even the formidable gorilla had to forsake basketball, donning a suit and tie to earn a living. Chiyue gazed up at Li Feng, captivated by his poetic words, a first for her. It resonated deeply within her. She resolved to herself, for the sake of happiness, I must strive forward. Chapter 84. Falling into the pit. Li Feng had visited his uncle a few times. His injuries were gradually healing, and his aunt treated him as if he were a wealthy benefactor, showering him with affection and earning great respect from his parents. Li Feng found this amusing and advised, Dad, Mom, let us hold off on buying a house for now. I can't say where I'll settle in the future. This can wait. Keep the money for now. We can purchase a house once I've stabilized. After some thought, Li Dad and Li Ma agreed. Buying a house at this stage, especially with Li Feng yet to graduate, would be challenging. They decided to postpone the matter for the time being. In truth, Li Feng didn't oppose buying a house. He simply didn't find the typical options appealing, with his parents planning to leave after the new year. And himself also not being home, he thought it wiser to save enough for a villa instead. Days drifted by peacefully. The silent passage of time leading to February and the arrival of the new year amidst firecracker celebrations. Li Feng rose early to visit his uncle and aunt, followed by family visits. With his grandparents no longer alive, he prioritized visiting his uncle's family first. Mom, what does my cousin's wife do? They got married and asked for 250,000, yet I hear she is still unsatisfied. At 6 o'clock, Li Feng woke, an early hour even for his parents. He felt a twinge of concern for them and voiced his complaints. Li Ma, yawning while washing her face, replied, Your uncle's family is particular. Their daughter's family has high expectations, which is quite annoying. But what can we do? She is your uncle's child. That is quite enough. Li Feng muttered before heading out for a run. Running to the general's tomb, the atmosphere here is profoundly desolate, with only the chirping of birds and the whisper of the wind accompanying me. A crimson sun is gradually rising on the horizon. An intuition stirs within me. Today may indeed be the day of my breakthrough. Li Feng closes his eyes, calms his mind, and concentrates, reaching a state of ethereal tranquility. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world flows into him ceaselessly, expanding his dantian. Like a diligent farmer tilling the soil, Li Feng wields his metaphorical hoe, guiding the flow of energy into his being. Around him, the winds swirl into a small vortex, lifting dust and leaves into a graceful dance before letting them settle once more. He inhales deeply, drawing in streams of air as if they were wisps of smoke. After an hour, the winds suddenly cease, and the world holds its breath. Li Feng's body crackles with energy, as if undergoing a monumental transformation. Intense pain courses through him. With the burden of a crown comes its weight. I must endure. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng withstands the agony brought on by the gathering energy. His dantian steadily expands, transforming from a field into a pool. Another hour passes, and the pain begins to subside. After a brief respite, Li Feng slowly opens his eyes and rises. The task is accomplished. To achieve such a scene without exerting all my strength fills him with astonishment and joy. That earlier strike alone could have sent a person flying. If I were to unleash a punch with all my might, could it vanquish an elephant? Regrettably, this place does not permit the use of lightning techniques. Otherwise, I would be tempted to test this theory. At that moment, the alarm on Li Feng's phone rings. It's already 9:30. How swiftly time passes. The entrance is overgrown with wild grasses and dense thorns. How peculiar that there should be people here, Li Feng muses, when suddenly he hears a cry for help growing more urgent. Help? Help us, please. Startled, Li Feng exclaims, Where is that voice coming from? Are you human or spirit? Please help us. We are tomb raiders. No, we are merely civilians conducting archaeological research, accidentally trapped below. We beg you to save us. Li Feng raises an eyebrow. So it turns out to be a group of grave robbers who have fallen into a pit while excavating a general's tomb. How audacious to desecrate the graves of my ancestors. They deserve their fate. Do they not realize the many traps set within? By heaven's grace, we truly had no idea, came the faint reply from below. We just reached the passage when a large stone crushed our legs. We've been trapped for 2 days and nights. Please, we implore you. How can I help? Should I call the authorities? Li Feng pulls out his phone, ready to alert the police. Li Feng scoffs, with your skills. I wouldn't dare to emulate you. No, it's not like that. Though we possess some expertise in tomb raiding, we lack knowledge of mechanisms, which is why we find ourselves in this predicament. Please, believe me, I am capable. Li Feng feels a stirring within and replies, Very well. I shall descend to see for myself. With a firm stance, he leaps into the pit, crouching low, and retrieves his phone for illumination as he cautiously enters the passageway. However, After only a few steps, a gleaming dagger is pressed against his neck. Listen closely, or you shall remain here forever. Please, uncle, do not act this way. I came down here with good intentions to help you. Even if I cannot assist, I have committed no wrongdoing, right? Your blade is too sharp. I dare not resist. This tunnel is narrow. If you were to kill me, it would benefit neither of us. Feng feigns a timid demeanor, trembling in apparent fear. The grave robber, seeing Feng's terrified and innocent expression, feels a flicker of trust. He believes this young man possesses a semblance of sense, albeit lacking courage. The grave robber replies sternly. Fine, I will release you, but you must obey my commands, or I will take your life. Agreed. Feng trembles, clearly feigning terror. The grave robber lowers the dagger. In true to form, Feng remains compliant. What is it that you need from me? Feng inquires. The grave robber points ahead. Follow me. He leads Feng for about 10 paces before stopping. Before them lies a massive stone crushing a young man's leg, utterly shattering it. We had planned to seize this treasure during the festivities of the new year, but the traps here are relentless. My nephew acted recklessly. And now we have been trapped for 3 days. Feng examines the stone. It cannot be moved. It's far too heavy. Perhaps we could try digging from underneath? Impossible. We've tried. The marble stones below are unyielding, all rock. The grave robber dismisses Feng's suggestion, waving his knife. Come, help me push. If we cannot lift it, you shall accompany my nephew in death. Feng silently curses but maintains a smile. I will do my utmost. That stone weighs no less than 1,000 pounds. How could 2 men possibly move it? If Feng were to exert his internal strength, he might manage it alone. However, he has no desire to assist these individuals. Under the grave robber's insistence, Feng pretends to push the stone a few times, but it does not budge. The grave robber, panting, hears the young man's despairing cries. Uncle, just go and take the treasure. Forget about me. Take care of my mother. The scene is heart-wrenching. The grave robber grips his knife tightly. No, I promised your mother I would make you prosperous and ensure you marry a good wife. I will not let you die here. The young man falls silent, consumed by despair, his breathing waning, and gradually his eyelids close. The grave robber's forehead veins bulge as he raises the dagger, fixing his gaze on Feng. Feng feigns panic. Please, I mean no harm. Your fate is unfortunate. You shall guide my nephew to the underworld. If fortune smiles upon you, you may receive offerings during the Qingming festival. The grave robber's malevolence is palpable. Feng coldly chuckles inwardly. Who will burn offerings for whom is a matter of perspective. Yet, he has no intention of engaging in a deadly struggle with such a desperate individual. He will not gamble unless absolutely necessary. Your nephew is not dead. Do not curse him. He has merely fainted. Feel his pulse. It still beats weakly. The grave robber hurries to check, and indeed, as Feng states, there is a pulse. I am a doctor, Feng explains. Your constant talk of death has agitated him, causing his heart to race and ultimately leading to his fainting. However, I know he is alive, and I can save him. You can save him. The grave robber is filled with excitement. How? Speak quickly. It is simple. His leg has been trapped beneath the stone for too long. The muscle tissue has begun to necrose. The only option now is amputation. We must sever his leg and get him to the hospital for surgery. The grave robber is overjoyed. Then hurry and perform the amputation. Feng shrugs. I have no tools. After a moment of silence, the grave robber asks, what tools do we need? A scalpel, disinfectant, and anesthetic are essential. However, since your nephew is already unconscious, the anesthetic is not necessary. The grave robber's mind races. Can I use my dagger after disinfecting it? Feng gazes at the dagger, hesitating for a moment before nodding. That would be possible, but the results may not be optimal. I have strong liquor and fire. With these, can you perform the surgery? The grave robber presses. Feng nods. Then let us begin. The grave robber's eyes glint with determination. Each has their own path. I must not owe anyone a debt of gratitude. If you help me save my nephew, I will repay you. Feng watches him, remaining non-committal, saying nothing. The grave robber extends the dagger. Please. Feng grasped the dagger, assessing its weight and familiarizing himself with the grip. He then instructed the grave robber to bring over the illumination lamp, fire, and strong liquor. Using the alcohol, he disinfected the dagger, igniting the flames. Feng secured the young man's legs with rope and, taking a slow, deep breath, declared, I am about to begin. Be prepared. The grave robber nodded solemnly. With a swift motion, Feng plunged the dagger downwards, executing the action with precision akin to slicing pork, efficiently piercing the young man's kneecap. Before blood could spill, the dagger deftly twisted, severing the tendons and ligaments within. The grave robber stood astounded, his mind echoing the phrase, like a butcher dissecting an ox. Under the vibrant light, the dazzling blade flickered in all directions, yet every ounce of force was meticulously controlled. This was a deliberate illusion crafted by Feng for the grave robber. Although he had previously performed dissections on frogs and rabbits, this was his inaugural experience with human surgery. Fortunately, no errors transpired. 40 minutes later, Feng withdrew the knife. The young man's lower leg had been flawlessly severed. The grave robber's face gleamed with delight. Feng proceeded to the second leg, commencing once more at the kneecap. This time, having accumulated some experience, he no longer sought precision in posture but prioritized practicality. Observing, incising, and staunching the blood flow became second nature to him. Immersed in this hands-on endeavor, Feng remained calm and methodical. Even the grave robber, who had been observing closely, sensed a marked improvement in Feng's technique. With focus and determination, Feng diligently attended to his task in the confined space. Half an hour later, he wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Only the final step remained. He poured liquor over the young man's wound, ignited it, and watched as it crackled, reminiscent of a steak sizzling on a grill. Mission accomplished.